Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 269, Chapter 269. Yay, it's a little girl. Perhaps because Mikoto had broken the ice first, Sasuke's conversation with the others proceeded much more smoothly than expected. The Uchiha clan is currently unstable. Part of the reason lies in the deliberate exclusion and suppression by certain people in the village. Of course, it also has to do with our clan's temperament. Although no one nodded when they heard this, they silently agreed in their hearts. Another reason is you. Uchiha Fugaku, Shizuka, and even Yuzu. The three of you have the ability to lead the Uchiha clan and reunite its voice, yet you've allowed everyone to remain divided. Seeing the focus shift to himself, Fugaku immediately felt somewhat embarrassed. If those memories were real, then this young man before him should be his son. Since when did a son dare to speak to his father like this? If we forcefully use force to pressure the clansmen, it's more likely to plunge the Uchiha clan into internal strife prematurely, which would instead be exploited by. Fugaku spoke in a deep voice, but before he could finish, Sasuke interrupted him again, firmly. Do you think the current situation is any better? Hearing Sasuke's words, Fugaku's face turned pale then red. It was Mikoto who intervened again, gently patting Sasuke's arm. Under his mother's gentle gaze, Sasuke couldn't help but soften his attitude a little, his voice even lowering slightly. In short, the Uchiha clan is already on the path to destruction. If you don't want the Uchiha to be completely wiped out as I experienced, you must be resolute now. Sasuke lightly tapped the table with his finger. Currently, in this village, only 3 people have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, me, you, and Shizuka. I think both of you should understand how much overwhelming superiority possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan grants over ordinary Sharingan, right? As he spoke, Sasuke met their gazes unflinchingly. Fugaku and Shizuka were slightly taken aback, then began calculating in their hearts. The memories they received not only showed them the process of the Uchiha clan's destruction but also revealed some of their own trump cards. For example, Shizuka's, Koto Ematsukami, the so-called Susanoo, and the divine-like power of the great scorching heaven Wudo. Although they didn't understand the principles, they also saw, in the additional records of those memories, the brotherly battle between Sasuke and Itachi. It could only be described as earth-shattering. The Uchiha clan was indeed strong now, but that was still limited to the level of humans. First, reunite the Uchiha clan into a single entity and preemptively remove the unstable elements. Sasuke was already issuing battle instructions like a clan head. Fugaku still wanted to say something but was cut off by Sasuke's next words. Secondly, we must demonstrate the Uchiha clan's power. But won't that further provoke conflict between the village and the Uchiha clan? Shizuka timidly raised her hand nearby, and Yuzu also turned her face, clearly not understanding the reasoning either. That's why I said you still don't get it. What is the reason for the relative stability between the 5 great nations? Is it because they love peace? It's the mutual threat of military force. Only sufficient military power can make others cautious. As for the villagers' exclusion, that's even easier to solve. We can completely give up the role of the military police force, even declare our intention to leave Konoha Village voluntarily. Unlike the 2 younger ones, who looked bewildered upon hearing this, Fugaku seemed to be grasping the idea now. Do you think only you desire peace? Actually, Konoha's higher-ups are the ones who most desire stability. If we actively express our intention to leave the village, they will instead concede. Not necessarily. Given Danzo's personality, he might use this as an excuse to mobilize the entire village's forces against the Uchiha. That selfish guy is absolutely capable of doing that. Yuzu looked up, not hiding her disgust for Danzo. That's when the 3 of us, no, the 4 of us need to step up. Sasuke pointed at each of them. Also, Shizuka, your Mangekyo's dojutsu must not be exposed unless absolutely necessary. That is the original sin that makes others unable to suppress their desire to kill you. Don't overestimate human nature. Poked by Sasuke's words and reminded of her alternate self's fate, Shizuka sheepishly rubbed her head. Struggle. That's how you earn peace. Concession only makes the other side intensify their actions. His words fell like heavy iron blocks into their hearts, drawing a conclusion to today's secret meeting. Sasuke had laid out all the potential future outcomes before them, and they had no intention of turning a blind eye and repeating the same mistakes. After the meeting, Sasuke, Yuzu, and Satsuki walked together on the street, heading towards the dango shop from his childhood memories. The next Uchiha gathering would take place tomorrow, when the plan would be set in motion immediately. This period was actually one of their last few leisurely moments. The 3 walked side by side, with little Satsuki looking around and occasionally casting unfriendly glances at Sasuke. She didn't know he was her counterpart from another timeline, only feeling that this baffling guy had stolen her sister's attention the moment he appeared. Fortunately, upon reaching the dango shop, Yuzu managed to redirect her sister's attention with food. After doing this, what are your plans? Just after eating a dango and savoring the familiar sweetness, Sasuke suddenly heard Yuzu's voice. I will go to the southern part of the land of wind. There's a country called Rorin there. Is that the one that sent you? Yuzu understood Sasuke's meaning. There are still people waiting for me. After saying this, both Sasuke and Yuzu fell into a brief silence. But before that, I want to see if I can use this opportunity to lure that guy out. Suddenly, Sasuke looked up, his eyes filled with deeply ingrained hatred. Yuzu didn't need to think to know Sasuke was referring to the mastermind, the masked man who assisted the other Itachi in killing the rest of the clan. If everything is his conspiracy, then if the Uchiha undergo such a major change, he might indeed appear actively. Yuzu nodded gently. I will kill that guy, no matter which timeline. Sasuke bit all the remaining dango into his mouth, chewing with his jaws tight as if grinding his enemy's flesh. Of course, he was aware of how troublesome his opponent was. But if the plan succeeded, he could at least use the opportunity to probe more of the enemy's details. It would also serve as preparation for the final battle in the future. Just as Sasuke was vigorously chewing the dango in his mouth, sudden sounds of commotion and children's exclamations came from a nearby alley. Sasuke instinctively used his observation haki to probe. With just that one glance, his chewing suddenly stopped. With me here, don't you even think about bullying him. In the alley, a little girl with randomly tied golden hair stood shielding a black-haired boy with white pupils. Several other children were continuously beating her without any gentlemanly spirit. Humph. Dad said you're a monster too. Hit her. Hit her. Knock her down along with that white-eyed monster. Uzumaki Naruko blocked with her arms, which were already covered in bruises, but she showed no intention of retreating. She knew she probably wasn't a match for the children in front of her. But she couldn't just stand by and watch them bully someone else. Behind Uzumaki Naruko, the introverted and timid Hyuga Hikaru gritted his teeth. Watching the girl in front of him being kicked and punched by several children, he could no longer bear it. Ah. Hikaru rushed past Naruko, swinging wild punches at the children. Unfortunately, he had no experience in fighting and closed his eyes in nervousness. His initial outburst momentarily stunned the children, but once they saw his state, they intensified their attacks. Idiot, run away. Naruko, ignoring the pain, pushed one child aside and stood in front of Hikaru. She was prepared to be hit again. But the expected pain never came. When she and Hikaru looked up at the group of children, they saw a tall figure standing at the alley's entrance. The black-haired figure was robust and highly intimidating, a pair of almost glowing red eyes coldly staring down at the young children below. Get lost. Sasuke's tone at that moment was frighteningly cold, causing even Yuzu, who had approached from behind, to shiver involuntarily. Chapter 270 Then let me kill you again. Get lost. The bratty children, stared down by those blood-red eyes, were so scared they could barely stand. One of them even wet his pants. This scene made Yuzu and Satsuki, standing behind him, scratch their heads in confusion, not understanding why Sasuke was so angry. Once they regained their senses, the brats scrambled and crawled toward the other end of the alley, crying for their mothers as they ran. As they passed by Naruko, the little girl, despite her pain, stubbornly stuck out her foot and tripped a few of them, sending them tumbling like rolling gourds. Ha! Serves you right. How dare you bully someone in front of me? The golden-haired girl stood in the middle of the path like a hero, watching the brats flee, as if she couldn't feel her injuries at all. This sight made even Sasuke pause for a moment. The anger in his heart subsided considerably. He crouched down and extended his hands to perform medical ninjutsu on Naruko and Hikaru. This was thanks to Naruto previously teaching him the 3 forbidden techniques obtained from Shino, which allowed him to learn basic medical ninjutsu early. How is it? Does it still hurt? The green light on Hikaru lasted only a moment, as his injuries weren't severe. But the green light on Naruko persisted for dozens of seconds. The little girl didn't even frown during the treatment. Instead, she seemed ticklish and couldn't help but want to laugh. While treating Naruko, Sasuke could clearly feel another stream of chakra silently healing her. It must be the 9 tails. Wow. It's all better now. You're really amazing. Oni-chan. As soon as Sasuke withdrew his hand, Naruko immediately became lively again. Then, without any shyness, she tugged at Sasuke's clothes, revealing a bright smile as she spoke. After saying that, she elbowed the still-dazed Hikaru behind her, reminding him in a whisper everyone could hear. Hey, thank him already. Oh. Thank you, Oni-san. Hikaru belatedly reacted and thanked Sasuke blankly. Sasuke knew Naruto had a tough childhood, but he never expected that even in such a miserable state, he still wouldn't stand by when someone needed help. As expected of you, Naruto. You're the same in every world. He also remembered Naruto's completely selfless help toward him. Really? Next time you encounter a situation you can't win, don't force it, understand? Not sure what prompted him, Sasuke found himself lecturing little Naruko. But upon hearing this, Naruko still wore a cheerful expression. That won't do dash. I'm going to become Hokage. If I pretend not to see such things, it wouldn't fit my ninja way at all. As she said this, a sun-like smile bloomed on the girl's face. This sight made both Sasuke and Hikaru pause slightly. Yuzu's gaze toward Naruko also held a bit of kindness. Satsuki, looking at the girl who, despite being knocked down countless times, still foolishly shielded others, unconsciously saw a few bright spots flash in her small black eyes. Sasuke helplessly reached out and tapped Naruko's forehead. This was the move Naruto liked to use when scolding him. I'm telling you to be smarter. If a direct confrontation doesn't work, use strategy. As he spoke, he seemed to remember something and directly pulled out a somewhat worn notebook from his travel bag. Could this also be part of fate's plan? Sighing at the coincidence of fate, Sasuke stuffed the notebook into Naruko's hands. To protect others, you need sufficient strength at the very least. This, Guide to Getting Stronger, was given to me by a very powerful guy. I've already learned the techniques inside, so now I'm passing it to you. Naruko listened in a daze, instinctively opening the notebook. Inside, besides somewhat messy black handwritten notes, there were detailed explanations in neat, tiny characters, along with some rough sketches of moves. It was indeed the training notes handwritten by Naruto. Through a twist of fate, they had ended up in the hands of his alternate self. Then, work hard to get stronger. Sasuke gently patted Naruko's head, then decisively left the area with Yuzu and Satsuki. Left behind, Naruko and Hikaru seriously examined the notebook carrying this bond. Both children had only just started the ninja academy, so they couldn't recognize many characters yet. They put it down after looking for a while. That Oni-chan is so cool. Naruko said with admiration, looking in the direction Sasuke had left. At that moment, Hikaru walked up to her and looked at her seriously. Nah. Naruko-san, I'll get stronger too. Next time, I'll protect you. Unlike Naruto and Hinata in the original timeline, these two had met earlier. At least they knew each other's names. Seeing Hikaru's red-faced, determined shout, Naruko laughed heartily and slapped the young boy's back, making him stumble. Haha. You still have a long way to go. I'm going to become the Hokage. You'll have to work hard to catch up. I'm heading off now. You can come find me anytime to practice with this notebook. Looking at Naruko's warm, sunny smile, a surge of courage and motivation filled Hikaru's chest. I will definitely gain the power to protect you, Naruko-san. When you become Hokage, I will become the head of the Hyuga clan and assist you. The future of the two children is a story for later. Sasuke wasn't particularly concerned about it. He knew that the key now lay with his own side. After returning to the compound, Shizuka came to find him again. I was summoned by Danzo alone. Her first sentence immediately put everyone on alert. He's already starting to pressure me, using the frequent gatherings of the Uchiha clan and questioning whether we have rebellious intentions. You didn't reveal the Koto Amatsukumi's ability, did you? Yuzu asked nervously upon hearing this. She remembered the tragic fate of the ninja named Shursue in the memories. Shizuka shook her head. Of course not. After all, I already know in advance that Danzo he. She didn't finish her sentence, but everyone present had seen the memories and naturally understood that if Danzo knew about Koto Amatsukumi, he would not hesitate to kill Shizuka. Neither Shizuka nor Yuzu were truly foolish. It was just that their alternate selves were blinded by the immediate pressure, their inner stubbornness combined with misjudgments of human nature, leading them step by step into a hellish situation. But this time, knowing there was a tiger on the mountain, they wouldn't go up the mountain. Danzo. Sasuke gritted his teeth, chewing on the name. This is great. You're not dead yet in this world. In Sasuke's own world, Danzo had already been killed by Naruto before he learned the truth about the Uchiha clan's massacre. So he always felt some regret about that. But now it's good. Don't worry. Since you've actively delivered yourself to me, I'll definitely make you die again. Sasuke had made up his mind. Regardless of whether the Uchiha clan ultimately stayed in Konoha Village, he would find an opportunity to kill this world's Danzo. He wasn't worried that Konoha would launch an all-out war against him because of this guy's death. Hadn't they seen how, when Naruto killed Danzo in front of so many people, everyone else didn't even dare to utter a word? Of course, one could argue the circumstances were different. Before Danzo died, Naruto had listed the reasons for his execution and stood on the moral high ground as the son of a hero. But the fundamental premise of all that was overwhelming power. If Naruto had killed Danzo through schemes and tricks without possessing the strength himself, even if he wasn't ultimately killed, he would likely have been placed under stricter surveillance by Konoha Village's other elders and representatives of major clans. In a way, Konoha's higher-level decisions really were about bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Last time you people compromised when facing Naruto. I wonder if you'll stand firm this time when facing a calamity. Chapter 271. Chapter 271. The conservatives think the radicals are too conservative. The Uchiha are a glorious clan, look at you all. Every single one of you, being manipulated by Konoha's higher-ups with a few scraps of benefit. Do you still think being in the military police force is some great honor? They're using you as targets. In that case, our Uchiha clan should abandon these things Konoha uses to bind us. I propose the Uchiha clan declare independence. At the clan gathering, Fugaku's impassioned speech made many of the older generation stiffen. Most of them were radicals, with a few conservatives mixed in. But now, facing an even more radical Fugaku, they all became the conservative faction. Sasuke, Yuzu, and Shizuka stood behind Fugaku like guards. Sasuke hadn't revealed himself, instead disguising himself as an ordinary Uchiha clansman. It wasn't time for him to appear yet. His targets were Danzo and the masked men, or perhaps masked woman. Looking at this father, whose demeanor had changed so drastically from his memories and who now had a forceful style, Sasuke silently gave him a thumbs up in his heart. Of course, this was also thanks to the speech Sasuke himself had written. As expected, Fugaku's crazy proposal found almost no supporters. The old folks who usually made the most noise and loved to oppose him didn't disappoint, surfacing once again. Some played the good cop, some the bad cop, but their core message was for Fugaku to retract this order and continue following their plan, launch a coup to seize more political power. Even now, this group hadn't considered leaving Konoha Village or directly taking control of it. Good grief. Even their rebellion wasn't thorough enough. When Sasuke looked at those clan's elders performing their act, it was like watching monkeys fighting over bananas. Perhaps stimulated by Fugaku's proposal, the elders from both major factions actually joined forces for once, trying to make this usually manipulated clan head back down. But this time, they miscalculated. Screech. A sound like a bird of prey's cry seemed to echo in everyone's minds. The next moment, they clearly saw patterns they had never seen before appear in Fugaku and Shizuka's eyes. That is, the Mangekyo Sharingan. Right under their noses, two pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan had quietly emerged within the Uchiha clan. I'll ask one more time. Who agrees with my words, and who opposes? Fugaku kept his face stern, forcibly following the script as Sasuke had taught him. The clan's elders didn't disappoint. As expected, some who couldn't read the situation continued to surface, trying to use their usual tactics. What awaited them was the ruthless genjutsu overwhelming force of two pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan. Perhaps to increase the intimidation, Fugaku even unprecedentedly used the Mangekyo Sharingan's exclusive dojutsu, Susanoo. Following Sasuke's instructions, Shizuka also activated Susanoo. Although only partial forms, the appearance of a dark red and a cyan green translucent chakra armor before the clansmen was still highly impactful. For the first time, they felt the clan head's absolute authority. Fugaku even struck while the iron was hot, actively pushing open the door and displaying this form to the other clansmen waiting outside for the meeting to end. Then, he repeated his orders once more. The younger members and the strong hardliners weren't as hesitant as the elders. They were the ones truly being stirred up. When the elders talked about a coup to seize power, they followed blindly. Now that the even more forceful clan head proposed direct independence, they didn't hesitate much either. Just as Naruto had said long ago. These people seemed to lack their own thoughts, easily swayed by others' ideas. Such will cannot become true strength. Hearing the cheers outside, the elders' faces turned pale. Whether hawks or doves, they all clearly knew the tide had turned. The Uchiha clan could now have only one voice. Shizuka, is this what you think too? You know. Some elders still refused to give up, looking at Shizuka and trying to pressure her with other reasons. But unfortunately, the current Shizuka was no longer someone who could only go with the flow. She had seen a better future for the Uchiha clan. And for that future, she didn't mind flattening all obstacles in the way. The elder's words cut off abruptly. The state of falling into genjutsu was Shizuka's answer. The clan heads will is my belief. With that, these old fossils were completely kicked out of the Uchiha clan's decision-making layer. Actually, there were still many extremists hidden among the crowd who didn't agree with Fugaku's actions. But all of these people were taken out in one fell swoop by an unknown Uchiha clansman when they gathered privately after the meeting dispersed. At this point, a few missing people wouldn't attract attention. Most clansmen's emotions had sunk into a kind of fanaticism. The news within the Uchiha clan couldn't be completely concealed. At least, it couldn't be hidden from this world's Uchiha Obito, or here, her name is Uchiha Obiko. Long ago, she witnessed her best friend Hatake Kasha pierce Nohara Jin's chest with a lightning release ninjutsu. Her subsequent experiences were similar to Obito's. Actually, she already had plans regarding what Yuzu might do later. But just before implementing this plan, White Zetsu brought her bad news. Fugaku had retaken power. Obiko's goal was simple, completely destroy the Uchiha clan. According to her original plan, Shizuka would die by Danzo's hand, and Yuzu would become her tool to achieve her goal. But with this development, Obiko felt things were starting to slip from her control. No good, can't wait any longer. Obiko decided to act in advance. Her figure quickly dissipated within the cave, heading towards Konoha Village. Originally, according to Obiko's estimates, Yuzu's clan extermination plan should have been implemented months later, when she would approach Danzo and make their dirty deal. Now it was different, she needed to contact Danzo in advance. The Uchiha clan's unusual movements quickly caught the attention of Konoha's higher-ups. Because they made no effort to hide them. The village's police stations were completely empty. Pedestrians on the streets also belatedly noticed that the Uchiha patrols hadn't appeared all day. The third Hokage almost immediately called a high-level meeting. Koharu, Hamura, and that old fossil Danzo all entered the meeting room. Among them, Danzo was probably the happiest. He had been constantly urging Hiruzen to act against the Uchiha clan, but the latter kept putting him off with various excuses and reassurances. Now with such obvious unusual movements from the other side, he didn't believe Hiruzen could keep lying with his eyes wide open. Hiruzen, you dash. Before Danzo could finish speaking, a ninja pushed the door open. Hokage-sama. The Uchiha clan is gathering and heading towards the Hokage building. Chapter 272, Chapter 272 You want to fight me. Hiruzen could hardly believe his ears, and the two advisors beside him have similar expressions. To put it bluntly, they had always treated the Uchiha clan with a bully the nice guy mentality. Now that the other side had taken the initiative, they were somewhat at a loss. Unlike these three, Danzo, who had been briefed in advance, immediately seized the opportunity to urge Hiruzen. See. Hiruzen, it's all because of your indulgence. The Uchiha clan has rebelled right in front of you, and you still want to turn a blind eye. Don't rush, Danzo. If the Uchiha clan truly intended to rebel, they wouldn't choose this moment to come here openly. Fortunately, Hiruzen could still maintain basic rationality. Hearing this, Danzo only slightly frowned and didn't pursue the topic further. He also understood that since the Uchiha clan had brought the matter into the open, there wouldn't be many opportunities for him to act. The group walked outside the Hokage building together, facing the massive, surging crowd. Around the periphery of the Uchiha clan, many other ninjas had gathered. Due to the Uchiha's numbers, they didn't act rashly. Fugaku, what is the meaning of this? Hiruzen scanned the area, gesturing for the Umbu who had assumed attack stances to stand down, then locked eyes with Fugaku at the forefront. In his view, given Fugaku's steady character, he shouldn't be doing something like this. But unfortunately, Hiruzen guessed wrong. After all, the person standing before him now was less Fugaku and more the Sasuke behind him. Hokage-sama, I am here today to seek justice for our Uchiha clan. Fugaku showed no intention of saving any dignity for Hiruzen, speaking in a loud, clear voice that could be heard within a 100-meter radius. It seemed deliberate, ensuring everyone could hear. Hearing this, Hiruzen's face twitched. He wanted to say more, but Fugaku spoke first. Over the years, the contributions our Uchiha clan has made to the village are evident for all to see. How many Uchiha sacrificed during the last great ninja war? How much resentment have we endured to maintain Konoha's peace? Moreover, our Uchiha clan co-founded Konoha with the Senju clan as founding veterans. But how have you treated us? With guidance from a certain someone, Fugaku had clearly grasped the key points of information warfare. Seizing the narrative first meant seizing the moral high ground. Only then would their subsequent actions be endowed with legitimate reasons. Upon hearing Fugaku's words, regardless of the Hokage's advisors, the other ninjas and ordinary civilians watching showed thoughtful expressions. Previously, under deliberate guidance by certain parties, they had always overlooked the points Fugaku raised. Mention the Uchiha clan, and impressions of arrogance, aloofness, and looking down on others came to mind. But upon reflection, were this clan's contributions to Konoha small? Fugaku didn't give the other side time to explain, pressing his advantage. I don't understand why some want to suppress the Uchiha clan. Is it simply because our innate ninjutsu's talent threatens certain people's rule? This statement struck at the heart of the matter. Spreading rumors to divide us, isolating us through actions, and pitting us against other villagers. You even want to continue suppressing us? Fine. I've gathered everyone here before you. Go ahead, make your move. As Fugaku's words fell, pairs of blood-red Sharingan lit up behind him. 1 Tomo, 2 Tomos, 3 Tomos, and Shizuka's Mangekyo Sharingan. Fugaku's impassioned, decisive speech had stirred the emotions of all clansmen. The pressure on Hiruzen's side, suddenly faced with so many grief-stricken Sharingan eyes, was immense. Fugaku, please calm down first. The village has never dash. Before Hiruzen could finish, Danzo decisively stirred the pot. Uchiha Fugaku. Are you attempting to betray the village? After he spoke, several Roots members subtly moved closer, seemingly ready to incite chaos within the crowd at any moment. Silence. Danzo. Hiruzen reprimanded this teammate who hinders more than helps with unprecedented severity. Usually, he turned a blind eye to this guy's minor manipulations, wanting to weaken the Uchiha clan's power. How could he dare provoke them now? Nobody make any rash moves. This is the Hokage's order. Hiruzen's mind proved useful at this critical moment. He immediately ordered the Umbu to separate the crowd from the Uchiha clan, then turned to Fugaku, adopting a gentle expression again. Fugaku, I think, there must be some misunderstanding between us. The village has never intended to harm your Uchiha clan. Humph, Hokage-sama, do you believe those words yourself? Fugaku constantly remembered the key point emphasized by his alternate world son, maintain strength, seize the narrative. He directly pointed at the other side, roaring with grief and indignation. Our Uchiha clan has sacrificed so much for Konoha, only to face persecution. Now some still want to secretly attack my clansmen. Shizuka, you tell them. Shizuka stepped forward at this point, pointing at Danzo. Danzo-sama, you assigned me to secretly monitor the Uchiha clan's movements, to report all intelligence to you immediately. Was this also the Hokage-sama's intention? Danzo, you. Hiruzen turned to look at Danzo in disbelief. These are just their one-sided claims dash. Seeing the scene, Fugaku immediately seized the opportunity to speak. He knew the self-justification trap had disrupted the other side's negotiation rhythm. Now was the critical period. Konoha won't give our Uchiha clan a chance to survive. Then our Uchiha clan will leave Konoha today. Fugaku, don't be impulsive. Hiruzen looked from one side to the other, his head spinning like a top. Still claiming you're not betraying the village. Konoha's founding relied on us and the Senju clan. Even the Senju clan has no right to call us traitors. And you, what has the Shimura clan contributed to Konoha compared to even 1/10 of the Uchiha clan's contributions? Who gave you the right to speak here? These words practically pointed directly at Danzo's nose in accusation. Before the other side could react, Fugaku directly adopted the victim's stance. If you refuse to give our Uchiha clan a way out, then we're not afraid to fight it out with you, even if it means mutual destruction. After saying this, a dark red complete body Susanoo appeared before everyone's eyes amidst gasps of surprise. As if to demonstrate their power, the dark red Susanoo threw its spear, destroying the nearby Hokage rock. Only one of the 4 faces remained. Seeing this, Shizuka decisively summoned her own green Gundam. Actually, from this, it was clear that Fugaku's strength definitely surpassed Yuzu's. Because even the Susanoo Sasuke saw during his life-and-death battle with Itachi wasn't as massive as the one Fugaku manifested in this world. So the leeway Fugaku gave Itachi was no less than what Itachi gave Sasuke, at least in the original timeline. He was willing to die. The other villagers witnessing this scene exclaimed in astonishment. Was that really power a ninja could possess? Was this the true strength of the Uchiha clan? Danzo and Hiruzen fell into brief silence. Both had heard records of the Uchiha clan mastering such a technique, but this was their first time seeing it with their own eyes. Instantly, the scales of negotiation tilted in the other direction. Fugaku. Calm down. Everything can be discussed. The compromise from the 2 old fossils, Koharu and Hamura, essentially spoke for both Hiruzen and Danzo. Beneath Fugaku's stern expression, he quietly let out a sigh of relief. Mission accomplished. Chapter 273, Chapter 273 Night Strike, Ambushing the Prey. The outcome of the negotiations largely aligned with Sasuke's initial demands. Konoha naturally couldn't afford to let the Uchiha clan truly secede. Just the power Fugaku had displayed, if revealed to other major nations, would be disastrous. Konoha becoming a laughingstock was minor, other nations using it as a pretext to attack was the real threat. Therefore, the 3rd Hokage and the 2 senior advisors made significant concessions. As for Danzo, he had no say here. Until he cleared himself of suspicion regarding his unauthorized actions, this matter was solely decided by Hiruzen and the 2 advisors. Several major clans within the village also made their positions clear. Even the Hyuga clan, which had always competed with the Uchiha for the title of Konoha's premier clan, expressed a desire to maintain stability. They were stubborn, not stupid. If Konoha were invaded, what good outcome could the Hyuga clan expect? Just look at all the forces coveting their Byakugan. In the end, the Uchiha clan did not leave Konoha. In exchange, the Uchiha clan could relocate their compound to the central area of Konoha Village. Additionally, several major clans transferred portions of their business interests and real estate holdings to the Uchiha. This was the core tether binding the Uchiha to Konoha. In the past, mentioning the Uchiha clan evoked thoughts of arrogance and aloofness. More crucially, their absence wouldn't significantly impact daily life for most. Now it was different. Weaponry, food service, daily necessities, even the entertainment industry, the Uchiha clan acquired shares in numerous sectors. These weren't gifts, of course, but purchased with real money. However, the Uchiha clan had plenty of money, if nothing else. Individually, the shares in each industry weren't large, but collectively, the volume was substantial. This was a concession from the entire Konoha village. It was the greatest sincerity the higher-ups and other interest groups could muster in a short time. Fugaku clearly understood the immense benefits involved, not just tangible profits, but also the bonds that would reconnect the Uchiha clan with Konoha village. If you eat and shop primarily at Uchiha-run establishments, can you still readily ostracize the Uchiha clan's members in your own squad? Even if the effect isn't immediate, it would gradually pull the Uchiha clan back from their isolated position. Despite his tough talk, Fugaku was fundamentally part of the faction that maintained Konoha's stability, otherwise, he wouldn't have willingly faced death in the other timeline. Of course, the Uchiha's negotiation victory relied not only on controlling the narrative but also on their undeniable combat prowess. If a minor clan dared do this, their clan head would likely die from kunai suicide via backstab before the next month, followed by mysterious clan members' deaths. The atmosphere within the Uchiha clan's compound was fervent and boisterous. Everyone was elated. Even the old-timers who had consistently opposed Fugaku. Nothing moves hearts more than tangible benefits. Even they had to admit that, in this instance, Fugaku's decision was more appropriate. However, unlike the lively atmosphere outside, the mood in the clan head's private room was grave. For now, the sword hanging over the Uchiha clan's head has been temporarily removed. But the true threat is only now emerging. Sasuke, his hood removed, looked at everyone in the room, his tone extremely serious. Fugaku, Yuzu, and Shizuka wore similar expressions. They knew Sasuke's words weren't baseless fear. In those memories, they had clearly seen that the true mastermind remained unaddressed. They won't sit idly by and watch the Uchiha reintegrate with the village. Therefore, an attack will come soon, possibly even tonight. If someone wanted to sabotage this, now was the best time. After all, the agreements reached today weren't fully implemented yet. If the Uchiha clan were wiped out tonight, all previous promises would vanish like smoke. Presumably, the clans that had conceded assets wouldn't react too extremely to a fait accompli. Currently, just listening to the noise outside made it clear the Uchiha clan's vigilance was at its lowest. Coupled with their resignation from Konoha's police duties, there weren't even night patrols now. The entire compound was immersed in a celebratory rhythm. And this was precisely the trap Sasuke had set for the masked individual and Danzo. Fugaku. Head, you need to go out and join the celebration with them. Hesitating for a second, Sasuke still couldn't bring himself to directly say, "Father." After all, while they looked the same, this man wasn't his deceased father. He continued. "Shizuka, you too. Although I'm unsure of the exact method, there's no doubt the masked man has a way to gather intelligence on the Uchiha clan's compound. He is also an Uchiha clansman and is very familiar with the environment here. Therefore, we only have one chance to catch him. Success or failure rests on tonight." After Sasuke finished speaking, the room fell into brief silence. Fugaku was the first to respond. "I understand. He nodded, his gaze shifting between Yuzu and Sasuke, then added almost involuntarily. "But you must also be careful. Based on the intelligence you provided, that individual's methods are unpredictable." Hearing this, Sasuke simply smiled faintly. "Don't worry, I'm not weaker than any of you." Of course, saying this, Sasuke felt some frustration inwardly. Why had both Mangekyo abilities awakened, yet his own Susanoo showed no signs of manifesting? It wasn't that he absolutely needed that piloting a mech ability, but if he could awaken that power and use the giant to execute his Hashoken, even Naruto would have to take him seriously. Truth be told, in Sasuke's current view, the only opponent who truly qualified as a powerful enemy was probably Naruto. Even the masked man, in Sasuke's eyes, was just a rat relying on that intangibility ability to scurry around. Being able to run didn't mean being able to fight. The plan was quickly set in motion. Not only Fugaku, but also Shizuka, the Uchiha clan's prodigy who had already revealed her Susanoo's power, needed to appear drunk. Even Yuzu couldn't be an exception. Because Yuzu was actually the key figure the enemy valued for implementing the clan extermination plan. Seeing the clan head, his daughter, and the clan's super genius willing to drink and celebrate with them, the clansman felt honored, and the atmosphere grew even more fervent. After Fugaku's actions and Yuzu's public support, the previous doubts about Yuzu within the clan did a complete reversal. Now, the clansmen, loving the house and its crow, transferred some of their "the head is awesome" sentiment to Yuzu as well. All of this was observed by a white Zetsu hiding in the shadows. What are you still hesitating for? If you miss tonight, the opportunity will be gone forever. Moreover, given the Uchiha's current scale, if you let them continue developing, the likelihood of that Uchiha Fugaku succeeding as the next Hokage is quite high. The masked individual's casual words struck the core of Danzo's concerns. The man gritted his teeth with a sinister expression, looking at the figure across from him. You'd better not be lying to me. As he spoke, several Roots members subtly moved closer. Hey, I'm alone. What do you have to fear? Our reasons are the same. A world without the Uchiha clan is important to both of us. Just then, a white Zetsu emerged from the ground and reported the news to the masked individual. The opportunity has arrived. Prepare to move. With that, her figure quickly vanished into a swirling vortex. Danzo watched this, his eyes narrowing slightly. Sharingan. His greed for the Sharingan rose alongside his killing intent. Assemble. We move in the latter half of the night. For Konoha's future. Yes. Chapter 274, Chapter 274 Mask Broken, Danzo's Violent Death. Late at night, the sounds within the entire Uchiha clan's compound gradually quieted. Many clansmen, drunk, had collapsed on the spot, while others, still sober, had returned home early. Despite the Uchiha clan's usual cold demeanor, their emotional release was actually the most intense. It's just that few witnessed this side of them. Uchiha clansmen typically only showed their true feelings among their own kind. They valued family, friendship, and love far more than other ninja clans. Perhaps it was more accurate to say they were the great clan with the most human touch. The reason they could get so openly drunk and lie around was largely due to Fugaku's permission. For them, the invisible mountain weighing down the Uchiha clan for years had finally been lifted, which was naturally cause for celebration. Of course, a small minority who couldn't read the situation still wanted to use this opportunity to expand the Uchiha clan's influence further, even aspiring to seize the Hokage's position as originally hoped. But that was a matter for later, and celebration was the priority now. The problem was resolved without bloodshed. The Uchiha clan was different from Kimimura's Kagaya clan. While they showed no mercy when necessary, they didn't revel in the thrill of killing. They weren't like those bone-wielding maniacs. Just as the Uchiha clan reached an unprecedented low in defense, Danzo had already gathered his forces and met with the masked individual outside the Uchiha clan's compound. The Uchiha hadn't relocated yet, so they were still on the village outskirts, a sparsely populated area. If they were fast enough, eliminating the majority of the Uchiha clan's fighting force would allow them to regain control of the situation. At least, that's what Danzo thought. First, subdue Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shizuka. Don't let them use their Mangekyo Sharingan. And that Uchiha Yuzu, even though she hasn't acted, don't underestimate her either. The masked individual spoke in a hoarse voice, their objective clear. I recall Uchiha Fugaku has 2 daughters, right? Danzo suddenly made a seemingly random comment. Hearing this, the masked individual curled their lip. You really are despicable, Danzo. You who devised this operation have no right to judge me. They are your clansmen, after all. Danzo retorted sharply. The masked individual, however, didn't seem bothered. A twisted clan like the Uchiha should have been eradicated long ago. The group silently took up various advantageous positions, awaiting Danzo's order to strike simultaneously. Kill. Thud. Thud. The sound of blades piercing flesh echoed continuously. Many Uchiha clansmen were killed in their drunken state before they could make a sound. Events unfolded far more smoothly than Danzo and the masked individual had anticipated. Most present were Uchiha combat personnel and elders, numbering around 40. Including non-combatants, elderly, women, and children on the periphery, the entire Uchiha clan probably numbered 1 to 200. That was a significant number. But just from that initial command, over 30 people had died. Only the startled Fugaku and a few elite clansmen remained. But their reactions weren't fast enough. Danzo closed the distance instantly. Wind release, vacuum blade. A kunai wrapped in wind attribute chakra swiftly pierced Fugaku's heart. Before he could speak, Danzo made the chakra explode into air blades inside Fugaku's body. Instantly, Fugaku was dead beyond doubt. Shizuka was also struggling under the assault of a dozen Roots members. The Root hadn't been disbanded during this period, which was why Danzo had the confidence to attack the Uchiha clan at night. Something's wrong. The masked individual, who had stayed back, suddenly shouted sharply. It's a genjutsu. Kai. Danzo reacted promptly enough, decisively disrupting his own chakra to break free from the genjutsu. It seemed the caster had no intention of letting them die within the illusion, offering no resistance to the breaking attempt. Many Roots ninjas broke free on their own. But the scene that greeted them was far worse than they imagined. Conspiring with forces outside the village, killing important village members, destabilizing peace. Danzo, you've truly disappointed me. The third Hokage, Hiruzen, stood shoulder to shoulder with a completely unharmed Fugaku. Even Koharu and Hamura had been dragged from their beds in the middle of the night to witness this. Surrounding them were the Hokage's direct forces, the Umbu, and some elite Uchiha clansmen. It was this combined group that had cast the large-scale genjutsu capable of deceiving so many. The Uchiha clansmen who had died gruesomely moments before dissolved into illusory fragments. Of course, there were a few who had genuinely passed out drunk on the spot. These unfortunate souls had died at Root's hands, formally cementing a blood feud between Root and the Uchiha. Their real identities? Just some more radical Uchiha who liked to hold secret meetings. Best not to inquire further. With these unstable elements conveniently eliminated by Danzo, Fugaku's face showed a mix of genuine and feigned anger. He felt his acting skills had improved significantly recently. Hokage-sama, Danzo's malicious intent is clear for all to see. Had we not prepared in advance, perhaps the Uchiha clan would cease to exist tomorrow. And Konoha, having lost a major power, would be coveted by other forces and plunged into crisis. All of this is because of this man. He pointed an accusing finger at Danzo ahead. Hiruzen, looking at his old comrade who was now undeniably a traitor, could only sigh deeply. They are yours to deal with, Fugaku. These words pronounced Danzo's death sentence and served as restitution for the Uchiha. After all, he had just appeased them, only for someone to attempt genocide immediately after. Someone had to take responsibility. Even he wouldn't protect Danzo now. No. Everything I did was for Konoha. I refuse to accept this. I dash. Danzo's face twisted into an uncontrollable snarl, his ugly demeanor after his conspiracy was exposed fully revealed. But Fugaku gave him no chance to continue. Two Susanoo erupted from the ground almost instantly, attacking the mastermind. Danzo, ruthless as ever, used vacuum blade again, stabbing at the Susanoo's armor. His fate was predictable. Fugaku's Susanoo wasn't the half-baked version from some timeline Sasuke. Moreover, even that skeletal version couldn't be broken by Danzo's pathetic attack. Danzo was a man who lived in shadows and schemes. Stripped of those, brought into the open, he was nothing. Facing the full firepower of two Susanoo, the best outcome he could hope for was leaving behind some scraps of flesh. Both Fugaku and Shizuka struck with furious intent. The tragic fate of the Uchiha clan in the parallel timeline was still vivid in their minds. Had Sasuke not warned them, they likely wouldn't have escaped that fate either. Abiko emerged from a tree trunk somewhere, looking back towards the distant Uchiha clan's compound, her face beneath the mask filled with frustration. Damn it. Where did it go wrong? Zap. In an instant, a flash of lightning. Abiko only had time to subconsciously activate her intangibility. But the attack was too sudden, too fast. By the time she reacted, one of her arms had been severed by the lightning-clawed strike. Ugh. Who's there? Having re-entered her intangible state, Abiko finally had a chance to turn and look. Moonlight fell upon a tall figure. Sasuke walked out from the woods, casually burning Abiko's severed arm to a crisp with flames. Patches of fur covered his body as it gradually expanded. Moments later, a giant werewolf over 4 meters tall stood before Abiko. And in the werewolf's eyes, a complex polygonal lotus began to rotate. In that moment, the calamities experienced by Abiko synchronized into Sasuke's mind. He had been waiting for this face-to-face opportunity. This chance to use the great scorching heaven widow's awakened ability to find clues from her. Instantly, the love-hate entanglement between Uchiha Abiko, Hatake Kasha, and Nohara Jin, along with Black Zetsu and the real Uchiha Madara persuading Abiko, flashed rapidly before him. After completing his transformation, Sasuke stood silently for a long time, making no sound or movement. This made Abiko deeply uneasy. She thought he was waiting for her to show an opening, but Sasuke was just watching a movie at 32x speed. Just for this reason. Just for this ridiculous reason. Suddenly, Sasuke's roar thundered through the night sky like a bolt of lightning. Abiko was startled into taking half a step back. Uchiha Abiko. Hearing her name from the stranger made Abiko's hair stand on end. How could he possibly know my identity? But the words Sasuke spoke next truly made her lose her composure. How pathetic. Whether it's me, the Uchiha, or that Nohara Jin who can't even rest in peace, having his memory used as an excuse for your disgusting actions. Bastard. What are you saying? One sentence made Abiko lose her composure. Abiko completely ignored White Zetsu's warnings in her ear and the remaining duration of Kamui. Like an enraged tigress, she charged towards Sasuke's side. The arm Sasuke had severed earlier had already been regenerated by the white zetsu attached to her body during the brief wait. Now, 2 long wooden spikes extended from her arms. Chapter 275, Chapter 275 The Uchiha's Divergent Path. Abiko charged recklessly towards the clearly formidable Sasuke like a mindless brawler, the wooden spikes created by her would release, cutting technique extending from her hands. It looked as if she was simply seeking her own death. However, this was actually part of Abiko's plan. Humph. Foolish guy dash. Just as she expected, the Sasuke in her vision reached out with his claws again, exactly as predicted. The claws shimmering with lightning and flames gave Abiko a very dangerous feeling, as it was this move that had severed her arm earlier. But no matter how powerful the attack, it was useless if it didn't hit. She didn't dodge or evade, seemingly completely oblivious to the claw strike. The next moment, Abiko passed straight through Sasuke's body as if they weren't on the same plane. After passing through Abiko, a thin chain appeared before Sasuke. It was the chain attached to the tail of the Uchiha clan's treasured gunbai, renowned for its incredible toughness. Once the overlap between Abiko and Sasuke completely dissolved, the chain shifted from intangible to solid, wrapping towards Sasuke's waist. Using the chain's recoil, Abiko spun around quickly, driving 2 sharp wooden spikes capable of absorbing chakra towards Sasuke's back. Crack! That was the crisp sound of the wooden spikes shattering. Abiko's eyes widened behind her mask. What? You thought something like this could hurt me? Only then did Abiko see that her chain hadn't entangled Sasuke at all, but was caught within his claw. And the wood release, cutting technique couldn't even pierce Sasuke's skin. Before Abiko could exert more force, the tough chain was rapidly covered in blue flames. Under her gaze, it became rusted and brittle within just a few breaths. Impossible. With a casual tug, the chain snapped in 2 before Abiko's eyes. Just like Danzo, you only know how to play petty tricks from the shadows. Damn you. Fire release, blast wave wild dance. Swirling air currents rapidly gathered before Abiko's mask, transforming into a winding fire dragon that coiled towards Sasuke. The flames, amplified by the wind, expanded dramatically, engulfing Sasuke's upper body. Not a substitution technique. Seeing Sasuke's lower body still standing in place, Abiko felt slightly relieved. Taking her technique head-on at this range, she believed even this hidden Uchiha expert couldn't withstand. Before this thought could fully form, the flames were sucked into a giant wolf's maw as if they were solid matter. Using fire release ninjutsu on me, you're not the first to make that mistake. A flash of killing intent crossed Sasuke's face before he transformed into a line of fire, charging rapidly towards Abiko. Fire release is ineffective. Wood release, hellish paradise. Abiko slammed her hands onto the ground, and countless sharp wooden spikes radiated outwards around her in all directions. If this technique were used in a crowd, it could cause massive destruction instantly. Yet these things couldn't even slow Sasuke down for a moment. He didn't even need to dodge. The wooden spikes created by the ninjutsu became incredibly fragile before the calamity flames, offering less resistance than spider webs. He closed the distance between them in the blink of an eye. Ha dash. Abiko directly manipulated the wood release to extend numerous vines from her arms. The suddenly thickened wrists also granted her sufficient arm strength, at least enough to block Sasuke for a moment. Sasuke's fists were intercepted by Abiko's massive arms. Even if only for a brief moment, it achieved Abiko's purpose. Die. Crack, crack, sounds of breaking came from her arms, unclear whether it was the vines or her own muscles and tendons. But Abiko couldn't care less now, directly activating Kamui on the approaching Sasuke. The spatial attraction quickly distorted Sasuke's form. But the next moment, an intense sense of danger came from Abiko's side. It was a black tail that had somehow circled around from the side. Hashoken, sword tail. The massive tail, wrapped in haki and lightning, swept towards Abiko's upper body. This attack forced her to interrupt Sasuke's transfer. Because before Abiko could completely transfer Sasuke to the Kamui dimension, the deadly tail would smash her head first. Whoosh. The sword tail passed through Abiko's figure. She had entered her intangible state again, her captured hands breaking free in the process. But judging by her arms hanging limply, her situation clearly wasn't good. Abiko, we need to leave. The commotion here is too loud. People from the Uchiha clan's compound will arrive soon. White Zetsu's voice sounded in Abiko's ear, but it couldn't sway the woman. I have to kill him. He knows my identity. Abiko stared fixedly at Sasuke before her, showing no intention of retreating. Her arms were restored again with White Zetsu's supplementation, looking as if they had never been injured. But in reality, Sasuke had completely figured out her combat rhythm. Consider this collecting some interest. He spoke softly. The next moment, the Mangekyo Sharingan activated, Michikeshi descends. In that instant, Abiko, locked by the Mangekyo Sharingan's gaze, fell into momentary stupor. For some reason, her mind uncontrollably recalled all the beautiful memories with Nohara Jin. Distraction is a major mistake in combat. Although she only lingered in the genjutsu for a moment before regaining clarity, even this brief interval of a single breath was enough for Sasuke to deliver the killing blow. Lightning fire sword. A flash of lightning, and the masthead flew into the air. Under the terrifying effects of Michikashi, Abiko didn't even have time to form hand signs for Izanagi before being decapitated instantly. Without the advantage of information, Abiko at this stage was simply no match for Sasuke. Zap, zap. The lightning transformed into a spear, killing the white Zetsu attempting to burrow into the ground. Afterwards, Sasuke's form slowly returned to human shape. He walked to Abiko's headless corpse and removed the mask from the head not far away. Really ugly, but this death suits you better. But this thing might still be useful. Sasuke removed the remaining Sharingan possessing the Kamui Dojutsu from Abiko and stored it in a storage scroll. Then, without delay, he used fire release to thoroughly burn the mastermind's corpse, leaving no chance for resurrection. The roaring flames turned the sinner's remains to ashes, symbolizing that the Uchiha in this world had finally avoided their unfortunate fate. Perhaps the true mastermind, Black Zetsu, would have other schemes, but Sasuke believed the prepared Uchiha wouldn't easily fall into his traps again. The next day, a minor uproar occurred among Konoha's higher-ups. Those familiar with Danzo wore expressions of disbelief. Shimura Danzo conspired with external forces to annihilate the Uchiha clan. He was discovered and executed within the Uchiha compound. The root is disbanded and merged into the Umbu. While shocking, this news was also within everyone's acceptance range. Although Danzo rarely appeared, those who knew him understood he was indeed someone who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Coupled with the fact that this news was confirmed by the Hokage and the two advisors, everyone quickly accepted this reality. For the rest of the village, it was hardly noteworthy. Because very few people even knew someone named Shimura Danzo existed. Today, their attention was completely captured by the Uchiha clan. Relocating their compound, taking over businesses. Fugaku showed no intention of keeping a low profile. They were practically lighting up fireworks. This was also Sasuke's idea. Only by making the villagers accept that the Uchiha clan is part of Konoha could the divisions carefully cultivated over the years be erased. Similarly, the ordinary Uchiha clansmen needed this large-scale exposure to adapt to interacting with other villagers. Leaving today. Fugaku wasn't present at the relocation site. Instead, he came to the village's entrance with his two daughters and wife to bid farewell to this Uchiha from another world. Yes, my companions are waiting for me. Sasuke nodded slightly, then looked deeply at the people before him, as if carving their images into his mind. Mikoto couldn't help but step forward and gently stroke Sasuke's head. If there's a chance, you're always welcome here. Sasuke didn't respond to this, silently accepting this mother's affection before turning around to head for the land of wind. But at that moment, a familiar voice rang out. Ah. Red Eyes, I finally found you. Chapter 276, Chapter 276. That's not my Naruto-san. Karen walked through the drastically changed streets of Konoha Village, finding it somewhat hard to accept. Especially when she saw Naruto's face carved onto the Hokage rock. The feeling was indescribable. She knew Naruto's temperament and his history with Konoha all too well. Based on her understanding of Naruto, it was absolutely impossible for him to accept becoming Hokage. In other words, the Naruto in this world was likely not the one she knew. Ah. What's that? Just as Karen looked at the Hokage rock, a small figure also caught her eye. After eating the Garuda Devil Fruit, Karen's physical abilities had greatly improved, including her eyesight. The Garuda possessed vision far surpassing that of a hunting eagle, and Karen shared this trait. Sasuke had once questioned why she still wore her glasses despite having restored vision, but she had brushed him off with unfamiliar terms like character trait and glasses-wearing girl. Sasuke, having never studied Jiraiya's literary works in detail, naturally couldn't understand these words. Back to the matter at hand. When Karen clearly saw what the small figure was doing, her eyes instantly widened. That brat. She almost instantly vanished from the street, her speed quickly attracting the attention of a ninja who happened to be passing by. Karen simply tapped the ground lightly, propelling herself into the air. The next moment, golden wings unfurled from her back, and intangible winds, as if controlled by spirits, actively swirled around her. Within just a few seconds, Karen went from the village center to the front of the Hokage rock, right before the child dangling from a rope. This child, with his back to Karen, was intently using a brush dipped in paint to graffiti the Hokage rock belonging to Naruto. Idiot. After finishing the last stroke, Uzumaki Naruto wrinkled his nose and stuck his tongue out at the statue of his father. Just then, a clear, sharp reprimand came from beside him. Hey! You brat. What are you doing to Naruto-san's statue? Boruto turned to look and saw Karen, whose hair had turned golden due to her partial beastification, fluttering her wings behind him like a real angel. So pretty. The foolish boy was dazzled by the shimmering golden wings, instinctively freezing in place. Karen, meanwhile, crossed her arms, her gaze unfriendly, clearly very dissatisfied with Boruto's bratty behavior. This was hardly surprising. Regardless of whether the Naruto in this world was the one she knew, she couldn't tolerate such disrespect towards Naruto. Huh. When Karen saw Boruto's appearance, which was practically a miniaturized version of Naruto, she instantly understood. With Kusai as a precedent, Boruto's identity became obvious. This kid was definitely Naruto-san's child in this world. After all, such coincidences were rare. He didn't graffiti the other Hokage, only targeted Naruto's statue, plus the spitting image appearance. It seemed Naruto-san in this world wasn't very good at parenting. This silly boy was nowhere near as cute as Kusai. Karen silently gave Boruto a low score in her heart. Even though she had initially been jealous of the affection Naruto showed Kusai, after spending time together, she had gradually grown fond of the straightforward and adorable little girl. The child before her, playing pranks on his own father, clearly paled in comparison. Hey, brat, you haven't answered me. Why are you doing this to Naruto-san's statue? Karen moved closer, asking Boruto in an unfriendly tone. Hearing this, Boruto snapped out of his awe at the golden angel. Once he processed Karen's words, his expression immediately soured. Humph. What does it matter to you what I do to my stupid old man statue? He assumed this stranger was just another admirer of his good-for-nothing old man. Boruto never understood why his father, who always lounged on the sofa at home like a dead fish, had so many people fawning over him. Even when passing by the ninja academy, hordes of girls would rush over screaming, "Seventh Hokage-sama," and asking for autographs. He's just a stupid old man who doesn't even have time for his own kids. Oh. Is that so? Hearing Boruto's words, a vein visibly throbbed on Karen's forehead. It seems you need some proper education, brat. After saying this, intangible winds transformed into sharp blades, instantly severing the rope tied around Boruto's waist. Ah! The brat immediately screamed as he plummeted downwards. During the 4th Hokage's era, the drop from the top of the Hokage rock to the ground was about 40 to 50 meters. But later, Konoha was destroyed during Pain's assault. During reconstruction, the foundation was essentially excavated. Coupled with additional construction during the reigns of the 6th Hokage Kakashi and 7th Hokage Naruto. The height from the Hokage rock to the ground was now nearly 70 meters. Boruto let out a delightfully satisfying scream as he free fell. But his scream didn't last long before being cut off by a whirlwind. Manipulated by Karen, Boruto was lifted by the whirlwind and floated back before her. So. Have you reflected on your actions? You. The brat actually pulled a kunai from his ninja pouch and threw it at Karen. What awaited him was, naturally, another free fall. How about now? Want to continue? Karen's smiling face, which Boruto had initially seen as an angel, now seemed no different from a demon. Damn it. Just then, another voice chimed in. If possible, could you please let my student go? Huh. Karen turned around to see Konohamaru, dressed in a Konoha's Jonin uniform with a blue scarf around his neck. This little brat is your student. Then you should teach him properly how to treat people worthy of respect. As she spoke, Karen pointed at Naruto's statue while manipulating the whirlwind to toss Boruto towards Konohamaru. Boruto shrieked mid-air before being caught steadily by Konohamaru and set down. Konohamaru followed Karen's pointing finger and saw the large, idiot, scrawled on Naruto's statue. Ah, that. Konohamaru scratched his head somewhat helplessly. I've actually lectured him many times about this. I guess the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Konohamaru smiled wryly, remembering how he had seen Naruto graffiti the other Hokage's statues when he was young. Boruto's behavior perfectly replicated his father's. And Naruto himself didn't seem to mind much anyway. However, I will educate him properly about this matter. Konohamaru's expression turned serious as he addressed Karen. But before that, could you please identify yourself? A powerful individual appearing mysteriously in Konoha Village. He switched gears instantly, going from rescuing Boruto from Karen to all business. If possible, I'll need you to come with me to the Hokage building for identity registration. Konohamaru looked at Karen, who could fly freely without using ninjutsu and had golden wings, instinctively categorizing her as a potential powerful enemy. He had chased after her at full speed after seeing her vanish on the main street. Even as a jonin, he couldn't keep up with the young woman's speed. That didn't seem like any body flicker technique he knew. Go to the Hokage building. Does that mean I can see Naruto-san? The words were spoken, and Konohamaru's pupils contracted to pinpoints. So fast. Somehow, the young woman who had been flying midair moments ago was now right in front of him. If she had intended to, he would have been dead over a dozen times already. Karen seemed completely unconcerned about the speed she had just displayed. Her golden wings retracted, and her hair turned red again. Ah. You are. Seeing this, Konohamaru blinked, feeling that Karen looked somewhat familiar. Chapter 277, Chapter 277. Isn't this Sasuke? Haven't seen you in a few days, how'd you end up like this? Hokage Building. The rebuilt Hokage building wasn't taller, instead, it replicated the pre-destruction design. Maybe it was about nostalgia. But Uzumaki Naruto currently had no mood to dwell on this nostalgia. Rustle. The towering stack of documents slid downwards due to gravity. Yet the men who once reacted fast enough to counter Otsutsuki Kagaya's attacks now couldn't even catch the falling papers in time. Naruto just stared blankly as the documents scattered across the floor, his eyes somewhat dull. This was his 5th year as the 7th Hokage. What 5 years could do to a middle-aged man was evident just by looking at him. Perhaps due to rapid post-war development, the number of documents requiring the Hokage's personal attention was overwhelming. Udatane Koharu and Mitokado Hamura, 2 old fossils with barely any teeth left, still occupied the senior advisor positions. Although Nara Shikamaru, a highly intelligent talent, served as Hokage's assistant, there were still too many matters requiring Naruto's direct involvement. Previously, the village had introduced the thunder trains and railways from the Kaminaraman Company. Route planning wasn't his job, but he needed to conduct site inspections and hold detailed discussions with the Kaminaraman's representatives. These cooperative negotiations couldn't be settled quickly either, consuming a significant amount of Naruto's energy. He couldn't even find time to attend his own son's birthday party, having to send a shadow clone instead. It could only be said that Naruto had sacrificed immensely to be a good Hokage. After tidying up the documents, Naruto walked over to a large photo frame displayed nearby. It contained many photographs. There was one of Team 7 just after its formation, another from the victory celebration after defeating Kagaya, and even a picture from Naruto's wedding. Time flies so fast. Just as the 7th Hokage stole a moment of leisure, a series of rapid knocks sounded at the door. Come in. When Naruto turned around, his eyes widened slightly. Konohamaru, you're here. Boruto. And you. The 3 people outside entered the Hokage's office. Konohamaru scratched his head somewhat sheepishly. Hokage-sama, Boruto was just graffitiing your face on the Hokage rock. It will need cleaning later. In formal settings, Konohamaru would address Naruto by his title. At least the Konohamaru in this timeline did. Boruto, hearing his name mentioned, instinctively averted his gaze under his father's scrutiny. It wasn't that Boruto truly hated Naruto. His pranks were more about wanting Naruto to spend more time with him, just like when Naruto was a child. Boruto, you're taking the Chunin exams in a couple of days, right? Naruto first exchanged a look with Konohamaru, then, instead of discussing the prank, changed the subject. Yeah. Boruto grunted, his face stiff. Do your best. I'll be there to cheer you on. After saying this, Naruto gently patted Boruto's head. Boruto initially resisted slightly, but his body ultimately accepted his father's comfort. And then, we should talk about her, right? After settling the now calm Boruto to the side, Naruto stood up and looked at Karen, who had been observing him intently since entering. Karen? How did you end up like this? Is it an experiment from Orochimaru's side? Naruto recognized Karen at first glance, but he assumed it was another of Orochimaru's immortality experiments that had somehow rejuvenated her. Unexpectedly, Karen didn't respond directly, instead nodding to herself. I'm sure now. Sure of what? You are definitely not my Naruto-san. Not only was Naruto baffled, but Konohamaru and Boruto shared the same confused expression. Konohamaru, who had interacted with Karen a couple of times over the years, found her words incomprehensible. Boruto, the clever little kid, immediately sensed gossip. What did my Naruto-san mean? Did the stupid old man have something with such a young girl? I'm telling Mom. Fortunately, Karen had no intention of disrupting the 7th Hokage's family peace. After her shocking statement, she explained her origins clearly. So, you're saying you're not the Karen from our world, but traveled here through the Ryumayaku from a different history. Naruto was relatively quick to understand Karen's explanation. Although his memories of traveling to the past had been erased by the 4th Hokage, becoming Hokage himself granted him access to mission records from his father, Namikaze Minato. The prominently marked, Rorin Ryumayaku, mission was among those he had reviewed. So, why do you say that's stupid? My dad isn't your Naruto-san. Boruto, who had been quietly listening to the gossip, suddenly spoke up. His question was met with Karen's matter-of-fact reply. The Naruto-san I know would never become someone stuck in an office all day. Karen first denied the 7th Hokage's current state based on what she observed. Given Naruto-san's personality, after resolving the crisis, he would definitely return to his wife and daughter, traveling around with them. As she said this, Karen's mood dipped slightly, but her tone remained firm. Naruto-san values family deeply. Hearing this made Boruto's eyes light up. Furthermore, even if you offered him this Hokage position for free, he would absolutely refuse it. Oh. The three people in the room showed expressions of disbelief and astonishment. After all, Naruto's childhood dream of becoming Hokage was practically common knowledge in Konoha. Given what happened to Naruto-san's parents before, how could he possibly be willing to stay in Konoha Village and become a Hokage? He even wanted to end the ninja era itself. This statement left the other three utterly bewildered. Hearing you say that makes me curious about what the other version of me is like, Naruto said with a laugh. Just as Karen was about to recount Naruto's actions in her timeline, another figure silently appeared in the room. His arrival drew everyone's attention. Whoa, Sasuke, you're back. The trip this time must have been tough. Naruto fist-bumped Sasuke, who had used a Menotejikra to transfer himself into the Hokage's office. Before Sasuke could speak, Naruto immediately pointed towards Karen. Let me tell you, Sasuke, you'll never guess. Haha. Sasuke. How did you end up losing an arm? Although she knew this wasn't the Sasuke she was familiar with, Karen couldn't resist commenting when she saw the adult Sasuke's empty sleeve. You are Karen. Sasuke looked incredulously at this Karen, who was completely different from the one in his memory. In his memory, the young Karen was a fangirl with a flat chest, always blushing with some suspicious redness when she saw him. And particularly annoying. Even as an adult, she hadn't changed much. The person before him, with her wild physique and slightly provocative gaze, didn't resemble Karen at all. Besides, he had just passed by Karen's research institute half a month ago, and she didn't look like this then. Ha! If that guy saw another version of himself in such a sorry state, he'd be utterly ashamed. Karen laughed playfully as she approached, showing none of the worship or fanaticism this world's Karen held for Sasuke. She even picked up the empty sleeve with interest and laughed. Who managed to break one of your arms anyway? Hearing this, the seventh Hokage subtly averted his gaze and coughed lightly. Sasuke, uncomfortable with the sudden closeness, instinctively tried to sidestep. But without using space-time abilities like a Menotejikra, his speed was actually slower than Karen's. The moment he dodged a step, the younger version of Karen had somehow appeared right beside him. So fast. This confirmed Sasuke's belief, this person was not Karen. But before he could act, Naruto promptly stepped in to explain. Chapter 278, Chapter 278 Karen gets the script directly. Another world. Sasuke's gaze towards Karen held little trust. He wasn't like Naruto, as he didn't easily believe others. But with Naruto here, he believed this so-called alternate world Karen couldn't cause much trouble. Thinking this, Sasuke finally remembered why he had rushed back. Right, Naruto, I found a ruined site belonging to the Otsutsuki clan. As he spoke, he took out a scroll, though its contents were unreadable to everyone present. Even using my Rinnegan, I can't decipher the information on it. Wait, you said Otsutsuki. Karen interjected at this point. Previously, the Naruto from her world, after several encounters with the nature will, had also obtained some information about the extraterrestrial race. He didn't hoard this crucial information like a movie protagonist would, but instead shared it casually with everyone in the team during mealtime conversations. The name that appeared most frequently was the Otsutsuki clan. Naruto, seeing Karen's surprised expression, caught on. Oh right, based on the timeline you described, your group shouldn't have encountered the Otsutsuki clan yet at that point. Unexpectedly, Karen shook her head and proceeded to explain about the heroic Naruto and the nature will. That's precisely why the masked men, unable to capture any Jinchuriki from Naruto-san, chose to alter history through time travel. As she spoke, Karen seemed to remember something and slapped her palm. Ah. I remember now. You must have fought that masked man too, right? As a favor to your other selves, could you share his relevant intel? Especially that intangible ability. If it weren't for that, we could have finished him off in a Megakure last time. Hearing this, Naruto and Sasuke, who had experienced Pain's assault on Konoha and the Great Ninja War, exchanged a glance, both seeing astonishment in each other's eyes regarding their alternate selves' combat prowess. Judging by this Karen's current age, we in her timeline shouldn't be much older. How could they be so powerful? Nevertheless, the two began recounting information about the masked men and subsequent events. After all, this wasn't classified, and the entire allied shinobi forces who participated had witnessed it. Boruto, however, was hearing this for the first time. His eyes widened gradually as he learned that his good-for-nothing father, who was either sleeping or working overtime, had actually undergone such thrilling, world-saving operations. The masked man's true identity wasn't the Uchiha Madara he claimed to be, but a ninja named Uchiha Obito. And his Sharingan ability. Perhaps because Naruto was more articulate, he took the lead in the narration, with Sasuke occasionally adding details. From the old couple's account, the fourth great ninja war slowly unfolded before Karen's eyes. From Obito summoning 100,000 white Zetsu and various reanimated powerful ninjas to face the 80,000 strong allied shinobi forces, to Madara's reanimated body dominating the battlefield, and Obito fully becoming the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. Incidentally, they also explained the nature of the tailed beasts and their relationship with the Otsutsuki clan to Karen. The subsequent plot was full of twists and turns. First, Obito lost control but was later awakened by Naruto. Then, Madara seized this power, becoming an entity similar to the Sage of Six Paths. Yet, even such a terrifying figure was backstabbed by the inconspicuous Black Zetsu, who used his body to fully unleash the sealed Otsutsuki Kagaya. Karen listened with sparkling eyes, and Boruto wore a similar expression. What happened next? How did you defeat that Otsutsuki Kagaya? Defeat. The old couple exchanged a glance, and Sasuke answered her. We didn't defeat her. Otsutsuki Kagaya is hailed as the progenitor of chakra. Almost all ninjutsu on this planet are ineffective against her. Sasuke and Naruto were completely suppressed during their final battle with Kagaya. Ultimately, they relied on power bestowed by the legendary Sage of Six Paths, awakening yin-yang power, to reseal Kagaya. So, Otsutsuki Kagaya is still inside the moon right now. Karen's tone when she said this seemed somewhat dissatisfied. From her perspective, such a mortal enemy must be eradicated completely. Simply sealing them away was just planting future trouble, wasn't it? However, neither Sasuke nor Naruto felt the need to explain further. They understood that Karen, having never experienced the battle against Kagaya firsthand, couldn't comprehend it. Against such an enemy, sealing was the best possible outcome. Karen simply nodded in the end. The other two, including the adult Konohamaru, listened with fascinated expressions. Konohamaru was also hearing the details of that battle from Naruto for the first time. Naruto and II is too amazing. He even forgot to address Naruto as Hokage. Boruto was also deeply stirred, but due to the unresolved barrier between him and his father, he had to force an "it's nothing special" expression. Karen was different. She directly pulled out a notebook and began meticulously recording various important points. Things like the enemy's objectives, abilities, and weaknesses. Halfway through, she looked up again. So, both your arms were lost during that battle? Hearing Karen's seemingly probing question, Sasuke sighed. He was starting to think that a Karen who didn't idolize him could be just as annoying. His arm was destroyed by me. Just as Sasuke was about to explain, Naruto spoke first. He even gestured towards his other bandaged arm. I didn't get off easy either. This arm was also destroyed in our fight. This one is a cultivated transplant. Oh. Karen looked at Naruto's arm, then her eyes shifted between Naruto and Sasuke. She didn't ask why they fought or why Sasuke also cultivated an arm for transplantation. Her instincts told her it was another one of those unspoken understandings between men. Snap. Karen closed her notebook with a snap and tucked it into her already considerable cleavage. Thank you for your cooperation. This intelligence is really useful for us. As she spoke, Karen bowed politely to the two, a demeanor quite different from her initial lively appearance. This actually caught the old couple off guard. It's getting late, so I won't disturb you further. Looking at the nearly dusk sky outside, Karen turned to the people in the room. Then I'll be off to find a way back. See you all if we meet again. With that, Karen spread her wings, about to fly out of the room. But her movement was stopped by Naruto. Wait, Karen, may I call you that? Looking at the face that, apart from the hairstyle, wasn't much different from her Naruto-sans, Karen pursed her lips but didn't fly off immediately. How do you plan to get back? By finding the Ryumayaku, since that's how I came here. Ah. That one. Hearing Karen's words, Naruto's face showed an, as expected, expression, mixed with some embarrassment. Chapter 279, Chapter 279 The Chunin exams and the Otsutsuki's arrival. The Ryumayaku is completely sealed. No one can open it anymore except the fourth Hokage. At the dinner table, Karen repeated what she had heard. Boruto and Naruto, sitting beside her, nodded repeatedly. Across from them, Hinata and Himawari listened blankly as if hearing a story. So, Naruto-san's wife of this world, I'll be troubling you for a while until I find a way back. Karen had actually recognized Hinata. She was the Hyuga girl who had come with the Konoha's ninjas last time and fainted. So, in the fate of the Naruto-san who hadn't experienced the other world journey, he would ultimately marry this person too. Karen looked at the gentlewoman, then at herself. Though very unwilling, she felt she was outmatched in certain aspects. Of course, while talking, she didn't forget to eat heartily. Since starting training under Naruto, Karen's appetite had grown rapidly. Especially after eating the mythical Zoan devil fruit, it had multiplied several times over. It seemed everyone in their group had huge appetites, except Jiraiya, who hadn't trained much in hockey or close combat. But usually, within the team, everyone had a large appetite. And with Naruto setting the precedent, her own appetite wasn't particularly remarkable. Now, however, it was different. The contemporary, big eater queen, Hyuga Hinata, or rather, Uzumaki Hinata now, who had once defeated Naruto and others by eating 46 bowls of ramen to win a food contest, sympathetically refilled Karen's bowl upon seeing how quickly it emptied. What a poor girl, how long has she been starving? Hinata didn't doubt Naruto and Karen's story much. After all, she had always trusted Naruto unconditionally. This man had proven his reliability throughout the first half of his life. Hinata was a mother now and naturally wouldn't act childishly in this situation. Moreover, she could sense that the young girl before her didn't seem very interested in her husband. She didn't even have the admiration for the seventh Hokage that the other village girls had. As a woman, her intuition about this feeling was sharp. Thus, Karen naturally ended up staying at Naruto's house temporarily. After Karen moved in, the two kids, Boruto and Himawari, started following her around like ducklings. Boruto claimed he wanted to show Karen around the future Konoha. In reality, he kept trying to ask Karen about the principles behind her wind manipulating technique and the wing summoning technique. Himawari's reasons were simpler. She instinctively felt a strong liking for the big sister. So, during this period, many people in Konoha saw this trio of one older and two younger figures wandering around. Few knew that Karen wasn't much older than Boruto. Counting strictly, including the time spent with Naruto, she was just over 14 years old. But the mythical Zoan devil fruit's physical enhancements and Naruto's training made her appear at least 16 or 17. And certain aspects were even more developed. Karen was actually quite interested in the high-tech new Konoha Village. Things like the thunder trains and scientific ninja tools really opened the eyes of this girl who only knew how to fight. It was a pity she wasn't very familiar with the people in Konoha, otherwise, seeing the descendants of the Konoha 12 would have been even more interesting. Time passed quietly during these leisurely outings, and soon it was time for Boruto's Chunin exams. The first exam was simple: answer a true/false question. Examinees would stand under the corresponding answer. If wrong, the ground would collapse, revealing a pit filled with ink below. Getting stained with ink meant disqualification. Perhaps due to work, Naruto didn't appear at the first exam. But Karen didn't miss it. Sitting alone on a cliff face outside the supposedly spectator-free exam area, Karen waved at Boruto, cheering him on. Hey! Brat! Don't get eliminated in the first round. Although Boruto didn't get his father, having Karen cheering for him eased his disappointment somewhat. Sarada, standing nearby, looked utterly shocked upon seeing Karen. Hey! Boruto, do you know her? Huh? You mean Karen Ne? Hearing the name Karen from Boruto deepened Sarada's shock. She had seen this woman in her father's group photos. But why did she look so young after all these years? And that figure dash. Comparing Karen's powerful, rhythmic physique and very feminine curves in her mind, Sarada made a silent assessment. No good. Mom loses. Simultaneously, a previously formed suspicion resurfaced and swirled in her head. I wear glasses, but neither of my parents do. Plus, the hairstyle and face shape dash. Eek. Could she be my real mother? Carrying this worry, Sarada was distracted throughout. If not for their third teammate, Mitsuki, acting in time, she might have fallen down with Boruto. The truth of the exam was simple: both answers were wrong. It actually tested the candidate's reaction speed. All three passed smoothly. Ha. No way. I don't like that Sasuke guy at all. Although unsure about her counterpart in this world, when asked about who she liked, Karen laughed and denied it outright. This successfully eased the tension in Sarada's heart a little. The second exam was a flag capture battle. Boruto's opponents were a trio of triplets from Kirigakure. Initially, Boruto was pushed back, on the verge of losing. Fortunately, at the critical moment, he remembered Karen's teachings during this period. Feeling somewhat guilty for freeloading, Karen had ended up teaching Boruto everything she learned from Naruto. She felt this method of passing down skills shouldn't count as leaking secrets. Among them, Karen wasn't very proficient in ninjutsu either. But her practical combat experience was relatively rich. The taijutsu and tactics were ingrained into Boruto's subconscious through repeated sparring sessions. Due to this period of training, beatings, Boruto's recognition of Karen had significantly increased. During this time, a guy named Katasuke had been promoting his researched, scientific ninja tools, devices that could perform ninjutsu quickly without hand seals, to the Hokage's family. But Naruto rejected them, citing potential unfairness in the exams. Karen, however, had taken a bunch from him like they were new toys. Of course, Boruto didn't mind this at all. In his heart now, he had a concrete concept of what a true strong person was. He didn't respect recognition gained through such tricks. He wanted to make his father see him in a new light through his own genuine strength. At the final critical moment, Boruto's potential erupted, and he used a kicking technique taught by Karen. It was a kicking style Naruto learned from the Long-Leg tribe, particularly suited for Karen's transformed physique. So, when Boruto used it, it looked somewhat awkward. But it successfully blocked the triplets, earning him the qualification to advance. The final round was one-on-one matches. Promotion to Chunin would be decided based on the participants' performance during the matches. This time, Naruto didn't miss it. He appeared in the stands with Hinata, Himawari, and Karen. Boruto's opponent was a seated contestant from Kumogakure, Urue, a ninja who fought using bubbles. These bubbles blocked Boruto's shuriken and kunai from all angles, so Urue maintained a composed demeanor. But this very underestimation led to his defeat at Boruto's hands. After Karen's special training, Boruto's dynamic vision had improved significantly. He quickly found an opening among the multitude of bubbles and closed the distance with agile movements. In the one-on-one fight, Boruto emerged victorious. Later, Sarada and Gaara's adopted son from Sunagakure, Shinki, also advanced. The final three were to decide the winner through a free-for-all. But at this juncture, the Otsutsuki, Momoshiki, and Kinshiki, who had appeared earlier due to some butterfly effect, interrupted the final match. Instantly, overwhelming killing intent engulfed the entire arena. Chapter 280 Absorbing Ninjutsu. What a troublesome ability. When Otsutsuki Kinshiki abruptly appeared in the center of the arena, the three contestants froze momentarily. Ah. Naruto-san over here, is that part of the exam program too? Karen gently nudged Naruto's shoulder, asking uncertainly. They're Otsutsuki invaders, Karen dash. Naruto recognized the distinctive chakra and appearance instantly, but before he could finish, Karen had already vanished from beside him. Below. Boruto, Sarada, and Shinki all grew wary of the strange old men who had suddenly intruded. But to Kinshiki, the three brats before him weren't the main concern. He needed to destroy this place, force out the guy with the fox chakra, and capture him. Chakra flames ignited on Kinshiki's fingers, and he prepared to punch the ground. Before he struck, no one knew the extent of his power, so most people were still stunned. Boom. Almost no one could see clearly as a golden figure appeared before Kinshiki as if teleporting. Was it the seventh Hokage? No, it was the young girl with golden wings sprouting from her back. At that moment, Karen's ankles had be-stiffied, transforming into Garuda's sharp claws that collided fiercely with Kinshiki's chakra-engulfed fist. The impact created a massive sound, the shockwave sending fabric flags and sunshades flying into the sky. Pretty strong, huh? Boruto, you and the other two brats, evacuate now. This is beyond your level. Karen's words stopped the three contestants who were about to rush in and help. Boruto wanted to say something, but Naruto and the other strong fighters had already reacted and arrived on the field. Sasuke, your help please. Naruto called out to his old partner, and Sasuke, understanding, manipulated Susanoo to create a giant hand that protected and transported people to safety. Meanwhile, Karen's now golden glowing eyes were fixed on Kinshiki's every move. Before he could attempt anything with his other hand, she delivered another punch. Boom. A giant axe seemingly composed of red light swung heavily towards Karen. Even before contact, Karen sensed its danger. The wings behind her quickly shielded her front, the metallic feathers successfully blocking the giant axe. But Karen didn't stop moving. Wings were wings, arms were arms. With the wings blocking, she seized the opening and delivered another iron fist to his forehead. This punch was coated with black armament hockey. Kinshiki was sent staggering back several steps by the direct hit, only stopping when his back hit the wall. After all this training, I've grown too. Shaking her fist, Karen retracted her wings. Aside from a few feathers severed by the axe, there was no damage. The lost feathers regrew in just a second. Sasuke watched Karen's display with astonishment. He was certain now, the person before him wasn't the Karen he knew. That Karen never possessed such formidable combat prowess. Across from them, seeing Kinshiki achieve nothing, his companion, Otsutsuki Momoshiki, slowly descended. This Otsutsuki, who appeared youthful, looked down upon the people below with a condescending gaze and spoke casually. Kinshiki, you're too slow. My apologies, Momoshiki-sama. The giant like Kinshiki was as humble as a servant before the so-called Momoshiki. Their relationship was indeed like that. Momoshiki was a member of the main family within the Otsutsuki clan. According to the Otsutsuki principle of operating in pairs, Kinshiki was his servant, destined to become nourishment for the god tree when necessary. Their relationship was even more disparate than the Hyuga clan's main and branch families. The former Otsutsuki Kagaya held a similar servant status. But just before planting the god tree, she betrayed her partner, Otsutsuki Ishiki, making him the nourishment instead. This was considered a betrayal of the Otsutsuki clan. Kin's Hiki and Momoshiki had come because, on the scheduled date, there had been no response from Ishiki's side, prompting them to travel across the stars to investigate. They were shocked to find that the two Otsutsuki had completely vanished. In their place, 9 aggregates possessing massive chakra still existed in the world. Their mission now was to feed the 9-tailed beasts to another 10 tails, transforming it back into the god tree, essentially cleaning up after Kaguya and Ishiki. Although I'd prefer not to dirty my clothes, it can't be helped. Momoshiki looked at everyone as if they were toys, then took out a red chakra pill, which is refined from a chakra fruit. After swallowing the pill, this smaller Otsutsuki erupted with chakra far surpassing Kinshiki's. Consider it stretching my limbs. Entertain me, lower life forms. With that, he prepared to act, but his movement froze midair. Looking back, he saw Shikamaru using his shadow imitation technique to restrain him. The Konoha's Jonin had somehow completed the evacuation and now had personnel available to assist. Unfortunately, such restraint seemed trivial to Momoshiki. The shadows binding him were absorbed into the center of his palm as if they were substance. It was then that Naruto and the others saw clearly, the opponent had a red Rinnegan on his palm. Be careful. He can absorb ninjutsu. Naruto reacted quickly, perhaps due to his past encounters with Pain's Pretapath and Madara. He immediately recognized the opponent's suppression of ninjutsu. Sure enough, besides Shikamaru's shadow, the elemental ninjutsu used by several other Jonin were also absorbed. Absorbing ninjutsu. A troublesome ability indeed. Sasuke, after delivering the kids, returned to the center of the battlefield and heard Naruto's words. Karin also heard this. So, did Naruto-san's training for us accidentally counter the Otsutsuki clan? After all, neither she nor Sasuke relied solely on pure ninjutsu anymore. Then let's use taijutsu against him. The old couple exchanged a glance and charged at Momoshiki in perfect sync. Karin wasn't idle either. In a flash of golden light, she fully transformed into her beast human form. In this state, she was more agile and better suited for close combat. The Garuda's ability activated. Her speed multiplied instantly, turning her into a streak of light. A certain Marine admiral once said, "Speed is power." The next moment, a lightning-fast kick struck the unprepared Kin's Hiki, sending him flying high into the air. But his durability was completely incomparable to that of ordinary ninja in this world. Momoshiki, hit by this kick, only suffered a cut on his face without showing any signs of being stunned. He even reacted in time, transforming his giant axe into a Kusarigama, more suitable for combat. Amenohabeya. This was one of his abilities, allowing him to create terrifyingly powerful weapons using chakra. The Kusarigama flew towards Karin with a whooshing sound. Ha! You think you can hit me with that speed? Karin didn't even need to use observation haki, as a slight twist of her body dodged the attack. But the sickle, guided by the chain, traced a bizarre arc and slashed towards the back of her heart. Chapter 281, Chapter 281 I don't want to hide behind others anymore. Be careful, Karin nay. Boruto, watching from the spectator stands, shouted towards Karin in midair. Unfortunately, his voice was too soft, and the surrounding environment was too noisy for it to reach Karin. Clang. The sickle and chain were accurately caught by a sharp claw. Even though she couldn't hear Boruto's warning, Kinshiki's sneak attack tactics were utterly useless against Karin. Because the wind is too loud. Karin's wings flapped, and her whole body turned into a stream of light flying upwards. Although Kin's Hiki also had the ability to levitate, it was somewhat different from Karin's high-speed flight. Their method of traversing the stars relied on a certain secret technique of the Otsutsuki clan, not purely on their physical bodies for flight. Otherwise, Kaguya, who possessed the physical ability to cross the void of space, wouldn't have been sealed by the Sage of Six Paths. Not even by her own son. Within the atmosphere, Kinshiki's flying ability was far inferior to Karin's, the divine bird incarnation. Like swinging a yo-yo, Karin grabbed the chain and swung Kin's Hiki around at high speed in midair. This Kinshiki's brain might not be all that sharp. Even after being controlled and played with by Karin like this, he still showed no intention of letting go. Precisely because of this, after being swung dozens of times, this small giant shot like a cannonball straight towards Momoshiki on the ground. Momoshiki was currently being beaten up by the old couple. It was true that he had consumed the chakra pill and could even absorb ninjutsu. But Naruto's side was no simple matter either. Naruto in Nine-Tails Sage mode and Sasuke using Amenoda Jikuru to teleport freely were pressuring Momoshiki step by step, even using only close-quarters taijutsu. Perhaps even Momoshiki himself had never imagined that he would be suppressed like this by two lower life forms. The ninjutsu he had previously absorbed using his palm was now released, amplified countless times. That was his special ability, Takamimi Binokami. Absorb with the right hand's Rinnegan, release with the left hand's Rinnegan, coupled with the naturally powerful bodies of the Otsutsuki clan. Originally, no ninja in this world should have been able to become his enemy. Pheasant Hunter. A giant firebird, transformed from the absorbed fire release, forced the two in front of him to separate, allowing Momoshiki to finally catch his breath. But at that very moment, Kin's Hiki from the sky was thrown down by Karen, crashing into the unprepared Momoshiki and sending them both into the ground, raising a large cloud of dust. Karen landed back on the ground, looking at the greatly changed Naruto beside her. Not bad at all, Naruto-san of this world. This was also her first time seeing Naruto in this mode. So this is what the normal fusion of Sage mode and Nine-Tails Chakra mode looks like. It seems that Gaara's form earlier was the correct manifestation of this power. Karen noted this secretly, planning to have her own Naruto-san try it out when they reunited. Whoa. We can't let our guard down, Karen. The Naruto and Sasuke of this world were equally surprised by the combat prowess Karen had displayed. If she had been there to help during the Fourth Great Ninja War, they believed Guy might not have needed to deliver that kick. Before the three could say more, the pile of rubble on the ground exploded outwards, and the two disheveled figures of Momoshiki and Kin's Hiki flew out from within. Damnable lower life forms. I didn't want to do this originally. As he spoke, Momoshiki consumed a few more pills, his wounds instantly healing, and his chakra fluctuations swelling simultaneously. Whatever, we're going to reorganize this nursery bed afterwards anyway. As he uttered these words, a purple-black chakra sphere larger than the stadium itself had already gathered above his palm. Its destructive aura was almost suffocating. We can't let him detonate it here, or the entire Konoha village will be destroyed. Even without Sasuke saying it, Naruto and Karen understood this. I'll handle it. Naruto stepped forward directly, placing his hands together and communicating with Kurama inside him. Your old bones haven't deteriorated yet, have they, Kurama dash? Let's go, Naruto. Kurama struck the same pose, and the two were of one mind and body at this moment. A giant golden fox erupted from the ground. I'll leave the rest to you, Sasuke, Karen. After saying this over his shoulder, Naruto prepared to pilot the Kurama mecha to withstand Momoshiki's energy sphere. Whoosh. Another figure moved faster than Naruto. It was Karen. From that time on, I swore I would never hide behind anyone again. Karen completely transformed into her beast form, though the 10-meter-tall Garuda still seemed somewhat small compared to the massive energy sphere. When the Naruto of this world made that expression, looking like he was about to sacrifice himself for everyone, Karen couldn't help but recall past events. She had been powerless against pain, could only act as rescue support against the rampaging Hirako, watching her teammates charge forward one by one to face the enemy. Karen also knew it was because her combat abilities weren't strong enough back then, or in Naruto's view at the time, she was more suited for rescue. But that didn't mean Karen was content to continue like that forever. She wanted to become stronger too. She wanted to be at the forefront, protecting others. Perhaps the childhood shadows from Kusagakure never truly left her, and she always hoped to become the hero who turned the tide once, completely dispelling the gloom in her heart. I, Karen, am also a strong person who can protect myself and my comrades. The golden giant bird let out a highly penetrating cry, causing Momoshiki and Kinshiki's spirits to falter momentarily. That was an innate talent of the Garuda. In developing her devil fruits abilities, Karen had gradually figured out 4 abilities. Virtue, which allows mastery over hurricanes. As one wishes, enabling movement of 1,000 meters in an instant. Gratefulness, producing powerful sounds and illusory tones. And Vajra, hardening feathers to resist attacks and firing feather arrows. After using the sound to briefly stun the enemies, Karen seized the opportunity. With the power of, as one wishes, upon her, the entire giant bird shot in front of Momoshiki and Kin's Hiki in the blink of an eye. A pair of eagle claws directly grabbed the two, and then Karen flapped her wings, forcibly carrying them away into the distance. I'll leave the rest to you dash. Karen's voice still hung in the air, but she and the two Otsutsuki had already shot off towards the outskirts of the village. She was a smart girl, so she clearly understood that as long as they stayed here, their side would remain constrained. The enemy had no such concerns. The energy sphere, released from Momoshiki's control, began to fall downwards due to gravity. Fortunately, Karen had acted quickly enough. The enemy hadn't had time to accumulate power to its maximum. Thus, Naruto, controlling the giant golden fox, managed to catch the energy sphere. At this point, Sasuke couldn't care about anything else, and he directly activated Susanoo, covering Naruto's Sage Kibi form with a layer of purple armor. Majestic attire Susanoo. Several more arms grew on Kurama's back, also covered in Susanoo armor. Instantly, the pressure on Naruto lessened considerably. Ha! Encased in Susanoo, Kurama erupted with power far exceeding before, and the energy sphere was immediately pushed back towards the sky. Sasuke then manipulated the Susanoo to grow wings. These wings couldn't allow Kurama to fly for long, but they at least enabled brief levitation. And so, through the combined efforts of the old couple, the energy sphere was pushed higher and higher until it reached a sufficiently safe altitude, where Naruto and Sasuke moved away before detonating it. The shockwave from the explosion didn't reach the ground. But Boruto could see the spectacular, fireworks-like explosion high in the sky with his naked eyes. This mischievous child finally felt firsthand just how powerful his father was. The image of Naruto resolutely stepping forward earlier was etched in Boruto's mind, making him subconsciously clutch the hem of his clothes. He's really amazing, this stupid old man. Chapter 282, blotting out the sky. The golden-winged Garuda. After successfully averting the village-destroying crisis, the old couple didn't hesitate for a moment. They still remembered, the real enemy wasn't dealt with yet. Karen was likely fighting 1 against 2 right now. They had to get there immediately. Fortunately, Sasuke could use his 6-tomo Rinnegan to open a long-distance portal. Karen's extreme speed flight was indeed very fast, but it still fell short compared to true instantaneous movement and spatial travel. By the time the two arrived at the battlefield where Karen was fighting the 2 Otsutsuki, the battle had already reached a fever pitch. It was clear that Karen's strength was truly formidable. In fact, she was even stronger than the other current Kage of the 5 great nations. And her fighting style didn't rely on chakra, so she was almost never countered by Momoshiki. But even so, it didn't mean Karen could simply overpower the two of them. On the contrary, Karen's situation was now extremely precarious. Not long after Karen used her, as one wishes, divine speed to forcibly carry the 2 Otsutsuki away from Konoha, Momoshiki and Kinshiki reacted. Kinshiki immediately created new weapons and directly slashed at the Garuda's bird claws. Most of Karen's defensive power was concentrated in her feathers, and her armament haki couldn't compare to Konohamaru's or Sasuke's. Thus, caught by this sneak attack, a large wound immediately appeared on the giant bird's claw. Momoshiki's situation was similar, and if not for her quick reaction, a high-pressure water jet would have severed Karen's claw completely. With both claws injured and in pain, Karen had no choice but to release the two. Not a so-called ninjutsu. You lower life form, you're more interesting than those two. The 2 Otsutsuki floated back in the sky. Momoshiki reached out and touched the blood staining his body, rubbed it between his fingers slightly, and then his eyes instantly turned fierce. So, this transformation is your reliance? In front of Momoshiki, chakra fluctuations appeared once again. After I kill you, it won't be too late to go capture that fox. After speaking, a bolt of lightning shot from his palm towards Karen. From their earlier contact, Momoshiki was already well aware of how fast Karen was. If he used those slow attacks again, he probably wouldn't even be able to touch her shadow. Zap. The electric light reached Karen in an instant. Perhaps because of her earlier injury, Karen couldn't immediately activate her divine speed to dodge again. She could only curl her body into a giant spherical shape, using those incredibly hard feathers to form a defensive layer. Vajra body. The lightning blasted against Karen's body without obstruction, one strike after another, with no intention of stopping. Seeing Momoshiki attack, Kinshiki also summoned other weapons to help. But his action was stopped by Momoshiki. Step back. I want to torture this lower life form to death myself. Hearing this, Kinshiki could only obediently stand to the side and wait. Soon, a large patch of feathers on Karen's body was shattered by the blasts. The defensive power of those feathers was indeed strong, but under this continuous, relentless assault, they would still be destroyed. Yet Karen, wrapped within the feathers, didn't feel despair. Instead, she waited quietly for a chance to counterattack. She knew clearly that anxiety and panic couldn't defeat an opponent. This was something Naruto had once taught her. Hugh dash. Letting out a long breath, Momoshiki seemed to have finally vented the frustration of being outsmarted by lower life forms on Karen, and thus prepared to deliver the final blow. Kinshiki, restrain her. Yes. Momoshiki-sama. Kinshiki showed no surprise at Momoshiki's sudden change in attitude, silently creating countless chains that bound towards the golden sphere in midair. Momoshiki understood clearly that if Karen was allowed to move freely, his attacks might very well miss their target. Now that his anger was vented, it was time to get down to business. It was at this moment that Naruto and Sasuke successfully arrived, taking over just before Karen could be restrained. Thud. Thud. Their attacks simultaneously struck Kinshiki and Momoshiki, sending them flying. Sensing the change, Karen immediately retracted her Vajra body state and, ignoring her already battered and bruised body, stared fixedly at Momoshiki, who had been sent flying by Naruto. Ha dash. She inhaled and a massive amount of air gathered in front of the golden-winged bird. Great virtue, piercing void. In the next moment, the airflow began to compress on its own, the pressure at its center constantly rising. The invisible pillar of wind was compressed from a diameter of 70 or 80 meters down to only half a person's height. In contrast, its destructive power increased exponentially. Like a laser cannon, after a period of charging, this harmless air transformed into a terrifying current capable of destroying everything and shot towards Momoshiki, who had been sent flying by Naruto. He subconsciously raised his hand, wanting to activate Takamamiba no Kami again to absorb the ninjutsu. But Momoshiki quickly realized that Kairin's attack wasn't created by chakra. The wind pillar slammed into Momoshiki like a cannonball. Momoshiki could only passively use both hands to block in front of him. Crack! The clear sound of bone fracture represented the first time an Otsutsuki had been physically pushed back in a direct confrontation. Momoshiki's disheveled figure fell straight from midair. Seeing this, Kinshiki, not even caring about the additional slash Sasuke landed on him, rushed down immediately. Kinshiki managed to catch Momoshiki before he hit the ground. The cost was several more wounds on his own back. How dare you? How dare you? These lower life forms. Cradled in Kinshiki's arms, with his ribs, arm bones, and collarbone all fractured to varying degrees, Momoshiki let out a hysterical roar. Then he turned his gaze towards Kinshiki. Kinshiki. Become my power. Yes, Momoshiki-sama. Without the slightest hesitation, Kinshiki agreed. Enduring the pain of his broken bones, Momoshiki raised his hand and activated the secret technique, chakra edible creation, transforming Kinshiki into a glowing red chakra fruit. This fruit was clearly on a different level from the ones he had consumed before. After swallowing it in one gulp, Momoshiki's body was immediately enveloped in a crimson light and thick smoke. When the smoke cleared, what was revealed was a Momoshiki with brown-red skin, the long horn on his head transformed into an ox-horn shape, and an additional eye on his forehead. Feel, my divine power. Accompanied by Momoshiki's roar, a terrifying shockwave instantly spread outwards. The forest touched by the shockwave seemed to suffer some kind of cutting force, neatly severed in the middle. Fortunately, this place was already quite far from Konoha Village. Be careful, this guy feels different now. Even without Sasuke's reminder, Karin and Naruto could see the change in their opponent. Karin transformed back into her human-beast hybrid form, seemingly replacing a certain female character, acting as the third person coordinating with Naruto and Sasuke to launch a synchronized assault on Momoshiki. All three possessed formidable taijutsu abilities. Combined with Aminotojikuru-assisted repositioning and Karin occasionally manipulating whirlwinds for sneak attacks, even though Momoshiki's physical stats had risen several levels after his enhancement, he was still forced back step by step. But this suppression didn't last long. It seemed Momoshiki, having undergone his evolution, had already familiarized himself with his newly acquired power. Ha! With a casual wave of his hand, dozens of red light weapons appeared in the void, shooting towards the trio. Just as the three managed to knock those things away, they saw Momoshiki clap his hands together against the ground. Inakata Karana Makoto. Giant dragon heads made of earth and stone lunged towards the three. Naruto and Sasuke tacitly used the majestic attire Susanoo again, tearing apart those dragon-headed, snake-bodied monsters. But Momoshiki seemed completely unconcerned. His hands waved casually, and a variety of strange, powerful ninjutsu, like lightning, whirlwinds, fire, and water, were thrown out like they cost nothing. The power provided by one Otsutsuki clan's member as fuel was more than enough for him to squander. Karin transformed into the giant bird and crashed through the fire-formed giant bird, but then a giant magma giant made of earth, stone, and lava reached out to grab her. Move, Karin. The voices of Naruto and Sasuke rang out. Karin quickly changed direction in midair. Meanwhile, Kurama swung its giant blade, slicing the giant apart. Scalding magma gushed out continuously from the cut, but Momoshiki, who had been standing on the giant moments before, had now disappeared. Die. Momoshiki's voice came from directly above Naruto and Sasuke. Immediately afterwards, a torrent of magma erupted from the ground where they stood, covering Naruto and Sasuke almost instantly. Whoosh. Karin's attack in her human-beast hybrid form was this time caught single-handedly by Momoshiki, who threw her into the air. Then, with a squeezing motion of his other hand towards Karin's direction, countless rocks and debris spontaneously flew up, converging towards that spot. Chibaku Tensei. Momoshiki, in his current state, could also use this technique now. Karin struggled constantly, but no matter how much the surrounding rocks shattered, they would reform and cover her again. She could only watch helplessly as Momoshiki extended his hand towards Naruto and Sasuke below, whose condition are unknown after being severely wounded by the magma. This is the final blow. Feel honored, lower life forms, that you forced me to use this move. As he spoke, a massive, deep red energy sphere rapidly accumulated in his palm. It somewhat resembled Naruto's super big ball Raiznon. Below, Naruto and Sasuke, seemingly critically injured, had temporarily exited their Sage Mode and Susanoo states. Above their heads, the deep red spiral energy sphere had already grown to a terrifying size. Move. Move, damn it. Karen couldn't just stand by and watch the Naruto and Sasuke of another world die before her eyes. Never before had she hated her own weakness so much. If only I hadn't slacked off during training. If only I had seriously learned the forbidden techniques Naruto-san gave me. If only I had properly honed my haki. This intense emotion seemed to become the key that unlocked a certain door. Stamina, haki, even life force, all were forcibly squeezed out of Karen at this moment. It was truly thanks to her being a member of the Uzumaki clan, as anyone else subjected to such training would probably lose their life before any power could be extracted. Screech. Suddenly, a seemingly real, yet illusory bird cry seemed to echo in the ears of everyone present. Momoshiki's movements paused slightly as he looked up at the rocky sphere in midair. Below, Naruto and Sasuke helped each other stand up, trying to recover their stamina as much as possible, preparing to go all out once more. Crack. Crackle crackle crackle. It seemed as if something inside the giant rocky sphere was expanding. The Chibaku Tensei, large enough to destroy the entire Konoha village, now showed signs of being burst open from within. Momoshiki's brow furrowed slightly, and he prepared to increase his power, covering it with more earth and rock. But his actions couldn't keep up with the speed at which the Chibaku Tensei was being torn apart from within. Screech. That was a real, genuine cry of a divine bird. Golden light burst forth from the cracks in the rock, followed by an immensely large wing. Within a few seconds, the wing had nearly doubled in size, but this didn't seem to be the end. In the next moment, the rocks shattered. A giant divine bird, wreathed in golden flame-like clouds, with wings spread wide enough to blot out the sky and sun, broke free from the Chibaku Tensei. The golden, shining divine bird seemed to become a second sun in the sky. Chapter 283, Chapter 283 The Implanted Comma. Oh! You still have such a transformation. Momoshiki looked at the golden divine bird blotting out the sky, then without hesitation turned his palm upwards. But in the end, it's just turning into a beast. Still just a lower life form. The crimson spiral continued to expand, its volume soon surpassing that of a tailed beast bomb. Bzzzt. The terrifying energy sphere emitted a grating sound, as if the surrounding space itself was vibrating under the excessive energy. The divine bird floating in the sky gently flapped its wings. Golden chains, like tail plumes, extended along its back. Facing the incoming chakra impact, Karen didn't even make any substantial movement. Countless air currents spontaneously surged in front of her, forming layer upon layer of shields. These highly compressed wind walls didn't seem to be a match for Momoshiki's crimson spiral either. When the two collided, the wind walls were quickly worn away under the spiral impact. But Karen behind the walls showed no intention of dodging. Because the rate at which the wind walls were being eroded couldn't even keep up with the rate at which the air currents spontaneously replenished them. The crimson spiral charged forward for over 10 seconds, only to look back and find itself still in the same place. Momoshiki naturally realized this and reached out to detonate the crimson spiral prematurely. But before he could react, the old couple, who had seemed severely injured on the ground moments before, sprang up again, full of vigor. Using the Susanoo as a stepping stone, Naruto leaped to Momoshiki's side in a single bound, striking at him with frog kata in sage mode. Thud. Momoshiki's inverted triangular head with its two ox horns was knocked sideways. Sasuke, using Amanoda Jikaru, transferred himself to Momoshiki's side at that moment, his Chidori-covered Kusanagi sword mercilessly slashing at Momoshiki's neck. This attack interrupted Momoshiki's action but also threw him into a complete rage. Get away. Insects. Momoshiki let out a roar, and then a familiar repulsive force field spread out from him as the center. Almighty Push. Although Momoshiki himself might not even know the true name of this ability, he instinctively used it after devouring his clansmen. Unlike pain, the cost for Momoshiki to use this technique was minimal. When he used it, it was more like a movement-restricting skill than a substantive attack. Naruto and Sasuke were almost instantly repelled. Sasuke tried to use Amanoda Jikaru to close in again, but the expansion of the Almighty Push hadn't ended, and the moment he got close, he would be forced back again. Repulsive force, this kind of inescapable thing was simply unreasonable. But Momoshiki, having successfully repelled the two pests, suddenly realized he seemed to have forgotten something. Sure enough, when he looked up at the sky, Karen was long gone from her original position. The wind wall that had formed the barrier had been actively dispersed by her, and the deep red spiral energy sphere had already flown out of the atmosphere. More critically, while Momoshiki was held up by Naruto and Sasuke, Karen's counterattack had finished brewing. Great virtue, rapid feathers. Accompanying the cry that resounded through the sky was a pitch-black tornado. Hidden within the black tornado were countless dense golden points of light. Upon closer inspection, they were enlarged versions of metallic feathers. The tornado's range was considerable, and its movement speed was unimaginably fast. Where the wind passed, mountains, rocks, plants, rivers, everything was as if fed into a grinder, decomposed into the finest particles swept up into the sky, then slowly drifted down. It was a storm of destruction, a hurricane saturated with hockey. BAS, tarred. Momoshiki, his figure caught in the black tornado, stared with difficulty at the divine bird above, still trying to say something, but in the next moment, he completely lost his balance uncontrollably. The black tornado actively stopped less than 100 meters in front of Naruto and Sasuke, letting the old couple breathe a slight sigh of relief. After all, judging by the fate of the things caught in it, if they were accidentally hit by this move, their outcome might not be much better than the rocks. Activating Amenotajikaru required the target location to be within the line of sight. But given the current situation with debris filling the sky, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that beyond 3 meters, gender was indistinguishable, and beyond 10 meters, humans and animals were indistinguishable. Really amazing. Naruto had already deactivated his Sage mode by now. When you reach middle age, you have no choice, you save energy where you can. Compared to Kurama, it was his own stamina and such that had declined too severely now. Perhaps this was another reason why Naruto didn't have a third child. The black hurricane lasted a full several dozen seconds before dissipating. For a natural disaster, this duration was of course very short, but this was a man-made attack. Considering its mountain-splitting, earth-cracking force, lasting this long was already terrifying. Centered on them, all vegetation within a radius of several kilometers had completely disappeared, and a large layer of topsoil had been scraped away. Damn it. Damn it. Unfortunately, Momoshiki's vitality was more terrifying than a cockroach's. After the storm dissipated, his battered figure was exposed to the view of the three. Momoshiki was now in a miserable state. Not only was there not a single piece of intact flesh on his body, but even the Rinnegan on his palm, capable of releasing Takamamiba no Kami, had been torn by the diamond feathers. This detail was naturally observed by Naruto and Sasuke. The old couple exchanged a glance and immediately entered combat mode. The Nine-Tails Sage mode reappeared, and simultaneously, 2 Rasen Shuriken were formed and held aloft. Black Amaterasu flames were also added to them by Sasuke. Now you can no longer absorb ninjutsu. Adhering to the tactical principle of kicking a man when he's down, Naruto and Sasuke seized the opportunity to use their combined technique, Scorch Release, Halo Hurricane Jet Black Arrow Style 0. The 2 giant Rasen Shuriken, like saw blades, trapped Momoshiki between them, unable to move, while rapidly cutting through the chakra he used for defense. Seeing that he was about to die at the hands of these 3 lower life forms, the unwilling Momoshiki could no longer care about plans or possible punishments from the clan. Even if members of the Otsutsuki clan had a chance to resurrect after being killed, he would make these 3 pay the price. Struggling, he freed one hand from the Rasen Shuriken's attack. Even though it was now covered in black flames, Momoshiki acted as if he felt no pain, taking out several dozen red chakra pills on his own. This was almost all of his remaining stash. Originally, he never dreamed he would stumble on such a low-level planet, but now he had no choice but to use them. Dozens of chakra pills were swallowed instantly. His already swollen body mutated once again. His deep red skin began to turn towards black, with straight, tech-like lines spreading across his bare upper body. The pointed horns on his head increased from 2 to 4, then connected together, forming a ring. Ha! Momoshiki, having evolved to 4 meters tall, directly pressed down on the 2 shuriken with both hands. His Rinnegan, healed at some point, absorbed all the chakra within them. Really, cheater-like. Indeed an unreasonable race. At this moment, even Naruto and Sasuke couldn't help but sigh. But sighing was one thing, they still steeled themselves, going all out, preparing for a fight to the death. What they didn't know was that Momoshiki on the other side also had unspoken bitterness. Having overdosed on chakra pills in a short time, he had now exceeded his tolerance limit. In other words, his body had entered a countdown to destruction. Even if the opponents did nothing, he would die. But before that, I still have the ability to kill you all. Just as both sides prepared to throw caution to the wind and charge at each other, Karen's figure, which had been overlooked, transformed into golden light and descended once more. However, Karen was no longer in the form of the supergiant divine bird, but rather a 3-meter-tall human-beast hybrid form. Golden flame-like clouds wrapped around Karen's limbs like ribbons, making her resemble a Valkyrie descending to the mortal world. Swoosh. Without any words, Karen threw a punch at Momoshiki that surpassed reaction speed. From Momoshiki's perspective, Karen had just assumed an attacking posture, and he was already injured. How is this possible? Before Momoshiki could react, Karen's attacks poured down like a sudden storm. Fists, feet, shoulders, elbows, even the wings on her back, all became indestructible weapons at this moment. Naruto and Sasuke didn't even have time to intervene before they witnessed Karen single-handedly beating the previously arrogant, evolved Momoshiki into a human stick. Although the severed flesh would quickly regenerate, Momoshiki's life was also nearing its end. Karen's movements became faster and faster, until eventually her whole body turned into a large mass of golden light, enveloping herself and Momoshiki. Even Naruto and Sasuke couldn't see through the golden light to discern the situation inside. Boom. The final punch hit empty air, the resulting gust plowing a deep trench into the ground. Only then did Karen stop moving, standing in place maintaining her punching posture. And Momoshiki. He was completely gone. What is this situation? Sasuke said uncertainly, but Naruto stepped forward first to check on Karen's condition. He didn't realize until he reached out and touched Karen's shoulder that the girl, who had forcibly squeezed her own potential, collapsed with a thud. Her consciousness had long since fallen into a coma due to overexertion, and the previous fight relied more on instinct. And it was at this moment, within Karen's consciousness space. Everything around seemed to float in the sky as if time and space were frozen. Karen was a bit disoriented. In her memory, she should still be in the middle of battle. You are a different kind of being. A familiar voice sounded. It was Momoshiki. Momoshiki floated upside down in front of Karen, his tone complex as he looked at the girl he had always regarded as a lower life form. But that's fine too. Such a powerful body will eventually be mine. Before he could finish his last word, Karen's fist broke free from the time-stopping restraint and punched Momoshiki in the face. How is this possible? This is only within her consciousness. At this moment, Momoshiki, now reduced to pure consciousness, looked stunned at the girl before him, who seemed like a born battle maniac, her eyes still burning with fierce fighting spirit. Go to hell. The fist struck again. And in reality, on the hand of Karen, who was being carried on Naruto's back, a diamond-shaped pattern silently appeared. Chapter 284, White Hair X Reunion. It hurt so much. When Karen regained consciousness, what she saw was the ceiling of the Konoha hospital. As one of the heroes who prevented the destruction of Konoha Village, even without Naruto's specific arrangements, Karen was entitled to a single private room in the special care unit. And precisely because of this, her cries of pain didn't disturb anyone else. Karen, nay. You're awake. Suddenly, Boruto's voice sounded beside Karen, barely interrupting her writhing due to the excruciating pain coursing through every limb and bone. Ah. 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 It's Boruto. Where am I? Karen's memory was still stuck at the moment she transformed into the divine bird and released the tornado. From that point on, she had basically lost consciousness. As she spoke these words, she felt as if her throat had been scraped by razor blades. Not only that, besides the pain all over her body, the even more critical feeling was the empty weakness inside her. The one or two wriggles she managed due to the pain stimulus seemed to have exhausted the remaining stamina in her body. At this moment, Karen only felt her head starting to spin again. Even with the pain stimulus, she couldn't stop herself from wanting to fall asleep. Ah. Karen, nay, don't fall asleep yet. I'll go get someone. Boruto seemed to be caring for someone for the first time, flustered for a moment. He both called for doctors and nurses and started contacting his father. After a period of commotion and another half a day passing, Karen finally barely regained the ability to move freely. According to Naruto and Sasuke, who arrived at the hospital later, Karen had been unconscious for 3 days, from the previous battle until today. During these 3 days, they watched as Karen's figure visibly became emaciated. If not for the forced healing of yang release, Karen might have been unable to wake up due to excessive weakness during these 3 days. It was a pity that since defeating Kaguya, the yang release power within Naruto had weakened year by year over time. By now, it could no longer compare to the level during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Otherwise, Karen would probably already be full of vigor by now. Wow. Really? Inside the bathroom of the hospital's special care room, Karen took off her now ill-fitting glasses and looked at her reflection clearly mirrored in the glass, unable to help but click her tongue. Although her arms couldn't return to their original state yet, they could at least move normally now. She gently brushed her hair to one side. Her once bright red, fiery hair had now turned completely white. This was the price of forcibly overexerting herself to enter the awakened state of her devil fruit. If Karen weren't a member of the Uzumaki clan with their innate strong vitality, the outcome might not have been as simple as just turning white-haired. Besides the drain on stamina and vitality, Karen now couldn't fully control her awakened body in terms of mental willpower. Karen remembered that after awakening, she could only barely use some simple abilities. It was as if she wasn't qualified yet to wield this power, and the fruit itself rejected her. Although the moves she executed were immensely powerful, their precision was still lacking. Karen didn't realize how lucky she actually was. In the world of One Piece, Zoan-type devil fruits were relatively easier to awaken compared to the other two major categories. But this was only relative. Zoan users who could awaken were still 1 in 10,000, extremely rare. Those who didn't awaken were one thing, while the truly unlucky ones were those who lacked sufficient ability but forcibly awakened anyway. Typical examples were the jailer beasts of Impel Down. Their wills were directly taken over by the beastly nature within the devil fruit, turning them into genuine wild beasts, unable to ever revert from their failed awakened state. In the previous battle, the will of the Garuda wasn't as vicious and mindless as those of lowly beasts. This kind of mythical Zoan, closer to a deity, seemed to carry a bit of divinity with it. From this perspective, Karen's luck couldn't simply be described as very good. It was as if the world itself was subtly helping her. But this hair. Karen pouted, blowing upwards at her snow-white strands. It's not that it's ugly. It's not really ugly, but I wonder if Naruto-san will dislike it when he sees it. Thinking this, Karen spent a long time in the bathroom, finally changing out of the patient gown and putting her own equipment back on. Pushing the door open and walking out, she found Sasuke and his daughter Sarada, Naruto, and his family of 4, and an unexpected guest already waiting in the hospital room. The group made the originally quite spacious room feel crowded. Karen's gaze swept over the group, then met the eyes of the unexpected guest. One of them was tall and curvaceous, while the other had an underdeveloped figure, still looking like a young girl even at 32 years old. Their faces, which might have been somewhat similar originally, now showed differences under the contrast of the white hair. Yes, this unexpected guest was the adult version of Karen, called over by Sasuke and the others. To distinguish them, we'll call her red-haired Karen. You really are identical. Red-haired Karen looked at the white-haired version of herself, stroking her chin. Her gaze lingered on white-haired Karen's chest for a long time, seemingly curious about why her otherworld self had developed so well. According to Naruto, this otherworld version of herself was only in her teens. Recalling herself at that age. TCH. Hey, don't look at me with that kind of expression. White-haired Karen pushed away the red-haired Karen who was almost leaning on her, seeming somewhat uncomfortable with such close contact. She turned to Sasuke and asked. What? Do you still not believe what I said? No, it just came up in conversation, so she took the initiative to come and see for herself. Sasuke was also quite helpless regarding red-haired Karen. Sarada's gaze shifted back and forth between the two and Karen's. Oh, one was a sister, seeming to start doubting her own origins again. Hey, don't talk to Sasuke like that. Red-haired Karen felt displeased seeing her younger self's impolite attitude towards Sasuke. Although she had deliberately maintained distance from Sasuke after his marriage, the adoration from her ignorant youth was still buried deep in her 32-year-old young girl's heart. This was also one of the reasons she had never married. You don't use that tone of voice. White-haired Karen could hear the hidden admiration in the other's tone. She was all too familiar with that feeling. That's how she felt about Naruto. But the object of that feeling couldn't be that arrogant bastard Sasuke, could it? The two, walking on different world lines, couldn't empathize with each other and nearly started a fight on the spot. Fortunately, Naruto stepped in at that moment to smooth things over. Of course, if a fight really broke out, red-haired Karen would most likely get thoroughly beaten up. Karen dash. Huh, X. Both Karens turned their heads simultaneously. Ah, I was calling this white-haired Karen. Are you really planning to leave now? Hearing this, Karen's expression turned serious as she spoke earnestly. That's right, the sooner the better. Although the Ryumayaku has been completely sealed, I can't just wait around idly. Maybe there are other similar things in the ninja world that can help me travel between worlds. Or perhaps I can break the seal on my own. As Karen said this, her eyes shone with a confidence and pride that the Karen of this world had never seen in herself. My comrades are waiting for me. Maybe they need my power right now. I can't keep them waiting too long. Hearing such an answer, no one present could voice a refusal and could only wish her good luck. The group saw Karen off to the village entrance in a grand procession. During this, Boruto even secretly slipped some scientific ninja tools into Karen's hand. Because Karen had shown curiosity about these things before, Boruto catered to her interest, using his allowance to buy another batch from Katasuke. Thank you, Boruto. You need to grow up quickly too. Karen smiled and patted Boruto's head, while a suspicious blush spread across Boruto's face. Fortunately, Karen didn't seem to be observing him intently. She turned around, bid farewell to the others of this world, and prepared to leave. It was at this moment that another familiar voice sounded again. Karen, nay. Hearing this voice, Karen almost instinctively turned around. What met her eyes, however, wasn't the familiar little figure. A black-haired girl, about 11 or 12 years old, wearing a short robe and a bamboo hat, was looking at Karen with a surprised expression. And Karen's surprise was no less than hers. Kusei. Chapter 285, Chapter 285 The Inheritance of the Big Eater. Kusei. Karen looked the girl up and down in disbelief, then reached out and touched Kusei's face as if she couldn't believe her eyes. She gave it a slight pinch. Not a genjutsu. Kusei seemed to have expected Karen's reaction and maintained a smiling expression, allowing Karen to pinch her cheek. The group who had come to see Karen off looked confused, while only the old couple and Boruto, who had heard the whole story, realized what was happening. Clearly, the young girl before them should be one of the comrades Karen had mentioned. They just weren't entirely sure about Kusiai's identity yet. Karen circled around Kusiai, observing her, still seeming somewhat incredulous. "Karen, you've changed quite a bit too," Kusiai said, also looking at Karen. After all, Karen now resembled Nagato from back then, with her once red hair completely white and her glasses removed. Fortunately, she didn't need to maintain that overdrawn state long-term, and Naruto, who mastered yang release, provided timely rescue, so she didn't end up as emaciated as Nagato. No. You're the one who's really changed," Karen exclaimed exaggeratedly, gesturing at Kusiai's height. From a tiny little bean to now even taller than Boruto. Suddenly, as if remembering something, the joyful surprise on Karen's face froze. "Wait, Kusiai, you." She nervously gripped Kusiai's shoulders with both hands, pulling her closer, her eyes fixed on the young face that could already be called beautiful. At this moment, Karen's eyes shone with disbelief, followed quickly by heartache and sadness. A conjecture had already formed in her mind. Even though Karen often grumbled about Naruto being partial during Kusiai's stay, she actually spent the most time with the optimistic and sunny little Kusiai. During baths and bedtime, it was usually her and the other two women in the team who took care of Kusiai. Over time, though she never said it out loud, Karen had already accepted Kusiai as a comrade in her heart. From Karen's perspective, only the three of them had entered the Ryumayaku. So Kusiai's presence here likely meant she had waited too long without their return and had taken the initiative to come looking for them. Judging by Kusiai's current appearance, that waiting period couldn't have been short. Kusiai seemed to sense Karen's thoughts. Her small hand gently patted the back of Karen's hand, calming the slightly trembling fingers. "Karen, is there any food here? I've traveled a long way and I'm really hungry." Kusiai changed the subject, looking towards the group not far away. Surprisingly, she didn't seem surprised by the 30-something 7th Hokage standing nearby. She didn't even show curiosity or inquiry when looking at Boruto and the other children. "Yes. Of course." Karen quickly gently picked up Kusiai and walked towards the seeing-off group. Even though Kusiai wasn't that small anymore, she could still be carried just like before in front of the abnormally developed Karen. With this sudden turn of events, the original send-off had to be postponed. On the streets of Konoha, passers-by looked curiously at the group walking in the middle. Two girls, one tall and one short, held hands at the front, followed by none other than their Hokage. Sasuke didn't show his face in the village often, so some younger people didn't recognize him, but Naruto frequently enjoyed himself among the people. "Ah. Hokage-sama. It's 7th Hokage-sama. Hokage-sama." Watching the enthusiastic greetings from the people around, Kusiai showed no surprise on her face. As expected of Kusiai's father, I suppose." Hearing this, Karen looked down at her, seeming to want to explain something. "Kusiai, actually that's not." "I know." Kusiai shook Karen's hand in return, giving her a warm smile. Originally, Karen was leading the way to the legendary Yakiniku-Q for a feast. After all, she knew the little girl's appetite was no small matter. But as they walked, Kusiai took the lead. And judging by her familiarity, she didn't seem unfamiliar with the terrain here at all. Ichiraku ramen. Of course, you have to eat this when you come to Konoha Village. Before everyone knew it, Kusiai had led them into the ramen shop. Uncle Tucci, now Grandpa Tucci, greeted them warmly when he saw Naruto bringing a group to his shop. Kusiai also ordered in a very proficient manner. By now, Karen finally sensed something was off. She looked at Kusiai, about to ask something, but heard the other speak first. "Konoha Village in the year 72 is still quite interesting, right? Karen, Kusiai, you." Kusiai gently shook her head, signaling to talk after eating. Seeing this, Karen couldn't press further, so she went upstairs with the others to a private room. Yes, Ichiraku Ramen now has private rooms. Tucci's speed hadn't slowed much with age, and perhaps he possessed some mysterious bloodline. Soon, everyone's ramen was served. In front of Naruto was his usual tonkatsu miso chashu ramen. Boruto and Sasuke chose the relatively lighter spicy leek ramen. As for Karen and Kusiai, they both chose the legendary super large bowl pork miso chashu ramen. "Kusiai-chan, can I call you that? That portion is really big, you know." Perhaps because he felt an inexplicable fondness for her since their first meeting, Naruto smiled and reminded Kusiai. "No problem. Don't underestimate Kusiai's appetite, 7th Hokage." Facing this Naruto from another timeline, Kusiai didn't call him Dad, which made Karen's eyebrows twitch. Seeing this, Naruto just smiled and didn't say anything. And so, the mealtime whirlwind began. Soon, 2 or 3 empty bowls were stacked in front of Naruto. For someone who often used shadow clones for office work, replenishing stamina was quite important, so his appetite was naturally not small. But when he looked up, there were already 7 or 8 large empty bowls stacked in front of Karen and Kusai. What? The 7th Hokage's face was full of disbelief. He had learned about Karen's large appetite during their days together, but he wondered how the little Kusai managing it. Where did all that ramen go? Naruto looked at Kusai's still flat stomach, completely baffled. Looking at Sasuke and Boruto beside him, they had already finished their battle. Meanwhile, Karen and Kusai seemed to have just warmed up. Chapter 286, Chapter 286 7 years. In the end, the meal concluded with Kusai finishing 13 super large bowls of ramen, claiming first place, though no one was actually competing. After filling her stomach, Karen couldn't wait to ask her questions. During their earlier interaction, Kusai hadn't hidden the fact that she knew about, and had even been to, the Konoha Village of this era. That sense of incongruity had been lingering in Karen's mind. Kusai didn't keep them in suspense either. She gently wiped her mouth with a napkin and slowly began to recount her experiences. Time went back to the day Kusai and Jiraiya were transported away by the Ryumayaku. Perhaps because the turtle-shaped device possessed some kind of world-crossing ability, they, like Karen and Sasuke, were sent to another space-time. But unlike them, whether it was the parallel world Karen ended up in or the one Sasuke was in, their historical development processes weren't vastly different from the main world they originally came from. For certain individuals, the world might have been turned upside down, but zooming out to the entire ninja world would reveal that the development paths of these 3 worlds didn't differ greatly. The world Kusai and Jiraiya were sent to, however, was different. At first, when the two appeared in a primeval forest, they thought they had been sent to an earlier point in the timeline. The solution Kusai and Jiraiya found was similar to Naruto's: find the Ryumayaku again and figure out a way to travel back. But when they emerged from the forest, everything before them completely overturned their imagination of the ninja world. Outside the forest, there were no 5 great nations, not even the title, ninja, existed. It was as if the Sage of 6 Paths had never passed down the concept of ninshu. Chakra, however, still existed. At that time, the dominant force occupying this world was a faction called Utopia. They used something called Jello Stone to create armor capable of releasing attacks similar to ninjutsu. Additionally, there were giant carriers that roamed the seas and land, and surgeries that involved transplanting Jello Stone into the human body to obtain various enhancements, even transformations into beastmen. All these things relied on that special ore, and those wearing the special armor, called knights, were somewhat similar to ninjas from the main world. Under the oppression of the Utopia faction, many small countries were forced to become vassals, or even wiped out entirely, with their people enslaved by Utopia. Just as Kusai and Jiraiya arrived at a certain village, they encountered knights collecting the so-called head tax. The impoverished village couldn't afford such high taxes, but that wasn't the knights' concern. The knight directly moved to destroy the worthless village. Unsurprisingly, Kusai and Jiraiya intervened. The subsequent development was also as expected. Utopia continuously sent attackers, and Kusai and Jiraiya dealt with them as they came. Perhaps because no force could counterbalance them, Utopia's military development was very slow, to the point where Jiraiya alone could easily take on a group of knights. During this time, he even went to Mount Myaboku in this world, ended up teaching the toads their ninjutsu, and signed a summoning contract with them. Although ninjas hadn't developed, ninjutsu could still be used in this world. Thanks to this, Kusai and Jiraiya also gathered a group of people willing to resist, teaching them combat skills and ninjutsu. It could be said that Jiraiya's lineage essentially founded a new school in that world. Later, more and more people joined Jiraiya's side. Utopia's power was continuously weakened, and they were eventually completely eradicated by these new ninjas. Achieving this righteous feat didn't take them too much time, and they had been searching for the Ryumayaku throughout. It's just that this world seemed to have no Ryumayaku at all. Just as Kusai and Jiraiya were at their wits' end, the turtle device seemed to finally finish its startup process and actively made an appearance. This was the first time Kusai learned how to use the thing since finding it among the pile of miscellaneous items. Through the user guide knowledge contained within the device, Kusai finally understood her and Jiraiya's current situation. Simply put, if many parallel timelines with different paths were lined up side by side, then 2 worlds with more similar historical development would have a shorter distance between them. It seemed they had been thrown into a very, very distant parallel world. But fortunately, there was finally a chance to return. Afterwards, Kusai used the turtle device to begin traveling to other worlds with Jiraiya. As long as they found their original world, they could start searching upstream and downstream along the timeline. If only things had gone that smoothly. At this point, Kusai took a few small sips of the tea Tucci brought over to moisten her throat. The others listening were already stunned. The most impacted among them was Boruto. He never imagined the girl before him was also his father's child, albeit from another world's father. Naruto, meanwhile, remembered that he too had encountered the so-called utopia in his youth, defeating the evil leader of that faction at the time and liberating the clan. Where did they go afterwards? It seemed they went across the sea. Only Karen, who seemed to already know what happened next, involuntarily took Kusui's hand. She carefully examined Kusui's face. It bore a maturity that didn't belong to her age. Many things happened after that. Because the crossing device consumes more energy for each additional person it carries. And not every world has a Ryumayaku to replenish its energy. So for efficiency, and to ensure we wouldn't run out of energy, I left Grandpa Jiraiya in a previous world. That's also the world I need to take you to. As she spoke, Kusui cheerfully made a V sign. Kusui-chan, how long were you traveling alone? Karen asked, her voice somewhat choked. Roughly, about 7 years. Kusui gently counted on her fingers. Then she looked at Karen, whose eyes were already reddening, and comforted her instead. Hey, don't be sad, Karen nay. As she spoke, Kusui used her fingers to wipe away the tears forming at the corners of Karen's eyes. That was a really interesting journey. She used an exaggerated smile to try and prove she wasn't as lonely as Karen imagined. Over the past 7 years, Kusui, initially with Jiraiya, traveled to many worlds. She visited the ninja world before the Otsutsuki arrived, reached a future where Naruto had died, and even became friends with a childhood, Uzumaki Naruto, who understood nothing. When it came to the history of the ninja world, Kusui could be said to understand it better than most people. As for why she stopped taking Jiraiya along and chose to leave him temporarily in a relatively closer world, that happened about 2 years after she started traveling through time and space. That day, the 6-year-old Kusui clearly saw a few more wrinkles on Jiraiya's face. It was then she realized that the endless cross-time, cross-world search brought not only unknown risks but also the passage of time. Lifespan was a very real topic. Although Jiraiya, as a sage of Mount Myaboku, had his original lifespan greatly extended, it was still confined within the human category. Faced with an unknown future where it was unclear how many more years it would take to find her comrades, Kusui made that decision. She chose to leave Jiraiya in that world, no matter how much he tried to persuade her otherwise. After all, only she could use the device. For Jiraiya, from his perspective, Kusui would disappear for a day or two every now and then, and return having grown a bit taller. Jiraiya felt both relieved and anguished about this. Fortunately, this pain didn't last too long. In the 6th year of her search, Kusui successfully found Sasuke, who had been sent to the gender-swapped world. Then, less than a year later, she found this world and successfully encountered the Karen she was familiar with. With that, Kusui finally finished recounting her long journey. What awaited her was a hug from Karen that was almost suffocating. Karen, holding the girl tightly, could no longer control herself, tears streaming down her face. She gently rested her chin on Kusui's head, silently embracing her. Soon, we'll be able to go back very soon. Kusui, being hugged, didn't show any sign of weakness, even patting Karen's back in return to comfort her. Chapter 287, Chapter 287, A world under the control of infinite Tsukuyomi. Wishing you all the best. True to their word about just having a meal, Kusui and Karen prepared to set off immediately after eating. They showed no intention of staying in this world any longer. The Naruto and Sasuke of this world didn't ask further questions either. From the young girl's account, they had already understood how critical the situation was where she came from. Regarding Obito and Zetsu, who had traveled back to the past, both of them, having experienced the 4th Great Ninja War, knew how terrifying that could be. In the end, all words turned into a simple blessing. Beyond that, there wasn't much more they could do to help. Karen just nodded in response, while Kusui took a deep look at this world's Naruto's face. You too. Just as Kusui had said herself, she had experienced many different timelines over these 7 years. Similarly, she had witnessed many partings and deaths. Of course, she had tried to prevent some inevitable sacrifices during that time, but due to limited ability, or perhaps fate's design, certain deaths were destined to remain unchanged. It was precisely after going through such experiences that this little girl truly understood the answer her father had given to her question back then. Dying on the path of protecting those you love is also a kind of romantic ending. The reason heroes are called heroes is because they dare to face bloodshed head-on, dare to confront certain death, yet never lack the courage to sacrifice for the people they love or the things they seek. This time, there was no need to trek all the way to the ancient ruins of Rorin. With the turtle-shaped device, Kusui simply activated the teleportation right on the 2nd floor of Ichiraku Ramen. With a flash of white light, the two vanished from the spot. Naruto and Sasuke both looked on in amazement, while Boruto stared blankly at the spot where the two had disappeared, lost in thought. On the other side, Karen and Kusui arrived in a fantastical space. Strictly speaking, this should be considered the interstitial space between worlds during travel. As she spoke, Kusui knocked on the glowing ground. Don't leave this area, or I'm not sure where you might end up. Clearly, during her years of using this device, Kusai had probably experienced some accidents. Hearing this, Karen simply sat down cross-legged, quietly waiting for the travel to end. Kusai sat down beside her, and the two began chatting idly again. Speaking of which, judging by the time you arrived, Karen had the Konoha Chunin exams ended. They should be considered over, right? During the final match, two members of the Otsutsuki clan suddenly burst in. Oh right, the Otsutsuki are dash. As she spoke, Karen started to explain, but unexpectedly, Kusai just waved her hand. I know, they're the visitors from the sky. Hearing this answer, Karen didn't elaborate further, instead recounting what happened afterwards and why her hair had turned white. Unexpectedly, Kusai's expression changed slightly after listening. So, in the end, it was you, Karen who personally dealt with that Momoshiki. Kusai's expression was somewhat strange. Yeah, that's what the Naruto-san of that world told me, anyway. I don't really remember it myself. The next moment, Kusai grabbed Karen's hand. Just as I thought, it's a, comma. She looked at the diamond-shaped mark on Karen's palm, her gaze slightly grave. Karen seemed to be noticing this thing on her hand for the first time as well, curiously trying to scratch it off. Huh? When did this get here? Kusai stopped Karen from trying to wash off the mark using a water-release ninjutsu and briefly described its effects. The so-called kama was essentially like a seed containing the complete consciousness and memories of an Otsutsuki clan's member. Before members of the Otsutsuki clan who had reached a higher level of evolution realized they were about to die, they might plant the seed inside an intelligent life form to avoid death. After a period of growth, the Otsutsuki consciousness within the kama would gradually begin to invade the host's body and will, eventually completely taking over, achieving rebirth. So that guy will take over my body in the future. Karen said this with a look of nervousness, increasing the force with which she scratched at the mark. Theoretically speaking. That's correct. Kusai first nodded, then, after watching Karen fret for a while, smiled and explained to her. But Karen you don't need to worry. Once we find Dad, he should be able to separate this thing. Oh, right. Karen nodded blankly. If Kusai hadn't mentioned it, she would have almost forgotten that Naruto was a user of the Baku Baku no Mi. That restructuring ability might really be able to extract the kama from her body. Don't worry. The erosion is a big threat to those with weak willpower, but for a strong person like you, Karen it won't happen that quickly. As she spoke, Kusai stood up. Just as Karen was feeling a bit embarrassed by this sudden, inexplicable praise, she heard Kusai suddenly say, Get ready, we're about to arrive. At the same time, a mischievous, triumphant smile flashed across her face. Huh. The next moment, the starry river-like scenery around them suddenly vanished, and the two appeared directly in midair. The sudden sensation of weightlessness made Karen instinctively enter her human-beast hybrid form, but fortunately, the drop point wasn't too high. At least Kusai landed nimbly after a few aerial steps. You little rascal, teasing me like that. Karen followed her down and proceeded to pinch and squeeze the little girl's cheeks for quite a while before finally calming down. Before the two could say anything more, two familiar figures approached from the side. It was Sasuke and Jiraiya. Karen, you. From Jiraiya's perspective, it had been over 2 years since he last saw Karen. He never expected to see his student with completely white hair the moment they met. This reminded him of Nagato, and he couldn't help but feel worried. Seeing Jiraiya like this, Karen put on a broad, casual smile. It's nothing, just a bit of temporary overexertion. As she spoke, she explained the origin of her white hair and mentioned that the Naruto from the other world had replenished the life force she had lost. Basically, she was telling the old man not to worry too much. The moment they met, Karen could see that Jiraiya's spirits were really low. It seemed that not being able to help Kusai had truly made him blame himself deeply. But now it was finally coming to an end. Kusai-chan, next. After confirming Karen was okay, Jiraiya turned to look at Kusai. Yeah, all that's left is to find Dad. Infinite parallel worlds, endless possibilities. Kusai had actually managed to get this far by trying them out one by one, using a dumb method. Perhaps fate was truly favoring the group, as this final search didn't take as long as imagined. About a month after Karen rejoined the team, Kusai successfully found a world that was highly likely to be the one Naruto was in. After arriving, she only conducted a brief search before immediately choosing to return, then gathered everyone to go to that world together. Sasuke and when we arrive in that world, I need you to immediately release your Susanoo to block out the light. Kusai looked at Sasuke with a serious expression. I know. Sasuke nodded gently. He hadn't been idle during this time, and at least he had finally managed to summon his Gundam. The spiritual power of the Sharingan can block that light and prevent us from being controlled by the Genjutsu. Kusai said with a grave expression. If it weren't for her naturally strong mental power and her prior preparation, she might have been controlled the moment she arrived in that world. But this also proved that world was currently under the effects of the infinite Tsukuyomi. From her initial brief search, Kusai found that there was no so-called allied shinobi forces in that world. Having learned the details of the Fourth Great Ninja War in more than one world, Kusai knew what this meant. The infinite Tsukuyomi was still active, the world hadn't been completely drained, and the moon still hung high in the sky. This indicated that Kaguya hadn't been released yet. The person currently using this power was likely Madara, or perhaps Obito. Since the allied shinobi forces didn't exist, the people who could still be fighting against them now were most likely the Uzumaki Naruto they knew. Chapter 288, Chapter 288 World Release and the Six Paths Obito. Naruto's luck was peculiar. If you said he was lucky, well, during one trip through time, all his companions were scattered like stars across the sky. But if you said he was unlucky, well, he only intended to find his teammates first, but ended up running straight into the final boss at a critical stage. At least the final boss for this stage. After a friendly exchange with the Queen of Rorin from this period, appealing to her emotions and reasoning with her, she was still quite happy to send Naruto, this living trouble, on his way. Perhaps the world itself was favoring Naruto, because when he arrived at another point in time, what he saw was the masked man absorbing the final tailed beast's chakra into the ghetto statue. Uzumaki Naruto. Upon seeing Naruto's appearance, the masked man showed no panic. Because at this moment, he stood on the shoulder of the ghetto statue, and all the eyes of the ghetto statue were open. The chakra of all the tailed beasts, from Shikaka to Kurama, had already been absorbed into it. The Nine Tails chakra. Not only Naruto, but even Kurama inside him could sense that chakra identical to his own. This was the worst-case scenario. He was clearly still inside Naruto, so where did the Nine Tails chakra on the other side come from? Kurama was still confused, but Naruto didn't hesitate in the slightest. Not understanding the principle didn't conflict with his need to stop this. Uzumaki Naruto, you've arrived just in time. The masked man raised his hands horizontally, just like all major villains do when their plans are about to succeed. He too was about to deliver an acceptance speech. Let you bear witness to the arrival of the infinite Tsukuyomi world dash. Swoosh. A finger-thick beam of light shot directly from Naruto's hand, instantly striking the masked man high above. The struck mask, along with one of the masked man's ears, was instantly twisted by some intensely rotating force. Like a black hole, his entire head began to collapse towards a central point. If the masked man hadn't acted quickly, using a kunai to cut off his own ear, his entire head might have been completely twisted off in that infinite rotation. How is this possible? The masked man, now we should call him Obito, was covering his bleeding ear with one hand while exclaiming in shock. I had clearly entered intangible state before sensing the attack, so why was I still hit? Below, Naruto showed an expression of regret. Still not proficient enough. That move just now was only a prototype, its form not yet stable. Frankly, hitting the target directly was already an overperformance. What? Surprised. Naruto let out a light breath and shook his hand, as if blowing away gun smoke. By the way, it's really ugly, no wonder you always wear a mask. He looked directly into Obito's shocked face, an undisguised mockery hanging on his lips. Knowing you use spacetime ninjutsu, how could I not be prepared? As he spoke, Naruto's figure vanished from the spot. In the next moment, he appeared directly in front of Obito. Simultaneously, the same light appeared on his palm again. Obito subconsciously wanted to enter his intangible state to dodge, but he quickly realized that, although he didn't understand the principle, the other party could already attack him across space while he was in the Kamui dimension. So he controlled the ghetto statue, which was of one mind with him, lowering his body while opening its large mouth. Several purple chakra dragons extended from that large mouth, pressing towards Naruto. Naruto, having seen the brief future, simply used adamant sealing chains, entangling them with those dragons. At the same time, he moved his hand, aiming in another direction. Swoosh. The strange beam shot out again, and Obito's figure appeared precisely in its path. This time, the beam took his legs. Both of Obito's legs below the knees were sucked into the vortex. He had no choice but to repeat his trick, sacrificing a part to save the whole. With a thud, Obito seemed to kneel on the ground as if in repentance, completely losing his balance. Blood loss of this degree had already made Obito's face pale. He knew deeply he couldn't wait any longer. The ninjutsu Naruto had mastered countered him far too effectively. Losing the previously invincible advantage of Kamui's intangibility, Obito's shortcomings naturally became apparent. Because he needed to control the ghetto statue, Obito currently had one of his own Sharingan and one Rinnegan, with no extra Sharingan for him to use as an Aji. But it didn't matter. Ha! Following Obito's will, the ghetto statue's form rapidly changed. The chakra dragons entangled with the adamantine sealing chains were actively severed, and more tentacle-like tails extended from the ghetto statue's body. Its originally somewhat humanoid form turned into something resembling a conch. Simultaneously, a huge eyeball opened within it, staring fixedly at Naruto flying in midair. This is the Ten Tails. Kurama, hidden within Naruto, looked at the monster and finally understood. Hey! Kid, release my seal. He knew now wasn't the time for conflict. Knowing deeply the power of the Ten Tails, Kurama intended to temporarily set aside their differences and cooperate with Naruto once. Unexpectedly, Naruto paid him no mind. Instead, he looked gravely at the massive monster's body, remaining silent. The transformation wasn't over yet. The fearsome-looking Ten Tails monster wasn't Obito's trump card. With a few hand seals from him, the massive Ten Tails rapidly flowed towards his direction. It was like a liquid, squeezing into his body. Six Paths Ten Tails Coffin Seal. Naruto didn't rashly interrupt this process because, in the future he predicted, anyone who got close would be forcibly aggregated together by this fusion power. The better approach now was actually to wait for the opponent's technique to finish, then kill him in one go. The grand and imposing fusion lasted 7 or 8 seconds, and the huge monster turned into a white egg. In the next moment, Obito, his body restored, emerged from the egg. His appearance had changed drastically now. His skin had turned pale white, strange patterns appeared on his back, along with several horn-like appendages. Simultaneously, a black staff appeared in his hand as if from nowhere. Round 2, let's begin. Feeling the surging chakra within his body, the trepidation Obito had felt due to Naruto's unknown technique finally dissipated somewhat. Come on. Naruto didn't waste words either. His whole body shot forward like a meteor, a whip kick aimed at Obito's head. Thud. His sure hit strike was actually blocked by the unknown black staff. Conqueror's Haki clashed violently with the black staff, yet couldn't break it. Swoosh. The same beam again. At this distance, even if Naruto couldn't control it precisely, he could still aim it at Obito's head. But the beam was also blocked by a black substance. It was an extension from the end of the staff. The staff was just a disguise, and these black substances could actually change shape at will according to Obito's intention. Whirl Release doesn't work either. Naruto thought to himself. Whirl Release was the technique Naruto had developed during this time specifically to counter Obito's intangible ability. Referencing Inoki's Dust Release, Naruto had tried adding various chakra natures he mastered into the mix. Finally, after constant trial and error, he adjusted the corresponding ratios, mixing Water Release, Wind Release, and Yang Release chakra in a certain proportion, creating this new Kekii Tota. Its effect was as demonstrated earlier, it could pull anything it touched into an infinite rotation. This rotation could even distort space to a certain extent, which was why Obito couldn't avoid it using Kemui. Of course, every Kekii Genkai was perfected and modified over many years. Naruto was no exception here. Although he was incredibly lucky to create this terrifyingly powerful Kekii Tota, its drawbacks far outweighed its advantages. First, its controllability was extremely poor. Perhaps due to the rotational force, even the current Naruto found it difficult to hit the target accurately. Second, its consumption was considerable. With Naruto's current chakra reserves, he could use it multiple times, but for others, even other members of the Uzumaki clan, just using it once could very well endanger their lives. Perhaps only other Jinchuriki were qualified to use this Kekii Tota. Even such a terrifyingly powerful ninjutsu was thwarted by the black substance. It wasn't that it couldn't distort it, but the toughness of the black substance far exceeded expectations. The black substance that had turned into a shield only showed spiral distortion patterns at the center, while the surroundings remained intact. Destroying it would probably require another 10 or so seconds. But in such an intense battle, where could he find that much time? The moment the beam was blocked, Obito controlled the black substance to penetrate itself, directly turning into spikes stabbing towards Naruto. Chapter 289, Chapter 289 The Revival of Uchiha Madara. Facing the incoming black spikes, Naruto simply abandoned his attempt to continue the stalemate. He wrapped one foot in Haki for isolation, pushed off forcefully against the black substance using it, and used the recoil to put distance between them. What's wrong? Finally realizing the power of this truth-seeking ball. His attack missed, but no frustration showed on Obito's face. Instead, he calmly transformed the black substance into several black spheres, letting them float behind him. Ever since performing the Ten Tails Coffin Seal and obtaining this Six Paths power, knowledge about the truth-seeking balls and other related information had automatically appeared in Obito's mind. As if he had been born with it. Truth-seeking balls are essentially special, high-density chakra spheres created through yin-yang release, fusing the 7 properties of yin, yang, and the 5 basic chakra natures. As one of the abilities of the Sage of Six Paths, truth-seeking balls can negate and obliterate most ninjutsu, as well as any physical object they touch. The whirl release created by Naruto was relatively effective, able to distort the shape of the truth-seeking balls. If it were Inoki's dust release, it would likely have been completely nullified. Similarly, it was precisely because he saw himself being hit and pierced by the truth-seeking balls in his observation hockey prediction that Naruto chose to dodge. Quite troublesome indeed. Despite Obito's provocation, not a trace of despair showed on Naruto's face, his fighting spirit remained as intense as ever. He slowly drew out Mushoku, which he hadn't used for a long time, from within himself, coated it with hockey, then beckoned Obito forward with a finger. Now this is what I call a worthy opponent. Hey, if you want to talk tough, you'd better do it now while you still can. Obito shaped a truth-seeking ball into a spiral-shaped long sword. The sword of Nunoboko, called a sword but actually the legendary divine tool used by the Sage of Six Paths to create the first continent. It carries the user's willpower, and the stronger the will, the greater its hardness. In the next moment, the two weapons clashed. A massive shockwave spread outwards from the two as the center. With Conqueror's Haki providing isolation, Mushoku avoided directly colliding with the legendary divine tool, thus avoiding being shattered. Thud. Clang. Relying on his vastly enhanced physical abilities and dynamic vision in the six-path state, Obito barely managed to keep up with Naruto's high-speed slashes. No matter from which angle Mushoku's blade came, the sword of Nunoboko would steadily block it. It seemed Naruto was about to fall into a disadvantage. Useless. During the stalemate, Obito, quite dishonorably, controlled the other truth-seeking balls to transform into spikes and stab towards Naruto. Naruto, of course, dodged them in advance. Boom. The dodged truth-seeking balls hit the ground, producing an effect like an explosion of tailed beast bomb. Obito's attack missed, but Naruto seized the opportunity. Bite down hard. The bicep on his left arm instantly swelled like a ball, while black-red lightning coiled around his steel-cast fist. Boom. A roar echoed in Obito's ears. He felt everything before him shaking, the scene rapidly receding. Then followed two more loud thuds. Obito, even in his six-path state, was sent flying over a kilometer by this single punch, incidentally piercing through two mountain peaks in the process. Rubble fell from his body. Obito felt his entire face going numb. Impossible. I have mastered this divine power. Still somewhat dazed, Obito supported himself against the mountain wall. Just as he floated out from the dust, he saw that terrifying figure appear before him again. Don't even think about it. This time, he was smarter, directly controlling the truth-seeking balls to collide with Naruto. Pop. The truth-seeking balls passed through Naruto's body without obstruction, but then Naruto dissipated into a puff of smoke. A clone. Before Obito could react, another Naruto attacked from above. Heaven and Earth Musu, sever. Musoku descended quite plainly from above, chopping down towards Obito's forehead. The sword of Nunoboko blocked in front of the blade's path, but the blade light passed through the obstruction like an illusion. Immediately after, the hockey-coated blade sliced down through Obito's head as if through butter, completely unhindered. If Obito hadn't used his levitation at the last possible moment to shift slightly, that single slash would have been enough to split him in two. Boom. After the blade passed through the air, an invisible slash cut the earth apart, forcibly carving out a 100-meter-long trench. Clearly, the power of this slash was not as harmless as it appeared. And now, the left half of Obito's upper body was completely severed from the main part. Grah. It's useless. Uzumaki Naruto. Obito let out a piercing roar, then his body began to heal rapidly under the power of the six paths. Although he didn't have much Hashirama cells within him, even the small amount of white Zetsu cells, supplied with six paths level chakra, were enough to achieve instant regeneration. Obito, stop wasting time with him. At this moment, the mud-like black Zetsu attached itself to Obito's ear and reminded him. Hearing this, Obito's face instantly darkened. According to the original plan, he was supposed to use the Rinne rebirth technique to revive the true Uchiha Madara, then let him perform the infinite Tsukuyomi. But in truth, from beginning to end, he had wanted to bypass the step of reviving Madara and perform the infinite Tsukuyomi himself. Although Madara had saved him, Obito was someone who could even kill his own teacher and comrades, so why would he care about a mere life-saving favor? For him, only a world with Rin had meaning. Shut up. I will perform the infinite Tsukuyomi. Obito simply stopped pretending. Ignoring Black Zetsu's reminder, he decisively put distance between himself and Naruto, then clapped his hands together. In the next moment, the previously absorbed ten tails emerged from Obito's body again, transforming into an enormous divine tree. This is, what? Naruto looked at the massive giant tree formed from the ten tails, muttering to himself. At this point, Kurama came online again. The God Tree, its name is the God Tree. Chakra originates from this tree. Naruto didn't wait for Kurama to finish explaining before vanishing from the spot. In the next moment, countless vines completely filled the area. Naruto, now high in the air, felt a sense of lingering fear. Because in the brief future he observed, even a slight graze would cause the chakra within him to be continuously absorbed by this divine tree, and the vines would keep entangling him. It could be said that touching it even a little would mean disaster. On the other side, seeing the god tree successfully descend, a smile returned to Obito's face. But before he could do anything more, his body began to swell like a giant balloon. This is, what's happening. The uncontrolled physical change added a touch of anxiety to Obito's face. Black Zetsu, watching secretly, silently made a decision. Originally, he had genuinely considered letting Obito initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi like this. After all, no matter who initiated it, they would only become a stepping stone for him to liberate his mother. But judging by Obito's current state, as expected, Obito, you still lack the qualifications after all. When Black Zetsu's voice sounded again, Obito's heart sank. His greatest fear seemed to be coming true. In the next moment, Black Zetsu directly used the trigger Madara had previously planted within Obito's body to forcibly take control of Obito's form. Poof! A scroll was taken out. After the smoke cleared, it revealed a coffin. Black Zetsu. What are you doing? Watching his own hands form hand seals uncontrollably, Obito shouted at Black Zetsu with a threatening but weak tone. No helping it, Obito. Who asked you not to be the chosen one? As he spoke, the hand seals for the Rinne rebirth technique were completed. A massive amount of ocular power and life force were madly drained at this moment. Although Naruto wanted to stop it, the layers upon layers of still colliding tree roots blocked his path. No matter how many he cut, the god tree would quickly grow more. On the other side, Obito's body had already become withered again. In its place, faint rustling sounds came from within the coffin. Click. The coffin lid was moved aside from within by a hand. Immediately after, a figure all too familiar to Kurama appeared at the center of the battlefield. Uchiha Madara. Inside Naruto, Kurama said in disbelief. Naruto followed his guidance and looked down below. His gaze passed through the gaps in the vines, clearly seeing the figure with long black hair. The other seemed to sense Naruto's gaze, turning his head to meet his eyes. Uchiha Madara had officially been revived. Chapter 290, Chapter 290. Watch closely, Obito. This is how you use Six Paths power. The Rinne rebirth technique. Madara flexed his joints, surveyed his surroundings with his empty eye sockets, then spoke to Black Zetsu, who had reattached to his body. You've done well, Black Zetsu. Then he noticed Obito lying on the ground, weakened from the massive drain of life force. Perhaps due to the boost from Six Paths power, Obito hadn't died as he might have expected after performing the Rinne rebirth. But he knew clearly that now that Madara was revived, his own role was mostly over. Before Obito could say anything, Madara decisively walked over to him, who still couldn't move, and without hesitation retrieved his own Rinnegan. Ugh. Simultaneously, a white Zetsu emerged from the ground, holding out the other Rinnegan that Obito had kept hidden. Obito, wary of Madara, had indeed made many preparations, but in the eyes of the ever-pervasive white Zetsu, they were all just a joke. Madara thus unceremoniously swapped the Rinnegan back in front of Obito, becoming the true complete form. It seems you were beaten quite badly, and by just a single ninja. Feeling the familiar ocular power within his eye sockets, Madara finally had the mind to say a few more words to Obito, his tool. Just moments before, he had also sensed the gaze from high above, but besides Naruto, Madara hadn't detected any other enemies in the vicinity. This meant that Obito, who had gathered the tailed beast's power and even become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, had failed to defeat that unknown ninja. After my death, did another genius like Hashirama appear in the ninja world? Or is this Obito simply too incompetent? Madara didn't dwell on this question for too long. He was revived, so Obito's usefulness had ended. On the other side, Obito, enduring the pain from his eye socket, looked at Madara with his remaining Sharingan. Uchiha Madara, don't forget what you promised me. His answer was Madara's outstretched hand. The hand pressed against his body, and then the Rinnegan activated, violently drawing out the Ten-Tails chakra. Of course, I, Uchiha Madara, do not go back on my promises. You will have a place in the new world. Hearing Madara's response, even as immense pain racked his body from the chakra extraction, a smile still appeared on Obito's face. Ha! Ha ha! Uzumaki Naruto. See that? I won. Kakashi, I won. Perhaps due to excessive pain and physical weakness, Obito's consciousness was beginning to blur. Neither Madara nor Black Zetsu commented on this. After all, in their view, Obito had little use left. On the other side, Naruto, flying high in the air, locked eyes from a distance with the real Madara, the one with two empty sockets, and confirmed his identity through Kurama, who had personal experience. So that guy is the real Uchiha Madara. As he spoke, Naruto began creating shadow clones. The clones stood at different positions high in the air, and chakra spheres, purple-black in color, began forming in their hands. They were the Conqueror's bombs, imitations of the fused-tailed beast bombs. Just as Naruto said this, over a dozen Conqueror's bombs, expanded to their limit, were simultaneously thrown downwards by him. When you lack precision, use saturation bombing. Since sword techniques alone couldn't break through the God Tree's defensive blockade, Naruto simply stopped pretending and showed his hand. Kurama, you can vent some anger too. Naruto even opened a large portion of the seal, starting to frantically pour Kurama's chakra into the Conqueror's bombs. Hey! You brat. Don't just take my chakra without asking. Kurama quickly snapped out of his shock at seeing Madara again and promptly protested Naruto's act of seizing his chakra. After roaring angrily within the seal space, Kurama tried to reclaim that portion of chakra. But it was like a tug-of-war, and Naruto's pull on this chakra was simply too strong. Forget it, forget it. Consider it revenge. Seeing that he couldn't pull back as fast as Naruto was taking, Kurama simply gave up resisting, deceiving himself. This amount of chakra wasn't enough to seriously harm him. Besides, he did have old grievances with Madara. Back then, he was controlled by Madara, then pinned down by Hashirama. The painful memories were still vivid. In comparison, Naruto's methods were relatively milder. After the Conqueror's bombs were thrown, the God Tree instinctively defended itself. The chakra spheres emitting black-red lightning were entangled by the God Tree's branches. Just as the God Tree prepared to absorb the chakra within, the Conqueror's Haki acted. BZZZT. The moment the God Tree's branches touched the Conqueror's bombs, the Conqueror's Haki, as if self-aware, proactively detonated the fused chakra in advance. One Conqueror's bombs detonated, and the resulting shockwave quickly triggered the surrounding Conqueror's bombs. Soon, a series of tremendously loud explosions occurred in midair. The branches extended by the Divine Tree didn't even have time to regenerate before being caught up in a new wave of explosions. Madara below, who had nearly finished extracting the Ten-Tails chakra, seemed to sense something and looked up at the sky. What appeared in his vision were continuously enlarging black spheres. Boom. A mushroom cloud instantly erupted on the ground. The area where Obito and Madara had been became a massive crater, as if struck by a meteor. However, above that crater, a black sphere still floated. This black sphere remained unmoved even after being struck by Naruto's Conqueror's bombs. Only after the last Conqueror's bomb that broke through the God Tree's defense exploded did the large black sphere unfurl again. The black substance rapidly deformed like a liquid, finally transforming back into a staff, held in a pale hand. So this is the power of the six paths. Madara, now clad in a robe with tomo patterns, gently clenched his fist, feeling the power vastly different from his mortal state, and couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh. Ha 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 ha. Obito, lying weakly on the ground nearby, could no longer make a sound. He could only look at Madara with hopeful eyes, wishing he wouldn't forget his promise. So you are the real Uchiha Madara. At this moment, Naruto's voice sounded beside Madara. Simultaneously, a fist wrapped in Conqueror's Haki mercilessly struck towards Madara's head. Madara, empowered by Six Paths power, actually caught Naruto's fist barehanded, relying purely on his enhanced physical stats and reaction speed. Not just ordinary trash, then. Just as Madara was about to say more, he felt the force from the hand suddenly increase dramatically. What? I, Madara Uchiha, would lose in a contest of strength to an ordinary ninja. Before Madara could be further shocked, the Conqueror's Haki on Naruto's fist fully erupted. Instantly, the hand gripping Naruto's fist showed signs of distortion. King's Punch X Baku. Boom. Under Obito's stunned gaze, the Madara he had placed such high hopes on was actually sent flying by Naruto with a single punch. The massive shockwave pushed Madara straight towards the God Tree, only stopping after creating a large crater. But Naruto, who had thrown the punch, narrowed his eyes slightly. Still not enough. Sure enough, as the dust cleared, Madara's figure floated out from within the God Tree. Not bad, brat from a later era. A mark from the punch still remained on his cheek, but Madara himself didn't seem to mind. As the first appetizer after my rebirth, you qualify. Thud. A huge impact sound erupted around Naruto, but the invisible attack was dodged by him. His figure quickly vanished from the spot, then used the super lightweight rock technique to float into the sky, beginning to search for the source of the attack. Oh. You can actually see the limbo. This time, Madara was finally somewhat surprised, but then he shook his head. No, you didn't see the limbo border jail, you sensed it. An interesting brat. How about this then? As he spoke, he formed another hand seal. Sage Art, Storm Release Light Fong. A laser-like thin line shot from his mouth, directly cutting towards Naruto's head. This attack was extremely fast, but unfortunately, it still wasn't enough against observation Haki that could briefly foresee the future. Naruto, stepping on air, quickly dodged and weaved in the sky, avoiding the laser spat from the other's mouth. Due to his own speed limitations, even with future sight, Naruto's dodging was very last minute. Sizzle. A piece of his loose robe was cleanly cut off by Madara. Quite troublesome. Naruto frowned slightly. Without a doubt, both were Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, but the combat prowess displayed by the real Madara was significantly greater than the fake ones. Troublesome. What an arrogant brat. Do you think dodging a few attacks gives you the right to be cocky? Naruto's words seemed to irritate Madara. In his view, the combat power Naruto had shown so far could at best be called talented. The only person in this world he considered a rival was the deceased Hashirama. Madara's arrogance was practically an instinct carved into his bones. Watch closely, Obito. This is how you use Six Paths power. He shouted angrily, then clasped his hands together. Dozens of small spheres, edged with white light, instantly appeared in the sky. Simultaneously, the ground began to crack and shatter rapidly. Even the earth and rocks under Naruto's feet rapidly converged towards the sky. Chibaku Tensei. Facing this familiar technique, besides inwardly marveling at the vast difference between Madara and Nagato, Naruto even had the leisure to glance at the previously lying Obito. Obito, is it? So that's your name, Uchiha Obito. He took a deep look at Obito, who lay on the ground completely unafraid of him, as his body was pulled towards the sky by Chibaku Tensei's gravity. Wait, Obito. After I deal with him, you're next. For Obito, who had lost his fighting ability, Naruto had no intention of killing him immediately. After all, he had promised Sasuke to let him have his revenge too. Heh, save your big talk for when you survive. Obito looked at Naruto floating in the air and sneered. Although the process differed from what he had imagined, at least the result hadn't deviated from expectations. Next, he only needed to wait for Madara to eliminate Naruto Uzumaki, then perform the infinite Tsukuyomi. Rin. You will live well in that world. Chapter 291, Chapter 291 I, Uchiha Madara, acknowledge you as the strongest. Under the watchful eyes of Madara and Obito, Naruto's figure was rapidly pulled towards the high altitude. He intended to use the super lightweight rock technique and super heavyweight rock technique to alter his own mass, thereby breaking free from the gravitational field's restraint. But unfortunately, Madara was no Nagato, and he released over a dozen Chibaku Tensei spheres operating simultaneously. The gravity in the sky had long fallen into chaos. So even if Naruto broke free from the pull of one gravity sphere, he would quickly be restrained by others. Useless, brat. This is the power of a god, the ultimate power of the Uchiha. Seeing Naruto still struggling, Madara simply controlled those gravity spheres to converge towards the same direction. The attractive force acting on Naruto's body suddenly increased tenfold. Seeing escape was hopeless, Naruto simply gave up struggling, allowing the gravity sphere to suck him into its center. Immediately after, the upturned earth and rocks rapidly converged near the gravity sphere, forming an artificial moon in the sky far larger than the one Nagato had released. Witnessing this, Madara merely lowered his hand, showing no further emotion. In the end, he was just an ordinary mortal. Although he had mastered some unknown skill, it was still nothing before the divine power I possessed. Thinking this, Madara also flew to a high altitude. Beside him was the god tree, which had already begun to gradually bloom, and above his head was the final vessel for the moon eye, the moon created by the sage of six paths. Madara compared the moon's size to the Chibaku Tensei he had cast and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Although he had mastered the sage of the six paths power, there was still a certain gap compared to the legendary sage. But it was enough. In another 10 minutes, when the god tree was in full bloom, he would directly cast the infinite Tsukuyomi. By then, his long-cherished wish would be fulfilled, and there would be no more wars in the world. Hashirama, I will prove to you that I was right. Thinking this, Madara, like a poet, actually felt a bit of melancholy under the moonlight. Crack. Even though they were kilometers high, Madara could clearly hear the crisp cracking sound. An auditory hallucination. Crack crack crack. No, how could it be? Madara instantly turned around, looking towards the Chibaku Tensei prison in the other direction. Black Zetsu, attached to him, was also surprised. It knew clearly that Madara now possessed six paths power. Although the Chibaku Tensei he performed couldn't compare to the true six paths Chibaku Tensei, it was no ordinary rock sphere either. It also possessed some power to seal chakra. Crack. This cracking sound was unmistakably clear, shattering all denial from Madara and Black Zetsu. The super-large Chibaku Tensei, a full kilometer in diameter, was forcibly split open down the middle under their gaze. Before Madara could take any action, the fissure rapidly spread, soon completely splitting the giant rock in two. With his exceptional eyesight, Madara could see the person pinned between the two halves of the rock. Who else could it be but that brat from before? This brat, just who is he? Madara looked at Naruto, who was now emitting a red aura, and asked blankly to Black Zetsu hanging on him. He suspected this kid might be Hashirama's descendant. His name is Uzumaki Naruto, son of the 4th Hokage of Konoha, and also the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. The Uzumaki clan. Madara was puzzled. He knew the Uzumaki clan indeed had naturally powerful chakra, but he had never heard of their physical bodies being so terrifyingly strong either. Then another key point attracted him. You said the Nine Tails. Madara felt the complete, intact Ten Tails chakra within him, then looked questioningly at Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu didn't know where to start explaining the matter of space-time travel to this guy. Fortunately, Naruto was very considerate and didn't put Black Zetsu in a difficult position. Naruto, his body emitting terrifying waves of energy, almost turned into a streak of light as he charged towards Madara's direction by stepping on air. The clothes on his upper body had now completely torn, reduced to strips hanging around his waist. His originally tied golden ponytail had also come loose at some point, its length significantly increased due to body revival technique. Now, his golden hair fluttered constantly under the impact of the aura, like a cape. Even more oppressive was his swollen 3 to 4 meter tall figure and the faintly glowing red cracks appearing all over his muscles. Body revival technique, 8 gates released formation, life return, release. Almost every physical enhancement state had been applied by Naruto. The moment he was trapped, Naruto felt that chakra draining and sealing power. He tried using whirl release, but the moment it began to form, the chakra constituting it was absorbed by the surrounding earth and rocks. It seemed using ninjutsu to escape wasn't realistic. No wonder, since this technique was originally used to seal chakra entities like the tailed beasts and Kagaya. Fortunately, Naruto wasn't just an ordinary ninja. He was also a user of the Baku Baku no Mi. While trapped in the center of the rock, he directly opened his abyssal mouth and devoured the surrounding chakra-infused rocks, successfully creating enough space for himself. Then, before the rocks could converge again due to gravity, Naruto mobilized the chakra within his body, infinitely enhancing his physical attributes. If ninjutsu gets devoured, what about pure strength? Just as Madara was sighing about the passage of time and missing his rival, Naruto directly used the Konoha's forbidden taijutsu kindly provided by Shino. That delicate balance stabilized completely after Naruto added the Nine Tails chakra to it, and he entered the same state Shino had. But his base physical attributes were worlds apart from Shino's. Before Madara could even see what happened, he only felt his face go numb instantly. Then a strong sensation of weightlessness enveloped his body. Ugh. He only managed a subconscious cry of pain. Then, under Obito's shocked gaze below, Madara's figure was kicked around midair by Naruto like a ping-pong ball. His flying speed couldn't even match Naruto's speed of shifting positions by stepping on air. Even without using any clone technique, Naruto's figure seemed to appear simultaneously in different positions. That was pure speed, pure power. While being kicked around, Madara barely managed to gather his consciousness and controlled the truth-seeking balls to extend and form a sphere around him. Clang! Naruto's fist, carrying terrifying force, struck the surface of the truth-seeking ball. Although it still failed to penetrate the substance containing all chakra properties, it successfully caused a dent. This sent chills down the spine of Black Zetsu hiding inside. How is this possible? Could pure physical brute force really destroy a truth-seeking ball? Black Zetsu didn't believe it. Although he was very dissatisfied with the Sage of Six Paths, his elder brother, he still had great confidence in the power the sage inherited from their mother. That should absolutely be something the ants of the ninja world couldn't withstand. In contrast, Madara, after successfully buying a brief respite using the truth-seeking ball barrier, finally regained his clarity. Feeling the pain all over his body, his eyes held none of the panic that Black Zetsu felt. A strong enemy. Without a doubt, the brat named Uzumaki Naruto outside the truth-seeking ball was a strong enemy fully on par with Hashirama. He. Ha ha ha. Good. Then let's fight dash. Before Madara's words even finished, Naruto's next attack arrived. Seeing that ordinary punches seemed ineffective against the black truth-seeking balls, Naruto finally remembered what else he hadn't used yet. Don't fail me now. It was unclear who he was talking to. But in the next moment, Naruto opened his mouth wide and began frantically inhaling. Obito below didn't know what Naruto planned to do. But at that moment, vast amounts of natural energy, invisible to the naked eye, were being sucked into Naruto's body. Immediately after, the distinctive eye markings of Sage Mode appeared around Naruto's eyes. Combined with the Nine Tails chakra, a sufficiently large golden Haori automatically clothed Naruto. At this moment, his already greatly enhanced physical attributes reached yet another level. But Naruto didn't act rashly. Instead, he floated mid-air and waited quietly for a moment. Sure enough, in the next moment, an intense will appeared in his mind. But before Naruto could resist it, that hazy yet intense will seemed to sense something and actually voluntarily gave up its instinct to invade this body. At this time, Naruto also saw his palm, where the hexagonal mark was faintly glowing. Clearly, this was the failsafe left by the nature will. It seemed able to use this mark to transmit certain information to the not yet formed nature will at this point in time. Evidently, this was also included in the terms of the deal. Thanks, Naruto muttered. In the next moment, he began gathering power midair. As his body rotated and the muscles in his arm bulged, the air around him began to distort. But upon closer look, it wasn't just the air that was distorting, all the space around him was being twisted by this tremendous force. The Conqueror's haki, symbolizing self-will, was also coated on his fist at this moment. Hugh dash. A breath like steam exhaled from Naruto's mouth. In the next instant, as if the frame skipped, Naruto's figure instantly appeared before the truth-seeking ball barrier. Can't break through. That just means the force isn't enough. This punch, discarding all techniques, plain and simple, yet containing matchless immense force, struck the indestructible, truth-seeking ball. Immediately after, tiny cracks actually appeared on the flawless black surface of the truth-seeking ball. Under Black Zetsu's expression as if he'd seen a ghost, under Obito's utterly bewildered stare, and amidst Madara's maniacal laughter, Naruto's fist completely shattered through the truth-seeking ball and struck Madara within. Boom. The loud noise reached Obito's ears a moment late, after Naruto had already sent Madara flying. He watched as if witnessing a battle between legendary gods, as Naruto punched Madara, along with the truth-seeking ball, sending him flying. Half of Madara's body had already turned to dust the moment it contacted Naruto's fist, but the fist wind still carried him crashing towards the god tree behind him. Boom. A loud sound erupted from the surface of the god tree, followed by the grating sound of something breaking. In this lonely battlefield without the spectating allied shinobi forces, the god tree split completely in half. As if teleporting, Naruto's figure seemed to have discarded the movement process entirely, appearing directly before Madara, who now had only half a body left, in the center of the trunk. Cough, cough. That was a punch beyond imagination. As he spoke, Madara kept coughing up blood, but his injuries were visibly healing and regenerating. In contrast, on Naruto's side, one of his arms hung limply at his side like a rag, blood continuously flowing from it. But under the boost of regeneration technique and Sage mode, his arm was also healing rapidly. I admit, in terms of pure taijutsu, you are the strongest ninja I, Uchiha Madara, have ever encountered. Madara had already recovered enough to speak a coherent sentence. But the response he received wasn't pride at being acknowledged, but another fist terrifying enough to distort space. I am not a ninja. Boom. Chapter 292 Wait, this isn't right. The power in Naruto's fist had reached such terrifying magnitude that even without using any technique, it was sufficient to destroy everything blocking its path. When the fist wind reached Madara Uchiha's face, he found himself pinned in place, completely unable to move. Damn it. I won't just wait for death like this. Knowing his speed was unlikely to dodge this punch, Madara simply chose not to. He controlled his 4 invisible limbo clones to charge forward, attempting to use their attacks to deflect the punch. But even though those clones possessed the physical strength of his sage body, they were still utterly insignificant before Naruto, who currently resembled a 100-ton behemoth. His motion didn't even slow down a fraction. Cough. Then how about this? Madara strained to widen his eyes, staring fixedly at the golden, flame-like pupils. The genjutsu of the Rinnegan, surpassing that of the Sharingan, took effect at this moment. Physical strength doesn't mean. Irk. Before Madara could finish his performance, Naruto's fist had already struck him again. From Naruto's perspective, Madara had started rambling about something again, but with the intense aura erupting around him, he couldn't hear anything clearly. During the punch, he had felt a slight resistance, but it disappeared quickly. Naruto even thought it was just his imagination. Then Madara opposite him stared intently again, and Naruto felt a slight mental fluctuation seemingly trying to rush into his mind. But that mental fluctuation couldn't even breach the shield the nature's will had attached to the surface of his consciousness. He didn't even get to see what kind of illusion Madara had tried to create for him. This punch sent Madara flying helplessly into the air again, crashing towards the fallen god tree. During this, Madara had long lost the sage-like demeanor he had when he first became the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. His entire lower body turned into pulp under this punch. Yet, despite such injuries, Madara could still regenerate while laughing maniacally. Ha. Ha ha ha. Uzumaki Naruto. You fell for it. This was the planned route all along. Naruto looked at Madara in midair, unable to hear what he was saying clearly, but his observation haki had already observed what would happen next. Boom. A massive shockwave suddenly expanded outward midair. In the next instant, Naruto's figure appeared near Madara. But even so, this move seemed a step too late. Just moments before, when Naruto's punch had shattered both the man and the tree, Madara, embedded in the god tree, heard a voice. It was the voice of the god tree, telling him to absorb it. Absorb me. Absorb the god tree, absorb the ten tails, absorb everything. Although he didn't understand why the god tree was giving him such guidance, and the Uchiha clan's stone tablet didn't mention this step either. But at this point, he had to try anything. Before Madara could even reach the broken god tree, the trunk with its large red Rinnegan at the top actively leaned towards Madara. In the next moment, as if absorbing the ten tails, the sky-blotting god tree actively burrowed into Madara's body. Although he didn't understand what new change was happening, Naruto had no habit of letting enemies finish their transformations before attacking, nor did he intend to show any honor to someone like Madara. Ha! Already able to faintly feel the tearing pain from his shoulder muscles, Naruto completely ignored it and threw another terrifying straight punch. The fist wind and shockwave swept out, even briefly creating a vacuum in the space before Naruto. But this punch was blocked by something else. It was it should be said it was a chakra colossus much larger than a mountain, even larger than the ten tails. Susanoo. This was the first time Madara had released his Susanoo since being revived. The effect was even better than he had imagined. Perhaps because he had mastered Six Paths power, the already towering complete body Susanoo had become even more massive on this foundation. The Warring States era samurai armor on its body had also transformed into a robe similar to the Six Paths one Madara wore, and it even held a similar staff in its hand. This was no longer an ordinary Susanoo. Boom. The terrifying shockwave frantically tore at the Susanoo's outer shell, but compared to its sheer size, this level of destruction would need more time to break through its defense. Naruto naturally understood this. Pure physical attacks had difficulty covering such a large area. Then dash. Water attribute, wind attribute, and yang attribute chakra, mixed with natural energy, rapidly converged in Naruto's palms. In the next moment, Naruto brought his palms together, and a terrifying energy wave sufficient to turn night into day shot forth from his palms. Sage Art, Whirl Release Abyssal Rotation. This move was also an experiment by Naruto. Even with his current physical condition, changing its trajectory was very difficult. But fortunately, the Susanoo's target was large enough, requiring no aiming from him. The energy wave, like a torrent, struck the Susanoo's chest. Compared to its terrifying size, this shockwave with a mere 3 to 4 meter diameter seemed like an iron skewer stabbing into its flesh. Painful, but not fatal. If it ended just like that, one could indeed say so. The true terror of Whirl Release wasn't its powerful impact, but the result after being hit. Sure enough, centered on the spot on the Susanoo's chest that was struck, all the chakra in the surrounding area fell into a state of inward collapse. This giant, who had just made its appearance, didn't even have time to do anything before its form began to distort towards the impact point on its chest, as if a black hole had appeared there. The collapse process lasted a full 10 seconds before the massive Susanoo completely dissipated, over 90% of its body torn apart and shattered. But it had been enough. After the giant figure of the Susanoo disappeared, Madara's perfectly intact figure reappeared high in the air. It's over, Uzumaki Naruto. At this moment, Madara felt that power, stronger than before. Now, he truly felt complete. Welcome to the new world of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Madara roared maniacally, tearing off the armor plate on his forehead, revealing the blood-red Rinnegan that had opened beneath it. And in the sky above, the bright and clear moon was now stained a deep red. Now, become one. In that instant, intense light showered down upon the entire ninja world from the moon, turning night into day in an instant. Below, Obito, already half paralyzed, also met the gaze of the moon he had longed for. His remaining Sharingan also transformed into a Rinnegan shape at this moment. Rin, I'm coming. Next, I should use the god, nativity of a world of trees to make the entire ninja world truly become one. As he spoke, Madara didn't even glance downward, bringing his hands together to form a seal. But in the next moment, a blade light capable of completely splitting the sky shot upwards from below, directly severing one of his arms. What? Madara looked down in disbelief. Far below him, Naruto was slowly sheathing Mushoku, which was overburdened and showing cracks. Musho, heaven and earth sever. It was a terrifying vertical slash, and the blade light seemed truly capable of dividing this world. In Naruto's eyes at this moment, the shaped pupils representing Sage Mode and the Rinnegan were constantly alternating. This also indicated that Naruto was currently reclaiming his consciousness from the control of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Wrong, this is wrong. How can someone resist the infinite Tsukuyomi? Even though it was the ultimate genjutsu capable of penetrating everything and altering the world, it was still being resisted by this guy before him. Madara didn't understand. But he knew what he had to do now. If you refuse to accept the new world I grant you, then die. Chapter 293 Team Assemble, Black Zetsu's Betrayal. Sage Art, Release Lightning Dispatch. High in the air, Madara, missing one hand, released blue-purple lightning towards the ground below. If anyone else on the ground were conscious enough to see it, they might even mistake it for a deity punishing sinners with thunder. Observation Haki sensed the crisis above, and Naruto prepared to quickly create distance by stepping on air. But his movements involuntarily stiffened. It was the infinite Tsukuyomi's light interfering with his will. In a daze, Naruto seemed to return to that former Konoha village. Only this time, his father hadn't died, he was no longer the isolated demon fox, but the son of a hero, the son of the fourth Hokage. He even saw the woman in the illusion, the one with the same hair color as Karen, standing beside his father. His mother. Such a beautiful dream. But it was just an illusion. Naruto's eyes snapped open instantly. An intense self-will broke through the limitations of his body, spreading wildly outwards. The deceased are gone. Do you think I can't even see that clearly? Ha! It was a momentum like a colossal wave, an apocalyptic storm. It was humanity sufficient to oppose gods. It was the resilient will that fully awakened only after witnessing enough death. Who do you think I am? You think such a false illusion can deceive me? The loneliness experienced since childhood, the helplessness of facing starvation in another world, the boldness of conquering natural disasters with comrades, the frustration of personally experiencing an important person actively seeking death, leading to later clarity. Naruto's will was absolutely not as easily swayed by certain emotions as Obito's. He knew clearly that immersing oneself in the pain of being unable to accept the death of an important person would mean never growing up and never being able to cherish everything in the present. Doing so would only let down more people. Facing death, whether others or his own, Naruto had long been mentally prepared. Madara had intended to use the perfect world created by the infinite Tsukuyomi to make Naruto stop completely, but he never expected that false happiness would completely ignite the deepest resolve in Naruto's heart. Appearing alongside it was the conqueror's haki that had broken through another bottleneck. This is what? In Madara's vision, the originally intangible conqueror's haki actually manifested as if it were physical. The lightning struck the continuously expanding deep red aura and was directly blocked. Naruto's conqueror's haki could now fully materialize, blocking attacks or causing damage like a real body. Centered on him, the deep red sphere rapidly expanded, soon enveloping the entire battlefield. Even the light of the infinite Tsukuyomi, when shining on the conqueror's haki aura, was filtered into deep red electric light. Within the aura, Naruto's long hair now floated as if defying gravity, and black-red lightning coiled around him. Madara and Obito, enveloped within, personally felt that intense will impact. Madara looked at his slightly trembling hand, somewhat incredulous. What is this? Then came anger and disbelief. Could it be that I, Uchiha Madara, who possesses the power of the six paths, would fear a mere mortal? Madara also roared, his severed arm rapidly regenerating. Compared to Madara, Obito below appeared very disheveled. After being completely enveloped by that world-class conqueror's haki, his consciousness was actually disconnected from that beautiful world. The ensuing intense mental impact almost suffocated him. But that wasn't the reason for the change in Obito's expression. At this moment, he was like a beggar who had lost everything, writhing on the ground. No. You can't. Don't make me leave that world. It seemed that more than death, he feared being separated from the beautiful fantasy of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Naruto paid no attention to the clown-like figure below now. His gaze was firmly fixed on the battle-ready Madara above. Come on. He gestured with his hand, then Naruto's figure rapidly flew upwards. And Madara, perhaps out of a desire to prove he was the strongest, actually didn't dodge or evade, charging down headfirst as well. Sage Art, Storm Release Light Fong. Another laser sweep. That seemingly ordinary laser possessed the terrifying power to cut through truth-seeking balls. But this time, Naruto didn't act according to Madara's plan, dodging in the direction Madara had anticipated. Naruto didn't dodge or evade, blocking with his arm on his side. The laser instantly contacted his arm. Sizzle. After a stalemate of only 3 or 4 seconds, Naruto's arm was severed. But those 3 or 4 seconds were enough for Naruto to completely close the distance with Madara. Crack. That was the sound of Naruto's left hand gripping Madara's throat, the force so great it directly crushed the bones within. Guh. Blood foam appeared in Madara's mouth, and he couldn't utter any words. Blue hole. This was a secret technique from the marine hero Garp. Naruto grabbed Madara's body and threw him towards the ground like a cannonball. Simultaneously, he quickly charged downwards. As he passed his severed arm, he simply reached out, grabbed it, and nonchalantly shoved it back onto the stump. Body revival technique and Nine-Tails Sage mode worked together. After a burst of steam-like smoke from the stump, the arm was reattached. Boom. The earth was directly torn apart by the falling Madara, even magma from unknown depths below erupted at this moment. And Naruto's attack wasn't over. He controlled his posture, then continuously stepped on air to accelerate, aiming his elbow at Madara's impact point below. Tectonic Slayer. The second impact was even more powerful than the first. Even the mountain rocks outside the Haki's range were affected. It was a destructive power surpassing natural disasters. The limit of human brute force. One wonders if the nature will, were it capable of thought, would complain about Naruto's heavy-handedness. Standing up from the magma, Naruto silently realigned his broken hand bones, letting chakra heal them. Before him, over 90% of Madara's body was almost uniformly sprayed in a radial pattern onto the surrounding high-temperature rock walls. Madara Uchiha could no longer speak now. Only one Rinnegan and the Crimson Six Tomo Rinnegan on his forehead stared at Naruto. The surrounding flesh was still consciously converging towards the center, but much of it was completely cooked when passing through the high-temperature magma. But in the next moment, Madara's figure rapidly dissipated like a bubble, then a new Madara reappeared in midair. However, his other Rinnegan was now closed. In his hand was Obito, whom he had grabbed at some point. Madara plucked out Obito's remaining Sharingan without hesitation and stuffed it into his own closed eye socket. Naruto was momentarily stunned, then realized. Izanagi. At the critical moment, Madara had actually used Izanagi with his Rinnegan like a regular Sharingan, sacrificing its ocular power. But, how many more chances do you have? Madara, having reopened one Sharingan eye, was adapting to the Kamui power belonging to Obito. Although it couldn't compare to the Rinnegan, it was barely usable. Enough to kill you. Madara had now put away his smile. Although he showed little external damage, the chakra and ocular power within him had been greatly depleted. Coupled with having previously cast the infinite Tsukuyomi, his situation was not optimistic. And Naruto on the other side. Judging by the still fiercely burning aura around him, he didn't seem depleted at all. Obito, having lost his last eye, was casually thrown onto a scorching rock platform nearby, making him howl in pain, but no one present cared about him now. Naruto and Madara in midair locked eyes, a battle imminent. But at this moment, Naruto's expression suddenly became somewhat strange. Madara also saw this. He hadn't yet realized why Naruto would show such an expression. But in the next moment, he understood. A hand had already pierced through his chest. It was Black Zetsu, or rather, Black Zetsu possessing Obito's body. Black Zetsu. You. Madara, you too are in an illusory dream, just like him, only, it's a dream I wove for you. Black Zetsu knew deeply Naruto's troublesomeness and didn't bother with lengthy explanations. He decisively controlled Madara's body and began absorbing all surrounding chakra. On the already shattered ground, countless streams of chakra rushed into Madara's body like a torrent. Seeing this, Naruto was about to act, but was interrupted by footsteps approaching from not far away. Naruto. Dad. Naruto-san. Several figures quickly approached, pausing briefly as they passed through the Haki aura Naruto had created, then completely charging in. It was Sasuke, Karin, Kusuai, and Jiraiya, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Sasuke, Karin. Kusuai. Why are you here? Looking at his greatly changed daughter, Naruto's mind instantly became a tangled mess. His super muscles hadn't granted him sufficiently powerful super intelligence, so he is clearly unable to process the scene before him. Chapter 294, Chapter 294 The Stunned Otsutsuki Kaguya. Still a step too late. Damn it, Naruto, don't resist. Sasuke first glanced at Madara, who had swollen into an indescribable mass of flesh, then turned to look at Naruto. Although Naruto didn't understand why, he trusted Sasuke enough to lower his mental defenses. The Haki aura abruptly contracted. Fortunately, the infinite Tsukuyomi in the sky had also been interrupted due to Madara's loss of control. Sasuke directly cast a genjutsu on Naruto and, utilizing the difference in perceived time between the illusion space and reality, played back the crucial intelligence at 32 times speed. After using this method a few times in the gender-swapped world, Sasuke had found it incredibly convenient. Simple verbal descriptions couldn't compare to the holographic-like recreation of an illusion, and this way, no details were likely to be overlooked. The only drawback was perhaps that someone with overly strong mental power like Naruto had to lower their instinctive mental resistance to accept it. Obito, Dad's student, Uchiha Madara, the Moon Eye Plan, Otsutsuki Kaguya. Events that had already happened in another timeline replayed before Naruto's eyes. When the genjutsu ended, Madara was still swelling over there, but Naruto was already finished here. So, that's what the natures will meant by that, Otsutsuki. In the recollection, Naruto saw how powerful Kaguya and the legendary Momoshiki and Kinshiki truly were. They were concepts completely different from ninja. They were truly powerful enemies from beyond the stars. Judging by the situation over there, Kaguya should be emerging soon. Karin looked towards the flesh ball not far away that had swollen to a certain degree. She could sense a presence even stronger than Madara's descending. But we don't have the yin-yang power granted by the Sage of Six Paths on our side. How are we supposed to seal Kaguya? It was Jiraiya, older and more steady, who first thought of the problem. According to the clues and steps they had gathered from various timelines, Kaguya was almost always resealed by Naruto and Sasuke using the 6 paths, Chibaka Tensei, after they obtained the yin-yang power. But now, due to various factors, they couldn't even see the Sage of 6 Paths shadow. It's fine. Since we already know her information, we'll just defeat her head-on. Not much hesitation could be seen on Naruto's face. For him, every difficult battle he had experienced in the past didn't necessarily offer a glimpse of victory's dawn. Hadn't he always fought with a desperate mindset? In comparison, now he at least knew the opponent's background and had personally witnessed many of her techniques. That's right. Rather than pinning hopes on the Sage of 6 Paths who might appear who knows when, we should take action ourselves. Sasuke also walked to Naruto's side. His figure rapidly swelled, instantly transforming into his human beast hybrid form, with black flame-like clouds wrapping around his wrists and ankles. Watching this, Karen gritted her teeth. She also transformed into her Valkyrie-like, golden shining form and floated beside Naruto. She wanted to enter her awakened state too, but her previous situation had been overdrawing her life force. Even after half a year of training, she could only maintain the awakened state briefly now. She decided to save this power for the most critical moment of the battle. Seeing this, Jiraiya seemed to want to say something but was patted on the arm by Kusuai beside him. Don't worry, Grandpa Jiraiya. Kusuai, you. Dad will win, without a doubt. Hearing this, Jiraiya reacted. Right, Kusuai's appearance actually meant victory should have been predetermined. Although Kusuai herself hadn't revealed much about the future, it was undeniable that Naruto at least shouldn't die in this battle. The crossing device obtained from another Otsutsuki was evidence. It seems I haven't fully made up my mind yet. Jiraiya let out a soft sigh, then his expression turned serious. The gloom born from years of self-blame was temporarily cast aside. Now appearing on the battlefield was once again the Toad Sage of Mount Myoboku. He attempted the summoning technique. This time it didn't fail. The two sages, Fukasaku and Shima, appeared simultaneously on Jiraiya's shoulders. Jiraiya-chan. How did you get so old? Where is this? Fukasaku took one look at the surroundings, his gaze immediately locking onto the giant flesh mass in the distance. Hubby. Is that the calamity the great Toad Sage spoke of? Shima's expression wasn't good either. She instinctively felt a strong threat from that flesh ball. Jiraiya didn't explain much, instead clasping his hands together and saying, both sages, now isn't the time for small talk. I need your help. It's time to enter sage mode. The two old toads exchanged a glance, knowing there was no time to waste. They decisively formed hand seals and began absorbing natural energy. Jiraiya-sensei still needs some time. Sasuke, Karen, let's take the vanguard first. After saying this, Naruto turned to look at his daughter, who had grown much taller behind him. He now realized what had happened to Kusuai. 7 years of solitary searching. No one understood the feeling of loneliness better than Naruto. Kusuai. Stay away from the battlefield and protect yourself. Even if he had 10,000 words he wanted to say to his daughter, Naruto knew it wasn't the time. Unexpectedly, Kusuai just nodded understandingly upon hearing this. She also knew her current strength was insufficient to participate in the upcoming battle. It's okay, Dad. Kusuai will protect herself properly. As she spoke, the little girl, under Naruto's gaze, actually slowly rose into the air and flew into the distance. Is that the super lightweight rock technique? Even with a great enemy before them, Naruto was stunned speechless seeing his daughter simply take flight. Who taught her that? The people his gaze fell upon all shook their heads, indicating they hadn't even learned this technique themselves, so how could they have had the chance to teach Kusuai? Even Jiraiya, who had been with Kusuai the whole time, was equally surprised. He had taught Kusuai some simple ninjutsu and the principles of chakra extraction in her early years, but he never expected the little girl to have learned this flying skill during her journey through worlds. At this moment, the giant flesh ball began to rapidly contract. A white-haired woman in a long robe with horns on her head slowly appeared in the sky. Kaguya's eyes were only half open. The moment the words left her mouth, they were interrupted by a sudden attack. Great virtue, wind of death. Hashoken, tail rush. Musho execution dash. The first to arrive was the wind, substantial as if solid. The pitch-black whirlwind lifted Kaguya's 4 to 5 meter long hair, then transformed into tangible miniature tornadoes, firmly binding the limbs of this Otsutsuki clan's member who had just awakened from slumber. The diamond tail feathers mixed within the whirlwind continuously cut Kaguya's skin, though attacks of this level weren't enough to truly injure her. However, the Hashoken's secret art that arrived simultaneously truly made Kaguya feel threatened. Blue calamity flames wrapped around Sasuke's claws and tail. Then his entire body turned into an indistinct blur as he charged before Kaguya. In the next moment, claws and tail simultaneously struck Kagaya's head. Intense vibrations and calamity flames were poured into Kagaya's mind. This immediately plunged Kagaya, who had been conscious for less than half a second, back into a disoriented state. Black Zetsu, hiding in Kagaya's sleeve, wanted to manipulate that long hair on his mother's behalf, using 80 God's vacuum attack to force the two away, but clearly Karen's prior restraint had considered this. That hair was pinned down as if nailed, stretched taut behind Kagaya. No matter how hard Black Zetsu tried, he couldn't move it an inch. And at this time, Naruto's voice also rang out. Mushoku, which had previously shattered, had been fully restored to full durability after being returned to the factory inside his stomach, and was now held in Naruto's hand. Baku Baku no Mi is indeed worth it. Since they already knew from the intelligence that Kagaya had the ability to absorb chakra, all three avoided directly using ninjutsu attacks against her. Rebirth. Hearing Naruto's voice, Sasuke decisively pushed off forcefully from Kagaya's body, dodging to the side. In the next moment, a blade light like a full moon, centered on Naruto, slashed vertically forward. Upon closer inspection, the blade light contained not just one slash, but multiple, all rotating in different directions midair. Circle after circle. With each rotation, its power didn't diminish but increased instead, growing more and more terrifying. Just like its name suggested, it was a constant, repeated rebirth. Don't even think about it. Seeing he couldn't control his mother's hair, Black Zetsu decisively charged in front of Kagaya, attempting to block this move with his own body. Without a host, Black Zetsu had no particularly outstanding points in direct combat besides his tenacious vitality. But right now, he was connected with his mother. Intense agony enveloped Black Zetsu's entire consciousness. But before he could feel relieved, Kagaya's cry of pain sounded behind him. How is this possible? His invincible mother was actually letting out such a pained cry. Black Zetsu looked back in disbelief. One look was enough to shatter his mind. Kagaya's body had now been neatly split in two straight down the middle. Not too much, not too little. Perfectly even. Chapter 295, Chapter 295 Fierce Battle against Kagaya. Under Black Zetsu's horrified gaze, Kagaya was split in two by Naruto's slash. It was a scene Black Zetsu had never imagined. In his expectations, even a freak like Naruto could only act arrogantly for a while before fools like Obito or Madara. Once his mother was revived, their show would be over. But facts proved that Black Zetsu had truly thought too much. A fusion slash devoid of chakra, purely conqueror's haki and brute force, was enough to make Kagaya, this visitor from the stars, suffer greatly. Large masses of white, clay-like flesh extended from the cross-section where Kagaya had been cut in half towards the opposite side, attempting to repair her injuries. But that slash seemed to cling to the wound like a persistent parasite, continuously cutting the enemy without pause. Helpless, the white flesh could only fuse together from another direction, reconnecting Kagaya's body into a whole. It was precisely at this moment that the heads of the tailed beasts frantically tried to burrow out from the white flesh, as if trying to escape during this opportunity. Something's wrong, the chakra within her is about to go berserk. Karen quickly realized what was happening. This scene had also appeared in the other old couple's memories. Only that time, it was because the other Naruto used a sage art Raisnon possessing the chakra attributes of all 9 tailed beasts, causing the tailed beast chakra within Kagaya to lose balance and run wild. This time, however, it was purely because Kagaya suffered severe injuries immediately upon awakening, losing control of her spirit and briefly losing control over the chakra within her. The struggling tailed beast flesh immediately calmed down after a giant rabbit appeared. That rabbit was the manifestation of Kagaya's will. On its forehead was that iconic red 6-tomo Rinnegan. Roar. The giant rabbit roared, its large mouth with sharp fangs suddenly opening wide. Immediately after, countless tentacles extended from the surrounding flesh, grabbing towards Naruto's trio. Don't let those arms grab you, or your chakra will be instantly drained. This didn't need Karen's reminder, as both Naruto and Sasuke knew. All three present possessed the ability to fly, so although those tentacles seemed to crash down from all directions, they still couldn't reach the trio. Perhaps in Kagaya's eyes, only these three before her truly possessed the ability to threaten her life. Or perhaps her hatred was now completely focused on Naruto's trio, to the extent that Jiraiya, who was extracting natural energy to enter Sage mode in the distance, was actually completely ignored by her. Joking aside, even Hagoromo's orthodox Sage mode required his brother's help to seal Kagaya, so Jiraiya's half-baked Sage mode naturally couldn't catch her eye. Move aside, let me handle this. Seeing the flesh mass growing larger and larger, Sasuke directly used his ability after awakening. The weather instantly changed. The originally pale sky, due to the infinite Tsukuyomi, was now covered in deep red. Thick clouds appeared above the battlefield along with the sound of thunder. Natural disaster. Boom. Several bolts of lightning, as if they had eyes, all struck the giant flesh ball in midair. Faced with this kind of natural force, even Kagaya couldn't absorb it. She could only endure nature's trial like a cultivator from another world. The thunder grew denser, but Kagaya wasn't without other methods. She actually used the flesh to create substances similar to lightning rods, dispersing them around herself, attempting to transfer the lightning to the ground using this method. But the calamity from the great scorching heaven Huda wasn't limited to just that. Just as Black Zetsu, hiding within the flesh, felt happy about giving his mother an idea to resist the lightning damage, a flicker of firelight suddenly appeared within the thick clouds. This firelight was very fast. By the time Black Zetsu noticed them, the deep red light within the clouds had already connected into a continuous stretch. In the next moment, dozens, even over 100 giant meteorites had already pierced through the clouds, charging straight towards Kagaya's direction. Mother. You can't take this head on. Faced with this attack that almost counted as manipulating the weather, Black Zetsu immediately reacted. Kagaya, whose form had mostly recoagulated due to the white flesh, also looked gravely at the sky. There was still plenty of the previously absorbed chakra left, so she would do this. Thinking this, the red Rinnegan on Kagaya's forehead suddenly widened. Immediately after, everyone present felt their vision blur, and the surrounding scene transformed into another appearance. The ground was scorched red, the sky an uncomfortable yellow. But these weren't the key issue. The real trouble was that the meteorite summoned by Sasuke's power hadn't been transferred here. Aimanaminaka was one of Kagaya's abilities. Its function was to forcibly replace the current space with another space. Different from Yamatsu Hirasaka, which could actively traverse space, this ability couldn't be used on a single enemy alone, and its chakra consumption was also considerable. But the advantage was that all several spaces Aimanaminaka could replace were entirely under Kagaya's control. After arriving in these spaces, Kagaya could even merge with the surrounding environment, freely manipulating various things within the space. Aimanaminaka. She still used it after all. Sasuke glared at Kagaya somewhat unwillingly. The natural disaster he had summoned hadn't been transferred into this space. Moreover, here, he could faintly feel his mastery over the concept of natural disaster was significantly weakened. There was no helping it. After all 6 special spaces, including the core dimension they were currently in, were completely controlled by Kagaya. Here, Kagaya was the true god. It's fine. At least this isn't one of those hard-to-move-in spaces. Naruto sheathed Mushoku, then reached out and patted Sasuke's shoulder comfortingly. What he said wasn't wrong. Compared to the 5 special spaces Kagaya controlled, like acid, magma, ice, supergravity, and sand, the current core dimension didn't have too great an impact. Let's continue. Following Naruto's order, Sasuke and Karen stopped observing and decisively launched attacks towards Kagaya, who was still shaping her body. Hey, use that move. Sasuke suddenly looked at Karen beside him and said something Naruto found somewhat unclear. Karen glared back displeased at Sasuke, but still nodded. Naruto heard this and thought, oh. Do they have some kind of combination technique? It seems you two haven't been wasting your time during this period. Hearing this, Sasuke confidently sneered. Just watch closely. Don't get caught in it yourself. Alright. Before Naruto could say more, Karen and Sasuke simultaneously flew into the sky. In the next instant, Karen's size suddenly enlarged, and flame-like clouds also wrapped around her wings. Awakening. On Sasuke's side, he entered his beastified form, his wolf mouth wide open. As Karen's wings flapped, a terrifying black hurricane quickly formed. Immediately after, the blue calamity flames from Sasuke's mouth spewed out, merging with the black hurricane. In an instant, the gloomy yellow core dimension was completely occupied by this black flame tornado. Even Naruto could feel the hurricane's attractive force on him. If he hadn't promptly used the ultra-heavyweight rock technique to stabilize himself, he might have truly been sucked in. If even Naruto, a teammate, felt this way, the pressure felt by the enemies Kagaya and Black Zetsu was even greater. Although they didn't know the specific effects of the black flames and whirlwind, even Kagaya, with her limited combat experience, could clearly feel that lethal threat. If they're caught in it, it would be over. Mother, you can't take this head on. Hearing Black Zetsu's words, Kagaya also deeply furrowed her brow. First, she was nearly hacked to death by mere mortals, and now she had to avoid their attacks. Frankly, this wasn't something easy for Kagaya, who viewed herself as the ancestor of all chakra, to accept. But there wasn't much time for her to hesitate now. The omen of death brought by the black storm overcame the arrogance of being a god. Space suddenly split open a pitch black hole. Kagaya's figure entered it, completely disappearing from this core dimension. Chapter 296, Chapter 296. Watch closely. This is how you use summoning technique. Black Zetsu and Kagaya's decision was correct. After they left, the terrifying black flame tornado nearly destroyed everything in the core dimension. Anything caught in it would instantly turn into ash-like residue. If this move had hit Kagaya, whether it could kill her completely was uncertain, but it could at least greatly hinder her regeneration process. After obtaining the chakra of the nine-tailed beasts, Kagaya could indeed be called immortal and indestructible. Even Momoshiki, who later came to inspect the ninja world's development, couldn't match her in this aspect. Although referred to as a lowly one by Ishiki, there was no doubt that Kagaya, who had consumed the chakra fruit, surpassed the other Otsutsuki clan's members who descended upon the ninja world in various aspects. Mother, these three together are too troublesome. We must separate them. Unlike Kagaya, who had been sealed for 1,000 years, Black Zetsu possessed quite mature combat experience. With him offering strategies and suggestions on the side, Kagaya quickly snapped out of the shock from facing that never-before-seen attack. She nodded lightly, then began sensing the situation in the core dimension. When she saw the devastated state of the core dimension, an involuntary look of wariness appeared on Kagaya's face. These mortals who inexplicably appeared to resist her seemed to already understand her abilities. All the attack methods they used were completely unrelated to chakra. This made it somewhat troublesome for her to counter. Perhaps right after being revived, Kagaya wouldn't have paid much attention to the words of Black Zetsu, the product of her own will. But after a beating from reality, the inexperienced Princess Kagaya understood that critical matters still required decisions from professionals. At the very least, the tactical responses Black Zetsu made were more reasonable than hers. Back in the core dimension, Karen transformed back into her human form, breathing lightly a few times. In comparison, Sasuke was much better off, even able to maintain his awakened state. So what do we do now? Wait for Kagaya to make the first move. Karen looked at her companions, then at the black flame tornado gradually dissipating without its power source. Where the flame storm had swept through, nothing remained except for a sunken patch of scorched earth. If we need to get out, I can try having the toads reverse summon us to Mount Maiboku. At this point, Jiraiya, who had already entered sage mode, stepped forward and spoke to the group. Hearing this, Sasuke seemed to remember something. He took out a small jar of nutrient solution from the bag he carried. Inside the transparent glass jar, a Sharingan with a pattern like a shuriken floated up and down. This was a memento from Obito of another world, Uchiha Abiko. If all else fails, I'll just replace my eye with this one. As he spoke, Sasuke made a move to open the jar. This Sharingan also possesses the Kamui ability. Using it, we can traverse space to deal with Kagaya. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a dark, gaping portal silently unfolded beside Sasuke, while another portal opened elsewhere. Kagaya's hands simultaneously reached out from both portals. At the same time, a gray-white spike emerged from the center of both palms. All-killing ash bones. This was one of Kagaya's killing moves. Anyone hit by this technique would immediately turn into a pile of ash. In a way, this move was somewhat similar to Sasuke and Karin's combination technique. Of course, all-killing ash bones was more silent and even harder to dodge. But that was only for ordinary ninja. With observation haki acting as battlefield detection, such sneak attacks couldn't trouble the trio at all. Swoosh. Swoosh. Two all-killing ash bones shot towards Sasuke and Karin. Karin, relying on her divine speed, easily avoided the strike. Sasuke, although not as fast, managed to dodge it without major risk. But when they dodged the all-killing ash bones, they realized the bones' attack trajectory was actually aimed at Naruto and Jiraiya in front of them. Naruto, who saw this scenario first, simply waved a hand towards Jiraiya beside him. A gentle impact sent Jiraiya's figure flying in another direction. Naruto himself just tilted his head to avoid the strike. It seemed the all-killing ash bones had been useless. Just as Karin and Sasuke thought this, Naruto shouted loudly. Watch out. 3 more portals simultaneously appeared behind Sasuke, Naruto, and Karin. Then the hands that had just extended from the portals swiftly swung. 80 God's vacuum attack. Boom 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 boom. Faced with the overwhelming number of chakra fist phantoms, Sasuke and Karin could only barely dodge before being directly sent flying into the portals. Naruto, on the other hand, swelled his muscles and quickly traded punches with those illusory fist phantoms. Thud 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 thud. Black Zetsu, hiding in the sleeve, felt his throat go dry watching this. If he currently had a throat organ, that is. 80 God's vacuum attack was Kagaya's attack method utilizing her superb chakra control, compressing it to the extreme. Combined with that speed difficult for the naked eye to follow, she could unleash hundreds of terrifyingly powerful punches in an instant. Naruto, on the other side, purely relied on physical strength to unleash equivalent, no, even greater in number and force, shockwaves. Black Zetsu watched as Kagaya's 80 God's vacuum attack was forcibly suppressed head-on. He immediately controlled Kagaya's hair, using hair needles towards various tenketsu points on Naruto's body. Swoosh. The nearly invisible thin strands were completely inconspicuous amidst the overwhelming exchange of punches, but Naruto still captured them in advance with his haki. Tekai. His muscles instantly tensed, covered with armament hockey as thick as armor. The few strands could only barely bore a small hole upon impact. After that, their penetrating force dissipated completely. Trying to go further to injure Naruto's body was simply impossible. But Kaguya took this opportunity to retract her hands. Good, the plan succeeded. Now, let's go deal with that Sasuke who somehow got his hands on a Kamui Sharingan. Black Zetsu's plan seemed successful, but he didn't know the scene about to unfold would be enough to shatter his worldview. Through the continuously shrinking Yamase Hirasaka portal, he could see Naruto on the other side rapidly charging towards it. Useless, Uzumaki Naruto. I admit you are indeed strong, but so what? Mother is revived. As long as we kill that Sasuke Uchiha, you can only wait for death in this space. If I can't beat you, can't I just outlast you? Crack. The shrinking process of Yamase Hirasaka was abruptly stuck. Kaguya also sensed this situation and looked over questioningly. Black Zetsu looked incredulously at two large hands reaching through the Yamase Hirasaka's range. Like prying open some tangible barrier, they actually tore open a gap in the spatial rift. Naruto's head slowly extended through the increasingly large portal opening, his face blooming with an absolutely irreconcilable fanatical fighting spirit. Ah! Black Zetsu almost let out a little girl-like scream, and Kaguya was also shocked by this unbelievable scene. Fortunately, she had improved somewhat. Although Black Zetsu didn't remind her, she still widened the blood-red Rinnegan on her forehead and increased her chakra output. Instantly, the contracting force of Yamase Hirasaka surged. Cuts appeared on Naruto's fingers where they contacted the edge of the spatial rift. No matter how high his defense was, when faced with the absolute property of spatial cutting, it had to take a back seat. Knowing he couldn't forcibly stop Kaguya from contracting Yamase Hirasaka, Naruto didn't insist. He just made a fist with one hand, extending a finger to point at Black Zetsu and Kaguya. Wait for me. That terrifying momentum swept through the entire space through the small portal hole. In the next moment, he withdrew his hand, and Yamase Hirasaka successfully closed. Huff, huff. Kaguya looked incredulously at her slightly trembling hand, a drop of cold sweat sliding down her cheek from her forehead. What was that? Is this fear? She felt unbelievable, but Black Zetsu seemed stimulated by something and didn't promptly provide answers for his mother. On the other side, in the core dimension, Naruto reunited with Jiraiya. Naruto, Karen and Sasuke, they. Jiraiya's expression wasn't good. He also knew the terror of the other spaces within Kaguya's Amanamanaka. Unexpectedly, Naruto just gently shook his head. Don't worry, they won't fall that quickly. Then, under Jiraiya's puzzled, surprised and complex gaze, he forcefully bit his finger and pressed it onto the ground. I wonder if this is the so-called fate at work. Naruto chuckled lightly, then activated the ninjutsu that had been foreshadowed for over 100 chapters. Summoning Technique. Wudo, Garuda. Chapter 297, Chapter 297 Gratefulness, Paranimita Vasavati. Poof. Poof. Two puffs of smoke rose from the spot, and immediately after, the figures of Karen and Sasuke appeared out of thin air in front of Naruto. Hiss. The moment she appeared, a horrifying sizzling sound came from Karen's body. It was the acid splashed on her, mostly blocked by her feathers. But even with the nearly endless supply of Vajra feathers blocking it, the acid had still stealthily seeped into the gaps between the feathers. She couldn't help but let out a sound of suppressed pain. The golden Valkyrie flew a bit further away from the others before violently flapping her wings. Immediately, a strong wind actively lifted all the acid from her body and tossed it all at once towards another direction. The acid landed on the ground of the core dimension, instantly corroding a large pit into the red earth and rock. In comparison, Sasuke's situation was much better. Unlike Karen, he hadn't been thrown directly into the acid space, but into the supergravity space. There, apart from the slightly troublesome gravity suppression, there weren't many real dangers. For the current Sasuke, having undergone various physical training and enhancements, he could move freely even in that supergravity space. He had even already replaced one of his eyes with a Biko's Kamui Sharingan. Hey, wasn't that a bit too fast? Naruto looked at the bloodstain still on Sasuke's face and scratched the back of his head. Hearing this, Sasuke's expression was also a bit awkward, but he still forced himself to explain calmly. In the middle of battle, there's no time to consider so much. You have to be decisive. Alright, whatever you say makes sense. Naruto could only wave his hand at this, since it's changed. With the hot-swappable nature of the Sharingan, he could always swap it back later if he didn't need it. Thinking about it, the Uchiha clan was really convenient. Perfect timing, it's our turn to counterattack now. Are you up for it? Karen finally managed to shake off the strong acid that was frantically burning her skin and flesh. She transformed back into her human form, lightly bit her wrist, and then the scorch marks on her body actually just disappeared. Just like that. Disappeared. This scene wasn't just surprising to Naruto, and even the well-traveled Jiraiya hadn't seen anything like it. What was the principle behind this? Using her own life force to recover. Jiraiya recalled the past deeds of Naruto's mother, Uzumaki Kushina. Nothing similar. So this should be considered an individual mutation. Just as Jiraiya was reminiscing, Naruto suddenly turned to him and Karen and said, "Jiraiya-sensei, you and Karen get ready." The moment Kaguya appears, immediately restrain and hold her. We can't give her another chance to escape. Sasuke, can you open a gate to the space where Kaguya is? Hearing Naruto's question, Sasuke didn't boast, but simply mobilized the chakra throughout his body, attempting to activate the spatial power. I can, but the amount of chakra required is huge. After all, this wasn't his own eye, and he only had one. Achieving the same effect as Obito in the original work was still very difficult. That's fine. As he spoke, Naruto directly placed his hand on Sasuke's shoulder. A golden stream of chakra instantly covered his body. In Sasuke's perception, the chakra within him immediately became endless. The amount of chakra transmitted in just these few seconds had already surpassed his own total. You really are. Sighing once again at Naruto's increased ability, Sasuke didn't dawdle. He decisively widened that Sharingan towards a direction. Kamui. Instantly, a spiral-shaped spatial fissure appeared in midair within the core dimension. Naruto's observation haki rapidly probed the space on the other side through the fissure. Not this one. The world on the other side of the fissure was a space filled with scorching magma. Hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke decisively closed and opened his eye, using Kamui once again. This time, it opened a gate to the desert world. Not it. Close eye, open eye. It has to be said, young people's physical constitution is really good, or perhaps Sasuke's talent as Indra's reincarnation made his operation of the Kamui even surpass Obito himself. Coupled with Naruto's powerful chakra support, he didn't need to rest for a while before opening a new fissure like Obito did. For spaces had already been eliminated, so the last remaining frozen space was basically a sure thing. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that Kaguya, scared by their beating, had simply left them in the Amanamanaka and chosen to return to the main ninja world. But if that were really the case, they had other ways to chase her out. The moment the spatial vortex opened a tiny hole this time, Karen and Jiraiya, without needing Naruto's reminder, proactively activated their control abilities. Demonic Illusion, Toad Confrontation Chant. Gratefulness, Paranimitivasavati. Instantly, the deep croaking of toads and the cries of the Luan bird mixed together, forming a powerful hallucinogenic effect. Even though Naruto and Sasuke weren't the targets, they still felt slightly dizzy. Let alone Kaguya on the other side, who took this move head-on. In the frozen space, Kaguya was still feeling apprehensive from Naruto tearing open Yamatsu Hirasaka with his bare hands and the terrifying momentum he released. Facts proved that Kaguya was not the supreme rabbit goddess as the world imagined. She also would feel anxiety and fear because other Otsutsuki clan's members would arrive in the ninja world. It was just that over years of facing the small lives born because of her and controlled by her, she had grown accustomed to being aloof, hence her always emotionless appearance. It was Naruto who truly made her recall the time when she was Otsutsuki Kaguya, as a lowly one, who might be sacrificed to the god tree. The fear of death. Impossible, I am immortal and indestructible. Kaguya whispered, unsure if she was speaking to Black Zetsu or to herself. Her behavior of missing the opportunity to fight precisely proved that as a warrior, Kaguya was not qualified. She just happened to possess power so strong it surpassed that of ordinary Otsutsuki clan's members. And it was during this small delay that Naruto's side had already completed their linked attack. Beside Kaguya, a spiral-shaped spatial fissure abruptly opened. From within came the attacks of Jiraiya and Karen. The moment she heard the bird cries and frog croaks, Kaguya felt as if her brain had been struck heavily. Immediately after, she vanished from the frozen space, replaced by meat walls resembling stomach linings and 4 giant toads dressed as divine generals. On the bodies of the 4 toads were written the characters for, immovable, bright, and king. An illusion. Kaguya, initially panicked by the sudden environmental change, saw through the toad confrontation chant cast by the 2 toad sages as the blood-red Rinnegan on her forehead slightly rotated. After all, it was a genjutsu released relying on chakra, so Kaguya had extremely strong resistance to it. After seeing through it, without Kaguya doing anything, the surrounding scene instantly shattered. But as one illusion disappeared, it was replaced by another. This time, what appeared before her was not a terrifying stomach, but the 9th heaven, like a celestial paradise. This was literally resplendent and magnificent. Towers Kaguya had never seen before appeared among the auspicious clouds, every tile on the rooftops as transparent as glass. At some point, petals actually began to fall from the sky. The breathtakingly beautiful scene made even Kaguya pause. Such scenes couldn't be seen on the power and efficiency first Otsutsuki home planet. If those miraculous sights could at most make Kagaya feel surprised, then the scene that appeared next completely plunged her into a stupor. As if knowing her innermost desires, god trees symbolizing power suddenly sprang up from the ground, bearing fruits Kagaya was all too familiar with. Those were countless chakra fruits. How could this be? Instantly, Kagaya's consciousness suffered a great impact. She almost couldn't control herself from reaching out to pick those fruits. Chapter 298, Chapter 298 I'll eat your mother raw. She clearly knew all this was impossible, even an illusion created by the enemy. But Kagaya couldn't control her actions. It was as if her consciousness had split into two parts at this moment, one clear-headed, the other fanatically pursuing her own ultimate goal. This was precisely the Garuda illusion Karen had developed during this period, arguably the strongest ability she currently possessed. As a divine bird, the Garuda's cries also possessed the power to affect others' minds. Unlike genjutsu in the ninja world, which used chakra to interfere with others' nerves, creating illusions in a physiological sense. This illusion couldn't be shaken off by disrupting one's own chakra flow. The method to break free from the illusion was very simple. One only needed to genuinely believe, from the bottom of their heart, that the ultimate pursuit appearing before them was merely an illusion. That wasn't something that could be achieved by just saying it. Some people desired wealth, some desired power, and some pursued strength. In the Garuda's illusion, all of this could be realized. Those affected would also clearly recognize that everything before them was just an illusion. But to break free, they needed to confront the greed and obsession within their own hearts and completely overcome these desires. Of course, breaking free was also possible if your willpower far surpassed Karen's. But willpower and mental power weren't completely the same. Mental power could be inherently strong due to talent, but needed constant tempering. Clearly, Kagaya didn't possess sufficiently resilient willpower. The only reason she could realize it was all an illusion was by relying on her powerful mental power as an Otsutsuki clan's member. On the other side of the vortex, Karen, who had activated this move, entered her awakened state again, which also meant she couldn't sustain it for long. But just this brief moment was already enough. In an instant, Naruto's adamantine sealing chains and Jiraiya's sage art, Wild Lion's main technique activated simultaneously, instantly wrapping Kagaya up. Amidst Black Zetsu's terrified shouts, Karen finally couldn't hold on and released the illusion, allowing Kagaya to see the scene before her clearly. But if possible, she would rather not have seen all this. Because at this moment, she had been lifted by chains and long hair, with more than half of her body pulled through the spatial fissure. The first thing Kagaya did upon regaining consciousness wasn't to launch an attack, but to try opening another Yamata Hirasaka gate to escape. This also made her completely lose her chance. Sasuke was still maintaining the Kamui fissure with one eye, while his other eye had quietly closed. Magatsum. Because of that moment of hesitation, Kagaya's Yamata Hirasaka hadn't fully opened yet. Crack. A large hand directly pierced through space, grabbed her head, and pulled her entire body out like pulling a radish. Release me. Kagaya, feeling the immense force that almost crushed her skull, barely concentrated and raised her hands, aiming at Naruto. In the next moment, all killing ash bones shot from her palms. However, what she didn't expect was that Naruto didn't dodge or evade this attack with its certain kill power. His hand still tightly gripped her head. Why, no dodge? Kagaya didn't understand, but she soon realized why Naruto was so confident. The two all-killing ash bones were fast, but only relative to ordinary shuriken or kunai. Everyone present now had either awakened observation haki or entered sage mode. This flight speed was within their reaction range. Kamui. One all-killing ash bone was directly sent into the Kamui dimension, while the path of the other all-killing ash bone was completely unobstructed. Black Zetsu, hiding in Kagaya's sleeve, seemed to have finally regained his composure, opening his large mouth as if to mock. But the scene before his eyes was soon replaced by another large hand. Black Zetsu enjoyed the same experience as his mother. Naruto's other hand directly tore off one of Kagaya's arms, pulling Black Zetsu out along with the sleeve. Uzumaki Naruto. What are you trying to do? The feeling of being separated from his mother made Black Zetsu instinctively recoil, but that wasn't the main point now. Naruto didn't answer his question, instead giving him a friendly smile. You're the one behind all this, right? After hearing this, Black Zetsu was horrified to find himself being picked up by Naruto and placed in front, right in the path of the all-killing ash bone's flight path. Ancient times had the debate of strongest spear versus strongest shield, now there was the comparison of Black Zetsu versus all-killing ash bone. In a sense, Black Zetsu was a part separated from Kagaya, so he might possess some of Kagaya's traits. All-killing ash bones could turn almost any life form into ash, but it was uncertain whether this included Kagaya herself. But now there was a chance to prove this. Swoosh. The all-killing ash bone hit Black Zetsu's forehead squarely, piercing through the half-arm as well. Ah! Black Zetsu immediately let out a scream, his entire dark body curling into a ball, emitting a miserable cry. Without a host, this guy had almost no combat power, but his survivability was countless times more terrifying than a cockroach. But even so, after being hit by the all-killing ash bone, his body began to dissipate. Although the speed was slow, it was genuinely being destroyed. Facts proved that Black Zetsu was just Black Zetsu and couldn't be compared to Otsutsuki Kagaya. Ah. Why? Uzumaki Naruto. Why are you obstructing me? You should just die like that. Why? Perhaps finally feeling the threat of death, or perhaps after reuniting with his mother only to watch himself be separated again. The strongly stimulated Black Zetsu now truly roared and raved like a madman. Faced with such an insane Black Zetsu, Naruto didn't reply with a single word, silently tearing off Kagaya's other arm so she couldn't release all killing ash bones anymore. Perhaps Naruto's decisive killing intent made Black Zetsu regain a bit of clarity. His tone immediately changed. That's right, think about it, Uzumaki Naruto. In the world of the infinite Tsukimi created by Mother, your parents can live well too. Don't you want to live with your parents? After saying this, Black Zetsu seemed to feel it wasn't enough and immediately added. If you don't want to live in the infinite Tsukimi's world, that's fine too. Mother can use the Rinnegan to resurrect your parents, she really can. But no matter what he said, Naruto's actions of destroying Kagaya's body didn't pause in the slightest. During this, Kagaya used 80 God's vacuum attack and hair needles to try to attack Naruto, but they were blocked by Sasuke and Karin on the side. Even if you save the ninja world here, so what? No one will know of your achievements. Those ninja, those daimyo, will still fear your power. They can't truly trust you. Become Mother's companion. Uzumaki Naruto, if it's you, you are qualified to become Mother's companion. Black Zetsu, now half dissipated, had already begun to speak recklessly. In the past, he would never have mentioned a mortal like Naruto in the same breath as the lofty Kagaya. But towards his clumsy recruitment, Naruto didn't even bat an eye. Finally, Kagaya's body had been torn to pieces by Naruto, only her head and most of her torso still connected. But even so, Kagaya's body was still rapidly healing under the supply of the nine-tailed beast's chakra. Although the tailed beast's power went berserk again, it was clear that they alone weren't enough to break free from Kagaya's restraints. Seeing this, Black Zetsu, even while facing death, revealed a maniacal smile. Ha! Ha ha! Ha! That's right. Just like that. You can't kill Mother. Mother is immortal and indestructible. After hearing this, Naruto, who had consistently ignored Black Zetsu, finally gave him a response. It was a smile that made his blood run cold. Immediately after, under Black Zetsu's terrified and incredulous gaze, Naruto opened his mouth wide. Chapter 299, Chapter 299 Kagaya's Kama. What do you want to do? Naruto opened his mouth wide under Black Zetsu's incredulous gaze. Yet no one present answered Black Zetsu's question. Even though they all understood Naruto's intention. Karin and Jiraiya looked at Naruto with concern. After all, last time he just ate a Zero Tails and ended up in that state. This time, what Naruto was about to consume was the legendary progenitor of chakra. Sasuke, who had already exited his combat form, however, didn't seem the slightest bit worried. The reason was simple, he didn't see any calamity on Naruto at this moment. This meant Naruto's upcoming action wouldn't produce such terrible consequences. Crackle crackle crackle. Countless tiny chakra chains quickly wrapped around Kagaya, who had already begun to transform into a grayish-white mass of flesh. The moment those chains touched Kagaya, she instinctively tried to absorb the chakra from them. But the outer layer of this chakra was coated with a layer of haki sufficient to block contact. This formless, immaterial force significantly slowed down Kagaya's absorption speed. By the time she barely managed to deplete over a dozen chains, even more newly formed chains wrapped around her. Amidst this back-and-forth struggle, the already swollen flesh mass, nearly 10 meters in diameter, was pulled towards Naruto's mouth. At this moment, Naruto's body, enhanced by various buffs, had grown to over 4 meters tall, yet he still appeared much smaller than the mass. But that didn't matter. His mouth now broke through the limits of what a human creature could achieve. As the flesh mass approached Naruto's mouth, it was immediately compressed and drawn in, unable to break free even if it wanted to. Mon. Stir. Black Zetsu's eyes were completely hopeless. He watched as his mother, while in her regenerating state, was devoured alive by this man before him like food. It seemed even his spirit had developed some issues. This small lump of black mud, now with only half an eye and a mouth left, just kept muttering a few words. Mother. Mother. Unfortunately, his mother could no longer respond to him now. Perhaps. Kagaya never truly considered Black Zetsu, this accidental product, as her child in the first place. In Kagaya's heart, her own true sons, Hagoromo and Hamura, could betray her. So who else in the world was worthy of her trust? After Naruto completely swallowed Kagaya, his body began to swell left and right, just like Kagaya's form earlier. It looked like it was about to turn into a mutated flesh mass similar to Kagaya's. Karen didn't know how to help Naruto at this moment. Her eyes were filled with worry. Not just her, including Sasuke and Jiraiya, no one present could help Naruto now. He could only rely on himself. In Naruto's perception, Kagaya, swallowed by the Baku Baku no Mi, was still struggling. She tried to regain her human form, but the unreasonable power of the Baku Baku factory kept decomposing Kagaya's body. Or rather, it wasn't the Baku Baku no Mi that was powerful, but Naruto, who had eaten it. The Baku Baku no Mi could indeed grant the user the power to digest anything. But if the user themselves couldn't control that power, the final result would merely be a power rampage. Just like its previous host, Wapol. Even if he got lucky with a sneak attack and swallowed the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, would he have the ability to master the world-shattering Gura Gura no Mi? Hadn't they seen Whitebeard himself, due to the side effects of the Gura Gura no Mi, end up full of internal injuries in his old age? It was the same for Kagaya. If someone else had eaten the fruit, the outcome awaiting them would only be one, being completely replaced by Kagaya from within, becoming Kagaya's new body, just like Madara. But unfortunately, the one currently controlling this devouring power was Naruto. The outlaw who left the world government helpless. The great hero who could shake the world structure single-handedly. The #1 physical powerhouse in the current ninja world. Even if another Otsutsuki clan's member were resurrected, they couldn't surpass Naruto in physical comparison. Coupled with the hidden power of being Azura's reincarnation, sharing the same origin as Kagaya, Naruto's process of digesting Kagaya could proceed so smoothly. He could feel Kagaya's resistance and struggle growing weaker and weaker. In its place, a chakra of complexity far beyond his imagination was being extracted from within her. It was the perfect chakra belonging to the Otsutsuki clan, possessing all elemental properties, or rather, primordial chakra. To outsiders, Naruto's body only briefly swelled for a while before he quickly suppressed it again himself. Then, the chakra of the nine-tailed beasts and Kagaya's own abilities were rapidly extracted and mastered by Naruto. Under everyone's expression as if they'd seen a ghost, Naruto's skin also slowly turned pale. The cross-shaped pupils of his sage mode rapidly transformed towards other directions. One turned into an eye with a yellow background and black frame, extending towards the center. The other turned into the Byakugan familiar to everyone. On Naruto's forehead, as expected, a third eye also opened, the blood-red Rinnegan originally belonging to Otsutsuki Kagaya, capable of casting the infinite Tsukuyomi. The golden robe created by his nine-tailed sage mode was also replaced by a white robe with tomo patterns, belonging to the Otsutsuki power. Naruto's appearance now was even more Otsutsuki-like than Kagaya had been moments before. Naruto-san. You. What Karen originally wanted to ask was, are you still you, but she swallowed the words back. She felt it would be strange to say that. Sasuke wasn't so particular. He directly entered his combat state and, without any reservation, asked Naruto. Naruto, prove your will hasn't been affected. As he spoke, blue calamity flames and lightning mixed together, wrapping around his claws. If Naruto's next words sounded the slightest bit strange, he would attack without hesitation. Seeing this, Karen and Jiraiya also realized and immediately assumed combat stances. They didn't want to fight Naruto either, but honestly, if Naruto's self-will was affected, they might not last an instant without entering combat mode. Clearly, Naruto had become even stronger now. Silently. The moment Naruto completely transformed into an Otsutsuki clan's member, he vanished from the spot. This time, even Sasuke's observation haki couldn't detect him. Relax, don't be so tense. Everyone's gaze then saw that Naruto was now standing behind them. The Otsutsuki characteristics on his body were also being quickly suppressed. The eye on his forehead gradually closed, and his pupils also returned to their original sky blue. Of course, the robe also dissipated as this power vanished. His entire upper body was exposed naked. The upper body so perfect it seemed sculpted by the god of muscles almost made Karen, this young maiden, bleed from the nose. Without a doubt, Naruto's power had risen another significant level now. But exactly how much it had increased, neither Sasuke nor Karen could tell. Perhaps even Naruto himself didn't know. But at least one thing could be confirmed, Naruto was still himself. With that speed earlier, if he had lost control and attacked them, they would probably be dead already. Step back a bit. Suddenly, Naruto covered his mouth with his hand, as if feeling seasick and wanting to vomit. Everyone spread out in confusion. Ugh. In the next moment, accompanied by a very grating sound of vomiting, the chakra of the nine-tailed beasts, including Kurama, were vomited out all at once from Naruto's mouth. Their forms seemed to have been digested considerably during the process of being first consumed by the Ten-Tails and then by Naruto, making the tailed beasts now appear somewhat small. Of course, this was compared to their original sizes. After vomiting out these tailed beasts, Naruto looked at the center of his palm. A strange pattern remained there. The lower part of this pattern was a solid circle. In the middle were two wing-like things. At the very top was another circle within a circle, like the symbol of the Rinnegan. After obtaining relevant intelligence from Sasuke, Naruto already knew this pattern was the mark belonging to Kaguya that would be found in the future Otsutsuki ruins. If using professional terminology, this should be considered Kaguya's Kama. Chapter 300, Chapter 300 Forced Return. Naruto gently clenched his fist, trying to sense the so-called Kama belonging to the Otsutsuki clan. But even with his incredibly sharp observation haki, he couldn't detect the slightest feedback from the pattern. It was as if Kaguya had truly died, and her abilities, memories, and personality had been completely digested by Naruto. Before Naruto could continue his research, a familiar sound from his surroundings interrupted his thoughts. You are called Uzumaki Naruto, correct? Naruto looked up and saw the nine-tailed beast sitting obediently around him, quietly watching. The one who had spoken was a familiar face to Naruto, Kurama, who currently wore a strange expression inside him. Uzumaki Naruto, may we call you that? Seeing Naruto hadn't responded, Kurama, acting as the representative of the nine-tailed beasts, spoke again. His tone of voice was far more pleasant than the Kurama inside Naruto, at least he didn't get easily excited or act tsundere. Oh, yes, of course. What is it? Naruto nodded upon hearing this, then looked at the nine-tailed beasts before him with curiosity. This was his first time truly seeing the so-called tailed beasts, and the nine tails, the being that had influenced his entire childhood, was right there in front of him. After organizing his thoughts a bit, Kurama still spoke quite amiably about his thoughts. Uzumaki Naruto, first of all, we must thank you for your contribution to protecting this world. To be honest, even the Kurama inside Naruto's body, hearing these words now, couldn't imagine why the other version of himself outside could say such things. But then he understood. When they were absorbed into the Ten-Tails earlier, the nine-tailed beasts clearly still possessed self-awareness. They must have witnessed the entire battle. They didn't know about the Otsutsuki clan, but they had heard about Kaguya from their creator, the Sage of Six Paths. The sage had described her like this. She created chakra, but also brought disaster. She is the progenitor of chakra. And the one who could completely defeat the legendary progenitor of chakra, saving this world in an unknown way, was undoubtedly the person mentioned in the sage's prophecy, right? Looking at Naruto's eyes, which had returned to their sky-blue color, the nine-tailed beasts simultaneously recalled the prophecy left by the Sage of Six Paths. The blue-eyed youth. Looking at that physique that even from a tailed beast's perspective seemed incredibly powerful. Well, couldn't he still be considered a youth? At least Naruto's face didn't look that old. After swallowing Kaguya, he had even gained the ability to further control his physical state, as demonstrated when he transformed back from his Otsutsuki form. At this moment, the Kurama inside Naruto fell silent. To be honest, no one present could claim to understand Naruto better than he did. Apart from the first 20+ years in the sealed space, he had witnessed every action and decision Naruto made since then. Without a doubt, both in heart and ability, Naruto matched the child of the prophecy Sage of Six Paths had spoken of. Hearing Kurama's solemn thanks, Naruto actually felt a bit uncomfortable. It's nothing really. I wasn't actually trying to save the world or anything. This was just personal business. Speaking up to this point, Naruto finally remembered what he had forgotten. The blood-red Rinnegan quickly opened on his forehead according to his will, and then he somewhat clumsily used Kaguya's ability, Amanamanaka. Instantly, the strange scene of the core dimension was replaced by the battlefield that had been turned into a Grand Canyon. The moon hanging high in the sky still bore the pattern of the Rinnegan, though it wasn't currently using the infinite Tsukuyomi. As Naruto led everyone and the tailed beasts out of the core dimension, the moon eye was actively dissolved by Naruto. Perhaps it was due to genuine lack of proficiency, or maybe because he lacked the full support of the nine-tailed beast's chakra, Naruto broke out in a slight sweat on his forehead just from these two simple operations. He might not have sweated this much even when brutally beating Madara earlier. Dad. At this moment, Kusuai, who had been missing and hiding who knows where, suddenly appeared. Ignoring Naruto's current appearance, she directly jumped onto his back. Actually, Kusuai had wanted to do this earlier, but there hadn't been time for her to act spoiled during the battle. In Naruto's view, he had only not seen his daughter for a day or two, but in Kusuai's eyes, it had been a full 7 years since she last saw her father. Although she had seen that familiar face in many similar yet different worlds, no version of Naruto could give her the unique sense of security that only her real dad could provide. Sensing the emotions Kusuai was conveying, Naruto swallowed the words he had originally intended to say. He reached out and gently held his daughter in front of him, then softly patted Kusuai's back. Given the current size difference, Naruto performing this action didn't seem awkward at all. It's okay. We were always going to meet again. It was at this moment that everyone except the nine-tailed beasts began to emit specks of starlight. Naruto included. After those specks of starlight appeared, their bodies began to turn transparent, as if they might vanish at any moment. Is this the Ryumayaku returning us? Jiraiya murmured in disbelief. We had stayed in another world for several years without any issue before, so why suddenly now dash? He paused for a moment, then his gaze fell upon Obito, who lay completely lifeless on the ground. This guy had been lying quietly on the original battlefield like a piece of charcoal until just now, staring vacantly at the moon in the sky. And after Naruto completely dissolved the moon eye, the last bit of power sustaining Obito dissipated. This utterly wicked individual didn't receive his own redemption like his counterparts in other worlds, nor did he provoke Naruto's violent side, making him abandon his principles to vent his deep hatred upon him. He was like a clown, forgotten by everyone. He ended his manipulated and worthless life, waiting like rotting wood for a miracle, for the moon eye to once again send him to that world to meet Rin. That false yet beautiful world. As the main culprit behind the temporal distortion, Obito might have died pathetically, but he was indeed the key node in the Ryumayaku's reversal of time. Perhaps this was why everyone was being forcibly returned to their original timeline by the Ryumayaku's power. Kusuai looked at the turtle device in her hand. She was confident she could use this device to resist the pulling force, but she didn't. Instead, she glanced far away in a certain direction. A direction where nothing existed. Kusuai. What are you looking at? Nothing, Dad. Nothing at all. The nine-tailed beasts, who had just been freed, looked bewildered as everyone turned transparent and began to fade, unsure what to do. They thought Naruto and the others were about to die from exhaustion. Seeming to understand their concern, Naruto smiled and waved at them. Don't worry, we're just returning to our own time. We'll meet again in the future. Let's get along well then, okay? As he said this, Naruto gave a meaningful glance at Kurama. Oh. Of course. The Kurama of this era seemed quite friendly toward Naruto, who had been confirmed as the child of the prophecy, even saying this with a smile. Meanwhile, the Kurama inside Naruto covered his face with his paw, not wanting to say anything. Wait, why don't I have this memory? Just as he was filled with confusion, everyone's figures finally completely dissipated from this timeline. Chapter 301, Chapter 301 Return to the Place of Origin. Just as Naruto and his group of cross-time rescuers returned to their own future, three figures suddenly appeared in the spot where Kusuai had been looking moments before. The nine-tailed beasts were also abruptly startled, seemingly only noticing the presence of these three now. But this couldn't be blamed on the tailed beasts for being careless. In fact, even if it were Naruto instead, he wouldn't have been able to detect these three individuals earlier. Because what shielded them wasn't space, barriers, genjutsu, or the like, but time. The three had not existed in this time moments ago, so no matter how strong Naruto's observation haki was, he couldn't observe them. Yet these three seemed able to see Naruto's group, who had been standing here just moments ago, as if looking through time. This was a power beyond imagination. Kurama, who had nearly bristled, immediately froze in place when he clearly saw one of the three. The other tailed beasts had similar expressions. The reason was simple, that person was the Sage of Six Paths, who had created them. Old man, why are you here? Hearing this, the Sage of Six Paths merely smiled at Kurama but didn't explain further, instead turning to look at another person beside him. It was a very tall woman, dressed in black martial attire, with a bamboo hat on her head. Even without seeing her face, a charm that transcended the ordinary naturally emanated from her. The woman gently removed the bamboo hat, revealing smooth black hair, then raised a pair of similarly sky-blue eyes. With just one glance, the nine-tailed beasts instantly fell into a trance-like state. A true loss of consciousness, as if controlled by Madara's Sharingan. However, even if Madara were resurrected, it would be nearly impossible for him to instantly control all nine-tailed beasts at once. Yet this woman before them had done it so effortlessly. After rendering the nine-tailed beasts unconscious, the woman gently turned her head to look at the third figure. It was a form with a blurred silhouette. At first glance, it seemed somewhat similar to her, but when the Sage of Six Paths made eye contact with it, it immediately took on the sage's outline. It was like a mirror. I have handled their memories. The cleanup is up to you now. The woman's voice was soft yet carried an undeniable authority, as if her casual words were commands from an emperor. The blurred figure merely nodded slightly, not saying anything more. In contrast, the Sage of Six Paths, who had watched the entire process, opened his mouth but ultimately couldn't hold back and asked the question on his mind. Was all this worth it? What did you say? As the woman's gaze turned to him, the Sage of Six Paths slowly sighed. Going to such great lengths, taking such a roundabout path, even forcibly restricting my actions, all for this outcome. You should also know that by altering this result, the future awaiting you will no longer be predictable. Hearing this, the woman remained silent for a few seconds, then gently nodded. It's worth it. She looked at the Sage of Six Paths, then pointed towards the moon in the sky. Don't act as if you've suffered a great loss. You should also know that this is the only chance among millions of possibilities to completely prevent Kaguya from awakening again. That should be very important to you. The woman retorted to the sage's doubts in the same tone. Her words showed little reverence for the Sage of Six Paths, this legendary figure, and the sage showed no discomfort upon hearing them, as if this were all normal. Sigh. I hope you are right. After hearing this, the woman didn't respond further and simply walked back to the spot where Naruto had been standing. I don't care about all that. I just want my dad to live. Moonlight fell, illuminating the woman's stunning face. It was a face 70% similar to Hancock's. If Naruto were here, he would immediately recognize her. This was a grown-up version of Kusuai. Alright, since matters in this timeline are resolved, I should go too. She watched as the nine-tailed beasts quickly transform into pure chakra under the power of the blurred figure and fly off in different directions. After completing this, the blurred figure turned into a wisp of light and flew onto the back of this adult version of Kusuai's hand. There, a hexagonal pattern was visible. On Kusuai's other hand, there were dozens of marks similar in specification to the one on Kairin's hand, currently being forcibly gripped in her palm. Time, present. Location, Rorin Ruins, underground Ryumayaka Plaza. Everyone still maintained their expressions of shock from moments before. They had watched helplessly as Kusuai, that little girl, had the audacity to charge into the light. Then, the little princess of Rorin ended the activation of the Ryumayaka due to exhaustion. The light quickly dissipated, leaving everyone with looks of bewilderment. Especially the two babysitters and Gaara. Gaara was currently clenching his teeth. Logically, now was a good time for him to leave, but somehow, he found himself choosing to stay here. Rashi sat silently by a stone pillar nearby, staring at the empty center of the plaza, lost in thought. Fu looked around at everyone, somewhat at a loss. Yujito looked inquiringly at Killer Bee, receiving a slight shake of his head in response. Although most of them had initially been involuntarily forced to stay with this group, during their time together, Naruto had proven through his actions that he wasn't what they had imagined. He's not someone who intended to exploit the power of the Jinchuriki. Especially when faced with a potential path of no return, he decisively chose to let the others go back, facing the mastermind behind it all alone with his two companions. Without a doubt, Naruto's actions lived up to every word he had said before. At this moment, Haku and Zabuza seemed to exchange a few words and then walked together towards the little princess. I wonder, could you activate the Ryumayaka one more time? Compared to Zabuza's fierce demeanor, Haku's gentle tone was clearly more acceptable. Hearing his words, everyone was taken aback. Even the little princess herself froze for a moment before stammering that she needed to rest for a bit, but she should be able to try again. Then we'll trouble you. Having said that, Haku and Zabuza fell silent and stood in the center of the plaza. The silence didn't last long. Count me in. Surprisingly, the one who said this was Rashi, who was the least familiar with Naruto and the others. In truth, Rashi wasn't just a hot-tempered old man. He also possessed a compassionate heart. Similarly, Rashi had chosen to distance himself from his village because he didn't want the tailed beast to become a tool of war. Even though their initial meeting hadn't been pleasant, Naruto's actions had earned Rashi's recognition. He wasn't lacking in the courage to take risks. And me. Fu also ran over with quick steps. Despite her appearance, she actually understood the potential consequences of this journey. It was very possible that after this, she might never be able to return to Takigakure, never have the chance to see her friends again. Yo, got me fired up, no way I'm missing this, you fool. B. Watching B wave his hand and similarly step onto the plaza, Yujito called out to him anxiously from behind. To be honest, it wasn't that Yujito didn't want to help Naruto. But she also had things important to her. In Yujito's view, her duties were even more important than her own life. So even though she also wanted to help that adorable little girl, her inner convictions led her to make a different decision. This was understandable and not something to be criticized. Gaara watched as those people, one by one, walked towards the center of the plaza and pressed his lips together. Then, he too walked over without a word. Considerate, repaying a favor to her. Chapter 302, Chapter 302 Catching a disciple for someone before leaving. Yujito watched as everyone, without exception, walked to the center of the Ryumayaka Plaza, leaving her alone standing to the side. How did it end up making me seem like the villain? She shook her head, then wanted to say something. But at that very moment, the eye-shaped statue that served as the Ryumayaka switch suddenly began to glow. Huh? What's this? Everyone's gaze focused on the little princess. The little princess herself was also puzzled. She hurriedly moved her hand away from the statue, but the light not only didn't disappear, it gradually intensified. No, I'm not controlling this. As soon as the little princess finished speaking, huge pillars of light suddenly erupted around the plaza. They were torrents created by chakra. This scene was all too familiar to everyone. Just moments ago, Naruto and the others had entered this very thing and disappeared. He instinctively wanted to walk towards the light pillar but was pulled back by Rashi behind him. Idiot, someone's coming back. TCH, I know that, you fool dash. Seeing this guy was still fooling around, Rashi rolled his eyes and released his grip. Everyone, prepare for battle. But at that moment, Yujito, who had been standing far away, suddenly ran over, loudly warning them. The group quickly understood. The one returning might not be Naruto, as it could be that so-called masked man. Although deep down they all believed Naruto wouldn't lose to that guy, the other party had, after all, arrived in the past earlier. What if he had set up some traps? The light grew increasingly intense, as if the mass of the one traveling back through time to the present was too great, forcing the passageway to widen forcibly. Tap. 1, 2, 3, 4 sounds of footsteps landing. After the light dissipated, Naruto, holding his daughter, appeared before everyone along with his 3 teammates. We're back, huh? What are you all doing? Naruto started greeting them with a wave before even clearly seeing their figures. But what greeted him was everyone's vigilant stance. The atmosphere froze for a brief second before relaxing again. Clearly, Naruto and his group were here, and everyone in the present was still alive and well. Without a doubt, they had succeeded. Even the little princess felt much more relaxed upon seeing this. Protecting the dragon vein from being used for evil was her family's mission. Naturally, she didn't want to see Naruto and the others fail. Haku and Zabuza were the first to notice Kusuai, who had clearly grown much older. Kusuai also saw their gaze and waved at them from Naruto's arms. So, you really succeeded in defeating that guy? Gaara asked, looking at Sasuke out of the corner of his eye, confirming once more. Sasuke only responded with a cool and arrogant light laugh. It can't be helped, when it comes to sheer coolness, the bad boy Sasuke has never been afraid of anyone. Hearing this, Naruto seemed to remember something and casually waved his hand. Immediately after, a corpse, mostly charred, appeared before everyone. This guy is Dash. Yes, he's the masked man. His name is Uchiha Obito, but he's already dead. Before leaving, Naruto hadn't forgotten to bring the other party's corpse back. It wasn't to bury Obito. You brought him back too. Fu found a stick from somewhere and poked the big bad guy who had been coveting them from afar, confirming he was truly dead. Naruto didn't say much, just silently stored the corpse back into his personal space. Here, it's worth mentioning that although Naruto, having absorbed Kagaya's power, could now use Amanamenaka, perhaps due to proficiency issues, he was still very clumsy with it. So, for now, he was still using the storage scrolls he had eaten. Naruto, Kusuai shi. At this point, Haku and Zabuza also walked over, looking worriedly at Kusuai on Naruto. Ah, that's a long story. Kusuai will tell everyone all about it later. Kusuai cut in before Naruto could answer, then turned her head to look at her father. Dad, did you forget? As she spoke, she pointed towards the Ryumayuka switch. Oh. Naruto clapped his hands, then put Kusuai down and walked over to the little princess. Under the little princess's somewhat bewildered gaze, he placed his palm on the Ryumayuka switch. In the next moment, a soft green light emerged from Naruto's hand, which bore a hexagonal mark, and the ice statue slowly closed its eyelids. With this, the Ryumayuka is completely closed. Your mission, as of today, is complete. As he spoke, Naruto smiled at the stunned young girl. He wasn't worried that his actions would harm the interests of the Rorin's royalty. In fact, regardless of the time period, the kingdom of Rorin had never utilized the Ryumayuka's power on a large scale. They mostly followed their ancestors' teachings to protect the Ryumayuka from being used by evil people. At the same time, precisely because of the Ryumayuka, Rorin became a target during the wars, ultimately leading to its downfall and the people becoming wanderers. Even after becoming a nomadic people, they still hadn't forgotten their mission and continued to protect the Ryumayuka. Until today, when Naruto formally notified them that the Ryumayuka had been completely sealed. This was the power of the nature will, not something just any random person could undo. Even the Rorin's royal bloodline couldn't unseal the Ryumayuka again. The little princess was stunned for a moment before gradually coming back to her senses under the explanations from Kusuai and Naruto. Now you can leave this place and settle in a more suitable area for living. Kusuai clapped her hands, giving the little princess a friendly smile. At this moment, Karen also ran over and suddenly interjected. If you have nowhere to go, you could consider Uzushioga Cure. We're rebuilding it, it's southeast of the Land of Fire. Truly Naruto's appointed ambassador for Uzumaki reconstruction, Karen immediately thought of a suitable place for the Rorin's survivors. As for ruling power, that wasn't something considered by Naruto and his group. On the contrary, having a capable queen like Sarah manage it would be more suitable than leaving it to them, a bunch of guys who ran around the world all day. The group noisily made their way out of the underground ruins. When they reached the surface, Naruto's eyes shifted slightly. At the same time, several people in the group with stronger sensory abilities also reacted. Someone was hiding in the shadows. But before the others could respond, Sasuke and Karen had already vanished from their spots. Their speed directly dumbfounded B, who was originally in the first tier of the group. What's going on? Were these two this powerful before? Thud. Thud. They left quickly and returned even faster. Soon, they brought back two individuals wearing black cloaks with red clouds back before the group. This guy is Inoki's. Rashi was the first to recognize one of them. Although he had no personal interaction with Deidara, because Deidara was the Otsutsuki Inoki's most proud disciple, he had heard of him. Naruto also walked up to them at this point. Looking at Deidara, whose entire body's chakra was tightly sealed by Karen's adamantine sealing chains, he examined the other carefully. Blonde hair. Akatsuki robe. That's the one. Naruto quickly ran through the list provided by Konan and found that if these two were included, then the Akatsuki could be considered completely captured. Never thought we'd complete the Otsutsuki's request right before leaving. Rashi. At the end, Naruto looked back at Rashi. Please take this guy back to Iwagakure for me. Tell the Otsutsuki I fulfilled my promise. Upon hearing this, before Rashi could even react, Deidara, pressed down on the ground, immediately struggled. Damn it. Let me go. Have the guts to fight me one-on-one. He became less confident as he went on. Because just moments ago, he had been utterly defeated and had his chakra sealed by that white-haired woman opposite him in a crushing manner. That woman's speed and power far exceeded his imagination. His C3 and C2 bombs couldn't break her defense, and his C4 Garuda was swept away entirely by the hurricane she released. Even when he tried to use C0 self-destruction, she could forcibly seal his chakra, interrupting the self-destruction. It could be said Deidara was completely and utterly defeated. Damn it. If only I hadn't listened to Sasori-dana and come here to observe. Thinking this, his gaze turned towards Sasori beside him. Chapter 303, Chapter 303 We will meet again. Sasori of the Red Sands' fate wasn't much better than his. On the contrary, compared to Deidara, who only had his chakra sealed and didn't suffer many physical injuries, Sasori, whose body was mostly composed of puppet parts, was in a much worse state. Including his hard-repaired secret technique, performance of 100 puppets, as well as his own main body, everything turned into crumbling sand upon contact with the calamity flames. No matter what kind of puppet it was, after being scorched by the calamity flames, it would quickly lose its durability. And the frustrating part was that these flames couldn't be blocked or absorbed by other ninjutsu. Sasuke didn't even need to use any taijutsu, just by relying on the calamity flames wrapped around him, he easily defeated Sasori. Now, Sasori only retained his upper body and his core, but compared to Deidara, his expression appeared more normal. Or was it because his puppet body was inherently expressionless? It seems, Uchiha Madara failed. Sasori showed no resentment about being captured but calmly looked at everyone and drew this conclusion. Although I'm not sure which Uchiha Madara you're referring to, I can tell you they all failed. Holding Sasori by the scruff of his neck with one hand, Sasuke said coolly. Speaking of which, after achieving complete revenge, this kid really liked to laugh in that cool manner. Was it some kind of side effect? Naruto thought about it. Compared to his previous deeply resentful appearance, this current look was more pleasing. Let him laugh if he wants. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Sasori initially wanted to nod but then realized he couldn't perform the action, so he gave up and spoke directly. Then we surrender. His words didn't surprise Naruto and the others. After all, judging by the fact that they didn't accompany Obito to the past, these two might have already planned to leave the Akatsuki, but perhaps feared the organization's retaliation, hence choosing to observe. The others didn't react, but Deidara's reaction was huge. He immediately opened his mouth to curse, but Naruto just smiled and wiped his hand across it. A mask made of black material appeared on his face, completely blocking the guy's noise. A mask made of truth-seeking balls. Deidara was the first in the ninja world to experience such thing. The negotiation with Sarah went very smoothly. In fact, she had already been looking for a suitable place to settle. The environment of Uzumaki was infinitely better than that of the Land of Wind. As for the reconstruction, it wasn't a big deal either. Under Sarah's hospitality, the group held a grand banquet. Everyone could enjoy the process to their heart's content. Even Sasori and Deidara, who are prisoners of war. Naruto wasn't worried at all about these two causing trouble. It can't be helped. As enemies, Deidara and Sasori were now at least a whole version behind. This banquet wasn't held in a magnificent palace. It was just a group of people around a campfire in the center of the oasis, eating and drinking freely near the tents. From time to time, there were special Rorin song and dance performances. For the kingdom of Rorin, this celebrated the completion of their mission and the rebirth of their nation. For everyone in the Tailed Beast team, it also seemed to signify the final gathering before parting ways. Everyone tacitly avoided discussing this topic. Although the time spent together wasn't very long, everyone in this team, including Zabuza, the former demon, had gradually accepted the others. This harmonious experience was very novel for both the Jinchuriki and for ninjas like Haku and Zabuza, who had once been reduced to assassination tools. Unknowingly, the banquet gradually reached its end. Naruto was still drinking with Bee and Jiraiya. Unfortunately, even without using any cheating methods, just based on Naruto's current physique, finding a fine wine on this planet that could make him drunk was almost impossible. On the other side, Kusuai, for once, wasn't staying by Naruto's side. Instead, she went to the side and told part of her wonderful experiences to the two babysitters and Gaara, who was secretly pricking up his ears. She also mentioned the sand in the gourd on Gaara's back. Dark circles, your mother loved you, without a doubt. Listening to Kusuai casually reveal secrets he never knew in a conversational tone, Gaara sat there in a daze, tears streaming uncontrollably. So, don't let down those who love you. Although your father was a scoundrel, there are still people in your family who care about you. Gaara couldn't help but recall the two figures who had always been by his side. Temari and Kankuro, Gaara's family. After saying this, she turned to the two babysitters and instructed them about something. Who knows what she said? After listening, Haku showed a very conflicted expression, and even Zabuza, the usually expressionless one, seemed to want to say something. But Kusuai just gently shook her head at them. Let it be. You have your own happy lives, and I have things I must do. The sensitive Yujito and the naturally simple and optimistic Fu both sensed the unusual atmosphere tonight. No wonder, since no one was really trying to hide it. The fundamental reason Naruto had persuaded or forcibly taken everyone initially was the existence of a great villain who could appear at any time, threatening the Jinchuriki's safety. Now that the threat was resolved, everyone had to return to their original lives. It was truly a wonderful journey. Yujito took a sip of the wine in her cup. Like Gaara, who was among the last to join the Jinchuriki, Fu seemed somewhat confused. I hadn't even completed my mission of making 100 friends yet, and now I had to go home. The next day, Naruto didn't dawdle and directly announce the complete disbandment of the Tailed Beast team. Deidara would be personally taken back to Iwagakure by Rashi. With his chakra sealed, it would be difficult for Deidara to escape from Rashi, a Jinchuriki whose strength had reached a new level. Fu was assigned to Bee and Yujito, who would escort her back on their way. Naruto trusted their character relatively well. As long as the Raikage didn't give a direct order, Yujito probably wouldn't mind doing this favor. Besides, if they secretly took her to Kimogakure, well, if Naruto happened to pass by and find out next time, it might not end well for Kimogakure's tailed beasts. Haku and Zabuza would return the same way they came, back to the land of vegetables, to their own small courtyard. Konoha isn't worth hoping for, but you're always welcome to visit us in Uzushiogakure for a gathering. Hearing Naruto say this made Jiraiya, standing behind him, look complicated. Ah, sensei, I wonder if you would have still done it if you could have foreseen today. And so, the group completely parted ways within the land of wind. Gaara, carrying Sasori's core, set off alone on the road back to Sunagakure. Even though he had always wanted to do this while in the team, why did he feel so reluctant when it was time to part? Pressing his hand lightly over his heart, Gaara walked while recalling the experiences of these past days. Unknowingly, a sincere smile appeared on his face. Konoha Village, Memorial Stone. Naruto, holding Kusuai's hand, walked to the graves of Minato and Kushina and softly spoke to them. Dad, Mom, this is my daughter, Kusuai. She's a very sensible and strong little girl. Don't worry about me, I'm over here. He appeared openly and without concealment within Konoha Village, completely disregarding the fact that the so-called arrest warrant from the daimyo of the Land of Fire against him hadn't been revoked yet. Not far away, Hiruzen, the current 5th Hokage Hayashi, and the newly appointed temporary advisor Narashikaku remained silent. From Jiraiya's description, they had a rough understanding of the cause and effect. To be honest, if Jiraiya didn't have sufficient prestige, they wouldn't have been able to believe such a mythical story. What Madara's resurrection, a millennium-spanning conspiracy, the Sage of Six Paths mother Otsutsuki Kagaya. Just how far had Naruto's strength reached? Thinking this, Hiruzen couldn't help but recall the words Naruto had said when he confronted him before. A sense of foreboding suddenly arose in the old man's heart. No. No matter what, it wouldn't. It's best if he waits until after I die before causing trouble. The former Hokage, Hiruzen thought to himself. After saying what he wanted to say before his parents' graves, Naruto took out Obito's body. The grudge between us is over, but you still owe them an apology. After speaking, without any visible action, the corpse turned into a large pile of dust. Then, under the control of Yin-Yang release, this dust transformed into a kneeling statue. The statue's face was adorned with that familiar spiral-patterned mask. Since you liked wearing a mask, wear it forever. The Obito who was his father's student and Kakashi-sensei's partner had died long before you chose to kill them. And as the masked men, you will remain here forever in penitence. Suddenly, Naruto felt his daughter gently tug his hand. His gaze followed, and Kusuai just gave him a light smile. Dad, take me for a walk. Okay. On the main street of Konoha, Naruto, without any concern, carried his daughter on his shoulders and went for a stroll, just like any ordinary father. As he narrated, the two walked through various places from Naruto's memories. They also walked through Naruto's past. The shop where Naruto played his first prank, the place where Naruto went to school, Naruto's favorite ramen shop and bookstore, and the Hokage rock he often climbed. Naruto seemed to want to show his daughter his entire life of over a decade in this village within a single day. Until sunset. After Kusuai and Naruto came out from Ichiraku Ramen, they strolled under the starlight. Dad, I want to go back. Okay, we'll go back tomorrow. Before Naruto could finish, his daughter gently shook her head to interrupt him. And Naruto was actually mentally prepared. Dad, Kusuai doesn't belong to this timeline. Kusuai wants to return to her own era. As she spoke, Kusuai took out the turtle-shaped device, then gently hugged Naruto. Dad, you have so many people accompanying you, but mother over there only has me. Kusuai's muffled voice came from against Naruto's stomach, and he could feel his clothes getting wet. So, it's time to say goodbye. Dad is really, like they said, a superhero. A great person. It's really wonderful. It's really wonderful that Kusuai is Dad's daughter. Kusuai looked up, her tears having made her eyes wet and red. Dad, don't be sad. Just like you said, we will meet again. Kusuai stood on her tiptoes, and Naruto crouched down, allowing his daughter to gently hug his neck. In the next moment, light flashed. Chapter 304, Chapter 304 The Dreaded Sudden Silence. If there was anything in the world more awkward than playing three-person poker with a love rival, it was waking up the next day to find the dealer had suddenly run away, leaving only two former teammates staring at each other. However, this wasn't the most awkward part. What was even more awkward was that Hancock had actually sobered up halfway through the events last night. But by then, the mood and everything else were already in place, so she simply went along with it in a muddled state. To be honest, Stussy had controlled the dosage of the drug quite precisely. Even with her own special artificial human physique, resisting the drug in Hancock's drink would have been almost impossible. As for Naruto's share, that was another specially prepared one. Only a strong individual with Naruto's constitution could use it as an arousal supplement. For an ordinary person, it would be outright poison. TCH. Stussy didn't mind the other awakened person in the room peeking. She openly emerged from under the covers, then gently touched her body, which already had some slight bruising, with her fingertips. This body's strength still wasn't enough. If not for Naruto's instinct to not harm us, even after taking the drug, perhaps today I wouldn't just be dealing with sore muscles and bruises. In comparison. Stussy turned around, her beautiful figure openly displayed in the room, her gaze sweeping up and down the other woman on the bed. TCH. I lost. The smiling Stussy subconsciously bit her fingernail. In terms of height, the Amazon Lily's Empress was clearly superior. In terms of curves, Hancock's explosive figure completely overwhelmed Stussy in every aspect. For a moment, she even felt a flash of resentment towards Miss Buchan, the source of this body's genes. Really, why couldn't you have grown to look like this? Perhaps Stussy's undisguised, unrestrained scrutiny irritated Hancock. She simply stopped pretending, reached out, and flung the covers off herself. A body that would drive over 99% of the men on the seas wild was now boldly displayed in the hotel room, yet the two women inside seemed not to care much about it. Last night, they had already seen everything there was to see, things that should and shouldn't be seen. They had even done things more absurd and unimaginable. Now, just being open and honest with each other was no big deal. Hancock's personality was inherently strong and absolute. Since she had stopped pretending, she wouldn't retreat in any way. Stussy, on the other hand, was very adept at using weakness as a disguise. While in reality, she was a woman who would stop at nothing to achieve her goals and possessed an extremely strong will. At this moment, neither woman's gaze wavered as they looked at each other. Stussy continued to smile, while Hancock looked solemn like a goddess. But in reality, both just didn't know what to say right now. The most dreaded thing is the sudden silence. Two equally strong-willed women looked at each other like this, then, with tacit understanding, began quietly putting on their clothes, which had been thrown who knows where. It must be mentioned here that the mysterious teleportation ability was really too considerate, to the point that it even took away the clothes Naruto had taken off. Of course, this also meant that in the eyes of the two women, Naruto had undoubtedly confirmed the fact that he had fled in panic. Regarding this, although both women felt somewhat unwilling in their hearts, it was also within expectations. How to put it? If a man like Naruto were so easy to handle, he probably would have become the queen consort on Amazon Lily over a decade ago, living a carefree life where food and clothing were provided without lifting a finger. Stussy had clearly undergone corresponding training for changing clothes quickly. Even though her clothes were much more complicated, she could still put them on faster than Hancock. Of course, this might also be related to Hancock being accustomed to being served by others. After putting on their clothes, the two women, as if by prior agreement, released their observation haki, scanning every nook and cranny of the room to ensure nothing was missing. Only then did they look at each other. Humph. Hancock initially wanted to raise her head proudly as usual and walk out the door, looking down on everyone. But it seemed that because certain pink bubbles flashed through her mind, her original expression immediately warped. Oh no, it seemed I could no longer treat this thieving cat with my previous attitude. Stussy, however, was momentarily stunned. Then, the ace spy, who was well informed and skilled at reading people, realized the reason for Hancock's expression. Immediately, a playful look appeared on her face. In terms of direct combat power, 10 Stussies tied together wouldn't be enough for one kick from Hancock. But in terms of talent in this area, Hancock could only be considered a primary school student just starting out. The two great beauties thus gracefully walked down from the second floor of the room to the lobby on the first floor. During this time, neither spoke, seemingly brewing something while also pondering when exactly that man had left. So silently. Has that wretched man's skills improved again? But when the two reached the first floor lobby, an even more awkward situation arose. At that moment, two groups of people were confronting each other with great intensity. One side was the more numerous, all-female Amazon Lilies warrior group. The other side was the newly promoted CP0's trainee agents, Rob Lucci, Kaku, and others. After the major events on Whole Cake Island yesterday, naturally, no one was responsible for receiving them anymore. Without orders from their leaders, these two groups didn't plan to leave on their own. After a night of quiet, as soon as dawn broke the next day, they followed their respective leaders' trails and, coincidentally, arrived at this hotel in Jin Town, Liqueur Island. The world government's members naturally wouldn't have a good attitude towards pirates, even towards the crew of a warlord. The Amazon Lilies warriors on the other side were even more unconcerned. They not only held the same dismissive attitude towards the few CP0's trainee agents but towards almost all men, with very few exceptions. The atmosphere between the two sides couldn't be called tense to the point of drawing swords, but it was definitely not good. Thus, when the leaders of both sides descended from the second floor together, even walking at a somewhat subtly close distance, the expressions of both groups became somewhat strange. Stussy, Sama. Kaku stepped forward in place of Lucci. Get some breakfast. Last night's consumption was no small matter. I'm a bit hungry too. Ah. Oh, all right. Kaku, the eternal bachelor, hadn't realized anything yet. He just assumed his superior had been on a mission last night, so he simply went to the counter to order food. This hotel also had room service, though it was limited to breakfast and late-night snacks. On the other side, Hancock's two sisters immediately squeezed through, looking at Hancock with concern. Nay-san. Are you all right? Were you injured somewhere? Hancock's expression stiffened under her sister's concern, then she uncontrollably showed a slight blush. But after all, she was the queen of all Amazon Lily. The absolute, unquestionable status of a queen was still there. Don't ask unnecessary questions, and, you go get some breakfast for me too. Chapter 305, Chapter 305. Since things have come to this, let's eat first. Perhaps because the establishment was too small, or perhaps because there were too few tables. In any case, Hancock and Stussy ended up openly sitting at the same table to eat. The CP0's members and the Amazon Lilies warriors were all arranged outside the door. Clearly, the two women still had some things to discuss. Aside from her identities as a CP0's agent and a clone created by Dr. Vegapunk, Stussy also held the title of Queen of the Pleasure District. This wasn't a very secret matter, so even though Hancock didn't offer any explanation, the Amazon Lilies warriors didn't ask too many questions. Perhaps the Snake Princess simply wanted to discuss some cooperation with the other party. Like hiring a group of female warriors to protect the other's territory or something similar. The Amazon Lilies warriors weren't strangers to such work. Ever since a certain man arrived on Amazon Lily many years ago, the Amazon Lilies warriors' survival cycle revolving around plunder, resupply, had already begun to change. That man's words were very straightforward. Perhaps Amazon Lily could rely on its special sea snake control technology and the advantage of the calm belt to maintain this plundering lifestyle for a long time. But the Marines had already developed steam-powered warships, and it was likely other forces had similar technology. The notion that the calm belt equals a safe zone was bound to become obsolete sooner or later. To develop stably, one either had to accept some changes appropriately or possess absolute military superiority. Over a dozen years, Amazon Lily had managed to do both. The current Empress, Boa Hancock, wasn't as solitary and proud as in her original Fate line. Due to business, they had also become acquainted with some other forces. This was also Hancock's capital to defy the world government and her confidence that she wouldn't have to worry about Amazon Lily's future development even if her warlord title was revoked. To get by on the seas, no, it should be said that no matter where you are, the best strategy is to make as many friends as possible and as few enemies as possible. Hancock's eating movements were very dignified and grand. Although she couldn't casually switch between dozens of different noble etiquettes like Stussy, her mere presence was enough to make others overlook any unsuitable aspects. Precisely and elegantly cutting a piece of steak, she gently put it in her mouth to chew, savoring the juices of the medium-rare steak along with the red wine. Stussy lightly wiped the corner of her mouth with a napkin. Unlike Hancock, her physical stamina was inferior, and correspondingly, her appetite was naturally smaller. Therefore, she could more elegantly place her cutlery aside and then leisurely look at the woman across from her, this love rival. Boa Hancock, your actions here with Lean this time were too big. Do you think the Marines will turn a blind eye like before? Perhaps just to find a topic, Stussy suddenly said this. Upon hearing this, Hancock merely raised her eyes slightly, not answering immediately. In fact, Amazon Lily's small actions had never really stopped. Quietly hijacking merchant ships transporting slaves for the Celestial Dragons, plundering ships from countries completely aligned with the world government, such things had almost become another main business for Amazon Lily besides being mercenaries. Thanks to this, they had also established some branch bases outside Amazon Lily, nurturing quite a few usable talents from among those rescued slaves. In a sense, it was somewhat similar to the Revolutionary Army's actions. In the past, the world government had turned a blind eye to Hancock's such behavior because she was very measured in her actions. They neither involved fundamental interests, and she handled the aftermath very cleanly, leaving no loose ends. But this time, for Hancock's personal will, Amazon Lily had undoubtedly committed an out-of-line act that deviated from their principles. No need for you to worry. Putting down her fork, Hancock's every word and action was filled with a certain majesty. Though, perhaps because of last night's experience, she chose not to drink the wine provided with the meal. Will your subordinates think the same? Of course. This Empress is so beautiful, everything this Empress does will be forgiven. Watching Hancock take it for granted as she uttered such narcissistic words, a cross-shaped vein quietly popped on Stussy's temple, and the corner of her mouth twitched imperceptibly. As expected, I was too gentle last night. While her mind was already calculating how to scheme against this vixen of an Empress next time, Stussy's expression remained unchanged, still maintaining proper etiquette. Is that so? Then it seems the plan I prepared for you is superfluous. As she spoke, she made to get up and leave directly. Wait. Just as Stussy was about to push open the inn door, Hancock's voice came through. Hearing this, Stussy's expression didn't change, but a hint of a smile appeared in her eyes. Good. Plan successful. The ninja world, Konoha Village. The one responsible for surveillance outside the Ichiraku Ramen today was the Jonin from the Sarutobi clan, the teacher of the Inoshikacho trio among the Konoha 12, Sarutobi Asuma. Of course, this man's other identity was the son of the third Hokage and Konohamaru's uncle. At this moment, his surveillance actions weren't concealed in the slightest. He was just sitting openly opposite Ichiraku Ramen, observing from there. It wasn't that this Jonin lacked skill. In fact, Asuma, as Hiruzen's son, naturally knew about the daimyo's orders and the actual attitude of Konoha Village. The daimyo was one thing, while how it was executed was another. Did they really want them to make an enemy of Naruto? This surveillance mission was just a formality. Asuma was already planning whether to ask Kurenai out on a date after the mission ended this afternoon. Huh? Konohamaru? What's this kid doing here? Suddenly, Asuma's eyes focused as he watched his nephew boldly walk into the Ichiraku Ramen, sit down next to his target of surveillance, Naruto, and say something. On the other side, inside the Ichiraku Ramen. Not only Konohamaru, but Sasuke, Karen, and Jiraiya were also in the shop. Even Tuchi came over to ask. What's wrong with Naruto? Karen and the others knew the answer to his question but didn't know how to describe it. What should they say? That because this guy's daughter chose to return to her hometown to accompany her mother, this man, who had only recently become a father, fell into complete depression. At the table, Naruto declined Konohamaru's proposal for a spar and began eating his noodles, one bite at a time. He had been mentally prepared for Kusui's departure, but he still didn't expect it to make him this sad. The warmth of his daughter's hug seemed to linger, but he didn't know when the next meeting would be. I say, that's enough, right? How long are you going to stay depressed? Sasuke plopped down next to Naruto and started eating his own bowl of noodles in large mouthfuls, sounding displeased. It's not like you'll never see her again. Didn't she say it herself? You will meet again. If it really bothers you, just go to that world and find her. By my estimate, she should be born in about a year. You should be happy. At least this time, you have the chance to give her a complete childhood. When he said this last part, Sasuke, perhaps thinking of his own situation, slowed down his speech. Sasuke's words finally pulled Naruto out of his low spirits. Actually, he wasn't as despairing as he appeared. The main reason he was still staying in Konoha Village was more about not knowing how to face those two women on the other side simultaneously. Maybe, get married to both. Is bigamy a crime in the One Piece world? Thinking this, Naruto still made a new decision. Let's pack up later. We'll go to Uzumaki to arrange their subsequent liaison with Queen Sarah, and then I'm going to that world. As he spoke, Naruto glanced at the hexagonal pattern given by the nature will on his hand. After completing the transaction with it, this pattern had become like some kind of switch, granted certain permissions. He could feel that he could now open a door to the other world at any time. Seeing Naruto finally make a decision, Sasuke and the others showed relieved expressions. To be honest, this kind of Naruto was really uncommon, and it was too awkward. Just then, Konohamaru, who was nearby, suddenly raised his hand. That. Naruto Aniki. Everyone turned their heads upon hearing this, looking at this child who was already over 160 centimeters tall. Well, just judging by his physique, calling him a child might not be quite appropriate anymore. With everyone's eyes focused on him, Konohamaru didn't show any stage fright. Instead, he said with great determination. Please take me with you this time too. Chapter 306, Chapter 306 Step Down. As if. Please take me with you this time too. As Konohamaru spoke, the gazes of everyone in the Ichiraku ramen turned towards him. Do you even know where we're going, kid? Karen walked over, arms crossed, scrutinizing the boy in front of her. She felt he was too different from the future Jonin, Konohamaru. Future Konohamaru at least looked tall and lean, wearing a Jonin vest, and at first glance wasn't too different from other ninjas in the village. But the current Konohamaru. He had somehow gotten a hold of a loose robe similar to Naruto's, replacing his tracksuit. His already somewhat developed muscles could easily fill out the clothes. Compared to a Konoha's ninja, he looked more like a direct disciple of the Raikage. Konohamaru didn't pay any mind to the white-haired woman questioning him. He just kept his determined eyes fixed on Naruto, not saying a word. Naruto wasn't slumping anymore. While slurping his noodles, he looked at the kid who had clearly achieved some results from training. It had to be said, Konohamaru's talent was really good. If you disregarded Kurama's near-limitless chakra recovery boost for him, Naruto at the same age was no match for this kid. Naruto finished his large bowl of tonkatsu ramen in a few bites, wiped his hands, and then gently patted Konohamaru's shoulder. Interesting, Konohamaru. Why do you want to come with me? Is Konoha not comfortable enough? If it was because of being ostracized, Naruto wouldn't mind taking the kid out to relax. No, on the contrary, it's too comfortable. Unexpectedly, Konohamaru shook his head. Naruto Aniki, will there be fighting on this trip? Konohamaru asked another question instead. Hearing this, Naruto recalled his reputation in the One Piece world and his relationships with various forces. Probably, maybe. That's enough. Hearing this, Konohamaru nodded, then stated his thoughts. In Konoha, I can't grow any further. How could that be? Konoha has plenty of good teachers, right? Right, Kakashi. Jiraiya, who heard this, suddenly said this and turned to look at Kakashi, who had entered by pushing aside the curtain at some point. The middle-aged man with dead fish eye immediately felt something was wrong. But Konohamaru didn't seem interested in him. These teachers all worry about my status. At most, they just spar with me like it's playing around. What I want is real combat. Passionate combat where you fight with your backbone and your life on the line. Konohamaru's words were resolute and forceful. When he said this, his expression wasn't at all like a child throwing a tantrum. His demeanor made even Kakashi, who wasn't very familiar with him, glance over slightly. Naruto, who could sense the kid's genuine emotions, was also somewhat surprised. This guy Konohamaru wasn't joking. He had truly prepared himself to fight to the death for the sake of getting stronger. Why did he have such resolve? This time, it was Naruto's turn to scratch his head. He didn't quite understand. Could it really be my own influence? Naruto was underestimating the idol effect too much. When he heard the story about Shanks and that Straw Hat Kid, he thought it was quite amusing, but now that it was happening to him, it became troublesome. However. Alright. Even Sasuke, who had been silently eating his noodles, turned his head at this. Huh? Naruto-san, are you serious? Karen also asked incredulously. Although she hadn't been to the One Piece world Naruto mentioned either, she had learned a lot about that world through daily conversations. For example, over 80% of the pirates on those seas were truly ruthless killers who wouldn't blink at taking a life. Also, for instance, the average physical prowess of people there was formidable. Even though they didn't use ninjutsu, they were still very troublesome. Most crucially, Naruto had talked about his own situation over there. Currently, the world's largest power, the world government, had listed Naruto as its #1 wanted criminal. At the same time, many famous and notable pirates saw Naruto as a stepping stone to boost their own reputations. There was no helping that, really. After all, among the major deeds Naruto had done recently, some were actively hidden and not publicized by the world government, while others were events those pirates simply had no chance of witnessing firsthand. The only two things that got out were suspected defeats of an old-timer like Shiki the Golden Lion, who had vanished for decades, and the incident involving attacking a celestial dragon. This time, the Marine government learned its lesson. Instead of suppressing the news of Admiral Akainu being severely injured like in the past, they released many ambiguous, false reports. Things like the fleet admiral being near death, all 3 admirals being defeated, the Marine hero Garp being severely injured, and so on. Once the news became exaggerated to the point of absurdity, its credibility plummeted. This instead allowed the initial true report to successfully slip through the cracks. At least, during the last attack on Whole Cake Island by Garp and Kizaru, some pirates who came for the tea party still had thoughts of testing their mettle against the so-called great hero. It's just that a large portion of those people died in the catastrophic aftermath of that battle, which further delayed the spread of the news. Maybe even if it got out, others wouldn't believe it. Seeing everyone looking at him simultaneously, Naruto didn't offer much explanation, just smiled at the others. A smile immediately appeared on Konohamaru's face, which was already beginning to show some angular features. At this moment, Jiraiya, as if remembering something, quickly asked. Konohamaru, does the old man know about this? Grandpa. He knows. Looking at Konohamaru's expression, which didn't seem fake, Jiraiya scratched his head, somewhat incredulous. This wasn't a lie. At least, not entirely. Did Hiruzen know Konohamaru wanted to follow Naruto out of the village to make his way? Yes. Did he accept it? Obviously, it wasn't that easy to accept. Then it's settled. Konohamaru, you go back and pack your things. We'll set off this afternoon, first heading to Uzumaki. Naruto made the decision directly, and Konohamaru was faster than he expected. Just as he said this, Konohamaru pulled out a backpack from who knows where and slung it over his shoulder. Alright. I've been packed for a while. This kid, he came prepared. Everyone looked at each other. On the other side, Hiruzen, who no longer had to wear Hokage's robe and was nestled in his small courtyard drinking tea like any ordinary old man, had no idea his grandson was about to embark on a potentially deadly adventure. Sitting across from him, sharing tea, were the current 5th Hokage, Hyuga Hayashi, and the Hokage's advisor, Nara Shikaku. In reality, most of Konoha's decisions nowadays actually came from this small courtyard. Hiruzen was starting to have an illusion. Did I really step down? As if. Although he wanted to advise Hayashi that he was the real Hokage now, Hayashi always brushed him off with phrases like, "You are highly respected, please offer your advice," and whenever major issues arose, he would bring Shikaku along to seek Hiruzen's decision. Sigh. Taking another sip of tea, the old man couldn't help but recall the 2 former senior advisors who were recently confirmed killed in their homes. If only those 2 hadn't died. At least then this new Hokage wouldn't be pestering me alone. Chapter 307, Chapter 307 The situation in Uzumaki. Hayashi was actually having a hard time internally. He did want the Hyuga clan to become Konoha's top clan, but he never expected to take such a big leap straight to the Hokage's seat. At this time, he had overstretched himself. As a leader of the clan, he had some experience, but suddenly having the entire village's responsibilities and authority placed in his hands was something he couldn't quite handle. Add to that the 2 advisors dying in their own homes, and that willful daimyo still trying to cause trouble for Naruto. Even disregarding the terrifying strength beyond ordinary ninja comprehension, just his identity as the son of the 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato, meant Konoha could never truly move against him. They could only delay and make excuses like this. This new Hokage didn't yet realize that his suffering might soon be over. Because at this moment, the Jinchuriki of the various tailed beasts from the different great nations and villages were already on their way back. Once the balance of power was restored, even if the daimyo of the Land of Fire wanted to cause more trouble, it wouldn't be easy to act immediately. At most, he might just apply some pressure privately. 5th Hokage, look at yourself. You should at least have the composure expected of a Hokage, remaining calm in the face of change. You say that so easily, Hiruzen-sama. How about you return as a Hokage's advisor and continue offering strategies for the village? Hearing this, Hiruzen simply acted as if he hadn't heard and continued drinking his tea. Hayashi wasn't surprised either. Clearly, this wasn't the first time he had been refused. The group sat in the Sarutobi clan's courtyard, sipping tea intermittently and casually discussing a few matters regarding the village's future arrangements. By the time the news of Konohamaru leaving the village with Naruto and the others reached Hiruzen's ears, it was already afternoon. Puffed. Hayashi and Shikaku, sitting across from him, reacted quickly, picking up the tea trays in front of them to shield themselves. What did you say? Looking at Ebisu before him, Hiruzen felt the words sounded utterly surreal. Yes, they have already left the village. Go after them and bring them back. Ah. But. Ebisu seemed at a loss upon hearing this, then described the scene where a white-haired girl in their group turned into a giant bird and soared into the sky with the others. To be honest, if Jiraiya hadn't actively sought him out, they might not have known about Konohamaru leaving the village until a full day later. This couldn't really be blamed on him. After Konohamaru started training alone, his sensory abilities grew stronger, and he could always detect Ebisu hiding in the distance. Coupled with the training locations being inside the village, over time, Hiruzen had tacitly accepted that Konohamaru no longer needed a guardian. This, sigh. Hiruzen wanted to say something more, but it ultimately turned into a helpless sigh. He could only hope Naruto would take good care of that brat. Initially, when Hiruzen saw Konohamaru actively training hard, he was quite pleased. But somehow, at some point, Konohamaru stopped being like before, no longer loudly proclaiming he would defeat him to gain recognition and become the new Hokage. Later, after Hiruzen stepped down as acting Hokage, he finally had time to spend with the child. But the child simply didn't want his company. Sigh. The empty nest elder sighed again, leaving the two ninjas across from him unsure of what to say. They're thankful that neither Hyuga Hinata nor Nara Shikamaru had personalities that would lead them to do such bold things. The two fathers simultaneously gave mental praise for their children's personalities. On the other hand, perhaps due to improved abilities, Kairin's flight speed in her Garuda form had reached a new level. Naruto and the others reached the land of whirlpools in almost no time. The villagers of the new Uzushiogakure were initially patrolling the area with makeshift weapons, but after a brief silence upon seeing the familiar divine bird in the sky, they immediately cheered. It's Naruto-sama. And Karin-sama and the others. They're back. Looking down from above, the newborn Uzushiogakure was already taking shape. The original building ruins had long been cleared away, and on the original land, rows of neat new houses had sprung up. At the very least, it now looked no worse than villages in the forests of the Land of Fire. The giant bird landed and transformed back into human form. Sasuke and Konohamaru were here for the first time. Yes, Sasuke had come too. After learning that the two senior advisors connected to the night of the clan's massacre had died in their own homes, he no longer had any reason to stay in Konoha. As the last descendant of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke was fully justified in believing that Konoha Village was not suitable for the revival of the Uchiha clan. On the contrary, Naruto's new Uzushiogakure might be more suitable for a new Uchiha clan, though, of course, that would take a long time. Currently, Sasuke had no intention of pursuing a romantic relationship whatsoever. Or rather, no woman had yet managed to catch the interest of these Sharingan eyes. After the group stepped back onto the ground, Sakina-suke, the one Naruto had rescued earlier, actively came forward to greet them. He was now the acting village chief of Uzushiogakure. Naruto-sama, you finally returned. Yukinoshita looked quite reliable now, leading the other villagers in welcoming Naruto's arrival. It was clear that after a period of development, the village's situation was good. Even Sakina-suke, who was originally quite thin, now looked much healthier. Uzushiogakure was located along the coast, suitable for fishing. Recently, some merchant ships had occasionally passed by. After discovering that the Land of Whirlpools, which was originally just ruins, now had a new village, these merchants attempted to make contact with them. Thus, while the merchants stopped to rest in the newborn Uzushiogakure, they also engaged in some trade with the villagers. The new clothes Sakina-suke was wearing now were obtained by trading caught fish, fresh water, and other resources. Perhaps, if this trend continued, Uzushiogakure would eventually become something like a maritime trade hub, similar to the Land of Hot Water. However, your appearance, has something untoward happened recently? Jiraiya pointed at some villagers nearby holding hayforks and simple bows, asking with some confusion. Seeing that Naruto and the others had noticed, Sakina-suke didn't plan to hide it and explained what had happened afterwards. After those merchants marked the newborn Uzushiogakure on their nautical charts, news of the village gradually spread. Many merchant ships learned they could stop here for a break or even directly sell small amounts of goods here. The newborn Uzushiogakure could barely handle these goods. However, once their reputation spread, naturally, some ill-intentioned individuals set their sights on the place. At first, it was just scattered water bandits trying to loot and plunder. But for the villagers of Uzumaki, who had endured hardships and survived the southern hideout, this number of bandits wasn't enough to make them fearful. Even without proper weapons, the villagers managed to drive them off using farming tools or even construction waste. But the matter didn't end there. Chapter 308, Chapter 308 Departure. The One Piece World. Just as mountain bandits might sometimes include rogue ninjas, water bandits had similar situations. Initially, scattered water bandits and pirates couldn't pose much threat to Uzumaki, but soon larger groups set their sights on them. According to messages from some merchant caravans, a group of pirates who frequently plundered at sea had already targeted Uzumaki and were likely to cause trouble for them soon. This was why, when Naruto and the others returned, they saw the villagers patrolling back and forth. Because they had to allocate some manpower to patrol, the village's recent fish catch had declined significantly. And to be honest, with just the people currently in the village, if they encountered real ninjas, even just some genin or chunin, they probably couldn't resist. If I'd known earlier, I would have asked Zabuza and Haku to settle here with us. Karen murmured, then looked at Naruto. So, Naruto-san, should we? She was asking if Naruto wanted to deal with the water bandits first before heading to the other world. She had already made up her mind to follow Naruto. She wanted to see for herself just how beautiful the woman was who had captured Naruto's heart. That's fine too. Naruto nodded, but he didn't hold much hope in his heart. Because these water bandits weren't like the great pirates of the One Piece world with fixed bases. Most of them just holed up on a few uninhabited islands as temporary hideouts, occasionally mixing in with ordinary people to go ashore to gather information or buy supplies. They knew they were no match for real ninja forces, so they were extra cautious when choosing targets. The ones they selected were mostly forces that couldn't afford to hire ninjas from major countries or simply had no ninjas at all. Coupled with their hit-and-run guerrilla style, catching them wasn't that easy. It was pretty much the same for small pirates in the One Piece world. Even if you asked Naruto to find them, he couldn't be completely sure of success. They could only hope the other side made some big moves, allowing them to follow the traces. Otherwise, it was purely down to luck. Naruto, I'll stay. At this moment, Jiraiya suddenly spoke. He looked at everyone and continued, coincidentally, Queen Sarah and the others should be arriving soon. Me staying here can help with receiving them. Hearing this, Naruto was first stunned, then understood. Unlike Karen and Sasuke, who had no home to return to, and Konohamaru, who had a home but didn't want to return, Jiraiya had initially joined simply because he was worried about them going after the culprits. After so long, they seemed to have gotten used to having this pervy sage in the group, forgetting that he was originally a great literary master who traveled everywhere. Now that the matter of the enemies was resolved, Jiraiya still had his own concerns. Perhaps it was the village, or perhaps a certain person. But without a doubt, Jiraiya's journey was also briefly pausing here with a comma. He didn't want to leave the ninja world to adventure in a completely new world, at least, not yet. Karen still wanted to say something, but Naruto interrupted her first. Alright, then we'll leave this place to you, sensei. Don't worry. Hearing Naruto's words, Jiraiya understood that the other had grasped his meaning and showed a relieved smile. Suddenly, as if remembering something, his expression turned lecherous as he quietly moved closer to Naruto. I say, kid, since you've already gotten the girl pregnant, you have to take responsibility. If you get the chance, bring her here to meet Minato. I think the couple would really want to meet your wife. This, probably will. Maybe. Naruto's eyes darted around, but Karen, with her sharp senses, had already clearly heard Jiraiya's whisper. Her words that were originally meant to persuade Jiraiya to stay turned into a small complaint. Sasuke remained completely detached, starting to study the soil structure by the seaside. Only Konohamaru, who was completely out of the loop, looked around at everyone, not understanding what was happening. Their stay in Uzumaki didn't last long. Since Jiraiya had volunteered to stay, those water bandits and the like were no longer a concern. It wasn't like some member of the Otsutsuki clan would suddenly jump out from the sea to attack this fishing village, right? After helping the villagers of Uzumaki repair many more houses to serve as housing for the Rorin survivors later, Naruto and the others also came to the seaside. They were about to leave. Naruto-san, we just need to pass through here, right? Karen looked at the suddenly appearing, dark, hole-like portal and subconsciously swallowed. Should be. Naruto looked at the portal, which was completely different from the Yamata Hirasaka, and was also uncertain. The hexagonal natural mark on his hand was currently emitting a faint light. Just moments ago, after Naruto injected a bit of chakra into it, an oval gate over 3 meters tall appeared before everyone. Unlike the Yamata Hirasaka, even though Naruto now had some knowledge of space through Otsutsuki's power, he still couldn't discern the situation behind the gate. Clearly, the distance this portal covered was much further than imagined. The nature wouldn't want to harm me, would it? Even Naruto couldn't help but have this thought at this moment. The dark gate was like the mouth of some indescribable entity. Observation haki and chakra perception gave no feedback when directed at it, but that in itself was a kind of feedback. In the end, Naruto was the first to step in. No matter what, I have spatial teleportation abilities. If anything happens, I should be able to find a way back. You all wait here first. Who knows if the portal had monitoring capabilities, or if the nature was squatting nearby watching. Hearing Naruto's lack of trust, it immediately reacted. The dark portal instantly expanded in range the moment Naruto touched it, swallowing Konohamaru, Karen, and Sasuke, who were standing close by. As for Jiraiya, who had already stated he wouldn't go to the other world and was just seeing them off, the portal didn't generate even a hint of suction. It's as if it had a will of its own. It's now confirmed. The nature was definitely peeping. This was Naruto's first time experiencing world travel in a conscious state. First, his vision darkened, then the surroundings didn't remain completely dark like the portal but showed faint starlight. It was as if they had arrived in space. So beautiful. Karen looked at the starry river and subconsciously uttered praise. Her voice reached the others' ears without obstruction. Clearly, there was air here, and they didn't stop needing to breathe just because they were traveling through the portal. But Karen's admiration only lasted a moment before an intense feeling of weightlessness suddenly enveloped everyone. It was like a mischievous child putting a hamster in a sock and swinging it wildly. At this moment, everyone was that hamster. The scattered stars before their eyes quickly turned into streaks of light, stretching across their vision. If not for everyone's physiques being enhanced, perhaps just this level of intense vertigo would be enough to make them vomit. Konohamaru didn't count, as he was already vomiting. Ugh. Naruto Aniki, ugh. I'm fine, ugh. Hey. Brat. Don't vomit that stuff on me. Karen's scream and Konohamaru's retching sounded together, becoming the overture to this journey. How to put it, it was still not bad. Chapter 309, Chapter 309 The Deserted Island and the Pirate Ship. It wasn't until Konohamaru had recovered enough to move freely that everyone finally had time to observe their surroundings. A small island, the most common kind on the high seas. Sasuke, Karen, and Konohamaru, traveling between worlds for the first time, didn't find it strange, but Naruto, who had experienced waking up wherever he passed out drunk multiple times, felt somewhat pleasantly surprised. Was it because this was my first time actively traveling between worlds? This time's landing point was actually different. Well, at least I didn't have to worry about someone blocking the exit. As for which remote corner they had been dumped in, that wasn't within Naruto's consideration at all. It can't be helped. Naruto back on the sea was even more relaxed and at ease than in his own home. If this was the new world, it would be even more convenient. He just needed to find any inhabited island to determine the general direction. And such islands were countless on this sea. Wow, Naruto Aniki, look what I found. Perhaps as compensation from the world, Konohamaru, with his still somewhat dizzy steps, hadn't been in the bushes for long before he came out holding a huge fruit. Konohamaru, who lived in the ninja world, had never seen a fruit as large as his entire upper body. Unexpectedly, Naruto just glanced at it and said, "Put it down. Konohamaru, that fruit is poisonous, and it doesn't taste good either." Hearing this, Konohamaru didn't show much disappointment on his face. Instead, he enthusiastically started searching around again. For him, everything he saw after entering that portal was novel. Even the sea breeze blowing against him felt salter than in Uzumaki. Naruto didn't bother with Konohamaru's adventure. While the other was still vomiting earlier, his observation haki had already scanned the entire island from top to bottom. It's a small island with no signs of human habitation. There were some wild beasts in the jungle, but they probably weren't much for the trained Konohamaru. So, where do we go next? Sasuke glanced at Naruto beside him, looked towards the distant coastline, and asked. Sasuke, you still haven't shaken off that previous mindset. We didn't come here with any mission this time. Just treat it as relaxation. Although he said that, Naruto had actually already decided on the first stop for their relaxation trip in the One Piece world. Amazon Lily. No matter what, he had to visit Hancock first. You could say the child had triggered Naruto's sense of responsibility, or you could say the experience of that night made Naruto feel somewhat indebted to the Empress. In short, the person he most wanted to see after arriving in this world was Hancock and Stussy. Of course, due to the latter's special identity, usually only she could actively seek out Naruto. If Naruto tried to find a super agent blindly at sea, the chances of success were practically negligible. Maybe going to her headquarters would work. Naruto had similar thoughts. But Stussy probably didn't stay frequently on the Pleasure District, right? After all, she was one of the world government's most capable agents. Coincidentally, besides Naruto, there was another person on this island who also wanted to see Hancock, even if she didn't yet know her name. Karen silently gritted her teeth, cheering herself on. She glanced at her own figure, which had developed quite a bit, and gave herself another boost of confidence internally. Humph. I can do it. Let me, Karen, see what you've got. So, are we spending the night on this island? Or building a boat directly? Or maybe. Sasuke also used observation haki to look around. Even though his range wasn't that large, just the short time was enough for him to confirm this was an uninhabited island. As he said this, his gaze turned towards Karen nearby, the meaning self-evident. TSK TSK TSK. Before Karen could react and retort, Naruto suddenly placed a finger in front of Sasuke, shook it, and said mysteriously, "Don't worry about the boat. I have a way." Naruto's method certainly wasn't the Gale Breaker. Although the Gale Breaker was still stored in his Baku Baku factory, its size doomed it couldn't serve as a normal sailing vessel. Only people like Naruto or Ace could handle it alone. As for having Karen transform and carry them while flying, the sea here wasn't like the ninja world. Sometimes you could sail for 10 days or half a month without seeing another island. Moreover, even Karen couldn't fly day and night without rest. Just then, Konohamaru finally ran out of the woods again. While everyone was talking here, this kid had somehow found a python as thick as an adult's waist, at least 10 meters long including its head and tail. Currently, the python's vitals had been completely sliced open by a kunai, and it had lost its life. Konohamaru was dragging the python over at a trot. From the dust on his clothes and minor tears, it was clear this was his first time dealing with a snake of this size. Naruto looked at the snake and showed a happy expression. Good, this type of snake isn't poisonous. Thinking about it, the last time he ate snake meat was when Orochimaru invited him to the southern hideout. Speaking of that old guy, was his clone body in this world behaving and married to Big Mom as planned? Before Naruto could continue his train of thought, Sasuke interrupted him. So, what do we do next? Build a boat on the spot. Hee, don't rush. Our boat is over there. As he spoke, Naruto pointed towards the sea horizon. Sasuke followed his gaze but saw nothing. His observation haki only detected some small fish and shrimp, and didn't sense anything else. Question mark. Deeper underwater. Naruto showed a meaningful smile, then took the lead walking onto the sea surface. Oh, right, Sasuke, Karen, you're both devil fruit users like me now. There's one precaution you need to remember. Don't fall into the water, or you'll become completely weak. As he spoke, he gently tapped the water surface. Like this. You probably haven't forgotten the basics. Both Karen and Sasuke had undergone chakra control training, so they were relatively proficient at water walking. But Konohamaru was in a bit of a pickle. They didn't teach this at the Ninja Academy, and he hadn't practiced chakra control during his usual training. Oh, Konohamaru, you're not a devil fruit user, so no need to worry for now. Watching Konohamaru try to imitate the three of them stepping on the water but sinking one foot in due to uneven chakra distribution, Naruto reminded him. Then, he closed his eyes and began compressing his spherically spreading observation haki into a straight line, probing deeper into the ocean below. Before long, Naruto opened his eyes. We've got our means of transportation. After saying that, he covered himself with a layer of resin bubbles to block water. Wait here. I'll be right back. After saying this, Naruto shot into the sea depths like a torpedo. On the shore, since they had nothing else to do, Sasuke experimentally released his chakra, sinking most of his body into the seawater. He wanted to see to what extent the power Naruto mentioned, which could weaken him, actually worked. Almost as soon as he entered the water, that feeling of weakness enveloped Sasuke's entire body. However, it didn't affect his movement much, and he just couldn't use his abilities for a while. But the good news was that he could still use chakra. Karen looked speechlessly at Sasuke testing over there, then turned around and began instructing Konohamaru. Just like how Jiraiya had instructed her back then, she started imitating her teacher and passing on her own experience. What's that? Their training hadn't lasted long when Karen heard Sasuke's voice from the side. Following his gaze, a thin wooden stick appeared on the distant sea horizon. Looking more closely, there was a sail below the stick, slowly enlarging in their vision as it approached. That's a ship, and it's a pirate ship. That's what they're called in this world, I think. Karen could make out the skull painted on the sail and the ferocious ramming prow at the ship's bow, saying somewhat uncertainly. It's coming in our direction. Sasuke looked at the enlarging ship and stated with certainty. Chapter 310, bring the ship closer. On the other side. The beast pirate's flag on the mammoth was fluttering in the sea breeze, but a closer look revealed many damaged areas on the ship's surface. Even the mammoth head statue at the prow had lost one of its long tusks. Beside the mammoth, there were only two other battle-scarred warships, the rest of the fleet was nowhere to be seen. Clearly, they had been through a fierce battle. "Captain Jack, the bottom of the hull, it's leaking again. We need to dock for repairs." A shipwright wearing the Beast Pirate's classic fur cloak spoke to the small giant standing on the deck, his tone trembling, clearly afraid of angering the other. "What did you say?" "Fix it immediately." "But..." Seeing the shipwright dared to say more, Jack the Drought, already furious from his defeat, was about to lose his temper. Fortunately, his subordinates timely gathered around, chattering to calm this hot-tempered captain. "Captain, according to the sea chart, there should be a deserted island nearby where we can dock. We can go there first." Yes, and we can also go ashore to replenish fresh water and food." While speaking, Jinrami and Sheepshead subtly signaled the dumbfounded shipwright to scram. With his two subordinates talking over each other, Jack finally calmed down again. But even so, he was still irritable from the throbbing pain of the wounds under the bandages on his upper body. So humiliating. He was one of the Beast Pirates, all-stars, yet he had been thoroughly beaten up by Big Mom Pirates, sweet commander. If the other party hadn't held back, Jack might have lost his life in Toto Land. The story started 2 months ago. The news of the battle on Whole Cake Island quickly spread to the major forces in the New World through the fleeing guests. Naturally, this included the other Emperor-level pirate crew, the Beast Pirates. Upon learning that the underground broker, Joker, Don Quixote Doflamingo, had been caught between the attacks of Naruto and Garp, knocked unconscious, and subsequently captured by the Big Mom Pirates, Queen became restless. He remembered Doflamingo had promised to supply smiles. If Doflamingo died in Toto Land, wouldn't Kaido go crazy? The problem was, Kaido had gone who knows where to court death and wasn't on Onigashima. So Queen could only order Jack to take his fleet and try to go to Toto Land first, to see if they could negotiate Doflamingo's release, even if it meant paying a heavy price. Queen's intentions were good. He knew that as fellow emperors, regardless of whether Big Mom was injured in that battle or not, she wasn't someone the three all-stars could handle. Not to mention Toto Land was Big Mom's headquarters, with all her sons and daughters there. But he had severely overestimated Jack's intelligence and emotional quotient. This fool, after arriving in Toto Land, actually took it upon himself to loudly and publicly demand that Big Mom release Doflamingo, otherwise the Beast Pirates would declare war on Toto Land. This kind of face-slapping behavior on their own turf, forget Big Mom, even the usually calm Katakuri couldn't tolerate it. He decisively took action, giving the best response to such provocation. And the result was what they saw now. If Katakuri hadn't considered the relationship between Big Mom and Kaido and held back somewhat, Jack and his crew might have permanently remained at the bottom of Toto Land Sea. Even so, several of Jack's ships were sunk by Toto Land's underwater fisherman forces, and even his flagship, the Mammoth, kept springing leaks. Failing the mission, Jack could only retreat in disgrace, filled with pent-up anger. Damn Katakuri, damn Big Mom. The big guy stood on the deck, watching the island's outline appearing in the distance, cursing incessantly in his heart. "Captain Jack, there seemed to be people on the island." At that moment, the lookout in the crow's nest put down his telescope and shouted downwards. "Huh? So what?" Jack glared with displeasure in that direction, the meaning very clear. "So what if there are people? Are they supposed to worry about running into someone they can't afford to mess with? I mean, should we send a small boat first to check the situation?" Unlike Jack, the iron-headed fool, the crew, having been taught a lesson, were now somewhat like startled birds, afraid of attracting the attention of someone troublesome again. "Are you looking down on me? Who do you think I am? I'm the Beast Pirates All-Star, Jack the Drought. Bring the ship closer." On the shore, watching the ships, whose sizes far exceeded any in the ninja world, grow larger in their vision, Sasuke and the other two returned to the shore and exchanged glances. "What do we do?" Sasuke was somewhat eager, also wanting to experience fighting the strong warriors of this world. Konohamaru beside him had a similar expression. Karen, whom they were looking at, slowly opened her eyes, then nodded gently under their expectant gazes. They're coming for us. The malice is very strong." The mind's eye of the Kagura granted her the ability to sense malice, and this ability was strengthened with observation haki. Right now, they didn't know where Naruto had dived to, and they couldn't leave easily. But to be honest, they weren't afraid at all. After all, they had even fought opponents like the Otsutsuki clan. What could be more terrifying than beings who could destroy the world at any time? Neither side gave way, neither side avoided the other, just watching as the distance between them grew smaller and smaller. Jack and his subordinates on the deck could clearly see the three figures on the shore. Just 3 kids. And there's a girl. Hurry, hurry. Go. Don't fire the cannons. Keep the girl." A clamor arose from the lackeys around Jack, but Jack didn't get angry because of it. On the contrary, he enjoyed the thrill of plundering and bullying the weak. "Too bad for you, running into me, Jack." Thinking this, his large mouth under the iron mask split into a cruel smile. Go on, boys. Oh. A group of pirates clad in fur leaped down before the ship reached the shallows, wading through the seawater, waving their swords and charging forward. Facing the charging lackeys, Sasuke and Karen couldn't even be bothered to spare them a second glance. They could sense that the only one among this group who could truly be considered combat power was probably that 7 or 8 meter tall giant. It was the first time the two had witnessed the height of strong warriors in the One Piece world. Of course, they didn't know that figures like Jack were actually a minority. Moreover, Jack had half fishman bloodline, so such size variation was normal. These guys are all yours. Karen patted the eager Konohamaru's shoulder, then took 2 steps back, indicating Konohamaru could do as he pleased. Enemies of this level were just right for Konohamaru's practical combat training. Looking at the surrounding pirates, Konohamaru showed no fear on his face. Instead, he looked pleased as he stretched his joints. Thud. In the next moment, Konohamaru's figure vanished from his spot. He shot forward, kicking one of the pirates. That unfortunate fellow hadn't even reacted before he was sent flying. With the boost from body flicker technique, Konohamaru's speed wasn't something these guys could handle. Whoosh. Whoosh. 2 more sounds of cutting air as 2 scimitars sliced through the air, deftly dodged by Konohamaru. Then he turned and threw a shuriken, already forming hand seals midair. Shuriken shadow clone technique. The single shuriken became 2, then 4, in the blink of an eye turning into a dense swarm, easily hitting the surrounding pirates. The pirates cried out in pain, clutching their wounds as they fell. Seeing his subordinates being so easily handled, the few future gifters hidden in the crowd couldn't sit still. Captain Jack was still watching. Sheepshead, holding a sword with both hands, took advantage of Konohamaru dodging other attacks to slash at him. Clang. This kid. He knows hockey too. Seeing his sword tip blocked by Konohamaru, Sheepshead cried out in disbelief. After all, even these future gifters had mostly spent years mixing in the New World seas before learning hockey. That's why he's shocked that a kid this young already have hockey of this level. Don't space out, Sheepshead. His companion's voice suddenly came from beside him, but Konohamaru's fist had already struck Sheepshead's abdomen first. Pdash. Chapter 311, Chapter 311 crushed in one blow, the drought rises no more. Thud. Sheepshead was struck by Konohamaru's punch while he was still dazed. His eyes instantly rolled back, and he collapsed to his knees. Another future gifters, Jinrumi, seeing her colleague defeated, moved to help but heard their captain's voice from the ship's side. Such trash. A whole group can't even handle one kid. The voice came from above, getting closer and closer, until the last word was practically right beside them. Konohamaru looked towards the sound. Jack's massive 8-meter frame leaped towards him with immense pressure. Mid-air, Jack had already drawn his weapons from the tusks he carried, 2 gleaming sickle-shaped scimitars. Blame your bad timing for showing up, kid. The 2 4 to 5 meter long blades, crossing, came slashing towards Konohamaru with a terrifying wind sound. He looked so strong. Konohamaru watched Jack getting closer but showed no intention of dodging. Boom. The Konohamaru sliced by the 2 large swords turned into a puff of smoke, while the real one appeared above Jack, already holding a pale blue raisin in his hand. Taste this. Raisin. The raisin practically exploded directly on Jack's forehead. The surrounding lackeys watched in shock as Jack's head was enveloped in the blast. Is Jack-sama defeated just like that? That hurt a bit, kid. Jack's voice slowly came from behind Konohamaru only after he had landed from releasing the raisin. Konohamaru looked over and saw Jack's iron mask had been shattered by the raisin, revealing sharp teeth. Jack scratched the spot on his face hit by the raisin, his smile growing more ferocious. Interesting, kid. State your name. I am a ninja from Konoha, Sarutobi Konohamaru. Although he hadn't graduated from the ninja academy to receive a forehead protector, Konohamaru still identified as a ninja. Ninja. Aren't they just a bunch of guys relying on devil fruit powers to play tricks? Clearly, Jack, like Naruto initially, confused the ninjas from Wano country with those from the ninja world. But whatever. Ninja kid, interested in joining the beast pirates. Jack scratched his chin with his blade, then actually extended an invitation to Konohamaru. Sorry, I have no intention of becoming a pirate. Is that so? Then die. Jack's facial expression didn't change at all. The 2 scimitars swung again. But this time was different from before. 2 crossing giant slashes detached from the blades, swiftly flying towards Konohamaru. This level of slash wasn't something Konohamaru's half-baked hockey could block now. Moreover, the slashes were much faster than Jack's own movement. Konohamaru wanted to dodge, but the slash range was too large. If he forced a dodge, he might expose his back to the enemy. After all, he was still surrounded by enemies. Was I forced to block it? Boom. At that moment, Karen and Sasuke, who had been watching from the sidelines, acted. Karen transformed into her human-beast hybrid form, and with a flap of her wings, sent the beast pirate's small fry flying. Sasuke was even more direct. His physical stats had greatly improved after eating the devil fruit. Combined with the boost from lightning chakra mode, he didn't even need to enter his hybrid form to easily shatter Jack's attack. Oh. Jack's gaze first lingered on Sasuke in front of him for a moment, then immediately focused on Karen beside him. Zoan-type devil fruit users. His gaze towards Karen held some greed, though not the kind directed at the opposite sex. Decided. You must join the beast's pirates. Kaido-sama will be very pleased. As he spoke, Jack completely abandoned Sasuke before him and charged directly towards Karen. This made the corner of Sasuke's eye twitch slightly. That feeling of being ignored was a first. Jack's large sword swept towards Karen with a wind-breaking sound. But this strike didn't even touch a single feather of Karen's. Up there. So fast. As one of the 3 all-stars, Jack naturally had observation haki too. Though he wasn't that proficient. He looked up and swung his hand, sending another slash towards Karen, who had somehow flown into the air. Stop spouting nonsense on your own. Karen let out an angry shout, her whole body instantly turning into a golden flash, directly shattering the slash and continuing unimpeded to hit Jack. The power of this strike was incomparable to Konohamaru's Raisnon. Jack's small giant-like figure was sent flying dozens of meters, only stopping after crashing into the island's rocky cliff. Serves you right. Whether it was schadenfreude or not, Sasuke actually had the mind to quip. Serves you right for ignoring me earlier. From what the other party said, he seemed very interested in Zoan users like them. So, just because I didn't reveal my widow true form, that's your reason to ignore me. What are you looking at? As everyone knew, Karen never had a good temper with Sasuke either. Even though they were comrades who had been through life and death, they still often bickered. Hearing Karen's words, Sasuke uncharacteristically didn't retort but pointed towards where Jack had been sent flying. That guy isn't down yet. The meaning was self-evident. Are you up to the task or not? Huh. Karen also sensed Jack's aura now, and it hadn't fluctuated much. Meaning, that last hit hadn't truly injured him much. Roar. A roar scattered the dust, followed by a shaggy mammoth, much larger than Jack's original form, charging headlong towards them. He turned into an elephant. Konohamaru had now joined the two, speaking with surprise. In fact, not just him, even Sasuke and Karen were seeing another Zoan-type devil fruit user for the first time, besides each other. Perfect. Seeing the charging mammoth, Karen didn't plan to dodge either. She directly transformed into her giant bird form. The non-awakened Garuda now had a wingspan of about 20 meters, comparable in size to Jack's fully transformed state. Seeing the golden, shining giant bird, Jack's anger-filled brain paused slightly. A golden bird. Is it a mythical Zoan? But Karen didn't give him more time to think. Vajra, Sky Crusher. Jack only had time to hear a bird cry before feeling an intense impact pierce through his entire body. In the next moment, the massive creature weighing dozens of tons was sent flying by a terrifying shockwave. The wounds on his body, which had mostly healed, were instantly sliced open again by countless fine wind blades. The golden light faded, and Karen transformed back into her human form. Jack on the other side, however, was in a sorry state. New injuries added to old ones directly sent the guy into unconsciousness. Jack the Drought rises no more. When Naruto surfaced from the depths on his newly captured mount, what he saw was the completely wiped out Jack's fleet. Huh. This is... Naruto wasn't familiar with Jack. After all, when he caused havoc in Wano, Jack was less than 10 years old and hadn't even joined the beasts yet. But he could recognize the beast pirate's flag. Similarly, he had learned about Kaido's current notable subordinates, including Jack, through newspapers and other information. Looking at the completely unconscious Jack, then at the ships he brought, Naruto spoke to the sea beast with a sheep-like head beneath him. You're lucky. Go on. After saying that, he jumped ashore. Since they had ships to ride, there was no need to use the open-air sea beast. The sea beast seemed to understand Naruto's meaning and hurriedly submerged back into the water. So scary. The creatures on the sea surface are too scary. Just one encounter, and it was knocked out by the other party. That aura, even more terrifying than deep-sea predators, made the sea beast tremble. Chapter 312, Chapter 312 Take a message to Kaido. As one of Kaido's all-stars, a user of an ancient Zoan devil fruit, and a fishman hybrid, Jack's most outstanding trait was his tenacious vitality. If Queen was recognized by Kaido for his technological development skills, and King for his formidable combat power, then Jack was purely iron-headed. Literally iron-headed. Roar. Karen watched in surprise as the pirate who had taken her ultimate attack head-on only 10 minutes ago was already waking up and immediately trying to get up to fight. Her understanding of the physical prowess of humans in this world rose another notch. It might seem like she had just transformed into a bird and launched a desperate strike. But in reality, Vajra, Sky Crusher, was a combined attack integrating her 4 talents: wind control, diamond-like durability, divine speed, and illusory sound. Anyone hit would not only experience high-speed impact and wind blade cuts but also suffer mental shock. Logically, even a tailed beast wouldn't fare well after taking this hit directly. Karen truly didn't expect that the first pirate she encountered in this world could just get up seemingly fine after being knocked unconscious for a while after taking this move head-on. Although being unconscious for 10 minutes effectively ended any abnormal fight. But regarding the reawakened Jack, Karen showed no intention of continuing the fight. Watching the giant mammoth transform into his hybrid form and charge again, she remained standing there, looking completely unconcerned. Even Konohamaru beside her had the same expression. At this moment, Konohamaru even had time to start reviewing the previous fight. This dismissive attitude made Jack, whose mind wasn't fully clear yet, see red. Bastard. How dare you look down on me? Die. A layer of black hockey suddenly wrapped around the mammoth's trunk, which then turned into a steel whip lashing forward. Boom. But this seemingly certain hit was easily caught by a large hand. The clash between the two hockey forces ended almost instantly, with one side achieving absolute dominance. Ah. Jack felt intense pain in his trunk and tried to pull it back with force, but that large hand was like cast iron. Once caught, it was impossible to break free. If that's the case, dash. A flash of ruthlessness passed through Jack's red eyes. Enduring the severe pain from his trunk, he drew his scimitars from his tusks again with both hands and directly slashed at the head of the person in front of him. Clang. Crack. Calm down now. Naruto looked at the scimitar that had struck his neck but cracked itself, then tilted his head to look at the young all-star before him. Calling Jack young wasn't an exaggeration at all. The guy was only 28 this year, even younger than some of the so-called worst generation. Before today, Naruto hadn't actually fought him. But now it seemed. Kaido really has no one else to use, does he? You bastard. As everyone knew, besides being iron-headed, Jack's loyalty to his boss Kaido was one of his most distinct characteristics. Upon hearing Naruto's teasing remark about Kaido, the slight reason he had regained from his ineffective attack vanished again. He simply ignored his caught trunk, released the broken scimitars, and pounced entirely towards Naruto. Compared to Jack, who was over 8 meters tall, Naruto, currently only a bit over 3 meters, seemed somewhat petite. Looks like communication is impossible. Thus, in the next moment, an iron fist wrapped in hockey directly struck Jack's head. Crack. Almost everyone present could clearly hear the sound of bone cracking. They saw Jack's hill-like figure smashed to the ground by this punch, bouncing up slightly due to the recoil. In the next moment, the ground looked as if hit by a meteor, forming a huge crater. This time, Jack wouldn't be waking up again anytime soon. Sorry about that, I was a bit hot-headed. I'll have to trouble you all to deliver the message. After knocking out Jack completely with one punch, Naruto gently clapped his hands as if finishing something trivial, then turned to look at Jack's crew members behind him. They weren't as arrogant and single-minded as Jack. In fact, after these people got back up and clearly saw the identity of the person before them, they completely lost any thought of opposing Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. Unlike his status as more of an urban legend in the first half of the Grand Line, this face was extremely well known in the New World. Especially among the major powers, it was even more familiar. Whether Jack recognized Naruto or not was unknown, but these crew members recognized him immediately. Who didn't know him? The ruthless character who had forcefully repelled the pursuit of a Marine Admiral and the Marine hero Garp on Whole Cake Island not long ago. Perhaps only someone like Jack wouldn't remember the face from the newspaper. Sheepshead, the future gifter, now knelt properly before Naruto like an elementary student listening attentively to the teacher, obediently awaiting his instructions. I've spared this guy's life for Kaido. From now on, we're even. As he spoke, Naruto pointed at the completely unconscious Jack behind him, then continued. Tell Kaido, next time we meet, we are enemies. The fight from 20 years ago can continue now. After saying this, Naruto paid no more attention to these guys and walked straight towards the mammoth. Oh, and borrowing one of your ships shouldn't be a problem, right? Sheepshead, who had just relaxed upon seeing the legendary Ruthlessman turn to leave, felt his heart leap again when the other looked back. No problem, no problem. Feel free. Not just Sheepshead, even the other pirates nearby had similar expressions. It couldn't really be blamed on their poor quality. In the 20 years the Beast Pirates occupied Wano country, their numbers expanded greatly, but consequently, the strength of their members became uneven. The ones who could actually fight and had strong willpower were probably only the so-called Tobarapo. So-called, future gifter, like Sheepshead, who hadn't even eaten an artificial devil fruit yet, really weren't much to look at. Naruto-san, you are. Walking beside Naruto, Karen looked at him somewhat uncomprehendingly. Until Naruto emerged from the sea and saw them fighting Jack and his crew, his expression had been very relaxed. Just as he had said earlier, they were here to relax. But after Jack was knocked out, and Naruto asked the pirate lackeys if any major events had happened at sea from after the whole Cake Island battle until today, Karen and the others could clearly sense the change in his demeanor. A junior of mine was captured by the Marines and will be executed soon. So, our itinerary needs to change a bit. As he said this, Naruto's brows were slightly furrowed. Chapter 313, Chapter 313 The Gale Breaker 3. The son of the Pirate King, Gold Roger, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist, Ace, is set to be executed at Marine Headquarters, Marine Ford. The information in this news was overwhelming. Both the true identity of Fire Fist Ace and the news of his impending public execution by the Marines stirred the hearts of most people on the seas. Among them were those who hated pirates, including the culprit who started this great pirate era, and they applauded with glee. At the same time, there were many who had ties with the Whitebeard Pirates or had encountered and befriended Ace. They were already gathering forces, preparing to rescue him directly from Marine headquarters. There were even some pirates who, simply based on the willful notion of not wanting the Marines to be so arrogant, were preparing to get involved in the imminent major battle. Almost everyone had reached a consensus. A great war was imminent. This kid, why is he still so careless? Hearing the news of Ace's impending execution, it would be false to say Naruto wasn't anxious. But at the same time, he was also frustrated at Ace's performance, wondering if this stubborn kid had fallen into someone else's trap again, leading to his capture. He even regretted not forcibly taking Ace away back then, despite his objections. Forget it, even if I had sent him back to the Whitebeard Pirates, that group probably couldn't have kept him anyway. This kid, like Captain Roger, was someone who would definitely do something once he set his mind to it. Since he had taken upon himself the matter of Blackbeard killing his crewmate, no matter what others said, Ace would definitely go after that Blackbeard. While pondering these things, Naruto finished the work at hand. Under Konohamaru's dumbfounded gaze, Naruto's body rapidly expanded, and a hatch opened on his abdomen. Then, a large ship they had never seen before sailed out from within. Naruto Aniki, this is... Oh, this is the Gale Breaker. It should be considered the third version. What appeared before them was the new ship created by merging the Mammoth with the Gale Breaker 2.0. To ensure the Gale Breaker's original special acceleration function could still work, Naruto removed most of the useless structures from the Mammoth and fused some collected rare metals into the hull. This resulted in the steel ship before them, about the same size as the Going Merry. Jack's flagship was honored to become the material for the Gale Breaker's expansion. After returning to normal size, Naruto led everyone onto the Gale Breaker. The expanded Gale Breaker was no longer the model that was barely sufficient for one person. Although not as massive as the Mammoth, it was more than enough to assign each of Karen and the others their own room. With Karen, who could directly control the wind, there was no need for Naruto to manually fill the engine with energy this time, saving him a lot of trouble. Taking out an eternal pose, adjusting the direction, the Gale Breaker set sail from the deserted island. As for Jack and the others, they could only wish them good luck. If they squeezed together, taking the remaining ships shouldn't be a big problem. Inside the captain's cabin, Karen and the others, who had already explored the ship, gathered to watch Naruto study the subsequent course on a nautical chart. We are here, in the sea area called the New World. The next destination is across this red line, here, Marine Ford, which is the headquarters of the Marines in this world. Now that the ship had set sail, getting anxious wouldn't help. Naruto simply patiently explained some common knowledge about this world to the three. His finger traced the chart, answering at any time the questions the three raised. The red line is about 10,000 meters high. Usually, we go underwater or leave the Grand Line to find weak points in the red line through the calm belt. Some gaps there are large enough for small sea beasts to pass through. Of course, it's not so troublesome now. Among the 4 people in the captain's cabin, 3 had mastered flight. The red line meant nothing to them. The only thing worth being careful about was preventing a sneak attack from that mysterious figure among the celestial dragons. Last time he ascended the red line, Naruto's clone was destroyed by that guy, so Naruto knew that guy's strength was not to be underestimated. Oh, right, Naruto Aniki, who is that Kaido you mentioned to that big guy earlier? Konohamaru asked curiously. Him? He's a great pirate. Along with 3 others, they are called the 4 Emperors of the Sea. Eh? Naruto Aniki, what about you? Aren't you a sea emperor? Emperor of the Sea, the title sounded very impressive. No wonder Konohamaru's eyes lit up upon hearing it. I'm not a pirate, titles like that are just flattery among pirates, they don't mean anything. Naruto laughed and scolded, patting Konohamaru's head. In comparison, honestly training your own strength is what's truly useful. You felt it today, right? The gap between you and a true powerhouse. Hearing this, the excitement on Konohamaru's face froze, and he recalled how his Raizan hitting the enemy's head seemed to have no effect. You still have a long way to go, kid. As he spoke, Naruto patted Konohamaru's shoulder and led them out of the captain's cabin. Unlike the ninja world we were in before, the strong warriors in this world all have terrifyingly powerful physical stats and incredibly tenacious vitality. If you want to take down an opponent in one hit, the most effective way is to rely on overwhelming hockey strength, like I did earlier. After hearing this, Konohamaru showed a thoughtful expression. And you, Karen. Don't think you can let your guard down just because you defeated an injured pirate. In terms of pure hockey strength, you're actually inferior to that Jack. Hearing Naruto say this, Karen knew she had probably relied on the advantages of her devil fruit's ability and chakra enhancement to knock the other out in one hit. If someone else had said this to her, Karen would definitely be extremely indignant and unconvinced. But since it was Naruto saying this, Karen needed to reflect on herself properly. In comparison, Sasuke didn't need much worrying from Naruto. Not to mention this guy had already awakened, developed both types of haki quite well, and even possessed the unreasonable dojutsu of his Mangekyo Sharingan. It could be said that even in a full-state fight, he could easily defeat that Jack. But you shouldn't be careless either, Sasuke. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Naruto showed a playful smile. Among the devil fruit's abilities on these seas, there are many unreasonable ones. If you get hit, even I might not be able to do anything. Hearing even Naruto say this, Sasuke was also surprised. He naturally couldn't imagine that this world had conceptual fruits like the Hobi Hobi no Mi, Horo Horo no Mi, or Auto Auto no Mi. T/N, Hobby Hobby fruit, Hollow Hollow fruit, and Art Art fruit. Alright, enough of that. It's getting late, time to prepare dinner. As he spoke, Naruto directly took out the giant snake Konohamaru had killed on the island and walked into the ship's kitchen. There were plenty of supplies here, all provided free of charge by Jack and his crew. A fleet of over 100 people, even taking less than half their supplies was enough for the four of them to travel leisurely and comfortably to Marineford. What a warm-hearted fellow. Naruto hummed a tune while using a blackened kitchen knife to effortlessly descale and gut the giant snake. Konohamaru watched nearby, learning both cooking skills and haki usage techniques. I wonder how Orochimaru is doing now. If Big Mom is already pregnant, then he probably has no more use and might have been expelled from Tato Land. And such an outcome might actually be a good thing for that research fanatic. Perhaps because of this python, Naruto remembered Orochimaru, whom he had left in Tato Land. But even if Orochimaru left Tato Land, so what? Even if his original self from the ninja world stood before him now, he'd only be cannon fodder. Thinking this, Naruto pushed the matter of this old acquaintance to the back of his mind. Chapter 314, Chapter 314 The Great Escape of the Sea Snake and the Flamingo, Part 1. The reality wasn't far from Naruto's speculation. During the big battle on Whole Cake Island, Orochimaru actually had a chance to escape in the chaos. But he didn't. He still needed to gather more sufficient information. What could he do if he left Whole Cake Island now, having lost all his memories? Therefore, apart from secretly hiding some marines and pirates, he didn't do anything too out of line. If this action made Lin slightly more satisfied with him, then his subsequent actions truly dispelled the suspicions of that emperor towards him. He caught Diamante, who was trying to escape with the unconscious Doflamingo. Even though he had no memory of combat, Orochimaru still relied on this body's immortality to stubbornly delay the other party, preventing his escape. He ultimately succeeded in attracting the attention of Katakuri and other executives, leading to Doflamingo, the temporary turncoat, being imprisoned again. Because of such loyal performance, Orochimaru earned himself the privilege to move freely on Whole Cake Island. As long as he didn't leave the main island, no one would bother him about what he wanted to do. This was much better than being restricted to the castle earlier. As for Doflamingo, the underground broker, Big Mom wasn't planning to kill him directly. This guy still had plenty of use. Not only the gigantification method she coveted, but also the artificial devil fruits Kaido desired were seen by Big Mom as her own bargaining chips. In fact, after Doflamingo was imprisoned by her, Queen, Kaido's subordinate, had actively contacted her, wanting Doflamingo back. For this, they were willing to offer appropriate compensation. Although she had been a crewmate with Kaido on the Rocks Pirates and had a deep personal friendship, business was business. Big Mom had no intention of giving up such an extortion opportunity. At the same time, she was sending a message to others. If someone like Doflamingo, who switched sides temporarily, didn't pay a price, wouldn't everyone dare to play tricks in front of her later? Since Kaido wasn't around, Queen could only eat this silent loss, constantly retreating in the negotiations. Things were almost settled, but who would have thought that Jack would directly clash with Big Mom's subordinates, trying to forcibly take Doflamingo away? The result was the matter being shelved again, and Doflamingo could only be tightly bound by sea stone chains, trapped in Big Mom's dungeon along with his executives. Of course, except for the petrified Senor Pink, the others had mostly recovered to their previous state. Young master, what should we do? Baby, 5, as a devil fruit user, also enjoyed the treatment of sea stone shackles, though compared to Doflamingo, who was wrapped up like a dumpling, she only had shackles on her hands. Perhaps even Big Mom's subordinates didn't consider this strange woman a threat. We've been locked up here for so long. What about Dressrosa? Diamante was also bound hand and foot, his eyes showing some worry. Fu. Don't worry. Someone will come to rescue us soon. Although he looked the most disheveled, Doflamingo's face showed no worry. He knew very well that he held too many people's secrets and was involved in too many interests. Now that he was trapped in Tato land, he believed those business partners, even the celestial dragons, were probably getting restless, right? They might not boldly snatch him from Big Mom's grasp, but they would definitely take some action. At the very least, his life wasn't in danger. Returning to Dressrosa was just a matter of time. As for Dressrosa, with Treble and the others there won't be any chaos. Doflamingo was quite confident in his family executives. Even disregarding the combat strength of others, just Sugar's mastery of the Hobi Nomi was enough to eliminate any unstable factors threatening his rule. Those turned into toys by the Hobi Nomi would no longer be remembered by anyone. It was absolute. As long as Sugar was safe, the Don Quixote family's rule over Dressrosa was as solid as a rock. Just wait, a turning point will definitely come soon. Doflamingo firmly believed this. As it turned out, he wasn't wrong. A turning point did appear soon. But what surprised him was, the person who appeared before him was someone he had never seen before. A pale-skinned, somewhat gloomy-looking young man. The exposed parts of his skin had something like snake scales. Ah. He remembered, wasn't this the marriage partner Big Mom mentioned? Hello, Don Quixote Doflamingo. May I call you that? Orochimaru looked at the 4 people in the cell and showed what he thought was a kind smile. Although he tried to restrain it, that innate gloomy and cold aura still made Diamante and Baby 5 feel uneasy. When stared at by those vertical pupils, it felt like falling into a snake pit. An illusion of cold, sticky sensations vaguely appeared around their bodies. A serious expression also appeared on Doflamingo's face. He looked at Orochimaru through his sunglasses without speaking first. Seeing the other's attitude, Orochimaru wasn't in a hurry either. Instead, under the gaze of the 3, he took out a set of keys from his pocket and, surprisingly, casually unlocked the cell door. Don't worry, no one will come here for a while. We have plenty of time. Ah. I haven't introduced myself yet. How rude of me. You can call me Orochimaru. After hearing this, Doflamingo finally spoke. So, who do you represent here? The world government? Kaido? Or the Revolutionary Army? He didn't mention Big Mom's name because he knew that if Big Mom wanted to see him, she would have sent her children to fetch him, not have a destined-to-be-abandoned husband come alone. I represent no one, only myself. During this time, I've also looked into your information, Doflamingo. Joker, broker of the underworld. How about it, interested in a transaction? As he spoke, Orochimaru directly took a few keys from the keyring and held them up in front of him. Go on. The familiar smile reappeared on Doflamingo's face. He could sense that the person before him was similar to himself, they were both people who would stop at nothing to achieve their goals. I need you to take me away. And the reward for the transaction, I think you understand clearly as well. What? Are you afraid of being killed by that Big Mom? Doflamingo's eyebrow twitched, then, uncharacteristically, he explained further. If that's the case, you don't really need to cooperate with me. From what I know, after Big Mom gets pregnant, as long as you don't do anything out of line, she usually won't kill you easily. At most, she'll exile you from Tato land, shouldn't that suit your purpose? Although his words sounded like they were for Orochimaru's good, in reality, Doflamingo was testing whether this mysterious Orochimaru had any deeper motives. But upon hearing this, Orochimaru just shook his head, showing no intention to explain further. I will only come here once. Make your decision. Orochimaru's attitude was decisive. If they couldn't cooperate, then after tonight, they would never meet again. Although this would reveal his impatience, Orochimaru had no other choices at the moment. Big Mom was already preparing to restart the wedding. The reason Orochimaru was so eager to leave wasn't fear of marrying Big Mom, to be honest, he didn't care much about marrying someone of the opposite sex, even if the partner was a giant-like obese woman. What truly made him feel a sense of crisis was that this body had no reproductive ability. Chapter 315, Chapter 315 The Great Escape of the Sea Snake and the Flamingo, Part 2. A person's character and the concept of their self-existence should be the sum of their memories. If one loses their original memories, their personality is bound to change somewhat. But for Orochimaru, this didn't seem to hold true. Although all the memories in his brain told him he should obediently stay here, marry Charlotte Lean, and have a child, Orochimaru didn't find that reasonable. That instinct felt as if it were carved into his body, into his genes. He shouldn't stay here to have children. The conflict between the memories in his brain and his body's instincts led Orochimaru to logically conduct his first study on his own body, subsequently discovering his inability to reproduce. In fact, ever since waking up with his memories wiped, Orochimaru had been very interested in the various attributes of his current body. Although, judging by his appearance, he might actually be closer to a human in this demon-filled place like Whole Cake Island, Orochimaru's instincts still told him that real humans weren't like this. Human body temperature shouldn't be this low, human skin shouldn't grow snake scales, and the inside of a human mouth definitely shouldn't develop something like venom glands. Yes, venom glands. Even without using the fangs that grew in his mouth to pierce anything, Orochimaru could still forcibly extract some venom from the glands. Through experiments on captured marine soldiers and pirates, he discovered this venom could forcibly implant his will into their bodies. It was a very mysterious feeling, as if Orochimaru himself could somewhat manipulate the other's behavior through the venom. In fact, it wasn't an illusion. Through comparative testing, Orochimaru found that those implanted with the venom would develop varying degrees of resistance based on their own strength. In other words, the stronger the individual, the more they could resist Orochimaru's mental control via the venom. Conversely, if someone was weak enough, they would lose their sanity or die directly during the adaptation phase. After successfully adapting to the venom, the injection site on the recipient would leave a regular comma-shaped mark, and their physical abilities would be greatly enhanced. The downside was that their temper would become irritable and prone to anger, or they would more easily develop murderous intent. Even when overcome with murderous intent, they could somewhat defy the commands issued by Orochimaru. The venom didn't seem to be just a natural product of his body, and it carried some power that didn't exist in this world. A power only present within Orochimaru himself. He didn't know this power was called chakra. And this ability was also the prerequisite for Orochimaru's upcoming transaction with Doflamingo and the others. So, have you decided? Orochimaru took out several test tubes with needles and placed them in front of him. He didn't hide the venom's effects, even openly telling Doflamingo and the others that this poison could be resisted through sheer strength. After hearing Orochimaru's explanation of the venom's function, Doflamingo understood the other party's plan. Clearly, the other party couldn't trust his empty promises. After being released, someone as unknown as Orochimaru simply didn't have enough confidence that Doflamingo would keep his word. Or perhaps, he never intended to rely solely on a verbal agreement to bind him. Gentlemen have their ways of interacting, and so do villains and ambitious schemers. Compared to figures like King Riku, whom he had manipulated easily, Doflamingo didn't mind cooperating with the person before him. Didn't those in the underworld rely on mutual constraints and schemes when doing business? Did anyone really think these shady characters would imitate the so-called emperors or other great pirates by playing the benevolence and righteousness card? Of course, that's one thing. If given the chance, Doflamingo wouldn't mind repaying the favor in his own way. Maybe becoming a toy porter at the underground docks wouldn't be a bad option. Fu. Interesting. You're really interesting. Your name is Orochimaru, right? Are you interested in joining the Don Quixote family? Doflamingo's mouth split into a wide grin, seeming very satisfied with the person before him. Of course, I'll consider it. Orochimaru also responded with a kind smile. So. Time is running out. At this point, Orochimaru suddenly seemed to remember something and actually kindly shared some information he had obtained with Doflamingo. Speaking of which, not long ago, someone calling himself Jack came with a group trying to take you away. Hearing this, Doflamingo's eyebrow twitched, but he didn't respond. Obviously, since he was still in the cell, the other party's attempt must have failed. This wasn't surprising to Doflamingo anyway. Among Kaido's 3 all-stars, the one he looked down on the most was the single-minded Drought Jack. This kind of guy, if not for Kaido's sake, he wouldn't even bother giving him a second glance. Such a person should just stick to charging into battle. The fact that Kaido sent him to negotiate with Big Mom, he wondered if Kaido was out of his mind. While silently criticizing Kaido for being unreliable as well, Doflamingo also showed a kind smile to Orochimaru. Come on, if time is short, there's no need to waste it on testing each other. Hearing this, Diamante's expression changed slightly. He wanted to say something to dissuade Doflamingo, feeling there was no need for such an unequal cooperation with this guy. Kaido wouldn't give up on them. And Baby 5 hadn't caught up with the pace, in fact, she didn't need to. She just needed to follow the young master's lead. Doflamingo knew very well that Big Mom wasn't someone with a good temper either. With Jack's provocation, who knows what that old woman might do next? How many times had those emperors flipped the table, leaving everyone with nothing? They'd done it plenty. Since they had reached an agreement, Orochimaru didn't dawdle. He directly used the keys obtained from the jailer to open the cell door and walked in without the slightest fear. Don't worry. For a strong person like you, the adaptation period won't take long. As he spoke, Orochimaru already brought the syringe close to Doflamingo's neck. Doflamingo showed no intention of resisting, seemingly allowing Orochimaru to proceed. Seeing this, the cold, gloomy smile on Orochimaru's face deepened, but he quietly retracted the short knife in his other hand into his sleeve. Clearly, if Doflamingo had any treacherous thoughts earlier, Orochimaru would have unhesitatingly chosen to kill everyone. As for a way off the island, he would have had to rely on those few people he had controlled. Ultimately, Orochimaru wouldn't allow any dangerous factors at a critical moment. Chapter 316, Chapter 316 The Great Escape of the Sea Snake and the Flamingo, Part 3. It wasn't without reason that Orochimaru was so cautious, as a voice deep within kept warning him not to let his guard down again. It was as if he had suffered some great loss because of it before. The venom quickly entered the bloodstream of the three still-breathing members of the Dankiksode family through the syringe. As expected, the first to react was the weakest, Baby 5. She let out a cry of pain, then curled up on the ground, veins bulging on her temples. Diamante wasn't much better off. He also felt the pain, grunted, and involuntarily tensed his muscles. It could be said that the sea stone shackles binding them actually helped, otherwise they might have injured themselves in their agony. Doflamingo had the mildest and shortest reaction. He didn't even stop smiling throughout the entire process. Not a fatal poison. Doflamingo confirmed this. In fact, he had already decided when Orochimaru entered that this guy definitely hadn't gone through all this trouble just to kill him. After all, if Big Mom wanted to kill him, a prisoner, it would only take a word. As for Orochimaru, he witnessed the adaptation process of these three to the venom firsthand. He didn't realize that because people in this world inherently lacked chakra and their physical constitutions differed significantly from the squishy humans of the ninja world, their bodies would exhibit extremely strong rejection reactions after being implanted with the cursed seal, though he hadn't thought of that name yet. The chakra and natural energy residing in the venom would autonomously seek other types of energy to fuse and match with. During this process, two things within the recipient's body would react with the cursed seal. First was Haki. As a power related to spirit, Haki shared similarities with Yin attribute chakra in nature, leading to a higher success rate when fusing with the cursed seal. The second. Looking at the temporary patterns of different types appearing on the bodies of Doflamingo and the other two after the injection, Orochimaru had a general idea. The pattern on Doflamingo was spiderweb-like, Diamante's resembled waves and flags, and Baby 5's, unsurprisingly, was a special pattern similar to swords and weapons. The patterns they currently displayed were related to the devil fruits they had consumed. This was a new discovery. Among the experimental subjects he had secretly captured earlier, there were actually no devil fruit users. Well, those who fell unconscious on that battlefield and went unnoticed were inherently unlikely to have much special value. Under the suppression of the sea stone shackles, the further mutation that should have occurred in Doflamingo and the others' bodies stabilized. Phew. Can you release us now? Orochimaru. Even Doflamingo couldn't help but let out a long sigh. The other two were in worse condition, and Baby 5 simply didn't have the strength to speak. Of course. Feeling the link with the three before him in his mind, a slightly more genuine smile appeared on Orochimaru's face. Without any hesitation, he removed the shackles from the three. Orochimaru knew that these three should also be able to feel that sense of connection. Diamante and Baby 5 weren't important, but Doflamingo likely had the ability to forcefully attack him despite his control command. However, if that happened, he wouldn't hesitate to push the other party into the mutated state of a completely energy rampant. At that point, no sea stone shackles could suppress it. Doflamingo wouldn't die, but he would become a monster completely devoid of reason, knowing only killing. A dangerous balance was achieved. Doflamingo could also sense this from the strange feeling in his neck. He just gave Orochimaru a deep look, then took the initiative to shoulder the still petrified Senior Pink. This surprised Orochimaru. You're taking him too? Orochimaru was genuinely curious this time because, in his view, someone like Doflamingo, similar to himself, shouldn't value his subordinates so highly, especially since they hadn't even escaped yet. Senior Pink is a member of our Dankiksode family. He is my family. Facing Orochimaru's half-teasing, half-probing words, Doflamingo just said this expressionlessly, then walked out first. This wasn't a lie. Doflamingo had killed his father and brother with his own hands, but at the same time, he cared deeply about the concepts of family and loved ones. The current Dankiksode family was a group of family members without blood ties, united around Doflamingo as the core to achieve his ambitions and the expectations of his family. Most people in this family weren't good people. They committed murder, arson, robbery, and every crime imaginable. But at the same time, they truly did cherish their own family members. After walking some distance, Diamante, who had barely recovered, used his Hira Hira no Mi's ability to turn the petrified Seigneur Pink into a grey cloak wrapped around himself. T/N, Ripple Ripple Fruit. This freed up Doflamingo's hands. Devil fruits, no matter how many times he saw them, he had to marvel. Truly miraculous abilities. Orochimaru's eyes still held the curiosity of a researcher. It seemed it wouldn't be long before he personally consumed a devil fruit. The prison they left was on Whole Cake Island itself. Even though Orochimaru had controlled certain people through the venom, they still needed to carefully leave the castle grounds. According to the patterns Orochimaru had figured out, Big Mom should already be asleep at this time. And although Whole Cake Island was the capital of Tato Land, its defensive forces weren't particularly strong. This was understandable, as an emperor resided here. The strongest ministers usually had their own islands to manage and wouldn't come to Whole Cake Island unless for a tea party or to deliver tribute. The group made their way to the docks, where not many ships were moored. Doflamingo's flagship wasn't among them. My part of the work ends here. The rest is up to you. Orochimaru actually laughed in this tense environment. Doflamingo glanced at him, a sinister smile also appearing on his face. Let's consider it collecting some interest. Big Mom. So, he walked boldly towards one of the ships. The dock guards soon spotted the group. Upon seeing Orochimaru's highly recognizable face, the guards didn't pay much attention initially. After all, everyone knew this new fiancé of Big Mom's had no combat power, and it wasn't his first time wandering around. Since gaining free access to Whole Cake Island, Orochimaru had explored almost every part of the island except Big Mom's bedroom. But then, Doflamingo's figure emerged from the nighttime shadows. Even without his signature pink feather coat, that arrogant walking posture was hard to find a second match for on the entire sea. It's Donkey Dash. Parasite. Several thin strings silently captured the guards before them, turning them into puppets under Doflamingo's control. With their help, Doflamingo and the others successfully commandeered a ship. After doing this, Doflamingo looked at Orochimaru with a gaze full of threat and probing. Unexpectedly, this guy with no combat power remained unfazed even after seeing such a method. Interesting, really interesting. Orochimaru, is it? Doflamingo thought to himself. Then, Diamante's expression suddenly changed. Young master, there's something approaching underwater ahead. It was the underwater unit of the Big Mom pirates, composed of fishmen, also one of Whole Cake Island's defenses. Doflamingo knew this too. A smile appeared on his face as countless thin strings quickly wrapped around his fingertips, forming a destructive whip. No matter. Let them come. After saying that, he swung his arm without hesitation. Overheat. Chapter 317 taking off. Bang. Konohamaru's body was sent flying once again. Even though he used the shadow clone technique as a diversion, Sasuke, with his Sharingan and observation haki, predicted his movements in advance. Even without entering his human-beast hybrid form, Sasuke's current reaction speed and physical strength far surpassed his past self. Fortunately, he hadn't forgotten his task was to be Konohamaru's sparring partner. He retracted his fist before it actually hit Konohamaru's body, and what sent him flying was the emitted armament haki. This was also an ability he had been training recently, a higher-level application of armament haki called Ryuo. Of course, that was the Wano term. The standard term should be external release of armament haki. By compressing haki with fluid properties and releasing it as a shockwave, one could hit the opponent without physical contact or inject haki into the opponent's body, causing internal damage. Its principle was very similar to the Hasoken fighting style Sasuke was proficient in. Studying this now was like learning a new skill through analogy. Oof. Hiss. That really hurts. Konohamaru clutched his abdomen as he stumbled back, only standing straight when his back hit the ship's railing, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Although he said that, the never say die expression remained on his face. At this moment, he could feel his internal organs as if they had been forcibly kneaded by a large hand. The pain even surpassed any injuries he had suffered from fighting or training. You still have a long way to go. So, want to continue? Sasuke, on the other hand, didn't pay much attention to Konohamaru's expression. For him, what he truly desired was to fight the strong warriors of this world. According to Naruto, almost 99% of the top experts here were masters of haki application. What truly determined the essence of strength was haki. Devil fruit abilities could only serve as supplementary, adding icing on the cake. Of course, this excluded certain conceptual fruits. Precisely because of this, he had started learning more advanced usage techniques of haki. At that moment, a golden light shot over from the distance, but the two on the deck, Sasuke and Konohamaru, acted as if it were nothing unusual. Sure enough, the golden light abruptly slowed down near the ship, revealing its true form, Karen. Are you two still fighting? Looking at the state of the two on the deck, Karen rolled her eyes annoyedly and said. Watch your strength. Don't smash another hole in the deck like last time, forcing Naruto-san to repair it himself. It couldn't be helped, really. Among the 4 people on the ship, aside from Naruto, no one had any experience with long sea voyages. And including Naruto, none of them had the skills of a navigator or a shipwright. The so-called repair was just Naruto directly sending the gale breaker back for a recast, which was quite troublesome to operate. Remembering this, Karen finally recalled what she wanted to say and asked. "Where's Naruto-san? I need to talk to him." Sasuke casually pointed towards the captain's cabin. Naruto was still inside, doing who knows what. Karen didn't waste time. She leaped up directly to the second deck and gently knocked on the door. Knock. After just one knock, the door opened automatically. Karen walked in and said, "Naruto-san, about 20 miles ahead on our course, there's a huge thunderstorm." As she said this, Karen recalled the peculiar weather she had witnessed on the seas of the New World. The scale of that storm was beyond her ability to control or blow away with hurricanes. On the seas of the ninja world, Karen had never seen such absurd weather phenomena. And according to Naruto, there were countless such weather phenomena on the seas of this world. Is that so? Naruto put down the World Economic newspaper in his hand, closed the page recording Ace's execution date, and walked out of the captain's cabin. Looking towards the horizon where the clouds weren't too thick yet, Naruto didn't doubt Karen's eyes. The weather in the New World was always unpredictable. Without an experienced navigator on board, it was easy for both the ship and its crew to sink to the bottom of the sea. One shouldn't think that human power could rival the true might of nature. Just remember how Shiki, the user of the Fuwa Fuwa no Mi, was also severely injured in that storm. And his enemy, Roger, used that storm to turn the disadvantage into an advantage, completely destroying Shiki's fleet. This couldn't have happened without the contribution of the navigator on Roger's ship. It was also why Shiki later tried to find an excellent navigator, but those skilled enough to face the ever-changing climate of the New World were still extremely rare. The result was that until his death at Naruto's hands, his fleet never had a truly capable navigator. Naruto was the same, he wouldn't underestimate the storms here. In the past, if he saw a similar storm, he would directly use his formidable abilities to control a sea beast and bypass it underwater. But now, that wasn't necessary. Walking onto the deck and stopping the 2 who were still sparring, Naruto reminded them. "Sasuke, you and Konohamaru go back to the cabin first. Secure the food and other things while you're at it." Hearing this, Sasuke didn't say anything and directly entered the cabin. Konohamaru, however, stayed curiously at the cabin entrance, wanting to see what Naruto planned to do. Then, he saw Naruto make a few hand seals and slap the ship's hull. Earth release, ultra-lightweight rock technique. Karen also realized what Naruto intended to do and cooperatively used a whirlwind to lift the now very light ship. With the wind's assistance, the entire ship soon ascended at an inclined angle towards the clouds above. Konohamaru gripped the railing tightly to ensure he wouldn't fall due to the sudden imbalance. At the same time, he tried to recreate the hand seals Naruto had just made in his mind. As expected of Naruto and Nikki. After several failed attempts to simulate the execution, Konohamaru once again marveled inwardly at Naruto's strength and the deepness of the skills he mastered. Sasuke, who observed this scene with his observation haki, just shook his head while tying ropes around the boxes containing ingredients. That technique was the Tsuchikage's signature jutsu. Besides a genius like Naruto, who could learn it so easily. He's still just a kid after all. Thinking this, Sasuke decided to go easier on him during their next spar. He didn't realize what kind of talent in ninjutsu this kid, who hadn't even obtained genin qualifications, actually possessed. Meanwhile, the gale breaker had already flown above the sea of clouds. Here, the sunlight ahead was just right, with no sign of rain at all. The old-timer's method is still useful. This inspiration also came from the deceased sea veteran, Shiki. Although he couldn't make the ship fly without cost like Shiki, with Naruto's current chakra reserves, supporting the gale's flight for a day or 2 wasn't difficult. Chapter 318 Destination, Impel Down. Naruto-san, are we going directly to that marine ford? After the gale breaker took off, weather was no longer a concern, so Karen had some free time and came to Naruto's side to ask. As she spoke, she pointed at the nautical chart in front of Naruto. Naruto had mentioned earlier that he wanted to save that foolish kid named Ace. No, not there. Unexpectedly, Naruto shook his head. He didn't keep her in suspense and promptly explained the reason. The Marines' execution of Ace wasn't just about killing a pirate, their fundamental goal was to show all the pirates worldwide who aimed to be like Roger how they would eliminate the last trace of the Pirate King's bloodline. This was to strike the pirates' arrogance and also boost the morale of the Marines' side. It could be said that if they really just wanted to kill Ace, they could have done so on the day they captured him. But they didn't. Instead, they publicized it extensively over half a month in advance, ensuring everyone in the world knew that the Pirate King's son was captured by the Marines. This also gave Naruto an opportunity. Although he wouldn't mind directly snatching Ace from the Marine headquarters, there was clearly a better chance now. That was to go to the legendary underwater prison, Impel Down, and rescue Ace from his cell ahead of time. Naruto looked at the bold words printed in the newspaper and gently rubbed his chin. Fire Fist, Ace confirmed to be imprisoned in Impel Down, will be transported directly to Marine headquarters for public execution in 3 weeks. It somehow feels like someone deliberately set a trap. The news of Ace's execution should indeed be publicized, but revealing his imprisonment location as well was clearly unnecessary. But it's fine. Naruto didn't care. What he wanted now was to rescue Ace as soon as possible. And then give him a good beating. Even after repeatedly warning him to be careful, this kid still messed up. Good grief. Whitebeard, look at what you've taught him. Thinking this, Naruto blamed Whitebeard along with Ace. Always focusing on sentimental moments without teaching the kid enough real skills. Did he really think sailing the seas was child's play? If you can't continuously get stronger, the outcome waiting for you is eventual defeat at the hands of others. However, there was one comforting thing. At least Naruto didn't see the news, Warlord Boa Hancock stripped of title, in the newspaper. This meant that even though Hancock chose to oppose the Marines and help his side during the last incident on Whole Cake Island, the Marines still had some reservations and didn't directly turn against Hancock. It couldn't possibly be that old guy Garp mediating, could it? That didn't fit his personality. Thinking of Garp, Naruto couldn't help but think of the role the other would play in this operation, and his finger paused while flipping the newspaper. Probably, the old man was feeling very conflicted right now. But it's fine. With me taking action, you won't need to agonize over those things. On the other side, Sabaody Archipelago. Perhaps due to Naruto's ruthless killing of celestial dragons some time ago, no more of those bubble-headed imbeciles had been seen on Grove 2 to 5 recently. This also made the people living here much more relaxed. At least they didn't have to worry about being killed like a dog on the roadside for not kneeling in time when going out. As for the submerged Grove 1, they didn't care. It was mostly populated by slave traders and black market merchants. Getting rid of it was actually for the greater good. Sabaody Archipelago, as the endpoint of the first half of the Grand Line, gathered talents from multiple routes. Because of this, the information brokers here were extremely well informed, with many major and minor events reaching their ears. These information brokers would then screen the collected rumors and gossip, extract the reliable parts, and report them uniformly to their superiors. Some were intelligence departments of the world government, while others were inside Shaki's rip-off bar. One has to say, as expected of the woman who almost turned the Great Pirate Era into the Great Sexual Repression Era. Although already past 50, Shaki, who still retained her charm, sat at the bar with her old, male friend, Rayleigh, carefully reviewing the collected intelligence. This isn't simple, Ray-san. After finishing reading the intelligence, Shaki poured a drink for herself and Rayleigh, downed hers in one go, and said. Clearly, the Marines, no, perhaps it's the world government, have other plans. The Marines extensively publicizing Ace's execution was normal. But publicly revealing Ace's location and the subsequent transport process so openly in such a short time. Even using hidden agents to stir things up behind the scenes to spread the news faster. The world government's actions were just too obvious. Should we notify Naruto? Shaki put down her glass and looked at Rayleigh's face. The white-haired man who was still captivating just chuckled lightly and shook his head. No matter what they want to do, I believe that kid Naruto won't let them succeed. After all, he's the guy who dared to charge into Mary Gio single-handedly. A mere underwater prison dash. Just like Naruto himself knew, the old couple Shaki and Rayleigh also understood the world government's true intentions. Besides, can you even find him now? Hearing this, Shaki was also taken aback, then gently shook her head. His last reported sighting was 2 months ago, in Big Mom's Tato land. That caused quite a stir, but he seems to have vanished since then. No matter how well-informed Shaki was, she couldn't learn about Naruto's reappearance from Jack, who was stranded on a deserted island. Compared to that, you should be more worried about your apprentice. Hearing Shaki's words, Rayleigh also reacted. Then you better keep these things safe. Luffy isn't qualified to get involved in this matter yet. As he spoke, Rayleigh's expression suddenly froze, and he turned around somewhat tiredly with the smiling Shaki to look at the group standing at the bar's entrance. It was the Straw Hats crew they had just mentioned. Old man. Forget about coating the Sunny for now. We need to leave immediately. Luffy's expression was serious. Beside him, his crew members silently stepped forward, standing by their captain's side. Ray-san, that news is already all over the place. You can see it by buying any random newspaper. Who did you think you could hide it from? Shaki gently tapped Rayleigh's shoulder and said with a smile. Looking at Luffy's expression, which is identical to his captain's when he was serious, Rayleigh couldn't help but hold his forehead. Ah, that familiar headache, spanning 20 years. Chapter 319, Chapter 319 3 weeks of special training. Since parting ways with Naruto last time, Luffy and the others continued their adventure. Just like in the original Fate, they later experienced the nation-stealing war in Alabasta. Thanks to mastering Gear Second, early from being beaten up, although initially suppressed by Crocodile's Logia abilities, they at least weren't beaten to the brink of death. Just as Luffy, without Haki, couldn't hit Crocodile, Crocodile also found it difficult to hit Luffy, whose speed and strength had multiplied several times. Unfortunately, Luffy still had to temporarily retreat because he couldn't maintain Gear Second for long. But this was enough to make Crocodile nervous. He never expected an unknown guy like Luffy could fight him, a warlord, on equal footing. The final outcome wasn't much different. Crocodile wouldn't give up on the possible ancient weapon, Pluton, buried in Alabasta for this reason, which destined his defeat. Still, by using water to lock down Crocodile's elementalization, the steam-powered Iron Fist instantly hit Crocodile. Originally, due to the steam, Luffy's fists could already affect him to some extent. After getting wet, it was a solid KO punch, sending Crocodile into a sweet sleep. After this, Devil Child, Nico Robin also joined their crew and was gradually accepted by everyone during their time together. The subsequent journey to Skypiea and then to Water 7 didn't differ much from the original timeline. Only when they arrived at Water 7 to repair the Going Merry, the CP9 agents who had been lurking there were already withdrawn in advance, as if the world government didn't value Pluton's blueprints as much as imagined. Thanks to someone clearing the path in advance, Luffy and his crew arrived at Sabaody Archipelago earlier than in the original timeline and were preparing to coat their ship here. Because Naruto had given a heads-up in advance, Rayleigh had actually been paying attention to Luffy for a long time. Then came the current situation. Unsurprisingly, Luffy learned the news of his sworn brother Ace's impending execution. Almost everyone on the ship agreed without any objection to turn back and rescue Luffy's brother together. Even though they knew what awaited them ahead were likely unbeatable marine admirals and numerous powerhouses, it didn't matter. Truly, reliable companions. Rayleigh couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing even the trio of the most cowardly, Usopp, Nami, and Chopper, show not a hint of intention to retreat. The praised cowardly trio immediately showed embarrassed expressions similar to Chopper's. But who knew Rayleigh's next sentence would change tone abruptly? However, with your current state, you simply don't have the ability to get involved in a battle of that level. Luffy, aren't you considering their safety and lives? Sure enough, after Rayleigh said this, Luffy, who was originally full of ferocious momentum, immediately froze. Even if he usually acted foolishly, at critical moments, Luffy always became reliable. Before Luffy could speak, the combatants Sanji and Zoro stepped forward first, each placing a hand on Luffy's shoulders. We're comrades, Luffy. Don't hesitate, do what you must. Sanji said. You're the men who will become the Pirate King. If it's someone important, you can't just ignore them. Don't hesitate on such matters, Captain. Zoro also smiled. Hearing this, the tension on the others' faces was replaced by smiles. It wasn't that they didn't know the dangers ahead, but they had already made the decision to advance and retreat with their captain. That's it, old man. Take us to the Sunny. Feeling his comrade's determination and support, the hesitation on Luffy's face completely disappeared, and he looked firmly at Rayleigh opposite him. Rayleigh maintained his serious expression. The pressure belonging to the Pirate King's right-hand man intangibly solidified the air in the bar. Under this pressure, Luffy and his crew also looked somewhat stiff, but no one showed any thought of retreating. Ha! You see it now, old man. Shaki's laughter finally broke the suffocating atmosphere, and Rayleigh, as if having passed some test, showed a smile again. It seems I can't stop you. Then go. Go save your brother, Luffy. Yeah. Not just Luffy, everyone else shouted together. However, Rayleigh's voice suddenly interrupted the group's high morale. There are still 3 weeks until Ace's public execution. During this time, I will conduct hellish training for you. Don't think what I said earlier was just to scare you. In your current state, you would only become a burden in that environment. Since Rayleigh's tone was very serious, Usopp and Nami couldn't help but swallow. But then Nami, as if remembering something, quickly said. If we sneak into that impel down now and take Luffy's brother out before the Marines notice . Before she could finish, Shaki gently shook her head. Impel down, the underwater prison, isn't an ordinary place like you imagine, little girl. And as for that, someone will probably go. Shaki knew Naruto's personality. Even if the world government seemed to be blatantly fishing with a straight hook, the kid would never give up on that possibility. Moreover, was there really any prison in this world that could hold that guy now? In comparison, if the Straw Hat crew entered Impel Down, the difficulty of getting out would be too great. During these 3 weeks, you should honestly undergo training. Don't worry, Sabaody Archipelago is very close to Marine headquarters. You definitely won't be late. Your ship can also be coded during this time. Believe me, it will help you. According to Rayleigh's thinking, the best scenario was if Ace was really imprisoned in Impel Down. In that case, Naruto would definitely find a way to rescue him. And after Naruto rescued him, Luffy and the others wouldn't need to risk themselves. If Impel Down was just bait, then Naruto would definitely go to Marineford later. With Naruto looking after them, Rayleigh believed Luffy and the others at least wouldn't die on that battlefield. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Ah. Really? Hearing that he still had to wait here for 3 weeks, Luffy's face immediately fell, showing a reluctant expression. Seeing this, Rayleigh didn't say much and directly released his Conqueror's Haki. Instantly, the weaker cowardly trio passed out directly. Robin and Frankie, who joined later, also looked grave. This terrifying pressure was even stronger than what they felt from Akiji back then. Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro bore the brunt of the pressure. In their eyes, the white-haired old man before them seemed to expand infinitely, as if even the sky was being blocked by this man. As a modified human from the Vinsmoke family, although his lineage hadn't fully manifested yet, Sanji still possessed some resistance to Haki. And Zoro and Luffy, under the pressure of Conqueror's Haki, gradually showed signs of a certain aura. Seeing this, Rayleigh smiled and withdrew his Haki. Not bad. You 3, come with me. As for them, I'll leave them to you. No problem. Rayleigh received an okay gesture from Shaki in response. Chapter 320 saying hello. On the other side, Naruto had already arrived at the edge of the red line aboard the Gale Breaker. Last time, he was in a hurry, and it was just a clone, so he couldn't fully test the hidden military strength of the Celestial Dragon's Holy Land. Watching the red line get closer, Naruto released his enhanced observation Haki, which was now even harder to detect. The Haki quickly covered the entire airspace, then spread forward over the red line above. Mary Geo still held many life signatures. Those foolish, obese celestial dragons were still detected arrogantly bossing around their slaves and men in black suits. But the difference was that it seemed impossible to find any truly powerful or high-ranking celestial dragons within Mary Geos anymore. Those left in the Holy Land seemed like deliberately abandoned pawns. It seemed these guys really learned from their mistakes. At least they understood they shouldn't keep their important departments in such obvious locations anymore. As for the low-ranking celestial dragons left behind, they were probably meant to confuse others and ensure that dignity of the celestial dragons wouldn't be shattered by a single attack. Even though over half the celestial dragons died in that attack. In the eyes of the true high-ranking celestial dragons, these creatures who only ate, drank, and wielded power arbitrarily were like breeding machines. As long as the celestial dragon bloodline continued, it was fine. As for the dead celestial dragons, they would eventually be replenished through reproduction. Naruto-san, are we flying over this? Karen came to Naruto's side, first marveling at the red line's 10,000-meter altitude, then remembering her task. If Naruto decided to fly over it, she would need to control the air currents to lift the Gale Breaker. No. Unexpectedly, Naruto just shook his head and walked directly to the ship's bow. Maintain this altitude. We'll just pass through. Consider it saying hello. As he spoke, he extended his palm, and a black sphere quickly condensed in his hand. It wasn't a conqueror's bomb, but something with greater penetration, harder to block or neutralize. A truth-seeking ball. Since consuming Kagaya, before her, could activate, the power she mastered was first digested by Naruto. In fact, beneath this appearance, which is no different from before, Naruto's true form should be that of the Otsutsuki clan, white skin, horns on the head. Simultaneously, he had grown the Rinnegan, the Byakugan, and another eye, the Kokugan. These 3 eyes could only be possessed simultaneously by a complete Otsutsuki clan's member, i.e., one who had consumed the god tree fruit. Unfortunately, lacking the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts, Naruto currently had to rely on his own chakra to make up for it. Therefore, the Otsutsuki clan's techniques he could execute were somewhat reduced in effect. But if quality was lacking, quantity could compensate. He had plenty of nothing else, but chakra reserves were huge. Even an ordinary truth-seeking ball, when released by Naruto, could achieve effects similar to an expansive truth-seeking ball. Karen and Sasuke were fine, but it was Konohamaru's first time seeing this move. He watched, dumbfounded, as the black sphere in front of Naruto's palm quickly expanded to be larger than the entire Gale Breaker, then shot forth silently. It was as if even the sound of the wind had vanished. Within Mary Geos, several celestial dragons sat on balconies, drinking famous wines tribute from various countries on the sea, watching slaves fight each other below, while constantly shouting angrily. Kill him. You lowly slave. Go on. Useless thing. If you lose, I'll definitely execute you. Hit him. Bastard. One celestial dragon, after watching his slave be beaten to death, angrily threw his wine glass down, hitting the corpse. The other slaves looking at the killed one showed no murderous intent in their eyes, only numbness. Perhaps in this damned place, being directly killed was also a form of release. The celestial dragon who lost the match sat back in his chair indignantly, ignoring the laughter of his clansmen nearby, and glanced outside. Since the last incident, they had been confined to Mary Geos, not allowed to go below. This left many celestial dragons with nothing to do but torment their slaves. Besides enjoying things that had long become boring, this place only offered layer upon layer of white clouds. But this time, what met his eyes wasn't the unchanging sea of clouds, but a black sphere growing larger and larger. Ah! Why aren't you talking? What are you looking at? At that moment, a nearby celestial dragon, as if noticing he was sitting motionless, also turned his head. The black sphere was like a black hole that could devour everything. All matter in its path was annihilated into nothingness silently. That is, what? The celestial dragon still looked foolish, watching the approaching sphere. It was destruction more terrifying than a conqueror's bomb. A silent horror. The next moment, the earth shook. The black sphere directly penetrated the main body of the red line, forcibly digging a path wide enough for the gale breaker to pass through. As for the buildings tilting and collapsing due to the destroyed underground structure, a few slaves were injured because they couldn't dodge in time, but perhaps because they were in the arena, deliberately left open and empty by the celestial dragons, there weren't many casualties. In comparison, the celestial dragons who fell from the high platform were worse off. Ah. You there. Come save me. The celestial dragon who was just drinking and watching slaves fight now lay before the slaves, his leg crushed by rubble and tiles, screaming like a stuck pig. The men in black responsible for protecting him had already died under the collapsed platform. It couldn't be helped, these people were only good at flattery and bullying others with borrowed power. Getting this cushy job relied on family connections. In terms of actual ability, these guys might not even beat ordinary small-time pirates. In the past, this wasn't a big deal. Was there really anyone who dared attack a celestial dragon? Especially so soon after the last attack. In their view, the higher-ups must have strengthened the Holy Land's security, making them even more carefree. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. Hearing the celestial dragon's curses, the slaves looked at each other, then finally obediently prepared to work together to move the stone pillar. But perhaps because the pillar's position was bad and it was too heavy, the slaves couldn't move it quickly. They even accidentally shifted the pillar, worsening the celestial dragon's injuries. Ah. It hurts. I'll kill you all. I'll kill every one of you. This celestial dragon's intelligence wasn't sufficient for him to understand one thing: when your life is in others' hands, it's best to speak politely. The slaves exchanged glances, their faces full of fear and unease. One taller former pirate's expression changed, then he passed a message to the others with his eyes. The others hesitated, then understood. Could things get any worse than this? So. Ah. You, what are you doing? How dare you? You bunch of. The celestial dragon's shrill screams abruptly ceased. Chapter 321, Chapter 321. A brief rest. Viewed as a whole, the red line is like a belt wrapped around the entire One Piece world, dividing the giant planet into two parts. Compared to its length, its width is indeed not very noticeable. But in reality, its width far exceeds that of ordinary islands. Taking the area where Mary Geos is located as an example, it is essentially a plateau with an altitude of 10,000 meters. Therefore, the massive truth-seeking ball released by Naruto penetrated dozens of kilometers before flying out from the other side of the red line. He had no intention of hiding his actions. On the contrary, this time Naruto genuinely wanted to measure himself against the person behind the world government. The gale breaker sailed away leisurely. Until the end, no members of the gods' knights or others who had appeared before showed up on the red line. Just as Naruto initially judged, the celestial dragons here had mostly become abandoned pawns. On the other side of the red line, Naruto and the others descended from the high altitude back to the sea surface. It wasn't that Naruto's chakra was running low. It was that the ship's supplies were almost depleted. Coincidentally, Sabaody Archipelago was below them, so Naruto planned to take the others to replenish fresh water and food, and also obtain a log pose to impel down. Naturally, no one would sell such a thing, but Naruto knew who would have one in stock. After landing, Naruto directly stored the gale breaker away, and the group stepped onto the land of Sabaody Archipelago by walking on the water. Even for Konohamaru now, maintaining water walking for this duration wasn't particularly difficult. For Konohamaru, since coming to this strange new world with Naruto, things beyond his imagination had been happening one after another. Whether it was Jack, who stood over 8 meters tall, the nation 10,000 meters high in the sky, or the archipelago before them now, with its dozens of supergiant trees. It's so big, these trees, do people live on them? Konohamaru looked at the giant trees marked with island numbers, wide enough to build entire cities on them, and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. It was inevitable for Konohamaru, who had never witnessed the first Hokage's, whatever he slams summons technique, to be amazed. But even Karen and Sasuke, who had experienced the battles against Madara and Kagaya, felt some surprise upon seeing the Urukuman mangrove trees on the islands. Although the size of these trees couldn't compare to the Ten-Tails God tree, their numbers surpassed it by several streets. Unlike the ninja world, which, aside from having chakra, wasn't too different from an ordinary non-magical world, the One Piece world was full of such spectacular sights. If they weren't in a hurry, Naruto would have liked to take the three to see the Ryugu kingdom deep under the sea. Thinking this, Naruto also explained verbally. Actually, these are all just the roots of the same Urukuman mangrove tree. That was indeed the case. The entire Sabaody archipelago was built upon the 79 exposed roots of the Urukuman mangrove tree. Well, it's 78 now. Grove 1, along with its tree branch, had sunk into the sea. Unfortunately, no one paid much attention to his explanation. Watching a tourist ride past on a flying bicycle made from resin bubbles, both Karen and Konohamaru's eyes shone with curious, want to try light. Even the aloof, cool Sasuke couldn't help but glance a few more times. Alright then, I remember there should be vendors renting bicycles over there. You two go rent one each. After we deal with that brat's matter, I'll take you all for a proper tour of this world. As he spoke, Naruto took out a stack of berry and stuffed it into their hands without counting. Yay. Yeah. The two took the money and ran off in a flash without a second thought. Then Naruto turned to Sasuke and actually handed him a stack of money too. What's this for? I'm not interested in that. Sasuke frowned, saying displeased. I know. This money is for you to replenish fresh water and food, and by the way keep an eye on those two. Hearing this, Sasuke accepted the money, then looked up somewhat quizzically at Naruto. If I'm watching them, what about you? Of course, I'm going to get the eternal pose. How else do you expect us to find that prison? As he spoke, Naruto pointed to another eternal pose on his wrist. During their voyage, Sasuke had learned the function of that little gadget. It could be said that without a log pose, the probability of finding a solitary island in the vast, boundless sea was pretty much like hitting the jackpot. That's settled then. We'll meet back here in 2 hours. Naruto was relatively at ease with Sasuke. After parting ways with the three, Naruto headed directly to the grove where Shaki's bar was located. The place was still deserted, with several dozen pirates and gangsters who had tried to cause trouble and been knocked out casually discarded nearby. Although Grove 13 also belonged to the lawless area, due to Rayleigh and Shaki's presence, the public order here was perhaps better than on other islands. Pushing the door open, the first thing Naruto saw was Shaki smiling towards him. Just as Ray-san predicted, Naruto-chan. As she spoke, she placed a large glass of rum in front of Naruto and also handed over the log pose prepared in advance. Switching the pose, Naruto also downed the glass of rum in one go, then let out a long breath. Haven't had liquor this strong in a long time. Wiping his mouth, Naruto looked around and asked. Aunt Shaki, where's Uncle Rayleigh? Did he sell himself again? Hearing this, Shaki gently shook her head and explained. Him? He took a group of kids for training. Kids? It's the Straw Hat Luffy and his crew. They also planned to rescue Ace recently. Naruto immediately recalled the grinning kid he met at the Barity. He had quite a good impression of Luffy, but why does he want to save Ace? You didn't know. Shaki seemed somewhat surprised, then said. He and Ace are sworn brothers. What, didn't Garp tell you? Hearing this, a vein twitched on Naruto's temple, and his thoughts instantly became clear. Garp, of course. Luffy is Garp's grandson. Ace was also adopted by Garp for a while when he was young. It was perfectly normal for the two to have crossed paths. But then he also realized. So both his biological grandson and his adopted grandson are getting involved. Has that old guy Garp had any reaction? He's a Marine. Shaki just said this softly, and Naruto fell silent. Yes. Garp is a Marine. He was even crowned with the title, Marine Hero, one of the spiritual symbols influencing countless Marine soldiers. His stance determined that he couldn't show favoritism towards Ace. Probably, the old man is suffering quite a bit right now. Then later, he'll have to thank me properly. After drinking another glass, Naruto said with a light laugh. Give it up. When have you two ever met without a big fight? It'd be good enough if he doesn't arrest you. Shaki blinked, then also laughed. Time seemed to have taken nothing from this beauty. No wonder she drove so many great pirates crazy back in the day. Chapter 322, The Worst Generation. After having a couple more drinks, Naruto got up to leave. Just before he pushed the door open, Shaki suddenly spoke. I thought you would ask about Rei-san's plans. Old folks should retire peacefully in the countryside. Leave the life-risking stuff to us young people. Naruto didn't even turn his head, just waved his hand lightly. Haha, I'll pass that on to Rei-san. Shaki was also amused by Naruto's words and laughed. Both of them knew that Rayleigh couldn't appear on the upcoming battlefield. Because of his identity as Roger's right-hand man, if he appeared, it would only further escalate the scale of the war and drag in more people who didn't need to get involved. They would come to Marineford for Rayleigh alone. And the Marines and the world government naturally wouldn't just stand by and watch. In the end, only more people would die, whether pirates or Marines. Rayleigh's peaceful life in his later years would also be shattered. And the chances of Luffy, Ace, and the others surviving in an even more intense battlefield would be even lower. That was the real reason. Oh, and be careful. As Naruto left the bar, Shaki's last words were these. She didn't specify what to be careful of, and Naruto didn't ask. What else could it be? Probably just the possible ambushes set up and impelled down. But Shaki knew she couldn't stop Naruto's actions. Naruto knew it too. Ace's capture likely wasn't just Blackbeard's doing, it might also be related to his own actions at Mary Geo's. So, the world government's real target might not be Ace, but him. Ace was just being used as a pretext. If he didn't show up to settle this, more people would be targeted, especially Hancock. Even the entire Amazon Lily could become a target to threaten Naruto. And Stussy too. Although her position in the world government seemed secure, Naruto knew that because of Dr. Vegapunk, Stussy was actually under constant close watch. If the world government traced the connection between him and Dr. Vegapunk, Stussy might also be implicated. In that case, he didn't mind directly confronting the world government's ambush head-on. Only by hurting them badly, making them realize the consequences of provoking him, would they show some restraint. As for completely overthrowing the world government and destroying the 800-year-old rule, Naruto had thought about it. But if he destroyed the world government now, the seas would still fall into massive turmoil. Although reluctant to admit it, the existence of the world government did make some chaotic forces restrain themselves. Even if they were only trying to maintain their own rule. Until the Revolutionary Army, or some other force, was capable of fully taking over the responsibility of managing the world's order, the world government's existence was still necessary. Once order is destroyed, rebuilding it is extremely difficult. Just as Naruto was pondering such grand matters as the world's future development while walking towards the meeting point, a commotion suddenly came from afar. Thud. A large man was sent flying and landed right in front of Naruto. Hey, are you okay? Naruto poked the giant who had two small wings on his back. The other's dazed eyes quickly focused, and his consciousness cleared. So strong. The guy said this and immediately tried to get up and rush back, but found he couldn't move. Looking back, a hand was pressed on his shoulder. And he, Urage, known as the Mad Monk, was held in place, unable to move. No matter how hard he tried, the hand pressing his shoulder didn't budge an inch. You, who are you? The Mad Monk Urage knew the person before him was no ordinary figure and turned around accordingly. But when Naruto's features entered his view, the big man's speech suddenly became hesitant. On Naruto's side, looking at the other party's slightly taller frame, he extended his observation haki towards the direction the guy came from. Upon seeing the situation, he couldn't help but hold his forehead. Didn't I tell them to go shopping? How did they end up in a fight? Could you tell me what's happening over there? Naruto asked Urage in a very friendly tone. On the other side. With the pocket money from their parent, Konohamaru and Karen, each riding a bubble bicycle, started touring the island. As for Sasuke, he hadn't forgotten Naruto's instructions and began purchasing various supplies. Fresh water was plentiful here. He didn't even need to go far, as any restaurant could sell him some. The three were thus wandering the streets quite far apart from each other. This wasn't the lawless area, so public order was relatively good, and it was a favorite spot for merchants and tourists. Konohamaru was one thing, but Karen, despite having the ability to fly, was still thoroughly enjoying riding the floating bicycles. The two even started racing on the streets. The area they chose wasn't very crowded, and the bubble bicycles could float at a certain height, so they weren't worried about hitting people. At least, that's what they thought before being attacked. Boom. A giant metal pillar was sent flying straight towards Konohamaru. Seeing this, Konohamaru moved to dodge, but just as he swiftly evaded, several cannonballs also flew over. Cannonballs. Before he could wonder, Konohamaru prepared to use ninjutsu to block the obvious cannonballs. But before he could act, Karen had already used wind blades to slice the cannonballs in half, causing several bursts of sparks in the air. Seeing his companion attacked, Sasuke forgot about shopping and rushed over with a few quick movements. What happened? Enemies. Hearing this, Karen just shook her head and pointed in another direction. The attack came from over there. Before she finished speaking, a large hand composed of countless metal objects swung casually towards them. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. Haki and flames covered his hand, and he threw a punch. The metal arm was instantly shattered by the powerful impact. Then, the flames burned the lifeless metal objects. Before the hand's owner could use them again, they were completely reduced to a pile of debris. Bastard! Who's there? Only then did the people fighting in the center realize outsiders had intervened. Eustace Kid, user of the Jiki no Mi and the owner of the large hand, immediately flew into a rage upon seeing his created weapon instantly destroyed. T/N, magnet fruit. He was that kind of hot-tempered guy. Not only had he boasted about killing all who mocked his goals, but he often attacked others over minor issues, or even for no reason at all. If not for his good brother, Massacre Soldier, Killer, who often dissuaded him in time, he might have already been surrounded and killed for offending too many people. But today was similar, as Killer couldn't restrain his captain, leading to a conflict with several other captains of the worst generation. Hence the current big fight. Opposing Kid were Urage, captain of the Fallen Monk Pirates, and Capone Beach, captain of the Fire Tank Pirates. How rude. It seems your attack dragged others into this, Kid. This is also a kind of cause and effect. On the other side, Beej, who was pointing his hands at Kid and Urage, snorted with displeased look. Who cares who it is? A few more don't matter. I have the numbers advantage here. On his eyes, abdomen, and other parts, openings and gun ports had opened up like a castle. Dozens of miniaturized but fully armed mafia members were aiming their weapons outside. Those cannonballs returned to normal size immediately after leaving the area covered by Capone Beej's body. This was his ability from the Shiro no Mi, allowing him to turn his body into his family's castle, acting as a fortress to carry all his mafia family members into battle. T/N, Castle Fruit. Chapter 323, Just a Ninja. The reasons for the conflict between Capone Beej, the mafia don, and Kid, the hot-tempered captain, were far too many. Perhaps just a single word, or even a mere glance, was enough to create a grudge between the two captains. Urage, the monk, had always adhered to a monk's principles, trying to calm the two ill-tempered captains. However, he overlooked the fact that he himself wasn't a particularly patient individual. Even if Beej hadn't clashed with Kid, Urage might have just picked a fight with some lawbreaker on the island anyway. When it came down to it, how many of those called the worst generation were easy to deal with? These supernovas had almost simultaneously gathered on Sabaody Archipelago. Right here, besides the three captains, Drake and Roar of the Sea, Scratchmanaput were already observing from the shadows. Meanwhile, another who always liked using cards to divine his fate, looking somewhat like a charlatan, Hawkins, sat openly on the edge of a fountain, using straw to hold his cards in the air. The probability of our defeat today is 100%. If we do nothing, the survival rate is also 100%. This was why he dared to sit so close to the battlefield. Hawkins had great confidence in his divination results. Hey, who threw the cannonballs? At that moment, three young, unfamiliar faces appeared in the center of the battlefield. Karen looked at the groups, no, it should be said none of the three sides looked like good people, and raised an eyebrow. Sasuke, meanwhile, looked at Kid and Killer not far away. In his perception, these two posed a relatively greater threat. But only relatively. Kids, get lost. Although Beej also had a fiery temper, he upheld the so-called mafia chivalry ideology. His idol was even, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. While a bit impatient, his intentions weren't entirely wrong. Mister, were you the one who fired those cannonballs just now? Karen followed the voice and saw the gunports exposed on Beej's body as he used his ability. She had misunderstood him. In fact, the cannonballs had been aimed at Kid the whole time. It was just that Kid, as a Jiki no Mi user, had casually swatted them away in another direction. Blah blah blah, so annoying. I'll take you all out too. Kid, already irritated by Sasuke destroying his scrap metal arm, immediately categorized the three newcomers as enemies. BZZZT. The weapons on the surrounding pirates flew up under magnetic force, attaching themselves to Kid's arms, forming new limbs for him. Magnetism. A bit like that guy. Sasuke just shifted his gaze slightly and understood the nature of Kid's ability. That guy he referred to was Sasori, who controlled the puppet of the third Kazekage. That human puppet, made from the third Kazekage's corpse, could also use the dead's Kekiigenkai ninjutsu, magnet release. But the third Kazekage's magnet release was clearly more refined, capable of controlling fine iron sand on a large scale for attacks. In comparison, Kid, who just roughly bundled weapons together to form crude arms, seemed somewhat lacking in brainpower. This couldn't be blamed entirely on Kid. Given his background, being literate was an achievement. Could he really be expected to learn deep applications of magnetism? However, Kid wasn't without advantages. As one of the stronger members among the supernovas, even disregarding his devil fruit's ability, his combat skills and physical prowess were quite remarkable. Die. One arm smashed towards Sasuke, the other towards Beej. Seeing this, Beej directly entered his Big Father form. His entire body instantly grew dozens of times taller, truly standing erect like a castle. Men. Full firepower. Yes, father. At Beej's command, cannons and bullets erupted from within the castle. Kid couldn't manipulate the magnetic arms and deflect the cannonballs simultaneously, but he didn't need to now. The giant metal hand simply tanked the cannonball barrage, smashing towards Beej. Beej met it head-on, using his own arm, transformed into castle masonry, to block. In front of them, Massacre Soldier, Killer clashed with the underlings under the father. But compared to Killer, another supernova, Beej's lieutenants like Gotti and Vito were outmatched and quickly fell into a disadvantage. Watching the approaching giant arm, Sasuke's expression didn't change at all. He simply made a vertical chopping motion with his hand, lightning and flames coiling around it simultaneously. It was the Lightning Fire Sword. An attack combining his Devil Fruit's ability and Lightning Chakra mode. The metallic torrent was instantly sliced in two by the electric light, falling away in other directions. Are the people in this world always like this? Konohamaru, watching the melee, asked Karen beside him. First the Elephant Men, now these guys who could turn into castles and scrap metal. Each one seemed ready to explode at the slightest spark. Who knows? Karen just shrugged, then a hint of a smile appeared on her face. So, what should we do? Konohamaru was still somewhat at a loss facing this situation. Back in the village, at most he'd fought beasts or sparred with other ninjas. He'd never seen a large-scale brawl like this. Anyway, let's make them stop fighting first. What do you think? Her words sounded peaceful, but the way she cracked her knuckles and showed a highly combative expression made them less convincing. Sasuke, whom she asked, just nodded lightly. Fine. Konohamaru, take care of yourself. Don't get caught in the crossfire dash. The next moment, a golden, shining Valkyrie appeared in the center of the battlefield. Thud. Thud. That speed, surpassing the eye's ability to track, was truly startling for the supernovas who hadn't yet learned hockey. So fast. When did she dash? Before Beej could react, his castle body was sent flying by a tremendous force. Seizing the opportunity, Urage, the mad monk, struck Beej with an iron pillar, sending him crashing down heavily. But then Urage himself was punched back by a casual swing from Beej. However, Urage showed no sign of pain from the injury. Instead, the muscles on his body rapidly bulged up because of that hit. Karma. Using his Devil Fruit's ability to absorb the opponent's attack and convert it into strength, Urage's return punch also sent Capone Beej in his Big Father form flying. On the other side, Sasuke didn't even enter his human-beast hybrid form. With a few quick movements, he appeared in front of Kid. Then, with a single-handed palm strike, he hit Kid's abdomen before the other could react. Hashoken, Shockwave. The seemingly ordinary palm strike nearly made Kid spit up. But the Kid's willpower was surprisingly tenacious. Despite the heavy blow, he endured the pain and controlled several blades to attack Sasuke's position. His arm being destroyed again had freed up more slots for manipulation. Clang. 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 Sasuke simply leaped back lightly, then, with a bit of hockey wrapped around his fingertips, precisely shattered those blades. Seeing this, Kid's eyes turned fierce, and he prepared to press the attack further. At that moment, another figure leaped over silently, a rotating scythe aimed at Sasuke's neck. Decapitation Whirlwind. Killer was incredibly fast, and his attack angle was very tricky, aiming for the moment Sasuke was evading Kid's attack for a sure kill strike. Unfortunately, this level of attack was completely insufficient against Sasuke, who possessed observation hockey. The two horizontal side slashes were precisely dodged, and simultaneously, another hand pressed against Killer's abdomen. Try this instead. Chidori. ZZZZT. Electric light instantly enveloped the Massacre Soldier's entire body. The usually silent, attack from the shadows guy was suddenly screaming from the electrocution. Ah! Kid was also shocked seeing this. Lightning, fire. What kind of devil fruit user are you? Tossing the smoking killer towards Kid, Sasuke spoke calmly. Just a ninja. Chapter 324, Chapter 324 Different enemies, similar results. The battle continued to escalate. Seeing the half-dead killer, Kid flew into a rage and began overexerting his Jiki no Mi's abilities. Under his influence, not just weapons, but even metal objects from nearby houses and construction materials flew up, rapidly converging towards Kid. X-Drake, as a marine spy, couldn't stand by any longer. His sense of justice wouldn't allow it. So he leaped out, drawing the sword and axe at his waist, and shouted towards Kid's direction. Hey! You supernovas! If you want to fight, go to the new world. Clearly, Kid, enraged by his partner's severe injury, had no patience for this newcomer and ignored him outright. This conveniently gave Drake an excuse to intervene. You bastard, ignoring me. He yelled and decisively charged towards Kid. As he charged, his body elongated, quickly entering his hybrid human-beast form. As a user of the Ryu no Mi model, Allosaurus, he possessed strength and stamina surpassing modern beasts. T/N, Dragon Fruit. Moreover, unlike the other supernovas, Drake, being a marine spy, had received hockey training early on, giving him a clear advantage in that regard. Meanwhile, Apo couldn't escape involvement either. Hey! You guys, watch out. The long-arm tribe had an extra arm bone compared to regular humans. This not only gave them greater hand strength but also allowed for more varied attacks using their arms. Because of this, most long-arm tribe members excelled at fist-based attacks. There was even Destruction Cannon, Idio within their tribe, who could create explosive effects with just his fists. But Apo was different. He utilized every part of his body to launch attacks. As a user of the Odo no Mi, Apo could turn any part of his body into a musical instrument. By playing them, he could produce different effects through sound waves. T/N, Tone Fruit. Like right now. Fighting music, scratch. He extended a hand and played his teeth as if they were piano keys. Simultaneously with the sound, several silent slashing attacks shot towards the people below. Such petty attacks dash. Unlike Beej, Urage, and Konohamaru, who were still standing around, Karen, being highly sensitive to sound, detected those sonic blades almost instantly. Her response was simple. Get lost. Her shout transformed into similar sound waves, instantly disrupting all the sonic slashes around them, turning them into harmless noise. A bap 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 bap. A troublesome woman. Seeing his move countered by Karen's voice, Apo wasn't flustered. He simply leaped onto a rooftop and started running away. He loved stirring up trouble, but when the heat was on him, he was the most pragmatic. Unfortunately for him, Karen's speed far exceeded his. A flash of golden light, and the Valkyrie appeared directly above him, gently flapping her wings. Keep running. Hiss dash. Apo sucked in a cold breath, then quickly slapped his chest. Boom. A bap bap bap. Fool. At this close range dash. Looking at the Valkyrie shrouded in explosive black smoke, Apo let out his peculiar laugh again. His Odo no Mi could do more than just launch sonic slashes. Before Apo's laughter finished, a sharp claw pierced through the smoke and directly gripped his throat. The long-arm tribe supernova immediately became like a chicken with its neck wrung, unable to utter a word. He finally remembered his long-arm tribe heritage and threw punches rapidly at Karen. But without haki, his attacks against the already hybrid-transformed Karen were like tickling. Go down. Gripping Apo, Karen spun rapidly downwards, dragging him with her. This move was inspired by a Konoha's taijutsu technique called Front Lotus. Boom. Although Apo was the last among the supernovas to attack, he was the first to be eliminated. After being slammed heavily into the ground, he fell into a dazed state. Fortunately, Karen hadn't gone for the kill, otherwise, that single impact could have snuffed out this future informant for Kaido right in his cradle. While Sasuke and Karen were dominating their fights, Konohamaru wasn't idle either. Since the three appeared together, he was naturally considered an enemy by both Kids and Beej's crews. Their ordinary crew members swarmed towards Konohamaru. In their eyes, anyone on the other side was an enemy. Although Konohamaru was no match for a powerful enemy like Jack, dealing with these ordinary pirates was well within his capabilities. Ganging up on me? I, Konohamaru, am not afraid of you. Perhaps infected by the battlefield's atmosphere, the aura brewing within Konohamaru finally erupted. He flashed a confident smile, just like the one he remembered Naruto using, and formed hand seals. Multiple shadow clone technique. Poof. 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 Smoke rapidly billowed across the battlefield. Then, under the stunned gazes of the pirates, countless identical Konohamarus charged out from the smoke. Come on. Now let's see who has the numbers advantage. The shadow clones, wrapped in varying amounts of haki, rushed at the pirates. These pirates, who hadn't even made a name for themselves, and the mafia members relying on firearms, were no match for Konohamaru. Thud. 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 The pirates, lacking any elite fighters, were quickly pushed back. Even when both sides realized their disadvantage and temporarily stopped fighting each other to jointly attack Konohamaru, it was futile. Their slashes couldn't hit Konohamaru. And one punch from Konohamaru was enough to leave few standing. Even if a few sneaky ones hid in the crowd and landed a shot on him, he would just disappear with a poof of smoke. It was simply unfair. Drake barely blocked Sasuke's kick with his weapons, then saw Konohamaru using the clone technique. As a marine spy, he had to study information on many powerful figures in the New World. This ability to fight thousands alone, creating countless copies, reminded Drake of another individual. A guy who gave both the Marines and the world government headaches. The great hero, Naruto Uzumaki. Of course, that man had another title, which was why Drake connected Konohamaru to him. One-man army. Literally, a one-man army. Legend had it that 20 years ago, Naruto used an unknown ability to create countless copies of himself, single-handedly holding off one of the four emperors, Kaido. It was after that battle that Naruto shot to fame. Later, it was uncovered that he, like Shanks, had been an apprentice on Pirate King's ship. After that, the guy became unstoppable. Whitebeard, Big Mom, Shiki, various veteran powerhouses either fought him to a standstill or were defeated by him. And Drake knew more. One of the marine admirals, Akainu, Sakazuki, had his arm broken by that man. If this kid was connected to that man, things might get complicated. Although Drake hadn't received any specific intelligence, he knew discussions about Naruto within the Marines had skyrocketed recently. Even this execution of the sinful bloodline, Fire Fist, Ace, was related to that man. What a troublemaker, Drake thought, while struggling to defend against Sasuke's attacks. Unconsciously, the battle situation had shifted to Sasuke single-handedly suppressing him, Beej, and Kid. Their attacks couldn't land on him, while his every punch and kick accurately broke through their defenses. This guy's hockey level is high. Drake could tell. A young powerhouse of such exceptional skill shouldn't be so unknown. Just as Drake was puzzling over this, a voice suddenly spread across the entire battlefield. Everyone, stop for a moment. The voice wasn't loud, but it was penetrating. And somehow, it seemed to carry a subtle pressure. Hearing it, everyone instinctively slowed their movements, their eyes turning towards the source. Click-clack, click-clack. The sound of Geta sandals reached their ears, as if stepping on their very hearts. Led by a meek and honest Urage, a man wearing an orange haori slowly walked into the battlefield. Chapter 325, Chapter 325 The Legendary Man. A battle between new generation pirates and the other world ninjas was prematurely halted by a single voice before it could truly escalate. Urage, who had been thrown aside earlier in the melee, was now walking in front of the men who had stilled the battlefield. But his attitude was remarkably friendly, even somewhat humble. The reason was simple, Urage had recognized Naruto's identity. Among the worst generation, he was one of the more well-informed. Most others, like Kid and Beej, only knew the names of the four emperors but remained clueless about their true power. Without having experienced a beating from the veteran great pirates, they naturally had the audacity to be arrogant. Just like now. Huh? And what are you supposed to be? Kid was already furious about being completely suppressed by that unknown black-haired kid, and now another random guy showed up. This guy's stubbornness was no less than Jack the Drought's. After realizing that he had actually stopped moving because of Naruto's words, Kid felt a surge of shame and anger. One after another, why do they all love to jump in front of me, Captain Kid? Thinking this, Kid decisively increased the magnetic force in his hands, doubling the range of attraction. More metal objects converged from the sky towards him. Not having undergone the 2 years of tempering in the New World, Kid was still unaware of the gap between himself and true powerhouses. Similarly, he hadn't deeply developed his abilities. Magnetism, like gravity, is one of the four fundamental forces, a primordial power. Its upper limit is only related to the depth and breadth of the user's knowledge, and one could say his future potential was limitless. If Kid really underwent training under Dr. Vegapunk, he might truly become a budget Magneto. Of course, for now, Kid could only use his magnetism for simple applications. For example, haphazardly combining the attracted metal into a dozens of meters tall, ferocious humanoid form. Magnetic Demon. Lacking relevant knowledge, the magnetic demon Kid currently manifested was merely a giant metalman made of scrap iron. Who the hell do you think you're looking down on? Die, you bastard! Kid manipulated the imposing metal giant to clench its fist and smash down towards everyone below. Beej and Drake wore gloomy expressions, already preparing to unleash their own trump cards against Kid. This guy's berserk form was even larger than Big Father, or the dinosaur form of an Allosaurus. Damn it, is this guy really only in his 20s? The two, one in his 30s and the other in his 40s, who were grouped with Kid as supernovas, were also at a loss. It wasn't that they feared Kid's attack. A fist at that speed, even if they couldn't withstand it, escaping was still possible. But if they really ran, their subordinates and the surrounding crowd would suffer. Both understood in their hearts, they couldn't let this blow land. Hey, don't just stand there watching. Drake shouted towards Sasuke, who had already stopped fighting but only received a light laugh in response. That won't be necessary. Not only Sasuke, Karen, and the others, but even Urage, who had led them here, showed not a hint of tension on their faces. Because, at some point, the men who had been standing on the ground had already arrived in front of Kid. Quite the temper, Kid. Naruto looked at Kid, whose eyes showed disbelief. Arrogance born from inflated power? Drink more loofah soup when you have time. This was a folk remedy he had learned in the flower country. After hearing the men in the yellow Haori say this incomprehensible sentence, Kid saw him reach out a hand towards him. No time to block. In that case, let's perish together. A fierce light flashed in Kid's eyes. Unable to react to Naruto's point-blank attack, he simply made the entire magnetic demon plummet downwards. You could also interpret this attack as Kid's attempt at relieving the besieged by besieging the base of the besiegers. Unfortunately, none of this had any effect on Naruto. A black sphere, its edges shimmering with a faint light, appeared in front of his palm. Different from the truth-seeking balls, this small black sphere's diameter wasn't even as large as an egg's. Chibaku Tensei, miniature version. After obtaining Kagaya's power, Naruto was capable of this too. Through precise calculation, the gravitational range of this Chibaku Tensei sphere was limited to covering only the magnetic demon, not affecting the crowd below. Next, everyone present witnessed the awe-inspiring scene together. The giant iron golem, which had been falling moments earlier as if to destroy the entire block, now rapidly collapsed towards the black sphere Naruto had thrown. No matter how Kid tried to control them, the metal objects couldn't break free from the Chibaku Tensei's gravitational pull. The giant, standing dozens of meters tall, was compressed into a solid iron ball with a diameter of less than 10 meters. However, its density had long surpassed that of ordinary metal constructs. Impossible. How could this be? Kid couldn't believe that the metal within his control range had slipped from his grasp. Roaring, he prepared to attack Naruto again, but Naruto's large hand precisely pressed down on his head. Calm down for a while, brat. As Naruto spoke these words, an intangible haki naturally emanated from him. It was like the gaze of an indescribable leviathan from the deep sea. Within the range covered by this aura, apart from the few individuals Naruto intentionally spared, almost everyone fell unconscious due to the overwhelming intimidation. And Kid, being the primary target, naturally needed no further explanation. Although this kid also possessed the qualities of a king, he was still just a rookie who hadn't yet stepped onto the ladder of the sea conquerors. Faced with this level of conqueror's haki, he couldn't even maintain consciousness for an extra second. Still didn't quite control the intensity. The regret on Naruto's face wasn't feigned. Ever since his conqueror's haki had evolved last time, its potency had increased significantly. This made it difficult for Naruto to control its output precisely. Therefore, even though Naruto had intended to spare them, Drake, Urage, and the others on the ground were still wide-eyed, tongues tied, and paralyzed, unable to move. Whoosh! At that moment, the iron ball nearby made a sound from friction with the air, reminding Naruto. Almost forgot about you. He placed his other hand on the solid iron ball. Ultra-lightweight rock technique. Thus, this metal ball of unknown weight was easily lifted by Naruto. He looked left and right but couldn't find a suitable place to store this high-density metal sphere. The ground of Sabaody Archipelago was actually the roots of the Urukuman mangrove trees, so its density wasn't as great as one might think. If this metal ball landed on it, it would likely crush a hole in the ground, possibly even pierce right through. After a moment's thought, Naruto simply opened his mouth wide and, under the gaze of those still conscious below, swallowed the metal ball in one gulp. Might as well provide sufficient material for the Baku factory. As for the losses caused by the missing metal objects in this battle, I'll hand this guy over to you. Turning him into the Marines should fetch some bounty money, right? Naruto tossed Kid to Drake, then spoke these words to the other men, who showed an uneasy expression. Use that bounty money to cover the damages here. Sweat beaded on Drake's forehead. Why was he giving this guy to me to claim the bounty? Does Uzumaki Naruto not know I'm also a pirate? Or does he already know my identity? The reality wasn't as complicated as Drake imagined. In Naruto's perception, only Drake, Urage, and Beach had shown protective intentions towards the innocent crowd, and among them, Drake's emotional fluctuations were the strongest. Alright, enough playing around. Time to set off. With Naruto's command, Sasuke and the other two promptly put away their battle stances and returned to Naruto's side. Thank goodness for convenient tools like storage scrolls, otherwise, there'd be no place to put all the supplies they had bought. Just like that, under the watchful eyes of the three remaining conscious supernovas, the group departed, leaving the three of them staring at each other. So that's the great hero. Capone Beach swallowed hard, his throat feeling dry. His idol was one of the four emperors, Whitebeard, so he had always been resentful of the rumors that the great hero had fought evenly with the world's strongest men. In his view, how could any young man fight Whitebeard to a standstill? Especially someone as young as, or even younger than himself, Uzumaki Naruto. Today, he believed. Drake silently began cleaning up the battlefield, gathering his subordinates together. Urich looked in the direction Naruto and the others had left, took the prayer beads hanging from his neck, and fiddled with them a few times. TCH. What do you think he came to the first half of the Grand Line for? What for? What else could it be? Simultaneously, the three of them recalled Naruto's rumored identity as a former crew member of Roger Pirates, combined with the recent uproar over the execution of Fire Fist, Ace. Things are about to get lively. Beej took a new cigar from his pocket, and his still trembling hand took several attempts to light the lighter. And so, a conflict among the supernovas ended in an anticlimactic manner. Chapter 326, Chapter 326 Space Movement, Kid. 3306, 3307. On the deck of the Gale Breaker, Konohamaru was performing push-ups while wearing special training equipment made by Naruto. Beneath him, sweat had already pooled into a large puddle, and his muscles were trembling incessantly. Just as Konohamaru was about to collapse onto the deck from exhaustion, Naruto's large hand gently covered his back. Immediately after, streams of life-filled chakra were rapidly transmitted into Konohamaru's body, autonomously repairing the injuries caused by overtraining and replenishing his stamina along the way. With a casual wave, an intangible gravitational force gathered the sweat together, and then Naruto tossed it into the sea. That's enough training for today. We're almost there. After having his stamina replenished, Konohamaru was able to stand up on his own. After leaving Sabaody Archipelago, Konohamaru seemed further stimulated, increasing the intensity of his physical fitness and combat skills training. Back in the village, no one truly treated him as an enemy, so even during sparring, they held back. But after coming to this world, he hadn't achieved any significant results in 2 battles. One of the lead performers, Jack the Drought, took a direct hit from his Raiznon without breaking his defense. He couldn't even intervene in the fight between the supernovas. But actually, Konohamaru's current strength was already quite impressive. Kids his age were still learning the 3 basic techniques at the Ninja Academy, while he had not only long mastered them but could also skillfully walk on water, release the Sealless Jutsu Raiznon, and the multiple shadow clone technique. This was already far beyond Genin level strength, but considering all 4 people in this team lacked Chunin qualifications, it was somewhat acceptable. After experiencing these 2 real battles, Konohamaru could feel the formidable average physical quality of people in this world full of pirates. This ignited his competitive spirit. Thud. Thud. The seemingly ordinary wrist and leg guards emitted harsh sounds when they hit the ground. Bonk. Konohamaru held his head, feeling the large bump formed by the Fist of Love, and accepted the criticism from Naruto. You kid, how many times have I told you? Handle these things gently. Naruto picked up the ultra-heavy training gear made from further compressed high-density metal with one hand, looking heartbrokenly at the several new dents on the deck. Whatever. I'll find a chance to fix it after dealing with Impel Down. Naruto stood up again. Sasuke and Karen also came over, looking into the distance along his line of sight. At the horizon's edge, the massive shape of the Gates of Justice was gradually revealing itself. Impel Down was located in the calm belt. Like Amazon Lily, ordinary pirate ships could hardly even approach it. Only vessels like Amazon Lily snake-pulled ships or the Marine's steam-powered ships could pass through. Of course, this wasn't a problem for a high-tech ship like the Gale Breaker. If it were only a geographical advantage, Impel Down would have difficulty calling itself an absolute prison from which there is no escape. Aside from its main structure being the 6th level, Hell Prison, hidden deep underwater, the real challenge lay in the layer of protection outside the prison. Apart from the location of the Gates of Justice, other directions around Impel Down were filled with reverse currents caused by whirlpools. These whirlpools were Impel Down's intangible walls, blocking all normal passage of ships. Only one old guy ignored these and forcefully escaped from Impel Down. That was the Fuwa Fuwa no Mi user, Golden Lion Shiki. That old rascal flew straight out. And now, Naruto and the others could also enter Impel Down by flying. If he hadn't mastered another ability. Sasuke and the other 2 watched as Naruto gently placed his hand on the ship's hull. Immediately, a bubble coating quickly appeared on the Gale Breaker's surface. This time, we'll go underwater. The sturdiness of the Gates of Justice was sufficient to withstand a full-power strike from the world's strongest pirates without budging. Ordinary pirates simply couldn't do anything about it. As for sneaking in underwater using a bubble coating, this method wasn't unheard of. But the Gates of Justice also extended all the way to the seabed, thoroughly blocking this possibility. Naruto didn't explain much to the 3, simply piloting the Gale Breaker to dive down on his own. And Sasuke and the other 2 didn't ask too many questions, after all, Naruto always had a way. In fact, Sasuke had already guessed Naruto's method. Sure enough, after reaching the deep sea, the Gates of Justice ahead stood like a mountain wall, blocking the Gale Breaker's path. And the surrounding whirlpools still swirled even at the seabed. But Naruto paid no mind to any of this. He simply closed his eyes and began manipulating the power within his body. The next moment, a pitch-black cavity opened in front of the gale breaker. Simultaneously, an identical cavity appeared on the other side of the wall. Yamatsu Hirasaka. The spacetime technique belonging to the Otsutsuki clan. The user could not only freely travel between the multiple independent dimensions of Amanamenaka using this technique but also open two gates at different locations within the same space. The downside was that opening Yamatsu Hirasaka required some time. Using this move in intense combat could give the enemy an opportunity to counter. But for the current situation, this move was very suitable. Naruto hadn't fully digested Kagaya's abilities yet. Among them, the most valuable were Yamatsu Hirasaka and Amanamenaka. After defeating Kagaya last time, just bringing everyone out of the primary dimension had cost Naruto some effort. Perhaps fully mastering these two spacetime abilities would take a bit more time. But this level was sufficient for now. Just like that, the Gale Breaker easily bypassed the outer defenses without alerting anyone, arriving at the main structure of Impel Down, the massive tower-like structure. Impel Down has 6 levels from underwater level 1 to the very bottom, not counting the sea level floor. Each level corresponds to criminals of varying degrees. Naruto explained while piloting the Gale Breaker closer to the base of Impel Down. Sasuke, Karin, and Konohamaru were all riding a submarine for the first time. The scene of observing the deep sea through the bubble made them widen their eyes. Even Sasuke, who always maintained his cool guy persona, was no exception. The guy we're here to save is most likely there. Naruto was also aware that Ace being imprisoned in Impel Down might just be a smokescreen released by the world government, or perhaps they had set up an ambush specifically for him at Marine Ford. But he didn't plan to give up. Instead, he intended to turn their scheme against them, infiltrating the prison silently and taking the person away. Like waiting for me. Then wait slowly. The ship quickly approached the tower body of Impel Down. Don't be fooled by Impel Down being just a prison. Its area increased from top to bottom, with the most dangerous level 6 covering an area truly comparable to a city. The walls here were also mixed with sea stone to prevent the powerful pirates imprisoned inside from using their devil fruits abilities. It also prevented other pirates from trying to break in from the outside, like Naruto's group. Of course, sea stone countered devil fruits abilities but was completely ineffective against the Otsutsuki. The gate of Yamatsu Hirasaka opened once more without any obstruction. Naruto stored the Gale Breaker, and the group, floating within the bubble, flew together into the black cavity of Yamatsu Hirasaka. Chapter 327, Chapter 327 The Great Riot of the Infinite Hell. Slam. Inside the warden's office of Impel Down, the chief warden Magellan heavily slammed his large hand onto the desk, cursing in a low voice. I still cannot accept this, cooperating with criminals and such. Those heinous criminals should be left to rot in their cells, it's the punishment they deserve. Promising them freedom, this kind of thing. Even though he had kept his voice as low as possible, he still startled his deputy warden Hannibal beside him, who almost dropped the steel trident in his hand. Eek! Is the chief warden planning to protest against those esteemed individuals from the world government? Then after you get dismissed, all this responsibility will fall upon the future chief warden. That is, me. Faced with his subordinate Hannibal's playful yet once again exposed ambition to become chief warden, Magellan didn't respond with his usual exasperated look this time. Instead, he silently lowered his head. This behavior undoubtedly brings shame to order. Perhaps the position of chief warden would be better off in your hands. This was the first time Hannibal had heard such words from his superior, Magellan. The words he had planned to say next, to further elaborate on his future plans, got stuck in his throat. To be honest, as a veteran of Impel Down, while Hannibal was indeed somewhat opportunistic, he hadn't forgotten the duty expected of a jailer, a guardian. Recalling those people led by the high-ranking world government's officials, who arrogantly ignored them throughout the process and forcibly signed cooperation contracts with the prisoners in the cells, Hannibal also fell silent. This behavior, this act of compromising with other criminals for the sake of one criminal, truly violated the principles in Hannibal's heart. Chief Warden, those esteemed individuals are still upstairs, keep your voice down, keep it down. At this moment, the usually flippant chief guard, Sudi-chan, also softly reminded her superior. The deputy chief guard, Domino, maintained her poker face and said nothing. As for the former chief guard, Shiryu of the Rain, he had long been imprisoned in level 6 for indiscriminately killing prisoners. The most infuriating part was that this guy was also on the pardon list. As long as they could kill, no, even just delay that man, they would gain their freedom. The air in the warden's office remained heavy with low pressure. Enough. All of you, return to your duties. At least before that guy arrives, we still need to properly fulfill our responsibilities. With Chief Warden Magellan's order, the various high-ranking officials of Impel Down dispersed, each heading to their respective levels with their own thoughts. At this time, in the monitoring room on the first sea level, only one high-ranking government agent was on watch duty. Just kidding, how could such a task be handled personally by those esteemed individuals? This agent knew that those individuals came from the Red Line, the noblest group of people in the world. But he wasn't taking his monitoring duty too seriously either. From the open sea to inside impel down, then breaking through the heavily guarded levels to reach the underwater level 6. Who knew how many lines of defense one had to cross? If there was any movement, those esteemed individuals would probably have taken action long ago, and it wouldn't be his turn. Having him watch the monitors here was more to ensure that the group of specially pardoned pirates were honestly staying on level 6, waiting to consume that man's stamina after he finally broke through the defenses. To be honest, this agent didn't know what kind of guy could warrant such a massive operation. So sleepy. He had been on duty for 11 hours straight, and the person supposed to relieve him hadn't arrived yet. Maybe I'll just sleep for a bit, just a little while, probably no one will notice. Just as this agent's eyelids began to droop, he didn't notice a few monitoring screens in the corner flickering abnormally for a moment before quickly returning to normal. Impel down level 6 prison, the infinite hell. Naruto and the other 3 filed out of the pitch-black cavity one after another, stepping onto the cold floor. Unlike other levels, this one didn't have punishments like extreme heat, cold, or mountains of blades. On this level, those imprisoned were death row inmates deemed unforgivable, with cumulative sentences reaching thousands or even tens of thousands of years. The only thing they could enjoy was eternal silence, until they turned into piles of dry bones within this silence. Including Naruto, none of them had ever been in such a sinister and deathly silent environment. Konohamaru couldn't help but shiver, as the eerie atmosphere here was really quite unsettling. Karen was about to step forward when Naruto raised his hand to stop her. Then, he turned to Sasuke behind him. Sasuke, can you use your Sharingan to hypnotize those Den Mushi monitors? As he spoke, he briefly explained that these surveillance Den Mushi, seen everywhere in the pipes and cells, linked the footage they saw to a single giant monitor Den Mushi. If they were killed directly, it would trigger the giant Den Mushi's alarm. Before finding Ace, it wasn't time to alert the enemy yet. After hearing this, although Sasuke was a bit speechless, he still activated his Sharingan and looked towards the Den Mushi. To be honest, he was a bit skeptical about whether these animals had sufficient intelligence to comprehend the illusions generated by Genjutsu. After arriving here, he had been interested in the Den Mushi that could transmit sound over long distances like walkie-talkies, but he hadn't considered these little creatures to be intelligent beings. He thought they were products of something like biomodification. In reality, Den Mushi naturally possessed the ability to transmit waves to others of their kind over long distances. The people of the One Piece world had merely made slight improvements based on their innate abilities. They were not only susceptible to Genjutsu but could even be petrified by Hancock's Mero no Mi if they felt attraction. Reasonably speaking, these little snail-like creatures' intelligence wasn't as low as people imagined. With the surveillance issue resolved, the group felt relieved to start searching the surroundings. As mentioned before, level 6 had the largest area of all the levels, and its structure basically consisted of one cold cell after another. Criminals who died of old age in their cells most likely had no one to collect their bodies, leaving them to become skeletons bound by chains. The number of cells here was enormous, and the area was vast. Searching room by room would take who knows how long. Fortunately, Naruto had his observation haki to scan the area. An intangible wave instantly spread out from Naruto as the center, sweeping across the surroundings. It was like whales communicating with sound waves in the ocean. When Naruto's observation haki spread out, many prisoners on level 6 seemed to sense something and raised their heads. Haha. So he's here already. An interesting person. Naruto Uzumaki. Countless voices, some shouting, some muttering to themselves, rang out almost simultaneously. Even though the distance between them wasn't particularly close, it was as if they had all personally witnessed Naruto's arrival. On Naruto's side, during his scan, he also saw many faces, some familiar, some unfamiliar. TSK, those guys really dared to do it. Naruto clicked his tongue, speaking through gritted teeth. In his earlier perception, several individuals had already broken through the confinement of their cells and were heading straight towards his location. Those cell doors weren't even locked, no, the shackles that should have been on their bodies had even disappeared. Chapter 328, The Remnants of the Old Era. Good news, Ace's figure appeared within Naruto's perception range, and he was currently shackled to the wall with sea-stone handcuffs, unable to move. Bad news, the level 6 criminals alerted by Naruto's observation haki were now swarming towards the 4 of them like a hornet's nest. Haha. I'll be the first to kill him. Freedom. Freedom. An unknown old pirate brandished 2 scimitars, his bare feet moving swiftly as he charged towards them like a phantom. It was clear that any pirate imprisoned here for so many years had some strength to speak of. While they might not be as powerful as the likes of the 4 emperors or Golden Lion, they were definitely not ordinary, run-of-the-mill pirates to be trifled with. Just then, another tall, burly old pirate came stomping over with thunderous steps. The moment he saw the barefoot old pirate, he instinctively wanted to take action and eliminate this potential competitor. But his movement stopped abruptly after just beginning. The tall pirate touched a barely perceptible wound on his neck and ultimately refrained from attacking the barefoot pirate. An identical wound existed on the barefoot old pirate's neck as well. Not just the two of them, everyone currently able to freely leave their cells had a similar wound. Inside that wound, a not too powerful explosive had been implanted. The world government's officials naturally couldn't trust this group of individuals, who were among the most vicious even among pirates. And that explosive was the countermeasure. An explosive of this size would find it difficult to break through the defenses of someone proficient in armament hockey, but destroying the trachea, throat, or even the brain from the inside was quite easy. The inspiration for these explosives came from the explosive collars the celestial dragons used on slaves, but these were superior in terms of concealment and sensitivity, another masterpiece from the Marine Science Division. Trying to destroy its structure or remove it from the flesh using something like Ryuo was almost impossible. At the very least, this group deemed cannon fodder couldn't do it. After being implanted with the bomb, if they tried to attack someone else who also had a bomb implanted, the bomb inside them would automatically trigger and detonate. The same would happen if they left the confines of level 6 without permission. Countless individuals were in the same situation as these two old pirates, including the former chief guard of Impel Down, Shiryu of the Rain. His face also shone with a bloodthirsty gleam. Shiryu of the Rain enjoyed killing. Whether it was killing in a fair fight, whether the target could fight back, or whether they were innocent, he didn't care about any of that. He simply enjoyed the thrill of a blade cutting into flesh. If it weren't for the damned bomb preventing him, he might have started killing other pirates the moment his cell was unlocked. Charging at the forefront alongside him were other heavy criminals who might have caused plenty of trouble in the future. For example, Corrupt King, Avalo Pizarro and Heavy Drinker, Vasco Shot. Hick. Hee hee. Vasco Shot glanced at the other equally vicious prisoners beside him, let out a disdainful belch, and a hint of bloodthirsty excitement appeared in his seemingly foolish eyes. Avalo Pizarro, running alongside him, flashed a sinister look in his eyes and subtly slowed his pace. Humph, a bunch of fools, go die first. I'll just wait to take that guy's head at the last moment. Quite a few pirates shared similar thoughts. Among the crowd was even the former warlord, Sir Crocodile. At this moment, he wore a prisoner's uniform, blending in with the crowd, none of his former overbearing aura in sight. But judging by his sinister eyes and the smirk curling his lips, it wasn't hard to see that this guy was scheming something else. This large group charged over in a mighty torrent from various parts of the level 6 prison. Not all of them could use Naruto's observation haki to vaguely sense his location in return, as most just saw their fellow inmates start running and joined in. Naruto, who saw all of this clearly, showed no surprise on his face. Sasuke, Karen, and Konohamaru, the enemies are coming. You handle them properly. Roger. Konohamaru was the first to nod, as he had been wanting to test his progress for a long time. Karen, as usual, nodded in agreement and instantly entered a combat stance. Only Sasuke tilted his head and glanced sideways at Naruto, asking, "What about you?" Hearing this, a smile appeared on Naruto's face. Me. Of course, I'll be responsible for receiving those senior veterans. In an area far from the noisy crowd, three figures slowly emerged from their respective cells. They didn't seem to care at all whether someone else might take the prize, leaving them without a chance to get out. Judging by their gazes, they might not even care about the bombs implanted in their bodies. Oh! Has such a young powerhouse appeared on the seas again? Such a pure heart dash. A nobleman who still had the privilege of wearing a deep red formal attire even in prison walked forward with steady steps. His umbrella tapped lightly on the ground, producing a crisp sound. His slightly reddish-white hair was neatly combed, two braids resting smoothly against his chest, not looking out of place at all. This was a rather dignified old man. Time had taken his youth but not his elegance and aloofness. He was a powerhouse from the same era as Roger and Whitebeard, known as the Red the Aloof, or Red Count, Patrick Redfield. This man was extremely solitary. He set sail 10 years earlier than Roger, but even after Roger formed his own pirate crew, he remained alone. The fundamental reason was his innate ability to see through people's hearts, even directly read memories, the observation haki used to perfection. Because of this, no one had secrets before Redfield. Having witnessed countless human evil since childhood, Redfield grew to distrust anyone. Because even a saint couldn't guarantee not a single trace of darkness in their heart. Red Count was a pure powerhouse and a lonely guy. The other two were also no pushovers. A giant man wearing a horned helmet emerged from a cell emitting cold air, a strong desire for destruction flashing in his eyes. Good, I'll use you as the appetizer before I destroy everything. Traitors, everything that stops me, must be eliminated. This guy, who looked only in his 40s, was actually over 70 years old. It was only because he was frozen in ice when betrayed by his crew and captured, spending 30 years inside the ice, that he didn't appear so old. He was the leader of the World Pirates, known as the World Destroyer, the legendary pirate Burndy World. Possessing the Moa no Mi, he could arbitrarily multiply the volume, mass, speed, and other attributes of objects he touched, even living beings or himself. The maximum single attribute enhancement was 100 times. T/N, more fruit. This ability truly possessed the power to destroy the world. An ordinary bullet, in Burndy World's hands, could instantly become the size of a watermelon, a super shell surpassing the speed of sound. That wasn't just a simple hundredfold enhancement, the destructive power it could cause was an all-around exponential increase. Burndy World lightly tapped his toes on the ground, using the Marine's common movement technique, Soru. However, enhanced by the Moa no Mi, his speed had long surpassed the speed of sound, almost instantly covering a great distance. The last guy, whose physique was no less than Burndy World's, also emitted an equally not to be underestimated pressure. He was a large man wearing headphones and a military uniform. The number 9 was sewn onto his sleeve, his soldier number from his past. Incidentally, he had some connection to Naruto. Both had once belonged to the Roger Pirates. However, when Naruto joined the Roger Pirates 25 years ago, this man had already left the crew for over a year, which was why they never met. Demon Heir, Douglas Bullet. He was a ruthless character even the other members of the Roger Pirates called a monster. Uzumaki Naruto. Let me see if you have the qualification. A battle-hungry smile appeared on Bullet's face. Unlike the other criminals, during his 20 years of imprisonment, he had maintained intense mental focus on training without a moment's rest, to the point that his current strength might be greater than before he was imprisoned. His goal was clear: the great hero, Uzumaki Naruto, whom the world government's officials mentioned had once been considered the successor to Roger's will. As for getting out or the bomb in his throat, as a user of the Gasha no Mi, he didn't care at all. T/N, clank fruit. To be honest, the moment the sea stone shackles were removed, he could have already escaped impel down. If that official hadn't mentioned Naruto, he wouldn't have chosen to stay. Come on, let's have a good, hearty fight. 3 men from the old era, from 3 different directions, charged towards Naruto's location. Chapter 329, Too Many Small Fry. The sound of footsteps was particularly piercing in the empty and silent infinite hell. First, there were light clacking sounds, then they grew denser and denser, connecting into a continuous stream. When Naruto and the other 3 reached a disc-shaped space at the center of a crossroads, sounds of approaching people came from all directions. Unless they immediately retreated the way they came, no matter which direction they chose, they would encounter that group of frenzied criminals. The criminals here weren't limited to just pirates, they also included many who had committed other sins, or whose very existence or the information they possessed wasn't permitted to spread by the world government. Among them, the former warlord, Crocodile, who committed the crime of stealing a country against the Alabasta Kingdom, was a classic example. Of course, whether his life sentence was related to the Nefertari royal family, or because his actions had truly approached the legendary forbidden weapon, Pluton, was hard to say. Among his Baroque work subordinates, Mr. 3, Mr. 2, and Mr. 1 were imprisoned on higher levels. The others had scattered or left. The vice president, Miss All Sunday, Nico Robin, had disappeared even before his defeat. Of course, Crocodile didn't know that Robin had joined the crew of the Straw Hat Luffy who defeated him and was now training near Sabaody Archipelago. Experiencing such a defeat finally woke Crocodile from his obsession with the dream of Pluton. He realized that only strengthening oneself was true power, relying on external forces or artifacts was ultimately unreliable. Because of this, during his time imprisoned, even while wearing sea stone shackles, he attempted to train his haki. Especially during the period after the shackles were removed, he trained recklessly and without restraint in his cell. As long as they didn't leave level 6, they were temporarily free. Crocodile ran slower and slower, soon falling to the rear of the group with others who harbored ill intentions. Let those guys go die first. This was their consensus. Ha ha ha. His head is mine. A skinny pirate, wielding the long sword returned to him, charged out from around the corner at the forefront. Simultaneously, more pirate figures poured in from different directions all at once. These scoundrels, who didn't know how many years they had been imprisoned and finally saw a glimpse of freedom, had faces shining with excitement and ferocity. They roared while adopting offensive stances. Would an intruder taken so seriously by the world government be a simple character? Of course, they had thought of this. But the desire for freedom, or perhaps the thirst for slaughter constantly urged them: charge, kill, destroy at will. Naruto, watching the converging crowd, raised an eyebrow slightly. There are still too many small fries. The space was relatively spacious for the 4 of them, but with so many people arriving at once, let alone fighting, even moving would be a problem. So Naruto decided to clear out some of the prisoners who only got the participation prize. Weaker ones should exit here first. With Naruto's words, an abyssal-like aura instantly surged from within him. Conqueror's haki rapidly spread outwards from Naruto. Crack. Crackle. When enveloped by the haki, the stone floor tiles, ceiling, and walls, mixed with sea stone powder and incredibly hard, developed uniformly spreading cracks. This was haki powerful enough to cause physical damage to reality. Long ago, Naruto and Shanks could already use Conqueror's haki to damage simple objects, like ship rails or houses. But a scene like today, where even those stone slabs were shattered, was a first. One could imagine the experience of being enveloped by haki of this degree. Those whose minds were already ruined by imprisonment, or those who had been locked up for so long they didn't know Naruto's identity, instinctively stopped in their tracks the moment this haki swept over them. This is, what? Among the crowd, some pirates felt as if they had seen some indescribable entity, their entire bodies stiffening. Cold sweat broke out uncontrollably, only to be blasted into even finer mist by the haki. And these were the ones with considerable strength and resilient enough spirits. For example, Crocodile, who shielded himself with the crowd, and other old schemers, or characters like Shiryu of the Rain whose mental fortitude was barely passable. The rest, the unqualified small fry, as Naruto said, directly lost consciousness and exited the scene here. As for whether they would face more punishment later for being unconscious, Naruto didn't care about that. The intensity was just right this time. Looking at the prisoners who could still stand, their numbers reduced to roughly 30%, Naruto nodded in satisfaction. These guys are your opponents. Don't let your guard down. As he spoke, Naruto pointed. Then I'll go deal with a few troublesome old guys over there. See you later. As his voice faded, his figure disappeared from the spot. Watching the godlike figure vanish, the pirates who were still fearful straightened up again, looking at each other. What do we do? Do we still fight? The prisoners looked at one another. At this moment, several individuals who had been hiding in the crowd decisively charged out, striking first. Hick. A bunch of idiots. Vasco Shot let out a disdainful laugh, a rare look of resolve appearing on his clown-like face. Those guys only said to kill the intruder for our freedom, and they didn't specify which one. The corrupt king also charged out. A few other pirates had the same idea. They were all ruthless characters with the willpower to remain conscious during the brief earlier impact. Although they didn't know why Naruto dared to leave these three kids here so confidently, or why he hadn't attacked them. These guys understood deeply the principle of seizing the opportunity. Drunkard's Hearth. Desert Spada. The heavy drinker took a deep breath, then spat out a high-concentration stream of alcohol from his mouth, forming a water dragon. Upon meeting a flame source he produced, the alcohol dragon instantly turned into a blazing inferno, scorching towards the three. As a user of the Sake no Mi, he could release massive amounts of high-concentration alcoholic liquid and ignite it anytime, anywhere. T/N, booze fruit. No wonder some people said the Mera no Mi is trash. Crocodile timely unleashed a sand blade slash, using the cover of the heavy drinker's attack to hide his killing move beneath it. A thin layer of haki coated this sand, not much, but enough to enhance its cutting power. Sasuke, seeing this, didn't even bat an eye. With a casual wave of his hand, the sky filled with calamity flames. The fire produced by the burning alcohol was instantly assimilated upon meeting the bluish-green calamity flames, then transformed into a fire dragon obediently floating around Sasuke. As for the hidden slash attack, Karen, who charged out at the forefront, blocked it with her feathers. I'm not waiting for you. After shouting this, Karen turned into a golden light and charged towards the still-standing pirates. Sasuke sighed helplessly, then also transformed into his hybrid form. Pick a suitable opponent for yourself. Before taking action, Sasuke glanced at Konohamaru and lightly said this. Then he also leaped up, delivering a whip kick carrying an intangible impact towards the two charging at the front. Konohamaru, reminded, was momentarily stunned, then came to his senses, a smile appearing on his face. What? This guy is pretty caring, isn't he? Multiple shadow clone technique. The next moment, dense figures turned into a rolling tide, charging towards the pirate side. This was the combat method Konohamaru had developed. If quality isn't enough, make up for it with quantity. Now was the time to outnumber the enemy. Chapter 330, Chapter 330 Hundredfold Amplification, Destroy Everything. In Naruto's perception, one of the three powerful auras was approaching his location at an extremely high speed. Before he could take further action, the loud sound of a sonic boom had already reached a spot not far ahead of him. Seeing this, he simply stopped and waited quietly for the owner of that aura to appear. Boom. After another sonic boom, the tall figure of Burndy World finally appeared before Naruto. So it's you, brat. To be honest, given Burndy World's age, calling Naruto a brat wasn't inappropriate at all. If one really considered it, probably only Patrick Redfield could be considered his peer. Naruto, however, looked at this living legend with great interest. The user of the Moa Moa no Mi, also a legendary pirate from the previous era. Naruto had only heard tales of him from Roger or Rayleigh. And nowadays, on the seas, probably very few young people knew about the deeds of this world destroyer. As one of the strong ones from the previous era, Burndy World had done almost everything expected of powerful figures back then, attacking celestial dragons, confronting marine fleets head-on, attempting to overthrow the world government, and so on. It could be said he was a very qualified great pirate. If the world government hadn't planted spies who turned his crew, leading him into a trap, he might not have been defeated. It was precisely because of his comrades' betrayal that Burndy World now not only wanted revenge against the world government but also wanted to kill other traitors. He no longer trusted anyone. Not even his own brother, Biojack. Those so-called loyal companions could also be turned by others. In that case, he only need himself. With this thought, Burndy World agreed to the so-called cooperation proposed by the world government's agents. Of course, he wasn't like those pirate prisoners driven mad by imprisonment, hoping the world government would honor the contract. Burndy World knew that neither he nor the world government would keep their word. Touching the scar on his neck, Burndy World showed a ferocious smile. But if they think implanting a bomb inside me can threaten me, that's too naive. Because they couldn't restrict the prisoner's strength, the bomb wasn't made using sea stone. This gave Burndy World a chance to save himself. Burndy World. You look exactly like your wanted poster from decades ago. Hearing Naruto's words, Burndy World's face darkened. This was like rubbing salt in his wound. He had been in prison for 30 years, but in reality, he spent it frozen in ice. In his perception, it was as if 30 years of his life had been stolen. Because of this, Burndy World instinctively held intense malice towards Naruto, a new generation powerhouse who emerged during his frozen period. His malice wasn't entirely baseless, and it stemmed from the desire for revenge born from betrayal, imprisonment, and being forgotten, and even a trace of jealousy. Burndy World knew that if this brat before him was willing to cooperate, his escape plan would proceed even more smoothly. But he couldn't trust the other party. He couldn't trust anyone. Therefore, driven by malice, he preferred to kill Naruto. Enough talk. Brat, you can only blame yourself for standing in my way. Burndy World raised the steel trident in his hand, a weapon occasionally dropped by the jailer beasts that patrolled level 6. Hundredfold javelin. The steel trident in his hand instantly expanded 100 times. Not just its volume, but its hardness and speed also increased 100-fold simultaneously. Coupled with the armament haki reinforcing it, this strike was clearly aimed at ending the fight quickly. The giant steel trident almost instantly pierced through the air. The surrounding cells rattled loudly due to the strong wind it generated. Really impatient, senior. Naruto continued to step on landmines without a care, simultaneously reaching out and accurately grasping the steel trident carrying terrifying force. Boom. The moment Naruto caught the trident, its immense inertia tried to carry him backward, but he forcibly held his ground. The floor beneath his feet wasn't so lucky, as the stone slabs instantly shattered, sending fragments flying everywhere. But Naruto had indeed blocked the attack. Impressive. 100-fold amplification, right? Tossing the steel trident aside casually, Naruto's face showed undisguised appreciation. Burndy World's own strength was considerable, and with 100-fold amplification, if someone else were here, they might truly be killed in one hit. 100-fold dash. Before Naruto could say more, Burndy World's figure charged forward. His entire body was dyed the black of armament haki, making him look like a resident of the tropics. It was clear his mastery of haki was not to be underestimated. After all, as a powerhouse from the same era as Roger, Burndy World had undoubtedly crossed paths with that mad dog-like marine hero before his imprisonment. Impact. By the time the second half of Burndy World's shout came out, he was already in front of Naruto, his blackened fist mere inches from Naruto's head. Yet, Naruto's face showed no trace of fear. Instead, he showed a smile similar to Garp's, while the muscles in his arm rapidly bulged, and he threw a punch. Boom. Their fists made solid contact, like a meteor striking the earth. A terrifying shockwave radiated from their bodies in different directions. The impact, strong enough to shake the entire level 6, caused Crocodile, hiding in the crowd on the other side, to slightly change his expression. Many others had similar looks. Clearly, this level of attack exceeded their capabilities. Meanwhile, Douglas Bullet and Patrick Redfield, who were rushing over, showed different expressions. Bullet was first stunned, then his face revealed a somewhat urgent expression. Already started fighting so quickly. He increased his speed, his entire figure turning into a terrifying black shadow streaking through the corridors, raising gusts of wind. Don't get defeated so quickly, Junior. Unlike the others, although Bullet had never met Naruto, he had learned of their connection through other channels. He didn't want to arrive at the scene only to find a beaten and disfigured corpse. Just like he couldn't accept the fact that Roger was terminally ill and nearing death. How could a strong one die before being defeated by him? Patrick Redfield, however, was completely unhurried. Unlike Bullet, although he didn't possess Conqueror's Haki, his observation Haki had reached a miraculous level. It could be said that if he wished, he could clearly see the movements of even a single insect on the entire level 6. Because of this, he usually kept his senses sealed to gain some peace and quiet. But now. Truly powerful, the new legend of the sea. Having witnessed the strength of Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Roger, and others, Redfield hadn't seen such pure, raw power in a long time. Boom. The exchange ended with Burndy World being forced back several steps. Flexing his slightly reddened wrist, Naruto looked up and met Burndy World's gaze, which held disbelief. Simultaneously, his own armament Haki wrapped around his fist. Yes, in that earlier exchange of punches, Naruto had used only pure physical strength. No Haki, no devil fruit, nothing else. Just absolute brute force. Burndy World, realizing this, finally understood what made Naruto different from the pirates of his era. Although I'd really like to have a good fight with you, unfortunately. Naruto untied his loose upper garment, revealing his godlike, robust physique. I'm a bit pressed for time, so I can only have you exit here. Chapter 331 short on time, how about you all come at me together? Ha! Stop boasting, brat. Burndy World laughed in extreme anger. You think just because you blocked my casual attack you can act arrogantly? As he said this, he casually tore apart a nearby cell's bars and pulled out 2 chains from the skeletal remains inside. At the end of each chain hung a fairly large iron ball, the kind specifically used to restrict prisoners' movement. For Burndy World, the user of the Momo no Mi, any object, even a piece of rubble, could become a lethal weapon in his hands. Try this. Showing no respect for his former cellmate's bones, Burndy World casually snapped the leg bones and, gripping a chain in each hand, violently swung the 2 iron balls into the air like yo-yos. Then, his Devil Fruit's ability activated, and the iron ball's volume and mass rapidly multiplied. The iron balls, which could already be considered deadly weapons, instantly transformed into meteor hammers capable of destroying a large warship. It's worth mentioning here that perhaps because they needed to hold individuals with large size like the colossal battleship, Sanwan Wolf, the ceiling height on level 6 was quite generous. At least it was enough for Burndy World to swing his meteor hammers. The only drawback was the relatively narrow corridors. Under Burndy World's indiscriminate destruction, both cell doors and walls were obliterated as if they were dry weeds and rotten wood. The iron balls, now the size of a ship and covered in black Haki, crashed towards Naruto's direction like giant meteors. The balls didn't seem particularly fast, but that was just an illusion caused by their immense size. Although it's a bit cheap, but to avoid completely destroying this place dash. Naruto had no intention of dodging. Instead, he charged towards the descending giant iron balls. Ultra-lightweight rock technique. The moment Naruto's palm touched the iron ball, its weight was reduced countless times. Even so, it only returned to the mass it should have had at that volume. But that was enough. Naruto's hand, like a dragon's claw, dug deep into the iron ball. The layer of Haki covering its surface was like nothing before him. Burndy World watched helplessly as his Haki-covered weapon was destroyed, and then a tremendous force came from the direction of the iron ball. Come here. With Naruto's shout, Burndy World was pulled towards the opposite side by the chain like a cannonball. But he wasn't panicked. He simply applied the Momo no Mi's ability to himself, increasing his original strength by several dozen times. It wasn't that he didn't want to amplify his strength 100-fold, it was just that his body, which had endured decades of freezing, couldn't currently withstand a 100-fold increase. If he insisted on doing so, the enemy might not die, but he would likely fall apart first. Bang. Bang. Using 2 quick Jeppo to resist the pulling force, Burndy World's figure landed back on the ground. Then he decisively swung the other iron ball horizontally, clearing all objects within a 180-degree field of view indiscriminately. 100-fold hammer. The other iron ball shot towards Naruto at supersonic speed, and during this process, its speed continued to increase under the amplification of the Momo no Mi. Soon, the surface of the iron ball even generated high temperatures from friction with the air, and the chain could no longer withstand the excessive pulling force, snapping in the middle. But this was within Burndy World's expectations. Just before feeling the chain about to break, he slightly adjusted its direction so that the iron ball, even after breaking free from the chain, would still hit Naruto at an angle. In response, Naruto's method was to raise his hand and gather strength. The terrifying power transmitted to his fingertips through the vibration of every muscle fiber in his body. Armament Haki, so dark it was almost purple, completely covered his fist. Boom. It was like an underwater volcanic eruption. The entire prison shook again from the terrifying impact. There was no hiding what was happening on level 6 now. More than half of the hundredfold amplified iron ball had turned into red-hot molten iron, now flowing down from Naruto's body like fringe. It showed just how much terrifying force was contained in that single strike. Sizzle. Suddenly, the molten iron dripped onto the Haori tied around Naruto's waist, burning a large hole in it. What a shame, I quite liked this outfit dash. Tearing off the clothes and throwing them to the ground casually, Naruto ignored the still glowing molten iron residue on his body and transformed into a black and purple streak of light, teleporting right in front of Burndy World. What dash? Burndy World could amplify objects and his own speed 100 times, but that didn't mean he could increase his reaction speed 100-fold. This resulted in him only being able to perform simple linear movements whenever he used the 100-fold speed increase. Like the whimper of some deep-sea creature, Naruto's fist, now fighting seriously, showed no mercy, heading straight for Burndy World's chest. Looking closely, one could see that the objects around Naruto's arm seemed to be slightly warped. When strength reaches a certain level, you no longer need so many complex fighting techniques. Every punch and every kick of yours can be a lethal move. Unlike his fight with Golden Lion, Naruto's physical fitness had long surpassed the limits of mortals in both the One Piece world and the ninja world, heading straight towards the level of cosmic beings. At the last possible moment, even before he could react consciously, Burndy World's combat instincts made him amplify his own speed. It was this combat instinct that saved his life. Although he was still hit, fortunately, it didn't strike a vital spot. Naruto's fist wind was like some invisible monster, and just grazing Burndy World was enough to break his entire arm and shoulder on one side. Ugh. Even an old pirate like Burndy World couldn't help but grunt when faced with such bone-shattering, tendon-severing injuries. His arm now hung limply against his body like a lump of rotten meat. He lost his balance due to inertia and the injury, crashing into the distant ruins and raising a cloud of dust. Seeing this, Naruto retracted his fist and began taking out spare clothes from his ceiling space to change into. The outcome was decided, the fight was over. To be honest, Naruto was somewhat disappointed. He had originally anticipated a fight similar to the one with Golden Lion, but he didn't expect the other party's defense to be much lower than he imagined. Or was it that my own strength had increased too quickly? It proved that even with 100-fold amplification, Burndy World lacked a sufficiently robust physique to wield such power properly. If it were Garp, he could probably handle a 100-fold increase in speed while simultaneously managing a 100-fold increase in strength. Perhaps even the current him couldn't deal with an old monster like that. However, Burndy World seemed unable to accept this reality. Ugh. Ugh. Don't you dare leave. He pushed away the rubble fallen on him, ignoring the pain from half his body, and forced himself to stand up. What? Still want to continue? Naruto, now fully dressed again, just shook his head and then pointed, with your ability, you should be able to easily handle the little thing in your neck, right? Naruto had seen the object inside the other men from the moment they met. As the user of the Momoa no Mi, while Burndy World couldn't bestow the amplification on other living beings, he could amplify his own attributes. By amplifying his defense 100-fold, even an explosive blast shouldn't be able to kill Burndy World. Reag. Burndy World didn't respond to Naruto, he probably didn't know how to. Perhaps unable to accept this reality, Burndy World roared as he stood up, using his remaining arm to frantically hurl rubble, bricks, and tiles at Naruto. Those stones, enhanced by Haki and his Devil Fruit's ability, instantly turned into a terrifying hail of projectiles. But these attacks were nothing but minor annoyances to Naruto. He easily batted the stones away as if swatting a few flies. It was at this moment that the sound of another footstep landing mixed with the sound of falling stones. How pathetic, Burndy World. The figure of Douglas Bullet, no less imposing than Burndy World's, emerged from the dust. Hearing this, Burndy World immediately glared at Bullet with bloodshot eyes. As an old guy who's already been eliminated, just exit the stage properly. This is no place for you to take a stroll. I can't just let that comment slide. Just as Bullet's words fell, the crimson figure of Patrick Redfield emerged from the shadows. If one ignored the wrinkles on his face, he truly looked like a vampire noble straight out of a story. Seeing everyone's gaze converge on him, Redfield showed no change in expression. Instead, he elegantly bowed slightly towards everyone. It seems I haven't missed this gathering. Seeing that the three strongest auras from his perception had now all gathered before him, Naruto abandoned the idea of going to find Ace first. With the commotion just now, the prison authorities would definitely notice something was wrong unless they were deaf. Time was running short. It might sound a bit arrogant, but I'm short on time. How about you three come at me together? Chapter 332, Chapter 332 Fight. In response to Naruto's almost dismissive words, neither Bullet nor Redfield showed any displeasure. Ha 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 ha, you really dare to say that, Junior. A domineering smile appeared on Bullet's face as he gently clenched his fists, producing a series of cracking sounds. The next moment, terrifying Conqueror's Haki surged out from within Bullet, instantly enveloping Burndy World and Patrick Redfield. Burndy World, shrouded by the Conqueror's Haki, seemed to regain some clarity, his eyes shifting uncertainly as he looked at Bullet. Such an overbearing aura. I almost regret not mastering this ability myself. The Red Count, however, acted as if he couldn't feel the Haki at all, still able to speak such modest words with ease. As a lone wolf, he had no attachments and lacked the resolve to become king. This was also why, after witnessing the determination of Whitebeard and Roger, he chose to voluntarily withdraw from the stage contending for the Pirate King title. Of course, not having Conqueror's Haki didn't mean he couldn't withstand it. Redfield's gaze swept leisurely over Burndy World, Bullet, and finally Naruto. Revenge. The strongest. And salvation. His eyes seemed to transcend physical and temporal boundaries, directly perceiving the beliefs and memories of the three. Marvelous. Incredible. How pure, how beautiful. Redfield's gaze finally settled squarely on Naruto, not moving again, completely ignoring the two other legendary pirates beside him. After praising in a slightly exaggerated, almost recitative tone, he nevertheless stood his umbrella upright. That was his sword. Let me witness it. With that, he actually charged forward first, his speed extremely fast, even rivaling that of Burndy World using his Devil Fruit's power amplification. Old man, don't jump the gun. Bullet was still radiating his Conqueror's Haki. Glancing at Redfield's movement, he immediately shouted in dissatisfaction. However, he didn't join the attack himself. Instead, he turned his gaze back to Naruto. What? Still holding back even now? We all felt it earlier, kid. Just as Bullet's words fell, Naruto's own Conqueror's Haki abruptly erupted. Despite forcefully manifesting within Bullet's Conqueror's Haki aura, it reacted by striking later but gaining the upper hand. Naruto's Conqueror's Haki was like a blue whale, instantly devouring most of Bullet's Conqueror's Haki and continuing to encroach upon their territory. Redfield, still covered by the Conqueror's Haki, remained unfazed, maintaining his offensive. Clang. I'm serious, you'd better come at me together. The reforged Mushoku clashed with Redfield's umbrella, actually producing sparks like metal hitting metal. Redfield's swordsmanship was extremely fast, even surpassing Roger's in terms of pure speed. Its weakness was its lack of power. Combined with his aged and weakened body, the force of his slashes and thrusts, transmitted through Mushoku to Naruto's hands, gave him the illusion that even if he didn't block, the other couldn't break his defense. And the moment Naruto had this thought, Redfield opposite him seemed to perceive it as if reading his mind. Uzumaki Naruto, don't look down on me so much. The Red Count sneered, then his speed suddenly increased. His entire figure turned into countless afterimages, launching tricky sword techniques at Naruto from various angles. The umbrella wrapped in Haki seemed to have truly become a sharp sword. Wherever it passed, whether the floor or the walls, they were easily sliced open as if they were butter. Without a doubt, Redfield was also a world-class master swordsman. Unlike Naruto and the other famous swordsmen, Redfield's swordsmanship had only one characteristic. Speed. Extreme speed. It had even completely surpassed the limits of what vision could capture, and one could only rely on powerful observation Haki to track it. But, as luck would have it, Redfield's own observation Haki had also reached a miraculous level, to the point where even Naruto couldn't accurately predict his next move. Even with brief foresight of the future, that short time was enough for Redfield to, in turn, peruse Naruto's memories and subsequently alter his own attack. Redfield's nearly seamless swordplay left Naruto unable to continuously emit Conqueror's Haki to contend with Bullet for the moment. Withdrawing his aura and parrying Redfield with his sword, Naruto sheathed his blade once more. In that case, don't die, Red the Aloof. Hearing this, a confident smile appeared on Redfield's face, and his figure turned into afterimages again. But the smile on his face couldn't last long. He couldn't sense it. He couldn't sense anything. The Naruto before him, who had sheathed his sword, seemed to instantly turn into nothingness, not a single trace of his aura detectable. Observation killing was the ability to completely control one's own aura, thereby completely isolating the opponent's observation Haki prediction. It could only be mastered after training Conqueror's Haki to an extremely high level. In the next instant, sword lights like phantoms rapidly expanded around Naruto. In the blink of an eye, Naruto used Mushoku to unleash dozens of slashes, completely sealing all possible positions Redfield could dodge to. Clang. The umbrella was knocked high into the air, even the Haki on it being sliced apart. Move aside. At that moment, Bullet's figure suddenly appeared beside Redfield, shoving the off-balance Red Count aside with one hand, then immediately throwing a fist imbued with Conqueror's Haki towards Naruto. Facing this kind of attack, Naruto retaliated in the same manner. Two fists continuously releasing black and red Haki lightning pressed against each other in the air, prevented from colliding directly due to the barrier of Conqueror's Haki. Facing different types of opponents, Naruto employed different methods to deal with them. His observation haki could discern the emotions within Bullet and Redfield, and he could also detect that neither held killing intent. Their main purpose seemed to be simply to meet him. Because of this, Naruto didn't mind wasting a little time on them. Anyway, those upstairs who needed to find out already had. The plan had changed, and now, he would just grab the person and force his way out. Boom. Boom. The fight between Naruto and Bullet was completely different from the earlier sword contest. Against the physically aged and strength-lacking Red Count, Naruto chose to fight in the other's area of expertise, swordsmanship. Against Bullet, who had continuously honed his body and haki during his 20 years of imprisonment, Naruto had no objection to having a man-to-man, fist-to-flesh battle. Thud. Bullet's fist connected with the left side of Naruto's face, causing his head to tilt slightly to the side. Naruto immediately returned a punch, striking Bullet's abdomen through the Conqueror's haki and armament haki. Boom. Bullet was immediately forced back several steps. Not bad strength, you're really strong. Even though his words seemed somewhat conceding, a fanatical smile bloomed on Bullet's face. It was the smile that only appeared after finding a strong opponent worthy of surpassing. Back then, he had left the Roger Pirates because Roger was dying, and he feared he couldn't defeat the other party at his peak, unable to accept that reality. For a similar reason, after learning from the world government about the existence of Naruto, this successor to Roger's will, his fighting spirit had been reignited. Casually tearing off the black military uniform damaged from the attack, Bullet's entire body, like Burndy World earlier, became covered in armament haki. Again. Chapter 333, Chapter 333 The Old Waves of the Era. Douglas Bullet, user of the Gasha Gasha no Mi. This fruit granted Bullet the ability to assemble himself with most inanimate objects. For example, his pirate ship, the catapult, or soil, bricks, stones, even an entire island. It could be said that if Impel Down's building materials weren't mixed with sea stone, he could have merged with the entire prison the moment his sea stone shackles were removed. His mastery of the Devil Fruit's ability had long reached the awakening level. It was precisely because of this that Bullet was able to perform his next move. Brat, I acknowledge your strength. As he spoke, Bullet once again covered his body with haki. But unlike before, this time the purple-black haki covering Bullet's body rapidly dissipated. No, it merged completely with his body. Covering the body's surface with haki and completely merging with haki were not the same thing. Bullet's already robust physique instantly became even stronger, even reaching a somewhat terrifying degree. His skin color also turned completely dark blue. Combined with his ferocious smile, he looked like a devil climbing out of hell. Demon form. This was precisely the origin of Bullet's epithet, Demonair. But next dash. The last word of Bullet's voice faded into the distance, and the next instant, he abruptly appeared in front of Naruto. Don't die on me. Facing the oncoming Bullet, Naruto showed no intention of retreating. He didn't even dodge or evade, meeting the other's attack head-on. Simultaneously, his own fist was covered with a thick layer of haki. Boom. Two loud booms sounded almost simultaneously, so much so that they seemed like just one. Their fists had now solidly hit each other. Naruto's forehead bore a fist several times larger than his head, yet he only tilted his head back slightly. Bullet's chest, however, was dented by Naruto's punch, and the fist was now stuck in Bullet's muscles, unable to advance further. Not bad. Ha. Both laughed simultaneously, and the next moment, their arms turned into a flurry of fist shadows. Both possessed considerable observation haki, ensuring their fists could accurately hit the opponent during the exchange. But at the same time, neither made any attempt to dodge the other's incoming fists. As if dodging would mean admitting defeat in terms of spirit. Fists striking flesh sounded like giant bells being struck. The dispersed force even reached Redfield and Burndy World, who were watching from a distance. Ho! Such formidable physiques, truly enviable. It makes my hands itch too. After saying this, Redfield also transformed into a red streak and charged forward. Clang clang clang. While continuing to trade punches with Bullet with one hand, Naruto actually found time to draw Mushoku and exchange blows with Redfield. Get lost. Don't get in the way. The moment Bullet saw Redfield attacking Naruto, the exhilaration on his face turned to anger. Without thinking, he threw a punch at Redfield. Bang. Ting. The first sound was the explosion of the bomb inside Bullet's flesh. However, since he was now completely merged with his haki, the explosion was like shooting a bullet at his skin, utterly incapable of breaking his defense. The second sound was Redfield's umbrella sword precisely blocking Bullet's fist and deftly redirecting its force elsewhere. It could be said that in terms of pure strength, the aged and physically weakened Redfield, even doubled, wouldn't come close to Bullet. But when it came to combat skill, Redfield hadn't lived all those years for nothing. Since your restriction has been removed, I no longer have a reason not to attack you. Redfield smiled confidently, then his umbrella sword became a blur, simultaneously striking Bullet's forehead and neck. Although it was still blocked by the terrifying physique, Redfield had proven his point. Attacking Bullet now wouldn't trigger the bomb, not that Redfield was particularly afraid of it anyway. Then I'll deal with you first. Bullet roared, then his fist suddenly slammed downward. After Redfield dodged, a chain extended from somewhere, quickly wrapping around Redfield's calf, restraining him in place. Redfield looked down and saw that, at some point, Bullet had merged his arm with the chain, granting himself a temporarily extendable body. Seeing this, Bullet decisively threw a powerful punch. Redfield, without the slightest hesitation, thrust the tip of his umbrella like a sword towards Bullet's eyeball. If Bullet didn't change his action, no matter how strong his defense, he would lose an eye. Of course, conversely, if Redfield took that punch head-on, he might lose half his life. After all, he didn't have the physique of Bullet or Naruto. Hey. Don't ignore me, you two. Naruto's voice suddenly cut in. Blocking Bullet's fist with one hand, he simultaneously used his sword to precisely meet the umbrella tip with his own sword tip. Uzumaki Naruto, do you really think you can take on two of us at once? After his fist was blocked by a single hand, Bullet felt the immovable, mountain-like palm before his fist, and his face immediately showed displeasure. Redfield took the opportunity to transform into an afterimage and leap back. He then looked at his umbrella tip, which had been partially severed, his eyes turning serious. That wasn't an ordinary umbrella, but one made with special metals and reinforced with hockey. This kid really has some skill. Kid, is that really what you think? While inwardly appreciative, the expression on Redfield's face also showed displeasure. I think we can give it a try. Just like I said from the beginning, both of you, come at me together. The tension between the three escalated once more. But at that moment, Burndy World, who had been ignored all along, completely snapped. Damn it. You bastards, what kind of joke is this? Burndy World let out an unprecedented roar. In his vision, Naruto, Redfield, and Bullet had transformed into the crew members who betrayed him and the Marines. Old and new hatred nearly burned away the World Destroyer's already scarce reason. So he threw caution to the wind, no longer caring about his limits, and fully unleashed the power of the Moa no Mi. Burndy World's already large frame expanded once more. Soon, the horned helmet on his head was scraping against level SIX's ceiling. The completely enraged Burndy World paid no mind, desperately using his fruit to enhance himself further. Moa. Million Giant. Unlike before, this time Burndy World didn't choose to amplify his speed. Instead, he multiplied his size, strength, and mass 100-fold. This way, his reflexes were sufficient to control this body in combat. Completely indifferent to his horn decorations carving two deep gashes into the level 6 ceiling, Burndy World decisively launched an indiscriminate attack on the three below. This was terrible news for the level 5.5 Nukama land. Yeehaw! What's going on? The Revolutionary Army's officer and queen of the Kamabaka Kingdom, Emporio Ivankov, looked exaggeratedly at his subordinate, Inazuma. However, the other clearly didn't know the cause of this sudden earthquake that seemed intent on destroying the entire level 5.5. Back on the battlefield, detecting an attack on an ally, the bomb implanted in Burndy World's neck detonated. But unfortunately, when Burndy World activated his ability, he didn't incidentally enlarge the bomb as well. This resulted in the finger-sized bomb exploding within Burndy World's flesh, now several meters thick. The damage caused was probably less severe than a canker sore. Looking at the mountain-like fist crashing down, the three below all showed expressions of pity. They understood that the moment Burndy World, driven by rage, chose to break his limits and use his ability, the first one to be eliminated was already decided. The old waves of the era. Redfield nimbly sidestepped, avoiding the full of openings attack, then softly sighed. Unlike Naruto and Bullet, who were still full of vitality and fighting fiercely, both he and Burndy World were perhaps nearing their time to exit the stage. In that case, let me bloom one last time. The next moment, the Red Count widened his eyes sharply, gripping his umbrella with one hand and holding it vertically in front of him, as if he had become a knight. Chapter 334, A Trap Within a Trap. While the battle in level 6 of Impel Down raged on, the scene in the rooms on the sea-level floor above was completely different. Marshal D. Teach, known as Blackbeard, the traitor from the Whitebeard Pirates, the son of the legendary Great Pirate Rocks, and the captain of the Blackbeard Pirates, was currently sitting on a rather ornate sofa. He picked up the glass of red wine in front of him and took a big gulp. A barely noticeable look of distaste immediately flashed across Teach's face. If you don't like it, just put it down. Upon hearing the sudden, steady male voice, the distaste on Teach's face instantly transformed into a shrewd, ingratiating smile. Zehahaha. A lowly pirate like me doesn't get many chances to enjoy fine wines like you important folks. Although that's what he said, Teach privately thought that this expensive red wine, which cost enough per bottle to buy 2 or 3 of his ships, tasted even worse than rum from a tavern. After taking a couple more symbolic sips, Teach finally put the glass down and turned to look at the figure who had just spoken. It was a tall man dressed in knight's attire. This man stood tall and straight, his aura extraordinary. The most crucial thing was his face. To be honest, if Teach didn't clearly remember scratching 3 scars onto Shanks' face himself, he might have mistaken this man for him. Saint Figureland Shamrock. Apart from a name, Teach had received no further information. However, that was enough to confirm the other's identity. Celestial Dragon. So, did that guy Shanks have a twin brother after all? Looking at the face almost identical to Shanks, Teach couldn't help but let his thoughts wander, so that means, that guy was a celestial dragon too. Zihahaha, how interesting. How did things develop to this point, and why was Teach sitting alone with this shamrock? Everything traces back to that operation to capture, Fire Fist, Ace. Back then, Blackbeard, confident after obtaining the Yami Yami no Mi, had already prepared to use Ace as a bargaining chip. Capturing Ace would not only earn him a warlord title but also attract that men who extremely doted on his sons. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After Whitebeard and the Marines fought to the death, he would emerge to use the Yami Yami no Mi to seize the Gura Gura no Mi's power. By then, he would surpass Edward Newgate and become a new emperor. No, even becoming the new pirate king wasn't impossible. Originally, everything was planned perfectly. But, as luck would have it, before Ace could come deliver himself, he received a thorough education from a kind-hearted uncle. Afterwards, a cautious Ace didn't let his guard down. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, he decisively chose to escape despite his injuries, even destroying one of Teach's hearts. Teach initially thought that with Doc Q's poison, the kid wouldn't get far. But Teach had underestimated Ace's determination. The guy actually raced all the way, stubbornly fleeing from the East Blue back to the Grand Line. Teach and his crew could only chase desperately, even foregoing the chance to capture Trafalgar D. Water Law to get a new heart for himself. In a way, Ace helped Law avoid the misfortune of being captured, though Ace was the cause of it in the first place. The Mera Mera no Mi might not be the strongest in a fight, but when going all out for escape, ordinary ships simply couldn't keep up. Teach watched helplessly as the traces Ace left behind became older and older, meaning the distance between them was growing larger. But there was nothing he could do, he could only continue the chase, burning with anxiety. On Ace's side, he rushed headlong towards Sabaody Archipelago. Once he reached Fishman Island below Sabaody, members of the Whitebeard pirates would be there to receive him, and he could rest easy temporarily. The 2 sides chased and fled, seemingly heading towards Ace's successful escape. But things went contrary to wishes. When Ace arrived at Sabaody Archipelago, he happened to encounter a full island lockdown. Even the old guy Rayleigh had chosen to temporarily hide on another island, just missing Ace. Incidentally, this was closely related to Naruto. It was precisely because he attacked Mary Geos and crippled Akainu on Sabaody that both the world government and the Marines were so furious. The Marines sent Garp and others to pursue Naruto, while the world government tasked Shamrock and several other God's Knights with the investigation. The death of killing him not only meant the first casualty for the God's Knights in many years but was also a provocation against the Celestial Dragon's bottom line. Imu wasn't willing to appear personally, so the matter fell to the remaining God's Knights. After hastily gathering all God's Knights, Shamrock also left Mary Geos and came to Sabaody Archipelago. There, he ran into Ace, who had wasted time hiding and was finally caught up by Blackbeard. The outcome was without a doubt. Neither the current Ace nor Teach stood a chance against Shamrock. Teach's Yami Yami no Mi was somewhat effective against other devil fruit users, but against Shamrock, whose only fruit ability was in his sword, it was quite useless. Afterwards, Blackbeard, about to be killed as an ordinary pirate by Shamrock, had a quick wit in a moment of crisis and found a way out. Having learned some rumors during the pursuit and combining them with his own guesses, Teach boldly deduced that Shamrock's target was Naruto, the guy who had exposed him in front of Whitebeard. So he decisively revealed the connection between Ace and Naruto and took the opportunity to propose his transaction. The final result is what we see now. Our Captain Blackbeard, Teach, is now one of the world government-recognized warlord. The price was that he had to be responsible for planning, perfecting, and overseeing the implementation of the entire Great Sinner capture plan. This was both the condition of the transaction and Shamrock's blatant threat. If the plan failed, even if Blackbeard had captured the sinful bloodline, Roger's son, he would still be executed alongside them. He wouldn't even qualify for imprisonment in Impel Down's level 6, as he already knew too much. Suddenly, a slight tremor passed through, causing ripples in the remaining wine in the glass. He's here. Shamrock's eyes seemed to see through the entire prison, straight down to level 6, the infinite hell. Teach looked at the other belatedly. The next moment, Shamrock directly took Teach to the main monitoring room. Casually killing the dozing government agent, Shamrock's gaze quickly swept across the hundreds of screens. But, under Teach's meaningful gaze, the footage on every screen appeared completely normal. Even the large monitor Den Den Mushi, which served as the terminal, remained lazy and sluggish. Logically, if someone damaged a surveillance Den Den Mushi, the large one should have reacted. Just as Teach was about to make some sarcastic remarks, another, stronger tremor came, followed by continuous vibrations. This time, even Teach couldn't claim nothing was happening. As the primary architect of the plan, he knew that prisoners on level 6 couldn't attack each other, nor could they damage the environment outside of combat. Therefore, tremors strong enough to reach the sea surface could only be caused by an outsider. Although he didn't know how the terrifying guy reached level 6 without passing through level 1, Teach understood that the key point now was that he had arrived. However, neither Teach nor Shamrock seemed particularly anxious after confirming the intrusion. As if, all of this was within the plan. So, what's next? Wait for her news. If she can do it, then letting her go is fine. Shamrock spoke indifferently, but in his heart, he had already conceived another idea. He summoned another agent, whispered a few instructions, and sent him away. Catching this out of the corner of his eye, Teach, for some reason, felt his hair stand on end. If it were any other time, the moment he had such a reaction, he would decisively follow his intuition and choose to run. But right now, his crew members and potential future recruits were all under the other party's control, so he couldn't just run. Moreover, even if he truly abandoned the others and fled alone, could he really escape unscathed from this man beside him? Chapter 335, Chapter 335 The Other Side. Unlike the battle on Naruto's side, which had already reached a fever pitch, the fight Sasuke and the others faced against the prisoners wasn't as intense as one might imagine. Take this. Sasuke wasn't sure why a prisoner like this could hide firearms and even a cannon inside his cell. Bang. 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 The projectiles from the three-barreled flintlock shot out, but were burned to ashes by the calamity flames before they could even touch Sasuke's body. Hey! Before Sasuke could react, Konohamaru's figure leaped out from beside him. The next moment, he delivered a kick squarely to the face of Avalo Pizarro. As a prisoner worthy of being held in level 6, he naturally had some skills. The kick, coated in hockey, only managed to force Pizarro back a few steps. But the guy actually managed to aim his gun at Konohamaru even while being attacked. Bang. Another shot. The projectile passed through Konohamaru's body without any resistance. But all it produced was a large puff of smoke. Hee hee. Over here. After the clone dispersed, another Konohamaru seized the opportunity to charge out from the side, hitting Pizarro's flank squarely with a raise-non. Ugh. This time, Pizarro only had time to cry out in shock before he was sent spinning away. He didn't have the formidable physique and hockey of Jack the Drought. Combined with Konohamaru's intense training during this period, this enhanced raise-non had more than enough power to break through the prisoners' defenses. Similar scenes could be seen everywhere here. Those prisoners who had lost most of their reasoning ability to madness were generally no match for Konohamaru. Even if they luckily hit a vital spot, the target would likely instantly turn into smoke and vanish, only for another identical figure to rush out from somewhere else to fill the gap. As for the ruthless characters hiding within the crowd, they were naturally handled by Sasuke and Karen, the two mythical Zoan users. Damn, when did so many young powerhouses appear on the seas? Having been bested once by Straw Hat Luffy, Crocodile learned his lesson the hard way. He not only warned himself not to underestimate enemies but also continued to train his own abilities. But the golden, shimmering figure in front of him didn't seem like someone he could handle just by not underestimating them. Sandstorm. A small sandstorm materialized in Crocodile's hand, which he then hurled towards Karen. Mid-air, the sandstorm rapidly expanded, soon growing large enough to suck in Karen along with a dozen or so prisoners around her. Clang. Golden wings easily deflected a prisoner's slash. Karen, spinning in mid-air, sent that prisoner flying, then looked back and saw the sneak attack from Crocodile. Humph, playing with storms against me. With just a few light flaps of her wings, an even stronger whirlwind formed in front of Karen and shot towards Crocodile's direction at high speed. Crocodile's ability was to control sand, and the storm was just an airflow generated by the sand's movement, different from Karen who essentially manipulated wind directly. The sandstorm and the whirlwind tangled for a few seconds before the former, along with itself, was absorbed into the whirlwind, which then continued forward unabated. TCH. Crocodile narrowed his eyes and decisively dissolved into sand, letting the whirlwind hit the other prisoners behind him. When he reformed his shape moments later, Karen's attacks relentlessly followed him. Clearly, he had been exposed. Like several other powerful prisoners, Crocodile had now been marked by Karen. Seeing this, Crocodile knew it was no time to hold back. A fierce expression reappeared on his face. Don't push your luck, woman. Half of his arm turned into yellow sand, which he then hurled towards Karen at high speed. The path of the sand grains was extremely stealthy, only transforming into a giant blade when they reached right in front of Karen. Desert Grande Spada. The fine sand was also coated with black hockey, adding to its lethality. However, this venomous, snake-like move failed to escape Karen's notice. Vajra wheel. Golden wings shielded both sides of her body as Karen began spinning rapidly. The hockey-coated sand blade slash was completely deflected by the diamond-hard feathers. You few, stop watching. If we don't kill them, don't even think about escaping. Seeing this, Crocodile didn't hesitate to shout at the others in the crowd who had been conserving their strength. In truth, they didn't believe the world government's promises either. But this was undoubtedly a good opportunity. A chance for them to escape amidst the chaos. Several pirates, perhaps also marines, and the former chief guard, Shiryu of the Rain, began to move. These individuals were clearly much stronger than the frenzied prisoners around them. Hockey-coated attacks almost simultaneously struck Karen. Although most were blocked by her defense, a few attacks still bypassed the diamond wings and hit her body. SSHHH. Shiryu flicked his sword, shaking off the blood on it, then sneered coldly. After all, just a little girl. His swordsmanship specialty allowed him to launch slashes from the most tricky angles. As long as Karen's defense wasn't a complete sphere, he could always find a gap. Seeing the wound on Karen's abdomen continuously bleeding, Konohamaru's face immediately showed anxiety. But Sasuke, familiar with Karen's abilities, remained completely calm. Making a fuss over nothing. This is nothing. Unlike the One Piece world, where people were generally tough but had poor self-regeneration, the ninja world where Karen grew up had no shortage of healing methods. Moreover, aside from those techniques, Karen's own regenerative ability was already terrifying enough. Under the gaze of the many prisoners, Karen seemed to notice the wound on her waist belatedly. So, she decisively bit her arm lightly, then casually tore off the piece of clothing stained with blood, revealing a smooth abdomen without any scar. How is that possible? A devil fruit's ability. Shiryu looked at Karen in disbelief, then pulled out his sword again, looking at the smooth blade, momentarily doubting his own eyes. Hey, you, are you even capable? Crocodile, who had initially been ready to press the attack seeing the troublesome woman injured, now saw that she seemed completely fine. Faced with Crocodile's doubt, Shiryu couldn't find words. He could only draw his sword again. This time, I'll cut you into a dozen pieces. Let's see you heal from that. As he spoke, he prepared to attack again. And Karen seemed done playing around. Body revival, physical metamorphosis, 8 gates released, gate of shock, open. 3 forbidden jutsu activated simultaneously. Instantly, blue waves of chakra erupted from around Karen's body. The next moment, before Shiryu could see anything, all he heard was a clanging sound. His sword was broken. Along with what felt like his bones. Sasuke, watching Karen start to wreak havoc, first shook his head, then leisurely dodged 2 attacks, casually knocking out 2 sneaking prisoners with 2 punches. It seemed the truly strong ones were all on Naruto's side. Just as he was thinking this, the passive ability of the widow suddenly activated. Calamity Sight. Karen. Konohamaru. Don't hold back. End this quickly. Hearing Sasuke's urgent shout, Karen paused, threw the unconscious Vasco shot aside, ignored Crocodile's stare, and turned to look at Sasuke in confusion. Trouble is coming. Chapter 336, Chapter 336 Otsutsuki Naruto, ending the battle in one chapter. Crimson. Pierce. Unlike Redfield's usual swift swordsmanship, this time, after gathering power, an intense aura condensed at the tip of his umbrella. Then, his entire figure shot forward like a red streak. Crimson current spiraled around his umbrella, vaguely resembling a drill bit. But the target of this strike wasn't Naruto, it was Burndy World, who had fully transformed into the Million Giant. ZZZZZTT. The hockey at the tip of Redfield's umbrella frantically ground against Burndy World's 100-fold enhanced body, producing an extremely piercing sound. Seeing this, Bullet, who was holding back Burndy World's fist with both hands below, instantly grimaced. Stop doing unnecessary things, you bastard. It was unclear who he was saying this to. Bullet switched to holding back Burndy World's fist with one hand, while his other hand gathered strength and delivered a powerful punch to Burndy World's wrist bone. Thud. The Demon Heir's fist, capable of tearing apart a battleship, only left a dent on Burndy World's arm. Due to the hockey coverage, it wasn't even clear if it caused a bruise. As for Naruto, the initial target of the 3, he was now completely left aside. I didn't expect this situation. Watching the 3 fighting amongst themselves, Naruto glanced in the direction where his observation hockey sensed Ace. Should I just take this chance to go rescue him first? But this feels a bit cheap. Useless. One after another, daring to ignore me. I am World Destroyer, Burndy World. This was also Burndy World's first time pushing his body to its absolute limit with all-around enhancement. The resulting power boost was simply incomparable. But correspondingly, the side effects of this enhancement quickly manifested. Every muscle fiber, every bone seemed to be screaming in agony. The pain from Bullet and Redfield's attacks couldn't even compare to the intense pain from his body's self-destruction. Stimulated by the pain, the crimson-eyed Burndy world saw all three as targets and launched indiscriminate attacks. Whoosh! A powerful gust of air blew from Burndy world's mouth. Enhanced by the Moa Moa no Mi, it turned into a hurricane, buffeting Redfield. Losing his balance, Redfield had to temporarily withdraw his sword and lightly leap away to avoid the giant hand's grasp. Bullet below also seemed infuriated by this feeling of being suppressed. He released all his Conqueror's Haki in one go, wrapping it around his arms, already incredibly hardened from merging with Armament Haki. Decided. I'll deal with you, the troublesome one, first. Shouting this, Bullet swiftly sidestepped, letting Burndy World's fist smash into the ground, creating a huge crater in the hard floor. Fortunately, level 6 was directly connected to the seabed. If it were pierced and seawater seeped in, probably not many present would survive. After dodging the punch, Bullet ran straight up Burndy World's arm. Reaching the upper arm, he leaped high. Outdated old fossil, stop seeking attention here. His Conqueror's Haki-coated fist swung out, aiming straight for Burndy World's forehead. Bastard brat. I was ruling the seas before you were even born. Burndy World didn't yield an inch, covering his head with Haki and smashing it downward. Duong. Sounds good. If it sounds good, it's a good head. The horned helmet on Burndy World's head shattered completely. 2 of his teeth were even knocked out by Bullet. But Bullet didn't fare much better either. He was sent bouncing around like a rubber ball by Burndy World's smash. Redfield landed gracefully back on the ground, his breathing becoming slightly labored. It couldn't be helped. He wasn't like Burndy World, who spent 30 years in ice without physical degradation, nor was he young and strong like Bullet. Hey, I'm still here dash. Seeing the 3 powerhouses who were initially coming for him now fighting each other, Naruto simply raised his hand and shouted, trying to assert his presence. However, the other two's gazes remained locked on each other, as if completely deaf to Naruto's words. It seems you're the one being ignored this time. Seeing this, a smile also appeared on Redfield's face as he teased. Hearing this, a vein throbbed on Naruto's forehead. I'm really being looked down upon. After squeezing these words through gritted teeth, he suddenly shifted his gaze. Because in Naruto's perception, 3 familiar figures came running over. Naruto, let's finish this quickly. We've been discovered. Sasuke and the other 2 were momentarily stunned to see Naruto left aside, but then Sasuke remembered the calamity he had sensed earlier. No time to waste here. Hearing this, Naruto quickly understood. Sasuke's ability must have activated again. Immediately, he looked seriously at the 3 old-era figures present. You heard them dash. Naruto let out a soft breath, his expression shifting from excited anticipation to seriousness. I don't have much time to continue playing with you here. Trying to run away. Uzumaki Naruto. Bullet was the first to lose patience, shouting out loud. But Redfield shook his head and interrupted him. No, I think he means dash. So next, I'm going all out. As he spoke, Naruto's body slowly began to float under the somewhat astonished gazes of the 3. A white sacred robe draped over his bare upper body. Although they didn't understand what these external changes meant, all 3 present, even the clearly insane Burndy World, could feel that Naruto's presence had changed. If the previous Naruto felt like a blinding scorching sun in their observation Haki, the current Naruto had become complete nothingness. They couldn't sense anything. Redfield probably had the most noticeable reaction. Even with his miraculous observation Haki, he could no longer clearly perceive Naruto. It was as if Naruto had now become something more indescribable. As for Naruto, he originally intended to have a hot-blooded battle, matching swordsmanship with swordsmanship, close combat with close combat. But now, with serious matters at hand, he couldn't afford such romantic notions of powerhouses. Sorry dash. Naruto's lips parted slightly, and the next moment, he vanished from his spot. When Naruto reappeared, he was above the 3, his arm already swinging out. Let's have a proper fight next time if we get the chance. Hearing Naruto's apologetic words, the 3 blinked, only to see countless fist shadows appearing around Naruto. 80 Gods vacuum attack, myriad streams. These weren't the purely power-based, imprecise wild punches like Kagaya's. Every fist appearing behind Naruto now embodied a different style of fist technique. Including but not limited to the Hasoken Sasuke learned, the Revolutionary Army's Dragon Claw Fist, the Long Arm Tribe's Explosive Fist, the Fishman Tribe's Fishman Karate, even the Marines' Rokushiki secret technique. It was as if all the fist technique masters from across the One Piece world had gathered in this level 6 prison, launching punches at the 3 below. The sound of fists hitting flesh was incessant. The first to fall was Red the Aloof, who initially seemed in the best condition. After all, he was high attack, low defense. Relying on his super speed, Redfield could barely dodge the first few punches. Dodge one punch, invite 100 more. The consequence of dodging a few punches was being hit by many more. Slap. His umbrella sword was hit by a fist shadow, flying out of his hand and landing far away. Even though those illusory fist shadows weren't coated in hockey, their destructive power was still astonishing. The aged and weakened Redfield was hit by the Hashoken, his speed suddenly slowed, and then he was swamped by countless fist shadows. Next to fall was the World Destroyer. Burndy World's size was amplified 100-fold, which increased his striking range but also his surface area for being hit. At this size, dodging those high-speed fists was utterly unrealistic. Rayag. Million-fold fist. So he also swung his fists to trade blows with Naruto. Unfortunately, his fists weren't fast enough, nor fierce enough. The fist shadows quickly pierced through Burndy World's defense. Coupled with his already overloaded body, Burndy World also completely collapsed. Fortunately, after he lost consciousness, the Moa Moa no Mi's effect vanished, and his body quickly shrank back to its original size, preventing further damage. As for Bullet, he managed to stand his ground amidst the fist shadows through his own exceptional durability and hockey. With two opponents down, the remaining fist shadows naturally all concentrated on Bullet. Soon, Bullet's defense was breached. A fist shadow shaped like a dragon claw struck Bullet's shoulder, piercing straight through his proud hockey and into his body. Ugh. The demon heir couldn't help but grunt, but he stubbornly used his other intact arm to throw a conqueror's hockey-coated punch. Thud. The solidity of that punch surpassed the chakra fist shadows of the 80 gods' vacuum fists, dispersing them directly. But immediately, more fist shadows assailed him. Sasuke and the others watched as Naruto used the technique obtained from Kaguya to completely and unilaterally overwhelm the three powerful great pirates. The fist shadows lasted a full 10 seconds before gradually stopping. As the dust settled, Bullet's figure still stood on the pockmarked ground, while Naruto had already exited his previous state and put his clothes back on. This meant the battle was over. Truly strong. Bullet tried to raise his hand but found his bones broken, unable to exert force. If we get the chance next time, let's have a one-on-one fight. After saying this, Naruto turned and left without looking back. Seeing this, Sasuke and the other two followed. Next time, huh? A smile suddenly appeared on Bullet's face, growing wider and wider, before his body powerless fell backward. Ha. Ha ha. Uzumaki Naruto. I really lost. The demon heir's eyes slowly closed. No matter how tough his body was, after such a brutal attack, he couldn't hold on any longer. Roger. Whispering his former captain's name, Bullet fell unconscious. Chapter 337, Chapter 337 The Expected Trap. You dealt with those prisoners that quickly. On the way to Ace's cell, Naruto still found time to ask Sasuke and the others about their situation. More or less. Sasuke responded casually, his mind still occupied by the intense sense of calamity he had perceived earlier. That calamity wasn't just aimed at him, it was also aimed at Naruto. Meaning, whatever was coming next posed a threat to Naruto as well. A life-threatening one. Hearing Sasuke's distracted reply, Karen couldn't stand it and spoke up. The few actually capable fighters among them ran when they saw the situation turning sour, especially that sand user. As she spoke, Karen recalled the scene where Crocodile decisively turned to sand and fled after seeing her punch break Shiryu's bones, feeling a surge of annoyance. As expected, sand users are no good. At that moment, in another world far away, Gaara, who had come to understand the importance of family and reconciled with Temari and Kankuro, suddenly sneezed. What's wrong, Gaara? Temari looked at her long-lost younger brother with concern. His initial disappearance had made her feel like the sky was falling. She had searched everywhere with the village ninja but found no trace. Later, news came that the terrifying Ninetales Jinchuriki had taken her brother away. This news wasn't any better than Gaara's disappearance. In Temari's view, the result was the same, Gaara wouldn't return. But contrary to expectations, after Naruto dealt with the Akatsuki and the Ryumayaku, Gaara actually returned on his own. Not only that, but he was also acting completely out of character, speaking to them in a calm tone. It made Temari wonder if Gaara had been replaced, or if he or she was under a genjutsu. But it turned out Gaara was really back, and he had become much easier to get along with. This overjoyed Temari and Kankuro, who poured all the accumulated affection from over the years onto him. It made Gaara quite uncomfortable. Nothing, maybe just a cold. Rubbing his nose, Gaara was still not quite used to being fussed over by Temari and the others. Kankuro looked up at the high-hanging sun over Sunagekure, then thought about his brother's status as a Jinchuriki. Whatever, Gaara can say whatever he wants. Back in Impel Down, hearing Karen's complaint, Naruto quickly ran through the possibilities in his mind. Sand. Ah, that's Crocodile. As he spoke, he also laughed. That explains it. That guy has a pretty good grasp of the situation. Naruto didn't know that Crocodile had once become completely arrogant after establishing Baroque works and controlling a nation's lifeblood. It took his old acquaintance, Luffy, landing a series of wild punches to wake him up and return him to his former cautious self. In fact, Crocodile was currently making his way towards the upper levels of the prison. As for the bomb implanted in his neck, he was a Logia user. Something like that, not being sea stone, couldn't possibly restrain him. But precisely because of this, he grew more anxious. The world government couldn't possibly be unaware of his ability to elementalize. So why would they use such a crude, almost clumsy restraint method? The only possibility was that they didn't care. Because there was another method, they could allow prisoners like him to use their abilities freely. Crocodile's intuition was screaming at him to leave immediately, the faster the better. On level 4, the blazing hell, Crocodile casually knocked out the jailer beasts guarding the prisoners and rescued his right-hand man, Mr. 1, Daz Bonez. But he didn't lift a finger for the other prisoners begging for his help. Boss, you escaped. Daz Bonez looked at the miraculously appearing Crocodile in astonishment, then asked, puzzled, why not free them too? If enough people rush out together, our chances of escape would be higher. It seemed his time in prison had taught this usually silent man a few new things, even prompting him to suggest this to Crocodile. Crocodile just shook his head silently, then offered an explanation. No time. We can only escape as fast as possible. He had finally figured out the world government's plan. They weren't counting on people like him to deal with Naruto, they just needed them to buy time. Time. They definitely had another method. Although he didn't know what it was, Crocodile understood that any power capable of handling Naruto would surely be enough to handle him as well. Meanwhile, while passing a certain cell, Naruto and the others saw another familiar face. It was the Knight of the Sea, Jinbei, bound by various chains. Ah. Long time no see, Jinbei. Naruto called out happily. It's you. Naruto, why are you here? Ah, I see, you're here to rescue Ace, right? Upon seeing Naruto, Jinbei was first surprised and happy, then shocked. Because he saw Naruto casually tear open the cell door and the chains binding him. Pulling the Knight of the Sea to his feet, Naruto curiously asked why he was imprisoned here. If I remembered correctly, Jinbei should still be one of the warlord, right? At the mention of this topic, Jinbei's face fell, but he explained the reason. Precisely because of his warlord status, the world government demanded he attend Ace's execution and be responsible for security. Ace was his sworn brother. The Knight of the Sea, who always upheld justice and righteousness, couldn't accept this demand. But the world government also threatened the Fishman tribe. Cornered, Jinbei could only renounce his warlord title and allow himself to be arrested. That's why Jinbei, a non-devil fruit user and a whale shark fishman, allowed himself to be bound by such flimsy chains. Because what truly bound him was Fishman Island. It's fine. I'm here to save Ace anyway, you can come with us. Unexpectedly, Jinbei shook his head. No, if I leave, they will target Fishman Island. Before Jinbei could finish, Naruto interrupted him with a punch. Holding his punched face, Jinbei was stunned. Then he heard Naruto say. One after another, why are you all so stupid? Do you think just because you're locked up here, the world government will keep their promise? Idiot. They don't dare move against Fishman Island, not just because Whitebeard is still alive, but because the world government still needs to wear that mask of hypocrisy. As he spoke, Naruto poked Jinbei's chest. It's definitely not because of your concession, understand? Jinbei's behavior seemed to touch a nerve in Naruto, making him transfer his dissatisfaction with someone else onto Jinbei. After saying that, Naruto realized his outburst and apologized. Sorry, Jinbei, I got a bit carried away. It's alright, Naruto. Jinbei lowered his hand and shook his head. Naruto's punch and reminder snapped Jinbei out of it. He had been too close to the situation to see it clearly, unlike a certain swordsman from Wano country who was truly stubborn. Let's go, let's rescue Ace first. Jinbei understood why Naruto had been so agitated. As if deliberately ignoring Naruto's earlier loss of composure, Jinbei brought up the rescue. Naruto took the offered way out and didn't bring it up again. This instead made Sasuke and the other two curious. Naruto rarely lost his composure like that. All three knew there must be some past events that couldn't be easily mentioned. Just like his curiosity about Kakashi's face under the mask, Sasuke was also very curious about the life Naruto had lived in this world. But now was clearly not the time to ask, and he'd have to find an opportunity to explore it later. Jinbei's cell wasn't far from Ace's. With their speed, they soon reached Ace's cell door. Before Naruto or Jinbei could act, Sasuke spoke up first. Let me. As he spoke, his hand covered the cell door, and flames suddenly erupted. Witnessing this, Jinbei softly marveled. Mythical Zoan Devil Fruit's abilities are truly miraculous. On the way over, Naruto had introduced Sasuke's group and Jinbei to each other. Ace. After the cell was destroyed, Jinbei hurried forward, wanting to support the seemingly unconscious Ace. But his movement was stopped by Naruto. As expected, he's not here. Sasuke was the first to react upon seeing this. Under Jinbei's wide-eyed gaze, he without hesitation launched an attack at Ace. The probing shuriken had just flown out when Ace, who had been in a comatose state, instantly opened his eyes and effortlessly broke free from the ordinary chains disguised as sea-stone shackles. He flipped in the air, and 9 tails emerged from his back as his appearance began to change. Soon, the previous Ace had transformed into a different form. It was a woman with an oddly long nose, looking like a witch, but with a muscular build. Katarina Devon, the Crescent Moon Hunter. Murunfufu. Strange, the 9 tails transformation should be perfect. How did you see through it? Katarina let out an odd laugh, then drew her weapon, aiming it at the group before her. Similar to Mr. 2's Main no Mi, her mythical Zoan Inu no Mi model, 9-tailed fox allowed her to completely change her appearance into someone she had touched, including voice and physique. T/N, clone fruit. It could even conjure corresponding clothes, like an illusion. It could be said that if not for Naruto and Karin's ability to perceive the elusive malice, it would have been very difficult for those present to distinguish whether an unconscious Ace was real or fake. Do you even need to look? Your malice is practically overflowing. Naruto looked at the ugly form of the huntress and knew this trip had been in vain, then his gaze shifted to the equally stunned Jinbei beside him. Well, not entirely in vain. At least we rescued an acquaintance. Murunfufu, but what does it matter if you figured it out? My task is already complete. Hey. You saw that, right? I finished what you asked. Now let me out. Chapter 338, Chapter 338. Cards on the table, reeling in the net. I finished what you asked. Now let me out. Katarina's voice echoed in the empty cell, but no response came for a long time. Seeing this, the expressions on the faces of the people standing opposite varied. Konohamaru and Jinbei, whose thinking was relatively simpler, both showed expressions as if they were feeling awkward on her behalf. Karin was already preparing to open her mouth and start mocking. Perhaps influenced by Killer Bee, except when dealing with Naruto, she now seemed to have a habit of lashing out at anyone who annoyed her. In contrast, Naruto and Sasuke, the two strongest in the current group, only thought for a few seconds before their expressions simultaneously turned serious. It seems this one has been abandoned. Sasuke looked at Katarina, who was still shouting something across from them, and said with a furrowed brow. Put that way, the other side's methods are really something. Right, that fits the world government's style of doing things. Their riddle-like words reached Katarina's ears and seemed to touch upon a possibility she was unwilling to believe. Impossible. They promised me. The Crescent Moon Hunter, who initially had a triumphant look, now spoke with less confidence. Large beads of cold sweat seeped out on her ugly face, smudging part of her heavy makeup. Originally, Katarina's task was to impersonate Ace, stay in the cell as bait, and wait for Naruto to take the hook. When Naruto arrived at level 6 and didn't leave immediately, her task was mostly complete. Perhaps to reassure Katarina, the agent who made the deal with her promised that if she could stab Naruto in the back at a critical moment, she would not only gain her freedom but could also obtain a warlord position, just like Teach. Coincidentally, there was a vacancy among the warlord, so Jinbei's position could be taken by her. You actually believed the world government's words? Are you a rookie who just set sail? Hearing Katarina's voice refusing to accept reality, Naruto couldn't help but mock. She was a vicious pirate who long relied on deceiving others, yet she deeply believed such obvious empty promises. They must be watching. Right. Kill you. As long as I kill you, I can get out. Katarina's eyes instantly turned dangerous. She also drew the sword at her waist and charged towards Naruto. Faced with such an attack, no one present took it seriously. Clang. The temporary weapon issued by the world government was no match for Muzoshu. Even coated with haki, it was easily severed. A large gash appeared on Katarina's upper body, blood gushing out. This incompetent female pirate exited the stage just like that, her fate unknown. After sheathing his sword, Naruto closed his eyes and concentrated for a moment, then found an extremely miniature, super small surveillance den mushi in a crack in the wall. Just as Katarina said, someone had indeed been watching every moment in this cell. When Naruto picked up the den mushi, a speaker hanging from the ceiling crackled to life. A voice all too familiar to Naruto came through. It was a voice extremely similar to Shanks. Its owner was the current leader of the Gods Knights, Shamrock. Uzumaki Naruto, you finally came. Surprising. Even those 3 sinners couldn't deal with you. But that's fine. This way, I can kill you with my own hands. Even through the speaker, Naruto could imagine the expression on the face of the men who had fought his clone to a standstill on Mary Geos. That feeling of gritting teeth wasn't distorted even over such a distance. Ah, I remember you. The guy who looks like Shanks. Naruto raised a hand to signal the others not to act rashly, then spoke naturally to the Den mushi in his hand. Speaking of which, you repaired your holy land pretty quickly. Ah, hope you don't mind. We were in a bit of a hurry this time, so we made another path through your holy land. Poking the bear, Naruto took the lead in saying things that would raise Shamrock's blood pressure. This indeed hit Shamrock's nerve. Although Naruto's clone was ultimately destroyed in the last battle, it still caused significant damage to the Holy Land in a short time. But that wasn't what Shamrock truly cared about. Those lower-ranking celestial dragons were, in his eyes, similar to how ordinary civilians were viewed by celestial dragons, disposable. What truly shamed and unsettled him was disappointing that person. Sitting in the office on the first sea level, Shamrock took a deep breath, calming his anger, then said coldly. Make your jokes while you can, sinner. This time, you have nowhere to run. After the battle between Naruto and the three legendary pirates, Shamrock confirmed that it was indeed Naruto's main body this time, unlike last time with just clones. TCH, talk to me when you can actually catch me. Giving the Den mushi a rude gesture, Naruto then crushed it. After crushing it, his expression immediately shifted from mockery to seriousness. It seems these guys are very confident their methods can handle me. Naruto Aniki, should we just charge up and finish him off? Hearing someone dare to speak to Naruto like that, Konohamaru immediately volunteered to be the vanguard and charge up to the first level. Whap. Naruto tapped Konohamaru's head, not too lightly, not too heavily. Charge what charge? Do you even know your own strength, always talking about charging? Although Konohamaru's strength had improved greatly, he was still just an average player on these seas, someone who would struggle to navigate even the first half of the Grand Line. Who knows how many people are waiting for them on the surface? If the other side really went all out this time, Konohamaru might find it hard just to protect himself in that level of combat. We'll just leave directly. Let him come up empty. Naruto didn't plan to keep engaging with the God's Knights here. Since it was confirmed Ace wasn't here, there was no need to stay and impel down. In 3 weeks, during Ace's execution, they couldn't possibly use Katarina Devon as a substitute again, right? He would always find a way to save Ace, it was just a matter of time. Rather than wasting time here, he might as well go to Amazon Lily to see Hancock. Meanwhile, on the surface, after losing visual contact, Shamrock turned off the full-frequency broadcast speaker. Then, under Teach's look of someone enjoying the drama, Shamrock spoke to the agent behind him. Give Magellan the order. He can start reeling in the net. After saying this, he walked directly out of the room. Unaware of what was about to happen, but having a premonition, Teach hurriedly followed, his eyes darting between Shamrock's retreating back and the distant gates of justice. The plan is accomplished, right? What about my crew? Teach's sudden question made Shamrock's steps pause slightly. He then turned around, a trace of a playful smile on his face. They are on level 3. Go get them yourself. No one will stop you. After saying this, he turned and left again, leaving Teach standing there, his face shifting through various expressions. Chapter 339, Deadly Poison. Execute them all. To be honest, Shamrock had improved quite a bit. If it were before, the moment he discovered Naruto and the others, he would have decisively gone to level 6 himself, determined to kill the sinner who had shamed him. But it was precisely his previous failure that made him understand that he, the leader of the God's Knights, wasn't as invincible as he had imagined. Even with that person's blessing, killing him had still died, right before his eyes. Shamrock believed himself to be stronger than killing him, but only marginally so. He didn't possess the decisive power of his father, Figureland Garling. If Naruto could kill Killingham, he had the ability to kill Shamrock as well. He wasn't exactly afraid of death, and compared to that, Shamrock feared failure more. So, he came up with a foolproof plan. Using the plan proposed by the defecting Teach and making some modifications, a lethal trap for the great sinner was set. Now, let's see if you can escape. Muttering to himself, Shamrock walked to the pier and boarded his personal battleship. On the deck, several other God's Knights were already waiting for him. Set sail. Open the gates of justice. With the order from the God's Knights commander, the ornate mechanical ship began to move. Meanwhile, Impel Down's chief warden, Magellan, also received the order from Shamrock. The content of the order was simple, just one sentence. Release the poison gas. This was agreed upon from the beginning. No, perhaps it couldn't even be called an agreement, but rather a unilateral command from the Celestial Dragons to a government employee. This was also the reason for Magellan's strong initial reaction. That individual from the world government's upper echelons actually demanded that he personally release poison gas throughout the entire level 6 prison. As a paramecia type, Doku Doku no Mi user, Magellan could transform into a poison giant, similar to a Logia user, or simply manipulate poison liquid, changing its form into venom. T/N, venom fruit. Magellan's sweat, saliva, even a single sigh were enough to produce terrifyingly potent poison. After years of development by Magellan, the poison gas he created wouldn't instantly kill under normal circumstances. But this wasn't a good thing. On the contrary, it would subject the victim to prolonged torment. Unless he actively provided the antidote, 99% of those poisoned would not survive. Chief Warden, are you really going to do this? The usually silent Domino suddenly spoke up. She knew Magellan's character well. He was definitely not like Shiryu, who could kill prisoners indiscriminately without a second thought. At this moment, even the often clownish Deputy Warden Hannibal looked serious and solemn, waiting for his superior's response. However, faced with his subordinate's concern, Magellan could only remain silent, his step still slow but firm. He was betraying the principles he had always upheld. Perhaps he was no longer qualified to be the chief warden. From the moment Shamrock arrived at Impel Down, he had given this order to the prison's highest authority, Magellan. When necessary, all prisoners on level 6 could be executed directly. Magellan, who had always adhered to the belief that order is everything, did not agree with this view. Those prisoners had already been tried and sentenced to life imprisonment. Life imprisonment should be their end. But now, to capture the prison raider who had somehow infiltrated Impel Down, he not only had to act against his conscience, watching government agents make deals with those prisoners, but also kill those prisoners indiscriminately. This caused Magellan great anguish. He didn't sympathize with the prisoners, and what pained him was the trampling of order. But there was no way around it. This duty was bestowed upon him by the world government. He neither had the ability nor the right to defy their orders. Soon, Magellan arrived at the central control for the entire prison's ventilation system. Looking at the ventilation duct labeled Level 6, Magellan knew that with a simple action from him, all the prisoners on Level 6 would perish. Even the strongest person must breathe. As long as they breathed, they would inhale his poison gas and die. His heart was hesitant, but his actions showed no hesitation. Venom Demon, Hells. Judgment. As he uttered the final words, Magellan felt his voice lacked conviction. But his body faithfully launched the attack. Instantly, the chief warden in his black uniform transformed into a purple-red poison giant. The giant bent down, and crimson mist surged from his palms. This poison gas was different from the purple toxin he usually used. Any substance it touched would rapidly become infected. An ordinary person would be poisoned just by touching it. Correspondingly, its time to take effect was also shorter. This is all I can do. I can only grant you a swift end. The thick poison gas quickly spread through the pipes, covering level 6 of the prison, seeping out from various unseen, minute places. After doing this, Magellan reverted to his human form as if drained. He then took off his chief warden's hat and casually threw it to the ground. This scene was witnessed by his subordinates watching from afar outside the door, wearing gas masks. They watched as their superior silently walked towards his room and closed the door tightly. For some reason, Hannibal felt he might never see the superior, who always stood in his way of becoming chief warden, again. Level 6, Infinite Hell. The pirates defeated by Sasuke and the others were the first to be affected. Unconscious, they involuntarily inhaled large amounts of the poison gas, then suddenly opened their eyes, clutching their throats in agony. Ugh! Ugh! Screams erupted densely but quickly faded into silence. These guys no longer had the strength to stand up. They could only watch as their bodies rapidly turned pale, like weathered plaster, before finally losing consciousness entirely. The prisoners who hadn't agreed to the world government's terms and were still locked in their cells didn't fare much better. They noticed the red mist was problematic, but since most wore sea-stone handcuffs, they couldn't use their abilities to resist. Their final outcome was similar to those outside. Naruto's group. He was leading the others back the way they came, heading towards the edge of level 6. Then, his observation haki saw what was about to happen a step ahead. The prisoner's miserable state made Naruto's eyes narrow. These guys would really stop at nothing to kill me. Thinking this, Naruto decisively used his Baku Baku factory to produce several rubbery bubbles, wrapping one around each person. Naruto, what is this? Jinbei, due to his larger size, was slower to get his bubble. He looked at Naruto questioningly, not understanding the purpose. That guy can't handle losing, so he's flipping the table. Naruto didn't spend much time explaining, as they would soon see for themselves what was happening. When the group reached the area where they had fought the 3 legendary pirates earlier, the red poison mist had already begun to spread. Uzumaki Naruto. Why are you back? Bullet was the only one among the 3 who was conscious. It couldn't be helped, this guy's physique was too tough. Even after the severe beating earlier, he was only knocked out. Seeing the group charging towards them ferociously, wrapped in bubbles like those foolish celestial dragons, a vein throbbed on Bullet's temple. Was this intentional mockery? But then, he also noticed the red mist. Poison. After inhaling just a little, Bullet felt a sharp pain in his lungs. He immediately held his breath, stopping his breathing. Seeing the three, one lying down, two unconscious, Naruto paused for a second, then without hesitation also created bubbles, covering all three with a protective layer. Sasuke, you take him. That big guy is yours, Jinbei. He directed the other two to carry the men, then he himself hauled Bullet up from the ground. Hey! What do you think you're doing? Bullet was very displeased with Naruto's handling. Shut up. Follow me if you don't want to die. That was the only reply he got. Bullet narrowed his eyes but ultimately said nothing, just limping along as Naruto supported him. Chapter 340 Escape to Freedom. Don't think I'll thank you just because you saved me. The red poison mist had completely dispersed, dense enough to obscure their forward vision. Naruto had to replenish the resin bubbles for everyone every few steps. The outermost bubbles would begin to dry and crack after a short while in contact with the poison gas, eventually bursting. Hearing Bullet, who could barely stand, still finding time to make snide remarks, Naruto retorted impatiently. I don't expect any thanks from you, but at least don't cause trouble. His mood wasn't great. Because just moments ago, when they reached their initial entry point, the place was already littered with corpses. Level 6 was simply too large, and the poison gas had spread much faster than anticipated. It wasn't that Naruto hadn't tried to disperse the poison mist using jutsu or other means. But in this situation, whether using wind release or other ninjutsu, it only temporarily pushed the poison gas away briefly before it would be forced back. He had also considered using Aimanamanaka to temporarily transfer everyone to the primary dimension. But unfortunately, the various dimensions of Aimanamanaka seemed to be attached to the ninja world, and after coming to the One Piece world, using Aimanamanaka for spatial transference became extremely difficult. At least, the current Naruto couldn't do it. Perhaps things would change after Kagaya's consciousness awakened. Looking at the Kama on his hand, Naruto recalled Sasuke and the others' spoilers and thought about the future of his son Boruto in another world. But there wasn't much time for contemplation now. They had to immediately retrace their steps and use Yamatsu Hirasaka to leave the underwater prison. This journey became especially arduous in the poison-filled environment. Even Sasuke's awakened mythical Zoan physique couldn't ignore the poison gas now. Perhaps only Naruto, with his Otsutsuki clan's physique, could survive in this poison gas among those present. Fortunately, because this plan was being executed, Magellan had initially withdrawn the jailer beasts patrolling level 6 and the awakened Zoan users on mobile patrols, which allowed Naruto's group to proceed unobstructed. Soon, they reached the edge of the prison. They had entered from here, while Ace's cell was at the very center of the prison. So, how do you plan to escape? Bullet, being supported, coughed a little due to inhaling some poison gas earlier. He looked at the wall of unknown thickness, mixed with sea stone, and even wondered if Naruto had taken the wrong path. Shut up and watch. Karen, who had taken over supporting Bullet from Naruto, grumpily punched him in the stomach. She had wanted to hit this guy who kept being disrespectful to Naruto for a long time. Ugh. Kid, you pack a punch too. Caught off guard by Karen's punch, Bullet's eyes widened slightly. He couldn't help it, he hadn't recovered yet and was injured internally from the poison gas, unable to muster any strength for the time being. Before Bullet could say more, he watched in astonishment as a pitch-black cavity appeared in front of Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, what kind of devil fruit user are you exactly? Seeing this, he said incredulously. When Naruto transformed into his Otsutsuki form earlier and used the 80 Gods vacuum attack, he thought Naruto was also a human form mythical Zoan user, like Sengoku. But now the other was using such a method, and wasn't there sea stone in the prison walls? Why could his ability still work? Unfortunately, no one was in the mood to answer Bullet's questions now. After some effort, the group finally escaped the poison-filled level 6 and stepped onto the gale breaker within the bubble. Huff. Huff. Bullet was unceremoniously dumped onto the deck by Karen, but he didn't mind, simply sprawling on the floor naturally without any intention of resisting. Meanwhile, Redfield's eyelids fluttered slightly, then opened. Where am I? Clearly, his memory was still stuck at the moment he was defeated by Naruto. Seeing this, Jinbei was about to explain, but the old guy took the lead and used his observation haki to read what had just happened from the memories of those around him. I see. Uzumaki Naruto, why did you save me, save the three of us, your enemies? Redfield looked at Naruto with questioning eyes. He was similar to Bullet, both were individuals who didn't trust others much. They had relied only on themselves their entire lives. Hearing Redfield's words, Bullet also stopped his heavy panting and turned to look. Even Burndy World, who had shown no movement until now, had opened his eyes at some point. But unlike the other two, his gaze was utterly vacant, seemingly unable to process any thought. Don't know. I just felt like doing it. Naruto hadn't overthought it. Standing on the second-level deck, he used the ultra-lightweight rock technique on the ship's hull, then used water release to propel the ship through the seabed. Maybe. I just didn't want to see the number of interesting people shrink further. Scratching his head, Naruto finally voiced his thoughts. Is that so? Clearly, Redfield was also caught off guard by this answer, but he could clearly feel that Naruto's words held no deceit. What a willful guy. Just like that Roger fellow, huh? Redfield shook his head lightly. Hearing this, Bullet actually laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. Cough. Uzumaki Naruto, you're really interesting. I acknowledge you, Roger's successor. Hey, don't just randomly stick strange titles on people. Naruto waved his hand dismissively while controlling the ship. Next time, it'll be my turn to defeat you. Bullet forced himself up using his strength and looked intently at Naruto. That gaze was similar to the one he used to have when looking at Roger. The demon heir had found a new goal. Suit yourself. Being stared at like that, Naruto began to question if saving them was the right decision. But then again, it made sense. He didn't save Ace, but he did bring out a Knight of the Sea and 3 legendary great pirates from Impel Down. Just at that moment, a terrifying slash suddenly shot down from the sea surface directly towards the gale breaker. Swoosh. The slash grew larger in their vision as the distance shortened, soon reaching a size sufficient to cover the entire ship. Not good. Jinbei shouted, then decisively leaped out from the ship. There was no other way. On this ship, besides him, only Redfield and the kid named Konohamaru weren't devil fruit users. And they were currently deep underwater. If the bubble was accidentally damaged, all the devil fruit users would likely be doomed. He quickly swam to the outer layer of the bubble. The water pressure at this depth meant nothing to this whale shark fishman. Then, Jinbei crossed his arms in an X shape, armament haki quickly covering them. Kairagi. Just as he executed this defensive technique, the slash arrived before him. Gurgle gurgle. A large number of bubbles rapidly formed where the slash met Jinbei's defense, then quickly floated upwards due to buoyancy. The slash was clearly no ordinary attack. Even after traveling such a long distance through seawater, it still possessed considerable force. Trickles of crimson blood seeped from the surface of Jinbei's arms, quickly dispersing into the surrounding seawater amidst the churning bubbles. Ha! Knowing he couldn't maintain the stalemate, Jinbei exerted force, forcibly redirecting the slash in another direction. Swoosh! The slash landed in the seabed silt, instantly carving out a large fissure. However, before Jinbei could relax, voices came from inside the bubble. It's not over. Another attack is coming. Chapter 341, Chapter 341 Change of Plans, Breakthrough Head-On. Hearing Redfield's voice, Jinbei didn't hesitate, swiftly turning around in the water. Sure enough, several more slashes were flying directly towards them along the water currents. Because the attacks were spotted early this time, Jinbei didn't need to use his body as a shield for the gale breaker again. Really, no end to this. Fishman Karate Secret Art Dash. Knowing the power of those slashes, Jinbei didn't plan to block them head-on again. He curved his palm slightly, rapidly condensing a sphere of heavier, denser water in its center. Yurakujiri. With Jinbei's roar, the heavy water sphere instantly shot forward like a laser. The essence of this attack was the application of water currents in Fishman Karate. With Jinbei's strength, a fully charged water current could pierce through a mountain weighing thousands of tons in a single strike. In the deep sea, the heavy water current pushed aside the surrounding seawater, striking the incoming slashes directly. After a brief moment of resistance, the Yurakujiri pierced through one of the slashes and continued unabated towards another. This wasn't because the gap between Jinbei's strength and the person launching the slashes was that large. In reality, fishmen possess innate physical strength 10 times greater than humans of the same size. On land, they can only exert 60 to 70% of their power, and only in water can they utilize 100% of their body's strength. Furthermore, Fishman Karate attacks were also created in the ocean. Its power not only doesn't diminish in seawater but is even further enhanced. In contrast, attacks launched by others, whether slashes, bullets, or cannonballs, are immediately slowed down upon encountering seawater. With one side weakened and the other strengthened, it's not so strange that Jinbei's attack could neutralize the opponents. The high-pressure heavy water created by the Yurakujiri destroyed 2 slashes. Finally, when facing the last slash, it held out for a moment before being cleaved apart by the opponent. However, after being impacted by the Yurakujiri, that slash's trajectory was thrown completely off course. Good, just like that. Seeing the enemy's attacks neutralized by him, a smile appeared on Jinbei's face. After all, currently, he was probably the only one on the ship who could fight freely in the deep sea unaffected. Let's just pass through the gates of justice directly. With his fishman eyesight, he could clearly see the already opened gates of justice in the distance through the seawater. On the gale breaker, everyone also breathed a sigh of relief. Even Bullet or Burndy World didn't want to die ignominiously in the deep sea. However, the expressions on Naruto and Redfield's faces remained serious. Not over yet. Another attack is coming. Their voices sounded almost simultaneously. And at that very moment, the people on the surface, realizing their slashes seemed unable to stop the other side, simply adopted a different method of attack. Countless dense lines rapidly shot into the water. Jinbei initially wanted to repeat his tactic and use an impact to repel those lines. But when his attack shot out, the heavy water current actually turned a corner in another direction the moment before reaching them. This is what's going on. Jinbei, encountering this situation for the first time, was very puzzled, but he still decisively positioned himself in the path of the incoming lines, attempting to block them with his body. Below, Naruto, piloting the ship, found this thing somewhat familiar. When the attack got closer, everyone could finally see the true form of those lines. They were one after another infinitely extending arrows. The material of those arrows looked somewhat like cloth, but when Jinbei actually touched them, he felt a hardness similar to steel. Ha! Fishman Karate, Karakusagari Seiken. Jinbei sank his stance, adopting a horse stance, and threw a punch upwards with one hand. Immediately, an impact was generated in a full 360-degree direction. But those arrows seemed to have a mind of their own. Whenever they entered the range of the shockwave, they quickly turned around, spun to the side, and then continued charging towards the gale breaker below. Judging by their behavior, their goal was clearly to puncture the resin bubble. Seeing this, everyone on the ship felt deeply uneasy. The gale breaker was currently at a depth of about 6,000 meters. If the bubble ruptured now, all the devil fruit users, including powerful individuals like Bullet, would rapidly lose strength. Even disregarding the effects of water pressure, their lives would be in jeopardy. Seeing this, Jinbei decisively swam over quickly, attempting to grab the arrows with his bare hands. But when he made contact with an arrow, he found his body uncontrollably shifting in the direction the arrow pointed. It was a devil fruit's ability. Karen, you take over piloting the gale breaker to surface. Seeing this, Naruto also knew that trying to leave Impel down directly from the deep sea was no longer realistic, so he decisively decided to surface. Even if they had to face the original guards of Impel down after surfacing, it didn't matter. Hearing this, Karen promptly took over. Then Naruto first applied a resin bubble to himself and leaped up. This ability. He remembered now. It was one of the celestial dragons he had dealt with on Mary Geos. It was that guy who controlled arrow attacks. So it seemed the opponent's arrows also had the effect of deflecting attacks. Recalling how the water current Jinbei launched was affected by the other party, Naruto had a rough idea. In that case, how about this? Naruto extended his hand outside the bubble, as this level of water exposure wasn't enough to affect him. Whirl release, boundary storm. The next moment, surging chakra arranged itself in a different pattern within Naruto's body, and a small, deep blue vortex appeared in front of his palm. The vortex's area of influence didn't seem large. After leaving Naruto's palm, it slowly drifted upwards, appearing to have no lethality at all. Gunko, who was controlling the arrows, also sensed this. Adopting a cautious attitude, she still manipulated the arrows to avoid the vortex. After all, the memory of being suppressed by Naruto last time was still vivid. But even though the arrows were clearly moving in another direction, the distance between them and the vortex didn't seem to increase at all. And at that moment, the vortex revealed its true nature. Like some deep-sea creature opening its maw, a tremendous attractive force suddenly generated above the vortex, sucking all 100+ arrows towards its center. The few arrows that were closer, once caught by the vortex, seemed to enter another space, being constantly pulled and stretched. On the sea surface, Gunko clearly felt that those arrows still hadn't touched anything, yet their length continued to extend. These arrows weren't infinite, and creating them consumed Gunko's stamina. As the blue vortex expanded, more and more arrows were sucked into it en masse. Below the vortex, however, no trace of the arrows could be seen. It was as if there was a gate to another world at the vortex's center. And at this moment, Naruto's figure had unnoticeably appeared between the vortex and the arrows. Not good, sever the arrows. Shamrock reacted immediately, but Gunko seemed not yet aware of what was about to happen. Come down here. Naruto waved his hand grandly, grabbing the entire rear body of the arrows, then exerted force downward violently. Gunko immediately felt the pull, her entire body instantly losing balance. Fortunately, Shamrock acted quickly, severing the arrows with a single sword stroke, thus preventing Gunko from falling into the seawater. Still very troublesome, Uzumaki Naruto. On the other side, looking at the arrows that turned into ordinary ribbons after losing their master's control, Naruto wasn't discouraged. He signaled Karen and the others to continue surfacing. Given the current situation, fighting in the sea was still too disadvantageous for them. In that case, let's charge through head-on. Chapter 342, Chapter 342 Kusanagi Sword's New Employment. As the Gale Breaker surfaced, Shamrock didn't launch any further attacks, almost as if he also intended to face Naruto head-on here. Unimpeded, the Gale Breaker quickly returned to the sea surface. The bubble dissipated, allowing everyone to see the sunlight again. Shamrock and the other ship was currently floating not far from the Gale Breaker, squarely blocking the path between the Gale Breaker and the Gates of Justice. Great Sinner, we meet again. Shamrock stood at the bow, looking at the individual who had shamed him. Though his face showed no anger, the killing intent in his eyes was barely concealed. Around him stood several figures of various appearances, including Gunko, who had just been intercepting them. Clearly, these were also members of the so-called God's Knights. It's you, the guy who looks like Shanks. Naruto acted as if he couldn't see the menacing God's Knights members at all, simply sitting cross-legged on the Gale Breaker's second-level deck. Simultaneously, Karen, Sasuke, and Konohamaru also came over. Combined with the large Jinbei, their side's presence wasn't weaker than the opponent's. If one ignored the dozen or so marine battleships now surrounding them, the two sides seemed fairly evenly matched. On the opposing ship, besides the several God's Knights, there were also many individuals wearing black military uniforms, appearing imposing. This group was called the God's Blades, a subordinate organization under the God's Knights. Its members could also be considered reserve members for the God's Knights. 38 years ago, during the God Valley incident, Gunko was one of them. Hearing Naruto mention his brother who had abandoned the divine bloodline again, the killing intent in Shamrock's eyes intensified. Enough talk. Take action. Execute the great sinner, Uzumaki Naruto, and those prisoners together. With Shamrock's order, the God's Knights and God's Blades around him immediately leaped into the air, charging towards the Gale Breaker. At the same time, the cannons on the surrounding dozen-plus marine warships all aimed at the Gale Breaker, their crews ready to fire at any moment. It seems your reputation is quite significant. The speaker was Burndy World, now fully awake from his coma. The great pirate, whose horned helmet was lost somewhere, looked somewhat disheveled, but his eyes had become much calmer, lacking the madness from earlier in Impel Down. Clearly, he had also witnessed everything that just happened. Right. Unknowingly attracted so much attention. I guess I'm quite famous. Hearing Burndy World's words, which could be either sarcastic or self-deprecating, Naruto actually showed a somewhat embarrassed expression. No one was complimenting you. Perhaps due to the bomb's aftereffects, Burndy World's voice sounded somewhat hoarse. After giving Naruto a sidelong glance, Burndy World placed his hands on his knees, his calves tensing as he tried to stand up again. But the pain from his muscles made the pirate grunt and sit back down. Seeing this, Karen looked at Naruto. After receiving his nod of approval, she walked over and began applying medical ninjutsu to Burndy World. Seeing the young girl treating him, Burndy World's eyes swept over the enemies attacking through the air using Jeppo, and he opened his mouth again. However, he didn't ask something like, "Why are you saving me? Any firearms?" The answer was negative. No one on this ship currently used such things. Thinking for a moment, Karen suddenly took out over a dozen kunai from her pouch. Will these work? They'll do. Everyone present could guess what Burndy World intended to do. They felt the same. If they didn't want to be imprisoned again, they had to fight for their freedom now. 100-fold. Shot. Although he lacked kunai throwing skill, with his immense strength and the Moa Moa no Mi's multiplication ability, even ordinary stones could cause terrifying destruction. The kunai, coated in haki, instantly enlarged and shot towards the surrounding marine battleships with a howling sound. Burndy World didn't explain anything with words, he chose to state his position through action. Seeing this, Bullet and Redfield, sitting on the deck, exchanged a glance, understanding each other's intentions. Cough. How interesting. Even though we were enemies just now the two weren't injured as severely as Burndy World. Naruto had shown some restraint, and he hadn't used heavy force against these two seniors who held no killing intent. It's a shame about my umbrella sword. Redfield made a grasping motion with his hand a couple of times, his umbrella had been lost somewhere during the prison escape. Clatter. Catching the classically styled long sword thrown to him, Redfield almost instinctively assumed a combat stance with it. Good, the length is suitable, the blade width is good too. Make do with it. But are you really in any condition to fight now? Naruto watched Redfield casually brandish the reinforced Kusanagi sword, clicking his tongue. If he had known about this upcoming battle, he wouldn't have hit them so hard earlier. Don't look down on us so much. Uzumaki Naruto, I admit you are strong. Sheathing the long sword, Redfield looked at Naruto against the sunlight. But we haven't aged enough to need lying in coffins yet. With that, Redfield quickly flourished his sharp sword, cleaving through a God's Blades member who had jumped onto the ship. Perhaps these individuals could gain the upper hand against other pirates, relying on the various rare treasures collected by the celestial dragons to suppress their opponents. But currently, before them stood a legendary pirate, the Aloof, Patrick Redfield. Bullet's actions were even more direct. Several God's Blades members had their heads grabbed by his hands and smashed together violently, instantly losing consciousness. At that moment, a masked God's Knights member wielding dual swords arrived behind him. The dual swords struck silently, instantly carving an X-shaped wound on Bullet's back. That hurts, damn it. Conqueror's haki erupted indiscriminately, causing the surrounding God's Blades members to stagger, but it didn't affect the God's Knights member. The other ducked under Bullet's fist, then prepared to strike Bullet's vitals with his dual swords again. Bullet's movements were noticeably much slower than before. It couldn't be helped. Although he had rested and barely had some combat capability, both his physical stamina and the internal injuries from the earlier beating prevented him from performing more vigorous actions. Because of this, he for a moment actually couldn't handle this agile God's Knights member, only able to rely on armament haki to tough out the other's slashes. The others also faced their respective opponents. Karen transformed into a golden light, darting back and forth between several God's Blades members, before her sharp claws clashed with those of a tall female holy knight with two-toned hair and horns on the sides of her head. Got you. Clang. Sparks flew fiercely between the claws and the sword blade. The God's Knights member opened her mouth full of sharp teeth, letting the cigar in her mouth drop. I'm the one who caught you. Karen could sense the imminent danger, but she showed no fear, leaning back directly to expose the other party's upper body. Behind her was Sasuke, already poised to strike. Lightning fire sword. Electric light and calamity flames merged with haki, completely turning Sasuke's arm into an indestructible blade, directly beheading the God's Knights member. Good, that's one dealt with dash. Before Karen could finish her sentence, an intense sense of crisis rapidly assailed her. Dodge. Sasuke delivered a side kick, directly kicking Karen aside, and used the recoil to dodge the point-blank attack himself. A terrifying laser actually shot out from the mouth of the severed head. If not for Sasuke's calamity sight ability warning him before his observation haki, they might have been hit by this move. Hum. The laser pierced through impelled down sea-level structure, directly slicing off a large portion of the second level's roof. Haha, it seemed it didn't trick you. After the failed strike, the God's Knights member actually picked up her own head and casually reattached it to her neck. Chapter 343 Gathering Storm, Destruction Approaches. Satchel's Mafi, a member of the God's Knights. Despite appearing to be only in her 30s or 40s, this individual had actually been a God's Knights member during the tenure of the previous God's Knights commander, Shamrock's father, Garling. Like Gunko, she participated in the God Valley incident 38 years ago and even snatched the infant Shamrock from Dragon's hands. To be precise, Shamrock, Shanks' twin brother, should be the youngest in age among the current God's Knights. Not just Mafi, in fact, any God's Knight, upon obtaining their qualification, is granted an ageless and immortal body by Imu. These individuals have maintained their appearances for decades, even a century. Barring accidents, Shamrock would also maintain his current prime form indefinitely, unchanged even after his brother Shanks dies of old age. Time and life are, to them, inexhaustible resources. While the battle between Karen, Sasuke, and the others raged on, Konohamaru's situation was becoming precarious. Facing the attacks from the God's Blades, he could still rely on the multiple shadow clone technique to maneuver, even defeating several God's Blades. But this was only because his opponents weren't powerful enough. Ultimately, Konohamaru had only initially mastered the two basic haki types. His mastery of the several forbidden jutsu could be described as able to perform them, but limited by his current chakra reserves and proficiency, their power was somewhat lacking. Once he encountered someone like Jack or other opponents with high vitality or defense, he would easily be at a loss. For example, now. A God's Knights member wearing a ram's skull mask and wielding a scythe easily withstood his Raisnon barrage. When the Raisnon hit the opponent's cloak, it caused no ripple. In contrast, the other party, with just a few casual swings of his scythe, swept away dozens of Konohamaru's clones around him. This one, also not the real one. The ram-headed God's Knights member's voice was halting, but the scythe in his hand was swung with great speed. Soon, most of the clones Konohamaru had released were eliminated. His main body had also nearly been hit during the earlier attacks. Found it. Perhaps the clone's subconscious obstruction made him realize something. The ram-headed God's Knights member suddenly turned his face, staring intently at Konohamaru's main body. Damn it. Looking at the easily destroyed clones and the enemy getting closer and closer, Konohamaru felt a surge of frustration. I still wasn't strong enough. Crack. The scythe was casually snapped by a large hand, and the God's Knight's member was sent flying by a punch, his figure breaking through the deck railing and falling into the sea. Naruto's gentle voice sounded in front of Konohamaru. "You've done very well already, Konohamaru." As he spoke, he pointed to the sea surface nearby. "You just need to think more broadly. Seawater. To a ninja, seawater is the same as any other water, and at most, it's undrinkable, but performing ninjutsu, etc., isn't affected. But for strong individuals on the seas, especially those who have eaten devil fruits, seawater is quite lethal. Remember the ninjutsu I taught you?" Naruto said meaningfully, referring to the one he learned from Zabuza and later passed on to Konohamaru. "I understand. Naruto Aniki." The next moment, numerous Konohamaru clones charged into the water, taking their enemies with them. Some who reacted in time used Geppo to leap into the air, but more were dragged into the water by Konohamaru's clones. Konohamaru stood on the water's surface, his hands forming various seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. After over 10 seconds of seal formation, Konohamaru finally completed this B-rank ninjutsu. Under normal circumstances, a ninjutsu with troublesome hand seals, slow speed, and lacking power would definitely not be within Konohamaru's consideration. But now was different. Guided by chakra, the seawater was lifted together, transforming into a massive water dragon that swiftly charged towards the ships. The devil fruit users covered by it soon fell into a weakened state, losing their combat ability. Those who weren't devil fruit users tried to destroy the water dragon, but not understanding the operating mechanism of ninjutsu, they could only watch helplessly as the water, replenished by Konohamaru's chakra, restored its form and continued to wreak havoc. Jinbei also followed suit. Floating on the water's surface, he plunged his hands directly into the seawater. Fishman Jujitsu, Ocean Current Shoulder Throw. Seawater, like a high-pressure water cannon, scattered the god's blades and struck another god's knight. Unfortunately, this move failed to take down the other party as well. At this point, Shamrock, who had been observing the battle, finally made his move. His sword left its sheath, transforming into a three-headed hellhound. The three-headed dog, named Cerberus, had a massive blade extending from the mouth of each head. Following Shamrock's slash, the three dog heads detached from the sword body and flew towards the opposite side. On the other side, the battle between Sasuke, Karin, and several gods' knights had also reached a stalemate. Those gods' knights weren't as powerful as Shamrock, but they also possessed immortal, indestructible bodies. Hee. Useless. Mafi didn't dodge or evade, taking Sasuke's attack with her body, then immediately slashed at him with her sword. Sasuke directly manipulated his Susanoo to form transparent armor, blocking this strike. Then the Susanoo's skeletal hand directly grabbed Mafi's figure. Strange ability, but still useless. It was clear that Mafi's physical attributes were also extremely formidable. Even caught in the Susanoo's grip, she still had the ability to resist. Her arms stubbornly propped up the Susanoo's fingers, and then her mouth opened wide, preparing to spew a laser again. But before she could continue her action, a slash shimmering with black and red lightning suddenly appeared behind her, directly cutting through half of her body. Jayawa. Strangely enough, Mafi, who had remained expressionless even after being beheaded earlier, now let out such a scream from just one slash. Behind her, Naruto casually flicked the blood off his blade. As expected, only slashes imbued with Conqueror's Haki can truly harm them. It was the same last time. No matter how he attacked, the gods' knights could recover. Only the advanced Conqueror's Haki infusion truly managed to kill one of them. Hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke couldn't help but frown. If only Conqueror's Haki worked, then no matter how they attacked, it would probably be futile. Before he could say anything, Naruto suddenly turned and swung his blade again. A stream of light flashed, and the charging three-headed dogs' heads were sliced into several segments by Naruto, then dissipated into flame clouds. In the distance, the long sword in Shamrock's hand slowly returned to its original form. Uzumaki Naruto, you've grown stronger again. Seeing the other destroy his attack more easily than last time, Shamrock showed little concern. However, no matter how much stronger you become, it's useless. The moment you came here, the outcome was already decided. He raised his head to look at the sky. Sure enough, large masses of dark clouds had unnoticeably appeared in the sky, enveloping the entire area of Impel Down. You stay here, as the marker. Shamrock turned and ordered Gunko, who clearly understood Shamrock's intention and agreed without any hesitation. Yes. After saying this, Shamrock leaped into the air, using Geppo to rapidly charge towards Naruto's direction. Chapter 344, Chapter 344 Scenes from Impel Down. Inside the warden's office on the sea level of Impel Down. Hannibal watched his old superior sitting silently to the side, while the warden's uniform he had always longed to wear hung conspicuously on the wall. If it were any other time, Hannibal would have accidentally revealed his ambition to take over the position, then sneakily touched it to soothe his desire for promotion. But now. Even he genuinely felt a sense of humiliation, and the feeling of his beliefs being ruthlessly trampled. The prisoners on level 6 were almost completely wiped out, killed by the warden himself, Magellan. He naturally held no pity for the prisoners in his heart. What truly made Magellan unable to accept it was that he had acted like his colleague who was dismissed for indiscriminately killing prisoners. No, he had even surpassed him. After all, how many prisoners could Shiryu kill with a sword compared to Magellan's deadly poison? Although Magellan also believed criminals deserved death, that was only for those who hadn't been tried. Prisoners who had been tried and sentenced to serve their time on level 6 should bear their punishment, and even if they died, it should be according to the prison system. System, order, that was what Magellan believed in. If there was no order, and prisoners could be killed arbitrarily, then what difference was there between him and those criminals? Now, level 6 had truly become hell. This included his former colleague, Shiryu of the Rain, and also some ordinary prisoners who hadn't agreed to the government agent's deals. By now, they should all be mostly dead. Warden. That Blackbeard teach just went to level 3. It looks like he's going to rescue his companions. Perhaps feeling the atmosphere in the room was too oppressive, Hannibal proactively brought up a topic, trying to divert Magellan's attention. Let him go. Magellan's voice was very low, lacking much of the conviction it once held. Just as Shamrock had promised, no one would stop Blackbeard. At this moment, on the scorching hot level 3, Blackbeard had already found his captured crew members. Burgess, Van Auger, and Lafitte looked somewhat pale from dehydration. In contrast, the always sickly Doc Q maintained his initial appearance. This actually made him seem more spirited. Captain. Wah. Captain, you finally came to save us. Upon seeing Blackbeard's figure, their faces couldn't help but show surprise and joy. Zehahaha, of course. How could I let you guys die here? Blackbeard didn't waste time, decisively using the keys he obtained from the office to unlock their cell doors and shackles. Other things aside, Blackbeard truly cherished crew members like Van Auger who had joined him during the founding period. After all, like-minded companions weren't that easy to find. Cough, cough. Captain, the plan. The ship's doctor, Doc Q, asked slowly. Blackbeard's smile immediately faded a little. It went to the worst possible scenario. But it's fine. Now I also have the warlord status. We're one step closer to our goal, Zehahaha. As he spoke, he let out his signature laugh. The others, after replenishing water and food, also laughed along with their captain. Elsewhere, unlike Blackbeard and his crew, who had been temporarily placed on the prison system's whitelist, the escapees from level 6 were currently dealing with the astonishing number of jailer beasts. Microdust slashing speed blades. Mr. One's feet turned into blades, skating like quickly across the stone floor. Simultaneously, his arms spread wide, each finger gleaming with the cold light of metal blades. A blue gorilla, looking like a large blue snowman, tried to block him wielding a double-bladed axe. But those axes, whether in sharpness or toughness, couldn't compare to Mr. One with his Supa no Mi, T/N, dice fruit. The jailer beasts, along with their weapons, were easily severed and cut apart by the blades extending from various parts of Mr. One's body, quickly clearing a path wide enough to pass through. Desert Spada. Crocodile's arms transformed into giant sand blades. With a single strike, he cleaved open the chests of the Minotaurus and other monsters blocking their way. These creatures, with upper bodies bearing features of different animals but appearing dull-witted, were the jailer beasts of Impel Down. Awakened Zoan users completely consumed by their animal instincts. Despite their foolish and silly appearance, their resistance to damage and physical attributes far surpassed ordinary Zoan users. Their awakening was genuine, just at a great cost. The Minotaurus, with a large gash cut into it by Crocodile, looked at its wound, snot still dripping down its face, seemingly unaware it was injured. Babies. Quick. Kill them. A whip suddenly lashed across the Minotaurus's back, and its gaze instantly locked onto Crocodile not far away. The wound on its body only bled briefly before being plugged up by muscle. Sudi-chan brandished her leather whip. Under her command, the idiotic jailer beasts immediately launched their attack. Swoosh. A Mino zebra, wielding a spiked club, charged head-on through the incoming sandblade attack and directly smashed Crocodile's head. Unfortunately, such an attack, lacking hockey and moisture, couldn't harm him. Reforming his shape elsewhere, Crocodile simply plunged his arm into the Minnow zebra's wound, which seemed insignificant compared to its size. Desert Coffin. Instantly, the moisture and blood within the Minnow zebra were rapidly sucked out. Because there was a wound, the lethality speed of this move was even faster than when he fought Luffy. Ah. My baby. Watching the Minnow zebra turn into a zebra jerky, Sudi-chan let out a scream, simultaneously lashing her whip towards Crocodile. Unfortunately, with the loyal Mr. One guarding him, Crocodile didn't even need to lift a finger, and the whip was severed midair. These awakened Zoan users had terrifying physical attributes, but once a method to deal with them was found, they became extremely easy to handle. They didn't know Haki, so their attacks posed no threat to Crocodile, who could elementalize. Simultaneously, they had no defense against Crocodile's absorption. You could call it an attribute advantage. After the last awakened one was also drained, Sudi-chan was cut down by Mr. One with a single slash, her fate unknown. He was an assassin, so you couldn't expect him to show mercy to women. We need to hurry. I have a bad feeling. Crocodile knew the situation wasn't that simple. With Magellan not taking action personally, Crocodile easily broke through the obstructions on the other levels and also reached level 3. They still needed to rescue another Baroque Works member here. Mr. 2, Bon Clay. But instead of seeing Bon Clay's flamboyant figure, Crocodile saw Blackbeard's barrel-like silhouette. Marshal D. Teach. Crocodile narrowed his eyes at Blackbeard, as he knew this guy. Formerly a small fry under Whitebeard. Also a deeply hidden traitor. Even before he was imprisoned, he had heard the news of the other party's betrayal of Whitebeard. Although he had some hatred with Whitebeard, it didn't mean Crocodile would approve of someone like Blackbeard. On the other side, looking at Crocodile, who maintained his ruthless hero demeanor despite his tattered clothes, Blackbeard's face broke into a brilliant smile. Zehahaha. Isn't this Crocodile? You escaped from downstairs too. Then he looked at the hallway behind Crocodile, where there was no one except Mr. One, and thought to himself. He really killed them all. What a waste. Chapter 345, Chapter 345 Okamas have their own convictions too. What? Are you going to stop me here? Even though Crocodile only had 2 people on his side, he showed no sign of fear. A swirling sandstorm was already forming in his hand. Beside him, Mr. One was also radiating sharpness, literally. Seeing this, Blackbeard maintained his smile. His eyes, perpetually exuding ambition, watched Crocodile. No, why would I? I'm also here to rescue my companions. As he spoke, he turned sideways slightly, indicating the other could pass, also revealing his crew members behind him who weren't in great condition. However, faced with this gesture, Crocodile showed no intention of moving forward. After being defeated by Luffy and witnessing young powerhouses like Sasuke and Karen, the last trace of arrogance in Crocodile's heart had been worn away. He had become as cautious as when he first founded Baroque Works. We'll take the other way. With that, regardless of Blackbeard's reaction, Crocodile led Mr. One towards another direction. Blackbeard stared intently at Crocodile's retreating back like a hungry wolf, but ultimately chose to leave first. The Suna Suna Nomi was also a good Logia-type fruit. T/N, San fruit. But it wasn't good enough, far from it. For Teach, from the day he ate the Yami Yami Nomi, his remaining 2 fruits had already been decided. He absolutely had to obtain that man's power, the man he once called father. Let's go. Captain, aren't we letting them out? Lafitte, having regained some strength and standing upright, pointed towards the prisoners still held captive nearby. Hearing this, Blackbeard just looked at the prisoners, who were too weak from thirst and hunger to even shout, with disdain. There's no need to recruit guys of this level. They did need to expand their crew, but the only ones Blackbeard truly considered worthy were the death row inmates from level 6, most of whom were probably dead by now. Crocodile was also included in that category. Whether killing him directly or inviting him to join, Blackbeard felt either was acceptable. It was just a shame Crocodile wasn't receptive. Elsewhere, when Crocodile and Mr. One found Bon Clay, this master of Okama Kenpo was imprisoned in a solitary cage. However, it was clear that although this guy was also in poor condition from dehydration and hunger, his spirit remained resilient. 1, 2. Spin around again. 1, 2. Yo. Even wearing a prisoner's uniform, Bon Clay was not stinting in displaying his graceful dance moves in the scorching cell. It seemed this continuous dancing not only didn't further drain his stamina but even helped maintain his mental stability to some extent. 1, 2. Yeah. Boss. Bon Clay was up on his toes, mid-spin, when he saw his former boss and former colleague standing outside his cell. Still quite energetic, Mr. 2. Perhaps it was reuniting with a subordinate after losing contact with the others, but Crocodile actually made a rare teasing remark. This was almost impossible for the usually ruthless and merciless head of Baroque Works. It seems your luck isn't bad either. Come with us. As he spoke, he signaled Mr. One beside him to break open the cell and rescue Bon Clay. The moment he heard Crocodile say he would rescue him, an instinctive, happy smile appeared on Bon Clay's face. But then, as if remembering something, he suddenly raised his hand to stop Mr. One's action. Crocodile looked at him somewhat puzzled, seeming to wait for an explanation. Boss, no, Sir Crocodile. Bon Clay suddenly adopted a very serious expression, then performed a Dajiza with great sincerity. I am very grateful that you thought of me when you had the ability to escape. However, I must ask your forgiveness, for I can no longer follow by your side. I, Bon Clay, have already left Baroque Works. Hearing this, Mr. One's eyelids twitched. The hand originally intended to cut the bars was about to slash towards Bon Clay's neck. But his movement was stopped by Crocodile. Do you know what you're saying? Crocodile's eyes turned sinister again, his tone dripping with killing intent. But faced with this aura, Bon Clay didn't retreat an inch. He respectfully completed the Tajiza to express his gratitude for Crocodile's willingness to rescue him. Then he stood up again, his expression serious. Sir Crocodile, you might not know this, but the reason I was captured and thrown into this prison is because, back when Straw Hat Luffy and the others were about to be arrested by the Marines, I took their place voluntarily, drawing the Marines' attention. Mr. 2, do you know what you're doing? You. Mr. 1's tone was unexpectedly intense. I know very well. Precisely because of that, I have completely and utterly betrayed Baroque Works. That's why I cannot accept your rescue. You could have chosen not to say any of this. I think you should also know Baroque Works' policy for dealing with traitors. Crocodile took a deep breath, starting to doubt his own charisma. Simultaneously, his arm turned into fine sand, ready to take Bon Clay's life at any moment. Straw Hat Luffy and the others are friends I acknowledge. For their sake, I have no regrets. At the same time, I cannot commit acts of deception that go against my true heart. That is my way of the Okama. Okamas have their own convictions too. Bon Clay bent his legs slightly, arms resting on his knees, head lowered, presenting himself entirely at Crocodile's mercy. You really aren't afraid of death, are you? As Crocodile's voice grew increasingly cold, the rapidly spinning sand blade stirred a gust of hot wind in the scorching space. Yet, even so, Bon Clay remained motionless. His actions were without a doubt betrayal. Crocodile's treatment of his employees wasn't exactly great, but he hadn't treated them unfairly either. Especially now, actually remembering him during the prison break. But precisely because of this, Bon Clay couldn't hide the truth and accept the other's rescue. It conflicted with the path he believed in. Of all times, you choose now to act like a man. Hearing this, Bon Clay sharply raised his head, but only saw the retreating backs of Crocodile and Mr. One. The lock on the cell door seemed to have become too dry, or perhaps severely eroded by something, and suddenly snapped with a bang, falling to the ground. Next time we meet, we will be enemies. Crocodile's voice dissipated in the scorching air. Hearing this, a complex expression appeared on Bon Clay's face. I told you, I'm an Okama. Your boss suddenly shows his charisma right after you quit. Perhaps that's also a kind of regret. Impel down level 5.5, the space between level 5 and level 6. This space was created by Morley, commander of the West Army of the Revolutionary Army and a giant, using the power of his Ashi Ashi no Mi, T/N, push fruit. It was currently ruled by the legendary, Queen of Okamas, Emporio Ivankov. Because of him, it had become a sanctuary flourishing with Okama culture. Bang. The stone floor tiles became soft like cloth and were pasted over the junction between level 5.5 and level 6, completely blocking the upward spreading red poison mist. Inazuma changed his hands back from scissors to their original form. After confirming no poison mist was leaking through, he slowly wiped the sweat from his forehead. It's truly tragic. Level 6 was completely wiped out. Has Magellan gone completely mad? Dense discussions arose within this space. They had already peeked out to check the situation when the battle erupted on level 6. But soon after, the all-encompassing poison mist forced them back. At the last possible moment, Ivankov decisively ordered the rescue of any prisoners close by, saving as many as possible. But even with their quick actions, it was hard to match the spread speed of the poison mist. In the end, fewer than 10 prisoners were rescued, all having inhaled the poison mist to varying degrees. Currently, they were being injected with healing hormones, a life-saving treatment using Ivankov's own Horo no Mi, T/N, horm fruit. However, the cost of this treatment was high, consuming the patient's lifespan and requiring extremely strong willpower. Everyone, get ready. Ivankov suddenly spoke, causing the surrounding Okamas to stop their discussions. This place might no longer be suitable to stay. We need to find an opportunity to leave. The Queen's command was the will of everyone on level 5.5. Although they didn't fully understand the implications, they obediently began packing their belongings. Unlike the destitute prisoners outside, they had accumulated quite a lot of supplies through inside contacts and other means. Now was clearly the time to use them. Magellan, just what happened? Unlike the other highly motivated Okamas, Ivankov felt things were spiraling out of control. He looked up at the ceiling, his gaze seeming to penetrate to the levels above. Everything was just too unusual. Could it be because of the captured, Fire Fist, ace? But as luck would have it, they hadn't received any orders from the Revolutionary Army's headquarters yet and could only improvise. TCH. So troublesome. Chapter 346, Chapter 346 Fierce Battle. Regardless of how the prisoners and guards within Impel Down were faring, the conflict on the sea surface had fully escalated into a white-hot stage. Under Burndy World's large-scale assaults, the surrounding warships and cannons mounted on Impel Down shores were basically negligible. The members of the God's Blades were also retreating step by step under the attacks of Bullet and the others. Although their stamina hadn't fully recovered, and there were even residual toxins in their respiratory tracts, their condition had improved significantly after receiving help from miraculous medical ninjutsu. This was the difference between the ninja world and the One Piece world. In the ninja world, almost any formal combat unit should include at least one medical nin. With their ninjutsu assistants, as long as combat personnel weren't injured in vital spots, they could quickly recover basic combat capability, at least avoiding death from excessive blood loss. In contrast, most strong individuals in the One Piece world relied on their robust physiques to tough it out. If they could withstand it, a meal and a good sleep would start the self-healing process. If they couldn't, they'd die on the spot. Even though the God's Blades were also elite individuals chosen from thousands, standing before them were the most powerful lone pirates of the previous era, as well as formidable ninjas who had saved another world. Die. Bullet casually snatched a weapon from a God's Blades member, coated it with hockey, then backhandedly slashed the unfortunate fellow to death. There's no other conclusion. This guy was a monster who could fight evenly with the then Rayleigh in his teens. Did they really think he was some insignificant small fry? The frustration he had suffered earlier at Naruto's hands was quickly vented on the God's Blades. Swoosh. The reinforced Kusanagi sword easily pierced through a God's Knight's skull. But before Redfield could take further action, that God's Knight, as if uninjured, spread his arms and lunged to embrace Redfield. This God's Knight, who looked strange, like a giant fishman, possessed immense strength. Redfield's fencing techniques were forcefully parried several times by the other. Moreover, even when he scored a hit, the damage caused by the Kusanagi sword would heal in an extremely short time. These people aren't right. They seem unkillable. A section of his white braid had been severed during the fight. Redfield looked quite disheveled now, his speech no longer adhering to noble etiquette. Several times, he had almost been hit by the God's Knight's attacks. To be honest, at his age, being able to fight fiercely with a God's Knight for so long without eating any devil fruit to maintain his physical condition was already an extraordinary performance. His swordsmanship was characterized by speed, precision, and lethality, but this also meant Redfield's defense was very weak. He absolutely couldn't tough out attacks with his body like his two other cellmates beside him. But strangely, even at this critical life and death moment, Redfield's heart was unexpectedly calm. Now, fierce fighting was everywhere around him. Roars, the sounds of flintlocks and cannons filled his ears. But precisely because of this, those usually annoying whispers in his heart had completely dissipated. At this moment, besides fighting, Redfield didn't need to think about anything else. Watch out. Kairin's voice suddenly came. The Golden Valkyrie used her steel claws to firmly grab a weapon attacking Redfield. The environmental noise seemed to have weakened Redfield's observation hockey perception. If not for Kairin's timely rescue, he might have been severely injured by this strike. Thank you, young lady. Rarely, Redfield actually initiated thanks to someone else. In his perception, Kairin's miserable past was involuntarily transmitted into his mind. It was a dark period of being treated as a tool, without the rights and dignity of a person. Before Redfield could lament for this ill-fated young lady, the light that changed Kairin appeared. Uzumaki Naruto, what a marvelous guy. Redfield had lost count of how many times he had sighed like this. Roger, you raised someone who might surpass you. At this moment, Redfield chose to entrust his back to Naruto, Kairin, and the others. At this moment, he was no longer the forever solitary, Red the aloof. Sasuke had fully transformed into his hybrid form, now wreathed in calamity flames and lightning, engaged in a frenzied fight with the God's Knight who could spew lasers. With the calamitous flames providing endless healing, Sasuke fought completely disregarding injuries. But he didn't care, and Mafi, facing him, cared even less. Use less, you can't kill me. Half her head was blasted apart by the Chidori enhanced with hockey and calamity flames, yet Mafi could still laugh and say such things. Simultaneously, she also raised her sharp sword and thrust it towards Sasuke's heart. Ding! The sword was blocked by a purple transparent armor that appeared out of thin air. After a brief stalemate, bluish-green calamity flames spread along the armor's surface towards Mafi's weapon. Having learned the effect of those bluish-green flames during the earlier fight, she very decisively withdrew her sword and retreated. An ability I haven't seen before. The mythical Zoan fruit you ate really has many abilities. From Sasuke's appearance, Mafi could naturally tell he was a Zoan user, but she also clearly mistook the lightning on Sasuke's body and the Susanoo as additional powers of the mythical Zoan. Sasuke remained aloof, silently dispersing the transparent chakra armor. It wasn't that he didn't want to use the complete body Susanoo. But against these highly mobile opponents with formidable physical attributes, transforming into a giant humanoid really had no effect other than becoming a target. What's wrong? Scared. Maffy wore a malice-filled smile, seemingly wanting to further damage their morale. Useless. We are immortal. Whether you pierce our hearts or cut off our heads, it's the same. Even as she spoke, the god's knight who had been knocked into the sea earlier had somehow climbed back up and was now darting and weaving around Burndy World. You will definitely die today. Urk. Ugh. Maffy's words got stuck in her throat. A slash shimmering with black and red lightning directly cut through most of her body. Maffy, who had been incredibly arrogant moments ago, immediately became listless. The injured area also failed to heal rapidly as before. Only attacks coated with Conqueror's Haki can block their self-healing and truly kill them. Naruto spun Mushoku halfway, severing the necks of several more gods' blades. Just restrain them. Leave the killing to me and that guy. As he spoke, he looked towards Bullet not far away. You heard that too, right? Can you still fight on your end? Hearing this, Sasuke didn't throw a tantrum like he might have before. Instead, he cooperatively began performing other techniques. He had grown too. Bastard brat, who are you looking down on? On the other side, Bullet followed the example, coating his fist with Conqueror's Haki. He punched, shattering a god's knight's mask along with their skull, causing them to collapse, temporarily unable to recover. He immediately followed up with several more punches, ensuring the other party was completely killed. Well, the effect was good, but the consumption was really too great. Attacks using Conqueror's Haki coating consumed far more spirit and stamina than ordinary armament Haki. For the current Bullet, he could only deliver about 5 more attacks of that level at most. But, it should be enough. It was also at this moment that Kurama, who had been offline for a long time, seemed to finally reconnect, using Naruto's vision to see what was happening around them. Those guys from last time again. On the God's Knights, Kurama sensed the same feeling as when they fought killing him and the others last time. Right dash. Naruto sensed something, then sharply turned and slashed behind him. Mushoku and Cerberus didn't physically clash in the air, but layers of air waves had already generated between the two weapons. The spatial distortion caused by the clashing Conqueror's Haki slashes was very apparent. Sinner, die. Shamrock has boarded the ship. Chapter 347, Chapter 347 My mission is accomplished. ZZZZT. The clash of Conqueror's Haki continued, but there was no doubt that the density and quality of Shamrock's Haki couldn't compare to Naruto's. This wasn't hard to see from the expressions on both sides. At the moment, Naruto's brows were slightly furrowed, but it was mostly due to his heartache over the damage to the ship's hull. To be honest, it was really fortunate that Naruto had reforged and reinforced the materials of the Gale Breaker beforehand. An ordinary warship simply wouldn't be able to withstand so many powerful individuals fighting recklessly on it. Even so, the current Gale Breaker was now pitted and scarred by various attacks. Catching glimpses of this out of the corner of his eye, Naruto instinctively felt displeased. He hadn't felt it before when he didn't have his own dedicated ship, but now he finally understood how Roger must have felt about the Oro Jackson. But despite his heartache, Naruto still held his sword with one hand, his Haki output as stable as eating or drinking. Shamrock, on the other side, wasn't having such an easy time. The treasured sword capable of transforming into a 3-headed hellhound was gripped with both hands, while the Conqueror's Haki on his body had already begun to show unstable fluctuations, sometimes strong, sometimes weak, appearing somewhat strained. Crack. Unfortunately, what gave out before Shamrock did was the hull of the Gale Breaker. Although not as powerful as his twin brother, Shamrock's Conqueror's Haki also possessed enough power to cause physical effects. While clashing with Naruto's Haki, cracks had already appeared on the deck where they stood. Let's fight somewhere else. Naruto spoke seemingly out of nowhere. Hearing this, a fierce light flashed in Shamrock's eyes. There's no niece dash. Before he could finish the last word, a Geta sandal wrapped in Haki kicked hard into his abdomen, sending him flying diagonally upwards into the air. This guy's power has grown even stronger. Unable to control himself, Shamrock instinctively covered his abdomen. He adjusted his posture by kicking the air and looked at Naruto, who was now quietly floating in front of him, his eyes full of disbelief. To be honest, he had already tried to estimate Naruto's current strength as highly as possible, but the facts proved he had still underestimated him. Or was it that this guy hadn't used his full strength last time either? Looking at Naruto, who was leisurely assuming a combat stance, this thought uncontrollably arose in Shamrock's mind. It was no wonder, after all, associating clones with weakened power wasn't strange. Just like when a cup of water is divided into multiple portions, the amount in each cup naturally decreases. Even so, you will definitely die here today. Straightening up again, Shamrock once again coated his blade with Haki, his tone icy. You really know how to boast. If these are all the methods you have, then I can only say dash. Naruto's voice drew out. An air explosion appeared where he had been standing moments before. In Shamrock's observation Haki perception, there was nothing, the Uzumaki Naruto opposite him seemed to not exist at all. But the blade that had already cut into his chest disagreed with that assessment. You will still fail, just like last time. Cough. Ha. By the time Shamrock reacted, Mushoku had already cut into his waist, severing muscles and bones along the way, reaching a position less than 5 centimeters from his heart. For someone of Shamrock's build, 5 centimeters was already very close. He decisively chose to grip the blade of Mushoku tightly with his palm. Simultaneously, Cerberus automatically protected its master, transforming into a 3-headed hellhound and biting towards Naruto. Really don't learn your lesson. As he spoke, Naruto allowed the 3-headed vicious dog to open its mouth and bite down on his body. Although it had also reached the awakening level, ultimately, Cerberus was just a weapon. It was only through special craftsmanship that it was fused with a devil fruit. So its essence couldn't be compared to a normal mythical Zoan user. The sharp teeth couldn't even tear Naruto's upper garment. Cerberus seemed to realize this too. So, after biting Naruto's body, 3 enlarged blade sections shot out from its mouths, heading straight for Naruto. A vicious dog daring to bare its fangs and bite people shouldn't have any complaints if it gets killed. After saying this coldly, without any visible action from Naruto, 3 pitch-black spheres appeared in front of him. This scene almost triggered Shamrock's psychological trauma again. He remembered that last time, Naruto had also used such spheres to cause massive destruction to Mary Geos and even killing him. But he quickly realized that this time the battlefield wasn't Mary Geos, so he didn't need to hold back to protect it. He wouldn't feel the slightest bit of heartache even if Impel Down was completely destroyed. The only thing he needed to do was avoid being affected by the Haki spread when the spheres exploded, which would prevent his rapid healing. But this time, the 3 spheres didn't explode as expected. Because what Naruto used this time wasn't the Conqueror's Bomb, but the genuine truth-seeking balls. Silently, the 3 truth-seeking balls passed through the Hellhound's heads as if they were red-hot branding irons touching butter, without any obstruction. The next instant, Cerberus reverted to its prototype, becoming the original rapier form. But now, 3 glaring cracks had appeared on it. Before Shamrock could do anything, it snapped with a crack, completely breaking into several pieces. Seeing Cerberus reminded Naruto of his former comrade, Kiba from the canine training Inuzuka clan. Come to think of it, didn't Kiba and his little dog also have a technique that could transform into a 2-headed wolf? What a pity. If I brought you back, Kiba would probably be very happy. Even as he said this, Naruto's movements were not slow in the slightest. The 3 truth-seeking balls, after penetrating the sword body, continued unabated, piercing straight through Shamrock's head, chest, and abdomen, leaving 3 large holes. It was just a shame that Naruto's current mastery of the truth-seeking balls, formed from the mixture of 7 chakra natures, wasn't thorough enough. He couldn't stuff Conqueror's Haki into them without affecting their balance. Otherwise, the new, truth-seeking Conqueror's Bomb, could wipe out those God's Knights without Naruto even needing to lift a finger. Shamrock, now full of holes, released his grip on the weapon. Then, without hesitation, he wrapped his hand in Haki and threw a Conqueror's Haki-infused punch at Naruto's head. Thud. Naruto tilted his head, taking Shamrock's Conqueror's Haki-infused punch directly on the face without dodging or avoiding. To be honest, compared to Shanks, your Haki is still far from enough. Mushoku exerted force again, severing Shamrock's hand and heart with one slash. Then Naruto reached out and grabbed the other's head. Tell me, what's your backup plan? When Naruto asked this, Shamrock showed a somewhat ferocious smile. Ha! I admit, Sinner, your power is indeed formidable. Although the hole in his forehead had started to heal, the blood had covered half his face. Shamrock now completely lacked that noble-like elegance. In terms of appearance alone, he was much more disheveled than his twin brother. However, the moment you came here, the moment you entered this trap, the outcome was already decided. The killing intent in Shamrock's tone grew increasingly intense, as if the one beaten half to death wasn't him. It is your arrogance that leads you to death. My mission is accomplished. Atone for your sins with death, great sinner. After saying this, he used his remaining intact hand to firmly grab Naruto's collar, then shouted downwards. Activate the teleportation. Instantly, the God's Knights, who were still locked in fierce combat with Sasuke and the others, disengaged from the battlefield one after another. The remaining God's Blades immediately stepped up, using their lives to buy time for the God's Knights to complete their next actions. Suddenly, Naruto, Sasuke, and Redfield's expressions changed. All 3 looked towards the sky simultaneously. At this moment, the sky above Impel Down, where the sun could still be seen before, was now completely shrouded by dark clouds. Lightning occasionally flashed within the clouds. The thick clouds spiraled outward around a central point, as if something was about to descend from within. It is your honor to die by this move. As Shamrock spoke, light actually began to slowly appear in the center of the cloud layer. Below, Blackbeard and Crocodile's groups, who had parted ways earlier but were now charging towards the prison's main entrance, stopped their verbal probing and almost simultaneously looked up at the unusual celestial phenomenon. Both seemed to have some understanding of that celestial phenomenon, as their faces immediately turned pale. Blackbeard finally realized where his sense of unease was coming from. The celestial dragons never intended to let them escape. They wanted to destroy them, along with Impel Down and Naruto, altogether. Chapter 348, Chapter 348 Holy Fire Descends, Naruto Mends the Sky. The Mother Flame, also known as the Undying Flame, is a research achievement of Dr. Vegapunk in recent years. The existence of the Mother Flame is not the Celestial Dragon's trump card, it is Vegapunk's replication of the Celestial Dragon's legendary, national treasure. As a method theoretically capable of completely destroying an island or a country, the Mother Flame, after being developed, has always been held in the hands of that Imu-sama sitting upon the empty throne. Within the Room of Flowers, Imu's eyes pierce through space, using Gunko's body to clearly see everything happening in Impel Down at this moment. Defeated, huh? Well, it was within my expectations. Imu's finger gently slid across the unfolded map, then stopped over the calm belt region representing Impel Down. Right here. Imu didn't particularly care about sacrificing an entire prison in exchange for the life of one Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto is not from the D clan, the one who can truly pose a threat to Imu could never be him. However, letting this criminal live so brazenly was indeed a slap in the face of the world government, especially after the Mary Geos incident. It just so happened that Shamrock, the new commander of the Gods Knights, took the initiative to request the task, and Imu agreed to his request. Using Impel Down as bait, to utterly annihilate that great criminal. Back at Impel Down, the light within the clouds in the sky had begun to become dazzling, as if a miniature sun was hidden within. And whether it was Shamrock, held tightly by Naruto, or the other Gods Knights below who had disengaged from the battlefield, their bodies began to radiate a faint blue energy glow. At the same time, at the preset spatial coordinate points, a hexagonal teleportation magic circle also appeared. This was also the privilege Imu bestowed upon the Gods Knights. They could use these hexagonal magic circles for teleportation, just like the 5 elders. Naruto was first drawn by the radiance in the sky, but then he quickly noticed the unusual state of the Gods Knights. The events that would occur in the next dozen seconds quickly flashed in Naruto's mind. In terms of using observation haki to see the future, Naruto, having absorbed the Otsutsuki bloodline, had already surpassed Shanks. A powerful conqueror's haki quickly erupted from Naruto's palm, once again tearing open Shamrock's wounds. And that intense conqueror's haki caused the glow of the teleportation magic on his body to flicker like a candle flame. What is that? Seeing that Conqueror's haki could actually alter the future where Shamrock would be teleported away in over 10 seconds, Naruto simply grabbed the other by the head, continuously releasing haki as he descended onto the ship. The other Gods Knights, however, were not interfered with, and they smoothly teleported away from here as planned. Except for the few killed earlier. The surviving Gods' blades didn't need Sasuke, Bullet, or the others to take action, as they were already paralyzed and unable to move under the pressure of Naruto's wantonly released Conqueror's haki. Naruto paid them no mind, instead fixing his burning gaze on Shamrock, while not reducing his haki output in the slightest. In his foresight, if he didn't maintain this high-intensity release of Conqueror's haki, the faint blue magical glow on Shamrock's body would rekindle and instantly teleport him away. Even for someone like Naruto, whose MP was nearly infinite, such a frantic release of Conqueror's haki still placed a tremendous strain on his mental energy. Yet Naruto acted as if he didn't feel it, still quietly staring back at Shamrock. What is that? He repeated the question, while Masoko mercilessly severed Shamrock's arm, thwarting his attempt to continue resisting. Heh. Shamrock lifted his eyelids, his blood-stained red hair falling down. The face of this always aloof Gods Knights commander now displayed a madness unbefitting of his status. Haven't you already seen it? Don't think about escaping. The Mother Flame will completely destroy this place. You, and these other sinners beside you, will all be purified by the Mother Flame. Shamrock's tone was hysterical yet carried a ferocity, surprisingly similar to Shanks in Naruto's memory when he was seriously fighting. Truly brothers. Seeing that he couldn't get any useful information out of him, Naruto also knew there was no time to keep dealing with this guy. Thud. Mashuka pierced through Shamrock's skull, nailing him firmly to the deck. He didn't have time to worry about whether this guy would find a chance to escape now, as the more important matter at hand was dealing with the impending, heavenly punishment. Scanning through the future covered in white light as perceived by his observation haki, a grave expression appeared on Naruto's face. Placing his hand on the gale breaker, Naruto enveloped the ship in another layer of bubbles under the confused gazes of everyone. Sasuke, take them deeper the better. After speaking, Naruto ignored the others' looks of confusion or unease, and his body levitated once again. What about you? What are you planning to do? Sasuke promptly transformed into his awakened state, also floating up. Nearby, Karen, though unaware of what was about to happen, understood that Naruto was about to do something dangerous. I'll go with you. However, Naruto did not respond to either Sasuke's question or Karen's request. He only shook his head slightly, then quickly ascended, flying high into the sky. At this moment, there were 15 seconds left until the descent of the Mother Flame. To be honest, with Naruto's current speed and ability to fly freely, he was fully capable of escaping the range before the Mother Flame fell. But the others couldn't. And based on his understanding of the world government, if Impel Down were truly destroyed, they would not hesitate to pin the blame on him. How else do you think he got all those shocking epithets? By then, he would have to shoulder another blame for the world government. A great criminal who destroys islands sounds pretty good, actually. Although his thoughts were straying, Naruto's actions showed no hesitation. In just about 10 seconds, he had almost reached the height of the clouds. By now, the light within the clouds had almost accumulated to its limit. In his observation, Haki's perception, the light would fall like raindrops, then cause violent explosions upon contact with the ground, ultimately completely destroying Impel Down and the surrounding sea area, leaving only a huge crater that seawater would take a long time to fill. How to resist? Naruto didn't have much time to think, as the Mother Flame was already descending. Initially, it was 4 laser beams with a radius of over 10 meters. Naruto recalled the powers he currently possessed and finally, among all his abilities, chose the one with the largest range. Truth-seeking balls. Yes, still the truth-seeking balls. But not in a spherical form, rather, like Obito or Madara, stretching them infinitely to form a huge disc-shaped dome. The beams soon landed on the surface of the truth-seeking balls. The essence of the truth-seeking balls is a special energy composed of chakra of all 7 nature transformations. It can almost ignore all ninjutsu, while itself possessing overwhelming penetrative power. But facing the Mother Flame, whose principles are far removed from chakra, the truth-seeking balls could now only exhibit their inherent sturdy properties. Naruto's arms supported the truth-seeking ball dome, feeling the continuous impact force transmitted from above. The initial 4 laser beams seemed more like just 4 targeting. Now, the Mother Flame had officially entered its firing state, with dozens of laser beams pouring down, furiously bombarding the disc formed by the truth-seeking balls. The facts proved that Shamrock's praise for it was not an exaggeration. Naruto could clearly feel that the energy structure on the surface of the truth-seeking balls had become unstable under the excessive impact. He had to release several more truth-seeking balls, transforming them into a dome again to reinforce it. The people below were already shocked speechless by this scene. Whether it was everyone on the Galebreaker, or the prisoners like Blackbeard, or even Warden Magellan and the guards who had come up from the lower levels of the prison upon hearing the noise. And Imu, far away, his gaze as if looking down from the heavens, saw Naruto's resistance. Mortal, daring to oppose a god. The black figure's finger reached out again, pressing heavily on the map. On Naruto's side, the clouds in the sky suddenly parted, and another huge energy ball quietly appeared, beginning to gather power. Chapter 349, Chapter 349 Kokugen. From the perspective of those below, the clouds were suddenly blocked by a black disk dozens of kilometers in diameter, and the sky finally turned completely dark. But it wasn't entirely dark. At the edges of the disk, countless streams of scattered energy still flowed in other directions, appearing as if they were plating the edge of the black disk with a magnificent lace. In the grand scene resembling an annular solar eclipse, Naruto's figure was as tiny as a speck of dust in comparison, almost impossible for anyone to see clearly. Ha, ha ha. It's futile, damn it. Shamrock, with his head pierced, could actually still barely speak a few words, but before his voice faded, Karen and Sasuke simultaneously punched his head, completely shattering his skull. Even so, Shamrock's body continued to twitch slightly, as if still healing. High in the sky, feeling the truth-seeking balls still being bombarded by lasers from the outside, Naruto's face showed little tension. However, upon seeing the second giant energy ball, Naruto still frowned. Sigh, still unavoidable. He let out a long sigh. If it were the old me, I might have really been helpless. As he spoke, his floating form slowly began to change. The normal appearance disguised by some special power gradually faded away, replaced by the pale skin and magatama-adorned robe very familiar to those from the ninja world. Silvery white long hair replaced Naruto's golden ponytail, and 2 blade-like sharp horns emerged from both sides of his head. When Naruto opened his eyes again, the deep blue eyes had completely changed. 3 eyes slowly opened, the Rinnegan, the Akugen, and Kokugen representing the power of the Otsutsuki clan fully revealing their forms in the One Piece world. If possible, I really don't want to become like this. After completing the Otsutsuki transformation, Naruto's hands left the truth-seeking ball disc, gently hanging at his sides. Yet, without his support, the truth-seeking balls not only didn't sink but became even more stable, fixed high in the air, seemingly completely unmoved by the impact of the mother flame. Even the cracks on the surface caused by the continuous impact were quickly restored after a special chakra was injected. Otsutsuki form, or Otsutsuki mode. This was the natural result of Naruto's growth after using the Baku no Mi to devour Kaguya. As the reincarnation of Asura, Naruto's own bloodline also contained a trace of Otsutsuki's blood, or rather, many people in the ninja world did. Unlike Karen, who had a carved into her soul after killing Momoshiki, Naruto actively devoured Kaguya. Therefore, his way of using the Otsutsuki clan's power was different from Karen's, who needed the hidden Momoshiki to lend it, actively or passively. In fact, the Otsutsuki's power Naruto now possessed belonged to himself. Using a figurative analogy. Generally, those implanted with a karma are like coats for the Otsutsuki clan's members. They seem to be granted omnipotent power out of thin air, but the control is still held by the owner of the karma. They cannot develop abilities that the karma's owner hasn't mastered, because their bodies are merely vessels for those Otsutsuki clan's members to parasitize. As for Naruto, after devouring Kaguya, he filled the most fundamental, core power within her into the barely perceptible trace of recessive genes in his own bloodline, allowing it to grow rapidly, ultimately transforming Naruto's body completely. What he uses are the abilities grown from his original bloodline after being nourished by Kaguya's power. It is precisely for this reason that Naruto was able to awaken the third kind of dojutsu that even Kaguya never possessed, the Kokugen. However, power comes with a price. To fully utilize the power belonging to the Otsutsuki clan, Naruto's body must completely revert to its true form. To be honest, Naruto found it really hard to accept his transformed appearance, so he still chose to maintain the ill-fitting human form, even if it meant he could only partially control the Otsutsuki's power. It didn't matter. Joking aside, Naruto had been hanging around in the One Piece world for so many years, so if others saw this neither human nor ghost appearance, they'd laugh themselves to death. Especially that guy Shanks, who would probably find a way to take a picture as a memento. Yes, it was precisely for this willful reason that Naruto could give up this overpowered power. One could only say this is the leeway of the strong. Of course, now that he had flown to an altitude of 10,000 meters, and wasn't worried about being seen, it didn't matter anymore. Who? Having completely reverted to his original form, Naruto's height reached 4 meters. The robe-like garment that hung on Kaguya like a long gown resembled a trench coat jacket on Naruto. And Imu, standing within the room of flowers, saw this scene through other means, his ringed eye somewhat similar to the Rinnegan slightly widening. Is this your true form? As perhaps the longest living person in the One Piece world, Imu was very familiar with all the races in this world. Yet, Naruto's current form was not among them. White hair, white. Looking at Naruto's long hair dancing freely like silver flames behind him, Imu instinctively thought of his nemesis. The warrior representing liberation, Nika. No. That's not right, Uzumaki Naruto cannot be Nika. It's just the same hair color. Thinking this, Imu's fingers lightly tapped on the table a few more times. Meanwhile, the charging of the second mother flame was almost complete. It doesn't matter, Uzumaki Naruto. Whatever you are, the only outcome today is to turn into nothingness along with this island. Vegapunk once said that each activation of the mother flame would cause an irreversible rise in sea level. But Imu didn't care about that. Die. The second mother flame descended simultaneously, its energy beam connecting with the first, instantly doubling the impact force of the lasers. However, facing the laser flow as hot as the surface of the sun, Naruto performed an action that shocked Imu. He changed the shape of the disc-like truth-seeking balls, opening a hole 3 to 4 meters wide at its center, transforming the entire truth-seeking ball disc into a funnel shape. Is he mad? Imu was puzzled. What result could this have, other than making the energy flow more concentrated? Let's try a small opening first. On his side, Naruto muttered to himself as he finished shaping the truth-seeking balls. Immediately, the mother flame, like a laser, rushed towards him in a torrent through the hole. The black pupils with black wheel-like patterns opened at this moment, the center where the black lines converged slowly being dyed with gold. Onogoro. Onogoro, once the first island in the world according to myth and legend, was also the name of the Kokugen's dojutsu Naruto was now performing. This ability should be the product of the combination of Naruto's Baku no Mi and Otsutsuki power. It was Naruto's first time using it, and he wasn't sure of its effect, so he raised one hand, ready to close the hole at any moment. After Onogoro was activated, nothing seemed to change, and the concentrated, enhanced energy beam rushed towards Naruto unimpeded, completely covering his body. Did it fail? Seeing this from afar using her Garuda vision, Karen was about to take off from the deck but was stopped by Sasuke. Unlike his previous grave expression, Sasuke's brows had now relaxed. He's fine. As he spoke, he pointed towards the sky, and Karen's gaze followed. They saw that the energy seemed to be cut off mid-air as if by something, stopping right where Naruto had been floating, unable to advance even a fraction further. It seemed as if an entrance to another space had appeared in the air, swallowing all those high-energy lasers. Chapter 350, Chapter 350. Thanks for the hospitality, reciprocation is polite. At this moment, everyone below, whether prisoners or guards, looked towards the sky as if witnessing a myth. Due to the great distance, Naruto himself was invisible to their eyes. However, the spectacular scene of the giant black funnel and the pouring pillar of light was clearly visible. Magellan, in his regular clothes, stared blankly at the sky, his mind connecting the earlier events with the attitude of the world government's agents. He seemed to have drawn some conclusion, though it remained unspoken. But he remembered his duty and promptly turned to start giving orders. Everyone, prepare for evacuation. Seeing others still staring dumbfounded at the sky, Magellan roared decisively. I said. All of you, head to the underground levels and prepare for evacuation. After all, Magellan had been the warden of Impel Down for many years, his authority was well established. The previously disoriented guards immediately sprang into action. They abandoned their posts on the high towers aiming at the pirate ship and began gathering towards the underwater sections of Impel Down. As for Crocodile and Blackbeard's group, they had already boarded the crude pirate ship, which resembled a giant raft, and were charging towards the Gate of Justice. It had to be said, Blackbeard was excellent at seizing opportunities. He didn't hesitate at all when giving the order to set sail, regardless of whether they might be hit by the lasers from the sky. Thanks to the God's Knights opening the Gate of Justice for their own splendid ship to depart, Blackbeard's group managed to slip through the gate as well. Boom. A stream of light fell diagonally from high altitude, heading straight for the sea. Although it was just one beam among millions of energy torrents, by the time it reached the sea surface, it was already thick enough for several people to embrace. Upon contact with the water, it caused a violent explosion, sending waves soaring and nearly hitting Blackbeard's ship. You bastard. You're really reckless. On the ship, Crocodile looked at Blackbeard with a livid face, his other hand gripping the huge mast tightly. Since the ship looked like an oversized raft, it couldn't block the surging waves at all. Seawater drenched Crocodile, turning him into a soaked rat, stripping him of his usual imposing aura. Shut up, Crocodile. Even Blackbeard no longer had his initial confident demeanor. A hysterical ferocity flashed across his face as he glanced coldly at Crocodile. This is our only chance to escape. Whether Uzumaki Naruto successfully blocks that damn thing or it falls and destroys everything here, staying won't do us any good. You have a grudge against him, I don't. Then why did you get on my ship? The question left Crocodile speechless. Why? What other reason could there be? Because I, an escaped convict, had no ship of my own. At that moment, a wall made of wax rose around Crocodile, blocking some of the seawater. Well done, Mr. 3. Hearing the rare praise from his boss, Galdino, whom Crocodile had rescued from level 2, showed a flattered expression. To be honest, he felt his boss had changed quite a bit. Aiha. Go faster, you fat guy. A shrill scream erupted. Following the sound, a prisoner with a red round nose was clinging desperately to the mast, shouting at Blackbeard who was steering. This was none other than the legendary second apprentice on Pirate King Roger's ship, a contemporary of Shanks and Naruto. Buggy the Clown. Shut up. If you keep yelling, I'll throw you into the sea. Blackbeard roared impatiently, then turned to Crocodile. Why did you bring this guy along? He latched onto us himself. Crocodile's attitude towards his former Baroque Works employees had softened somewhat, but he held no goodwill towards Buggy the Clown. The moment Buggy approached, he ordered Mr. 1 to cut him down. However, while Buggy wasn't good for much, his Bara no Mi strongly countered slashing attacks, leaving him completely unharmed. Pressed for time and thoroughly annoyed by Buggy, Crocodile simply decided to ignore him. Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, you're as detestable as ever. Amidst Buggy's screams, the raft-like ship sailed further away. Clearly, from Buggy's attitude, although both Shanks and Naruto considered him an old friend, he held no fond memories of either. Meanwhile, Karen, stopped by Sasuke, was just about to follow Naruto's instructions and temporarily submerge the gale breaker. But a strange palpitation suddenly enveloped her. In a daze, an illusory white figure drifted around her. This figure was also familiar to Karen. It was one of the unlucky ones who died by her hand, Otsutsuki Momoshiki. You. The illusory figure of Momoshiki stared intently at another being in the sky possessing mature Otsutsuki's power. Only upon hearing Karen's hesitant voice did he turn his head to give her a cold glance before quickly dissipating, as if he had never appeared. Karen instinctively looked at the comma on her hand, recalling the future Kusei had previously revealed to her. Has that guy already awakened? It seems Naruto-san's power must have stimulated him. Karen silently noted this matter, planning to discuss it with Naruto once they reached safety. High in the sky, the giant funnel formed by the truth-seeking balls began to slowly change shape, the outlet at the bottom gradually enlarging. Correspondingly, the flow rate of the blocked mother flame increased further. But no matter how powerful or fast the concentrated high-energy beams were, they would abruptly vanish the moment they approached Naruto's original position. Onigoro was a dojutsu, or perhaps, divine technique, was more appropriate, that Naruto had only recently awakened. After all, this was a power that surpassed Senjutsu and was even more unreasonable. Techniques like Kagaya's Aimanaminaka and Infinite Tsukimi could also be categorized as such. The effect of Naruto's Kokugen, Onigoro, was simple, it could briefly transform Naruto into another form. In this state, Naruto resembled a black hole in the universe, capable of devouring any energy it came into contact with without limit, regardless of the energy type. Naruto automatically understood its effect upon awakening this ability but wasn't clear about its upper limit. Bathed in the light beam, Naruto had now completely turned into a pitch-black, humanoid form, without even a hint of reflection. Because not only the mother flame itself, but even the light, heat, and impact it generated were all absorbed by Onigoro. Initially, Naruto, using this divine technique for the first time, was somewhat unaccustomed, but now he could perform other actions while maintaining the absorption. With a slight movement of his finger, the truth-seeking ball funnel deformed again, doubling the rate at which the mother flame was being released. In the current state, if this attack had hit an ordinary island instead of Naruto, it might have pierced through the continental shelf. Not bad. Naruto wanted to say he could hold on a bit longer, but found that even his own voice was being absorbed by Onigoro. This guy is an even more unreasonable glutton than I am. Mother flame couldn't be sustained for too long originally. Even though Imu chose to release two here, they couldn't be maintained under Naruto's frantic absorption. The intense light within the clouds began to slowly dim, and the last trace of high-energy beam, guided by the truth-seeking balls, was completely eaten by Naruto below without missing a drop. Imu, observing this scene, chose not to deploy another mother flame. Firstly, it seemed ineffective against Naruto now. Secondly, Dr. Vegapunk himself hadn't manufactured many mother flames, and the two just used had consumed half the stockpile. Uzumaki Naruto. The tall, slender figure in the room of flowers narrowed his eyes, chewing on Naruto's name once more. For 800 years, Imu believed only Nika had the capability to threaten him. Apart from him, no matter how powerful the pirates, or those insignificant revolutionaries, were of no concern. But after today, that notion seemed to require revision. Uzumaki Naruto, you are worthy of being eliminated, by my own hand. Imu felt that today's matter probably had to end here. Fortunately, aside from those few pirates, the only witnesses were the guards of Impel Down. They would have no opportunity to spread what they saw and heard today. However, Naruto indicated that things weren't over yet. The figure of Naruto, which is now pure black, suddenly began to emit light, transforming in the blink of an eye into a second sun in the sky. This was the limitation of Onigoro, it could only devour energy for the duration of the ability's activation. Once the time limit was reached, the black hole would flip. Now, he had to release all that energy. Bzzzt. Energy overflow resembling electric sparks erupted from his eyes like a god's, and even every strand of hair, every blood vessel, turned into a form of radiance at this moment. Ah, thank you for your generous hospitality. Merely opening his mouth, Naruto's voice shockwave blasted away the thick clouds for miles around. Even those 10,000 meters below could clearly hear what Naruto was saying. Wiping his mouth in a practiced manner, Naruto adjusted his voice and said, I know you can see me. Since you've been so enthusiastic, it would be impolite of me not to return the favor. He suddenly opened a Yamatsu Hirasaka. In this state, Naruto could easily reach from 10,000 meters high into the captain's cabin of the Gale Breaker to retrieve an eternal pose. Let me see, not this one either, found it. After rummaging through several poses, Naruto finally found the target one. Apologies. I can recognize places, but my sense of direction isn't great. The pose recorded only one word, Sabayati Archipelago. And Imu's Pangaea Castle was located 10,000 meters directly above Sabayati Archipelago. Should be, roughly right. Naruto extended one hand, aimed in the direction indicated by the pose, and adjusted the elevation slightly. Confirming the alignment, the light covering Naruto's body began to frantically converge towards his palm. A sphere of light, even larger than the mother flame, rapidly formed. In the next instant, a beam carrying Naruto's intention of reciprocation shot straight towards the direction of Mary Geos. Chapter 351 Come out and see the miracle. On the sea, two medium-sized warships collided. Pirates flying black sails and marines under the seagull flag tore into each other. Charge. Hold the formation. The leading pirate captain was a Zoan-type devil fruit user. His body swelled several times after activating his ability, his skin turning a gray-blue color. It's a devil fruit user. Bam. 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 The pirate captain, transformed into a hippopotamus, charged headlong forward. The marine's bullets got stuck in the hippoman's thick fat and rough skin, unable to penetrate further. That hurts, you bastards. The hippoman rushed into the marine ranks amidst the gunfire, casually throwing punches that sent several rifle-wielding marines flying. Ha ha ha. The marines are nothing special. At that moment, a plume of white smoke rapidly extended from the side, with a muscular upper body at its tip. Smoker, with his spiky hair, slammed the sea-stone-tipped jutty in his hand hard onto the hippoman's forehead. Contact with the sea stone caused the hippoman's strength to rapidly fade. It's White Hunter. The surrounding pirates lost their will to fight as soon as they saw the smoky figure. It was clear Smoker's reputation in these waters was not small. Just then, a few pirates and marines suddenly stopped their actions, staring dumbfounded at the sky. This behavior quickly spread to others, and they gradually ceased fighting as well. My God. Tashigi, Smoker's subordinate, after subduing a pirate with her sword, noticed the state of those around her and looked in the same direction. Is that a meteor? In the sky, a straight pillar of light pierced through the heavens, dividing the entire sky into two parts. There's no meteor like that. Smoker walked over, smoking a cigar. The pirate captain had already been knocked unconscious by him. That direction. Many others witnessed this scene as well. Although strange celestial phenomena were not uncommon on the Grand Line, most were concentrated over a single island. A pillar of heaven like this, with no end in sight, spanning the entire sky, was unprecedented in history. That day, countless residents, pirates, and marines on the Grand Line jointly witnessed this miraculous celestial phenomenon. Sabaody Archipelago. The residents here had recently heard news that the Holy Land of the Celestial Dragons on the nearby Red Line had been attacked again. This news spread as if it had wings, causing countless people to gloat or panic. But soon, undercover world government's agents hidden among the population discovered the news. They didn't resort to the simple, rough method of suppressing the news outright. Instead, they added numerous obviously fake details to it. With truth and falsehood mixed together, everyone soon dismissed it all as fake news. This was their clever approach. Just as the government personnel handling this mess breathed a sigh of relief, a terrifying beam of light from an unknown distance struck the Red Line once more. This time, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of eyes personally witnessed it. A terrifying, divine punishment-like pillar of light crashed into the Red Line. Anything it contacted was instantly vaporized, nothing could obstruct it. This was followed by a violent explosion and the collapse of earth and rock. Whether it was the celestial dragon's good luck, or the fact that an attack spanning thousands of nautical miles demanded extremely high precision, Naruto had only roughly calibrated the firing direction using the eternal pose. At such distances, the slightest angular deviation could result in a vastly different impact point. Precisely aligning a laser beam to connect 2 points so far apart was as difficult as performing surgery on an ant using an excavator. Although it didn't hit Mary Geos directly, the terrifying energy flow still carved a giant fissure through the Red Line. This time, no one needed to spread the news. The seismic vibrations caused by the structural damage could even be felt on Sabaody Archipelago. Watching the ripples forming in her wine glass, Shaki stroked her chin and said to Rayleigh beside her, "Are you really not going to evacuate?" When the tremors occurred, some panic broke out among the residents of Sabaody Archipelago. Some even spread rumors that the Red Line is collapsing. The roaring sounds and vibrations from 10,000 meters high couldn't be faked. Even many pirates and gangs entrenched on Sabaody chose to temporarily withdraw. Thanks to this, the already struggling business at the Shaki's rip-off bar became even more deserted. Hearing this, Rayleigh just shook his head, then took a few sips from his glass and said, "I have a feeling this situation is definitely related to that kid." As he spoke, Rayleigh pointed towards the sky, indicating the high-energy laser still continuously digging into the Red Line. Perhaps. Shaki threw the glass Rayleigh used into the sink, then asked while washing it, "What about that Straw Hat Kid and his crew? Still training, but they still have a long way to go." Saying this, Rayleigh put his cloak back on, ready to leave. "Time is running out." Shaki's voice was replaced by the roaring noise after Rayleigh left the bar. "Hasn't it stopped yet?" Rayleigh looked up, watching the energy torrent that had lasted nearly 10 minutes still showing no signs of dissipating. "It's really exaggerated." Impel down. After completely releasing all the energy absorbed within his body, Naruto's form reverted to its original Otsutsuki state. Then he once again manipulated his body to change, suppressing most of the Otsutsuki's racial characteristics. Phew. This still looks better. Looking at his flesh-toned skin again, Naruto tied up his loose hair, then took out new clothes from his seal space and changed into them. Luckily, he had prepared last time, making many identical clothes in advance. Perhaps this was the good habit of a veteran protagonist. Otherwise, how did those protagonists who wore the same clothes for hundreds of episodes manage their laundry? Tap. Naruto took a step in the sky, and the next moment, his figure appeared on the gale breaker. So, why didn't you submerge? Naruto, arms crossed, tilted his head to look at everyone. Beside him, Karen was steering the gale breaker towards the gate of justice, her eyes darting around, whistling a soundless tune. And what is this? Naruto looked at the bloody, mangled mess on the deck. Ah, that guy kept shouting something earlier, and then he was dash. Konohamaru popped up from somewhere, ready to explain to Naruto, but Karen flashed beside him and covered his mouth. Ahahaha, nothing happened. He suddenly turned into this state all by himself. Sasuke saw this and walked over. Watching Naruto, who had pulled out a stick from somewhere and was poking at the bloody mass, he asked. What's wrong? Do you still need to interrogate him for information? In fact, as soon as Naruto nailed Shamrock's head to the deck, Sasuke had tried to hypnotize him using his Mangekyo Sharingan. But unfortunately, even ignoring Shamrock's own strong mental power, there was another force within his body protecting his mind, blocking Sasuke's Genjutsu. After Sasuke shared this discovery, Naruto just waved his hand. It seems that guy left some safeguards on his subordinates. Can't blame you for that. Pulling out Mushoku, wiping the blood off it, Naruto finally threw the flesh and blood that was Shamrock into the sea. I wanted him to deliver a message, but, never mind. Clapping his hands, Naruto took over the steering from Karen. The gate of justice remained wide open, as if the prison personnel responsible for operating it hadn't recovered from the earlier series of events. Warden, should we stop them? At that moment, Domino approached Magellan and asked. Magellan, who had just returned to the surface from the underwater level, watched the receding gale breaker in silence, and finally shook his head. Forget it. No need for unnecessary sacrifices. With the warden's order, the other guards also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, dealing with a godlike being like that was far beyond their capabilities. After giving the order, Magellan took off his warden's hat and clenched it tightly. The high-ranking world government's officials had wanted to kill them all along with the prisoners, yet it was the jailbreaker who saved them in the end. Coupled with his earlier act, under orders, of having to personally kill everyone in level 6. This sense of contradiction filled Magellan's heart, violently shaking his principles. What, exactly, is justice? At this moment, Magellan fell into complete confusion. Perhaps he wouldn't put on that warden's hat again until he figured it out.